हेलो फ्रेंड्स, वेलकम बैक टू माय चैनल। तो आज की वीडियो में एक नया नॉवल स्टार्ट करने वाला हूं। तो बिना किसी देरी के चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं। शुरुआत करने से पहले आपको बता दूंगा, इस मैं भी एक हिंदी वर्जन में लाने वाला हूं नया नॉवल सब, और वो मेरे नए चैनल में आपको मिल जाएगा, जो अभी बना नहीं है गाइस, लेकिन कुछ समय में बन जाएगा। मुझे कुछ टाइम दीजिए गाइस। इसी का ये नॉवल भी उसी के ऊपर है, टाइम के ऊपर। तो बिना किसी देरी के चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं।
Chapter 1. This protagonist is a bit cowardly. Chapter 1. This protagonist is a bit cowardly. Wooden City. A carriage from the Cloud Mist sect drove into Wooden City, prompting the onlookers in the streets and alleys of Wooden City to let their imaginations run wild. A few minutes later, a thin and small figure, only slightly better than a beggar, walked through the city gate. Perhaps because this young man's appearance was too shabby, even though he possessed the Zontier Do technique, he wasn't worried that anyone would target him. That's true. Who would believe that a brat who was busy trying to get enough to eat every day, an orphan who doesn't even have 3 sets of clothes combined, could actually possess a Zontier Do technique? Han Cheng self-deprecatingly thought to himself, touching the palm-sized iron piece, a flash of fiery passion flickering deep within his eyes. His background was too poor, born a commoner, both of his parents had passed away, and it wasn't until he was 10 years old and on the verge of starving to death that he awakened the memories of his past life. Over these past 5 years, relying on the life experience of having lived 2 lives, Han Cheng had barely managed to drag himself above the subsistence line. However, because he was currently far too weak, Han Cheng had no choice but to force himself to maintain his previous image, lest he be targeted by certain malicious individuals. A 14-year-old one-star Do practitioner, I'm really losing face for the Reborn Alliance and the Transmigrator Alliance. With the moon high in the center of the sky, Han Cheng, who had just broken through to become a Do practitioner, narrowed his eyes, feeling quite satisfied with himself for now. Before recovering the memories of his past life, when he was 9 years old, he only had 2 stages of Doji Chi. When Xiao Yan was at his absolute lowest point, he still had 3 stages of Doji Chi, yet he himself only had 2. After recovering his memories, Han Cheng worked hard to feed himself while cultivating at the same time. Going from 2 stages of Doji Chi to a 1-star Do practitioner in 5 years was already very good. After all, he had no one to help him out. Even the smallest matters required him to spend time doing them himself, so how much time could he possibly have left for cultivation? Moreover, the cultivation of Doji Chi didn't provide a very large boost to oneself, especially in the first few stages. You still had to sleep when it was time to sleep. At least during the Doji Chi stage, you couldn't replace sleeping with cultivation. If it weren't for having lived 2 lives, whose strong soul power allowed Han Cheng to only need 6 hours of sleep a day, he would probably have had to spend another year or 2 to break through to a Do practitioner. Forget about all that. In another 2 months, when the recruitment team from Jiangnan Academy arrives, I'll leave this Wooden City. With my cultivation talent, not to mention a Do Zong, grinding it out to break through to a Do Wong by my 40s or 50s is still somewhat hopeful. Without a golden finger and without a powerful background, I shouldn't bother thinking about those things. I'll honestly find a safe place to grow slowly, and if I can break through to a Do Ling before the age of 20, thank the heavens. Afterwards, I'll find a remote small city, marry a few pretty wives, and have a few children. That's better than anything else. As for this Wooden City, it's best to leave as early as possible. The protagonist's fellow townsman sounds pretty good. In the future, the Flame Emperor might even give you some pills to enhance your strength, which isn't impossible. But the premise is that you have to live until then. Ghost knows if those people from the Hun clan will suddenly go crazy and destroy this Wooden City with a single slap. Han Cheng counted the 700 gold coins hidden inside a rat hole, recalled his experiences of making money with small wits over the past few years, and nodded in satisfaction. That's it then. I'll squat in Jiangnan Academy for a few years, and if that really doesn't work out, I'll figure out a way to stay on as an instructor. Face and dignity don't matter. Staying alive is what's real. Han Cheng looked at this piece of iron carrying the Zontier low-grade Do technique sucking palm and fell into memories. When he first recovered his memories, Han Cheng had even thought about seizing Xiao Yan's fortuitous encounters to become the Flame Emperor. It's just that the reality of the situation didn't allow it. Not to mention that the elders and patriarch of the Xiao family were all great Do master experts, even the gatekeeper was a Do practitioner. How could he possibly seize fortuitous encounters from them? Yao Lao and Xiao Zuner, these 2 were Xiao Yan's true fortuitous encounters and backers. As for that cave in the magical beast mountain range with the map of the purification lotus demon flame, that indeed looked like the thing most likely to be obtained, but one also had to consider that this was a real world. You couldn't treat everyone else like fools. At the very least, having the strength to face high-level Do practitioners would make it secure, right? But what did Han Cheng have? His cultivation methods and Do techniques were all bloody common goods. With Huang tier intermediate cultivation methods and Do techniques, how high of a combat power could Han Cheng possibly have? This sucking palm was something Han Cheng found by guessing where it might appear based on the original work and spending 5 years to locate it. Cultivate. A must. Sacrificing a lot of cultivation time was precisely in the hope of finding this capital that would allow him to cross social strata in a short period of time. Otherwise, what hope was there in honest, conventional cultivation? After going to Jiangnan Academy, he might not necessarily acquire suitable Do techniques and cultivation methods for himself in a short time. Since he knew they existed in his current environment, why not give it a fierce try? Although, this Zontier low-grade Do technique was somewhat weak among Do techniques of the same tier, it was still the fruit of Han Cheng's labor, so why not use it? Having almost no social activities allowed Han Cheng to concentrate fully on cultivating Do techniques. A brat who might starve to death tomorrow, who would care? There were so many people on the Fighting Chi continent, whether you lived or died was your own business tilde anyway, missing one person didn't make a difference. Not even a Do Ling, leaving behind not even a soul upon death, a soul hall protector wouldn't even bother casting a glance at you. Han Cheng had once thought that perhaps without cultivating, simply being an ordinary person, life might not be so bad. But he could not persuade his inner self that yearned for power. The power he possessed himself was his truly reliable support. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. The recruitment team from Jiangnan Academy arrived. Han Cheng didn't go to sign up right away, but instead came to the miter auction house. Respected guest, how may I help you? Forcibly suppressing her disgust, the auction house attendant did not turn Han Cheng, who was dressed like a beggar, away from the door. I want to have a treasure appraised. Han Cheng didn't feel angry at such looks. Once you get used to it, it's fine. Led by the attendant into the appraisal room, Han Cheng watched as the attendant hurried away, shook his head slightly, picked up the teapot on the table, and poured himself a cup. This world, well, all worlds are the same, judging people by their status. Bottom-tier people are like blades of grass in any world, not treated like human beings. The privileged class everywhere will always feel that this world is wonderful. I wonder what treasure this little brother has to praise. Hurry up and bring it out for big sister to see. An alluring and charming woman's voice rang out, pulling Han Cheng out of his state of deep introspection. Han Cheng raised his eyelids to look. It turned out to be the chief auctioneer of the Miter auction house, Yafei. After a single glance, Han Cheng didn't linger and lowered his head, taking out the iron piece and placing it on the table. In this world, before having strength, it's best to act like an ascetic monk, at least that way you won't fall into meaningless trouble because of women. There's a Zontier Do technique inside here. You'd better find an alchemist or someone with stronger perception to appraise it, lest you mistake me for a swindler. Han Cheng was confident that his talent as a 14-year-old one-star Do practitioner would definitely allow him to enter Jianan Academy, so he decided to exchange the sucking palm he had cultivated for resources that could make him stronger. Reusing something that's already been used is very cost-effective, isn't it? Chapter 2 Bargaining. Oh, hearing this, Yafei cast a somewhat surprised glance at the little beggar, with a pair of charming and bewitching eyes, not expecting such a minor character to have such insight. Picking up the iron piece to take a look, Yafei, who lacked cultivation talent, wisely had someone invite the Tier 2 alchemist Ji Yuni to appraise it. During the wait, Yafei's eyes kept wandering up and down, sizing up this thin and slovenly imp. Soon, an old man wearing the robes of a Tier 2 alchemist walked in, and Yafei hurriedly stood up to show her respect for this alchemist. Seeing this, Han Cheng's heart stirred slightly, and a sudden thought came to him. However, there was no rush. After this transaction was successfully completed, everything else would be easy to talk about. Master Ji Yuni, this little brother wants to appraise a treasure. Sorry to trouble you. It is this old man's duty. Ji Yuni was not overly arrogant, having lived for the greater part of his life. His past pride had long since been polished away completely by reality. Picking up the iron piece and extending his spiritual force to examine it for a few minutes, Ji Yuni opened his eyes and nodded at Yafei. It is indeed a Zontier low-grade Do technique. Sucking palm, accurate and correct. Many thanks, master. Yafei turned her head, and an even more affectionate smile appeared on that charming and captivating face. Little brother, I wonder if you intend to take this Do technique away or sell it to you. 200,000 gold coins. Han Cheng controlled his eyes, fixing his gaze on Yafei's forehead as he said decisively. 200,000 gold coins. A trace of surprise flashed across Yafei's face. She had not expected this imp to grasp her psychological price point with such accuracy. Little brother, 200,000 gold coins is a bit high. This is merely a Zontier low-grade Do technique, which is somewhat inferior to cultivation methods. If it were a cultivation method, I could indeed offer you 200,000 gold coins, but for this Do technique, I can give you at most 150,000 gold coins. Yafei exerted her own advantages, slowly closing the distance with Han Cheng. She was just closing the distance. Once this imp relaxed his stance, she would turn and leave. Just when Yafei thought this imp would also be manipulated by this trick of hers, she discovered that the imp's gaze seemed to be looking at her forehead. No, a non-attribute Do technique. It is worth 200,000 gold coins. Han Cheng was not truly an information-isolated native. He still understood some basic settings. A non-attribute Do technique like sucking palm had almost no threshold and could be practiced by anyone. Its value was even slightly more precious than attribute cultivation methods of the same grade. Also, elder sister, please do not stand so close to me. I am not yet an adult. Quote. The corners of Yafei's mouth twitched as her proud chest continuously heaved. This underage imp was even harder to deal with than those adults. At this moment, Ji Yuni gave Yafei a subtle look. Yafei understood, and suppressing her inner displeasure, she said with a smile, all right, little brother, you win. I will go get the money for you right now. Please find me an empty room. I would like to take a bath, and by the way, could you please help me buy a few sets of well-fitting clothes? Thank you. Quote. You're welcome. Yafei thought to herself, you little imp didn't even leave me any room for refusal. After stepping outside and walking a few dozen meters, Yafei asked curiously, Master Ji Yuni, why did you want me to agree just now? I had an 80% certainty of pressing the price down to 180,000 gold coins. Looking at Yafei, who still retained a bit of maidenly disposition before him, Ji Yuni sighed, I just tested that you use age and cultivation. A 14-year-old one-star Do practitioner, are you sure you don't want to invest in him in advance? Hearing this, Yafei recalled the reason why she came to such a small place as Wooden City and began to think seriously. Many thanks for Master Ji Yuni's reminder. I also didn't expect this little fellow to actually possess such powerful cultivation talent. Since she herself lacked cultivation talent, she would invest in advance in a few gifted geniuses, especially some little fellows with no background but startling talent. In this fighting chi continent, strength reigns supreme after all. That little fellow looks like he should be an orphan. Without many resources, he was still able to cultivate to a one-star Do practitioner at 14. With such talent, I'm afraid it is no worse than that former genius of the Xiao family. It is indeed worth an investment from me. Moreover, although this imp is not yet an adult, his scheming is even deeper than that of ordinary adults. The probability of him becoming a strong person in the future is very high. But would such a deeply scheming person really thank her? Yafei hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth, had a maid carry out Han Cheng's request, and turned to walk towards the warehouse where cultivation methods and Do techniques were kept. But before walking very far, she changed her path and came back with a crystal ball. That little fellow probably doesn't know his own attribute yet. Inside the treasure appraisal room, Han Cheng was considering whether to first acquire a Zontier cultivation method or Do technique, or arrange for Huangtier high-grade ones for both. 200,000 gold coins would be more than enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live on for 200 or 300 years, but if they were used to buy cultivation methods and Do techniques, with good luck, one could at most get a Zontier one. Let's just make do with Huangtier high-grade cultivation methods and Do techniques for now. Once I cultivate to a Do master, I will go to the Black Corner region to fight for a chance. Han Cheng began to recall the descriptions of ambushes and killings in the original work. It seemed that it was not impossible for him to overcome the strong while being weak. The premise was, by any means necessary. After deducing it this way, Han Cheng assumed that with an image like his in the Black Corner region, as long as he didn't go to some major cities, no one would likely pay attention to him. Suddenly, Han Cheng thought of a phrase from the internet in his past life, I am not even as good as a piece of dog shit, at least those who bully me won't step on dog shit. Roll around in a manure pit. It's not completely out of the question. As long as I have patience, changing to a few more places and doing it a few more times isn't impossible either. Han Cheng narrowed his eyes, not taking dignity seriously at all. Because the weak simply had no dignity. What the weak needed to do was discard everything except life itself and become a strong person. After becoming a strong person, even if you had eaten shit, it wouldn't affect your achievements, and you might even be worshipped as an idol by countless people. The sound of the door opening rang out. Han Cheng suppressed the thoughts in his heart, pondering that after registering, he would slowly refine the details. Without seeing the desired gold coin card, Yafei walked in holding a grapefruit-sized crystal ball in both hands. Come, little brother, put your hand on it and input a bit of fighting chi, let elder sister see your attribute. Han Cheng seemed to remember something, and a trace of joy flashed across the depths of his eyes. Thank you, elder sister. I am indeed quite curious about my fighting chi attribute. This crystal ball was certainly not cheap. It wouldn't come down without 8 or 10,000 gold coins, a problem Han Cheng had directly and subconsciously ignored earlier. Anyway, Jiangnan Academy shouldn't lack a single crystal ball, but being able to test it in advance now was also for the best. Chapter 3 Investment. Looking at the crimson red that was almost about to burst the crystal ball, Yafei gained an accurate understanding of this little brother's talent. Such a pure fire attribute, little brother's talent is truly outstanding. Thank you, older sister. A sincere smile appeared on Han Cheng's face. Yafei turned and left, and a quarter of an hour later, she returned holding 2 red scrolls. Han Cheng faintly saw 2 characters, Zan, on the red scrolls, and having some guesses in his heart, he quickly stood up. Little brother, older sister doesn't have much cultivation talent. Within the clan, I don't want to accept a fate beyond my control, so I must ask little brother to help older sister out in the future. Yafei was already in her 20s, yet she had only just broken through to a Do practitioner. To cultivate with such talent was purely a waste of the clan's resources. This was also her first time investing in a genius. She didn't beat around the bush and was very direct. As she spoke, she handed the 2 Zan Tier Chi method and Do technique scrolls in her hands over to Han Cheng. Even though Han Cheng had already guessed it, when these 2 heavy scrolls truly appeared in his hands, his mind inevitably went into a turmoil. Han Cheng let out a heavy breath and said with a serious expression, "Rest assured, Yafei older sister, Han Cheng is not an ungrateful person. I dare not guarantee things in the future. I only know that if I don't die in the future and have enough power, then Yafei older sister will be my own biological sister, and your matters will be my matters." Naturally, Yafei would not be moved to tears by these weightless promises, but deep down, she gained a bit of trust in Han Cheng. Alright, older sister has remembered little brother's words. At this moment, a maid walked over, carrying several sets of clothes in her arms. Half an hour later, Yafei looked at the brand new youth, and her eyes lit up instantly. Although he wasn't as handsome as the reader lords reading the book, and his frail body looked delicate and weak, it was 10,000 times better than his previous sloppy image. The clean, still childish face and deep black eyes made Han Cheng look somewhat mature beyond his age. A plain black outfit matched with a white belt made him look exceptionally straight and tall. Taking the gold coin card containing 200,000 gold coins, Han Cheng suddenly lost his focus for a moment, but he quickly snapped back to his senses and put the gold coin card away. An hour later, Han Cheng walked towards the registration office of Jiangnan Academy, while Yafei put the Chi method and Do technique back with a smile on her face. Is this what a real genius is like? Photographic memory. With light footsteps, Han Cheng ignored the curious gazes of passersby and walked straight toward the admissions office of Jiangnan Academy. Only if one observed carefully could they find that he seemed to be thinking about something, the deeply engrossed kind. Money is time. By consuming money, 1 day of yours becomes 2 days of others, without affecting your own lifespan. Let's give you a cheat. We can't afford to lose that face. Bye, Transmigrator Alliance, Reborn Alliance. Han Cheng twitched the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, while dragging down these big shots, he even pulled down their pants. But no matter what, Han Cheng finally gained a bit of confidence, and it could be considered getting a ticket to the peak. Right, we arranged an alchemist talent for you. We were afraid that you bastard would go sell your ass, and we couldn't afford to lose that face. Reborn Alliance, Transmigrator Alliance. Han Cheng's mouth twitched. These bastards. Are you bastard cursing us? Transmigrator Alliance, Reborn Alliance. Quote. Why should you guys be in the front? Reborn Alliance, Transmigrator Alliance. Opening square bracket closing square bracket. Opening square bracket closing square bracket. Until Han Cheng was almost in front of the admissions instructor, there was no new movement. It seemed they had reached a consensus, or perhaps an offline negotiation. Although he really wanted to test the power of his golden finger right now, Han Cheng still suppressed the restlessness in his heart and began to report his name, age, and cultivation level. Han Cheng, 14 years old, a 1-star Do practitioner. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect my luck to be this good, to actually recruit such an outstanding student. Instructor Ruo Lin was very surprised. A 1-star Do practitioner at 14 completely surpassed an S-grade talent. However, classmate Han Cheng, you are only 14 and not yet an adult. Are your family members at ease letting you leave? My parents have already passed away, and I can go anywhere alone. Instructor, you wouldn't refuse to take me, right? Han Cheng's tone was breezy, completely devoid of the despair of an orphan struggling alone. It was as if that happened to someone else entirely. Take you, of course I'll take you. If I didn't accept a genius like you, it would be an outrage against heaven. Ruo Lin didn't continue bringing up these matters, her character was quite high. Thank you, instructor, I understand. Han Cheng nodded, and just as he was about to leave, he was called back by Ruo Lin. Little fellow, 3 days from now in the morning, our team will be leaving. Don't forget, oh. Han Cheng nodded earnestly, indicating that he definitely wouldn't forget. 3 days' time passed in the blink of an eye. Seemingly 3 days had passed, but in reality, having cultivated for 12 days, Han Cheng followed Jiangnan Academy's admissions team and left Wudin City. At the Mitre auction house, Yafei stood by the window looking into the distance, a patch of golden sunlight filling her eyes. That was the hope that would take her away from the shackles of fate. A month later, Han Cheng arrived at Jiangnan Academy, which he had been longing for all along. Completely different from the Black Corner region outside, which was filled with bloodshed and violence, Peace Town was, just like its name, a peaceful and stable place. If anyone dared to disturb this place, the Do Huang hanging from the necro tree in front of Peace Town was the best example. Entering Jiangnan Academy, the group rested well for the night according to the rooms assigned by the instructors. P.S. I have to use a cheat. With this kind of purely ordinary person starting point, there's simply no qualification to touch Xiaoyan's opportunities. Just stepping out of Wudin City, Xiaoyan had 2 Do Huangs protecting him, Yao Lao and Ling Yang, and afterwards even more like Hai Bodong, Medusa, and so on. If cheats aren't given to the protagonist, then by the time Xiaoyan goes to the Central Plains, the protagonist would only be a Do Huang, which wouldn't be interesting at all. Isn't the gratifying part of fanfiction that the fanfiction protagonist compares with the original protagonist, then crushes them everywhere, snatching their opportunities in women? If you fucking write a fanfiction where the protagonist gets crushed by the original protagonist, isn't that purely having a major mental illness? Am I right, reader lords? Chapter 4, Quadruple Speed in an Unexpected Discovery. Chapter 4, Quadruple Speed in an Unexpected Discovery. Double speed costs 50,000 gold coins for a year. Quadruple speed would be 100,000 gold coins, let's do it. Using 100,000 gold coins to buy a year of time, when in reality only 3 months had passed, Han Cheng felt it was worth it. An inch of time is an inch of gold, yet an inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time. Being able to exchange money for time, Han Cheng felt no amount was too much. Although a year's worth took up half of his net worth, it was well worth it. Spending a week familiarizing himself with life at John Nan Academy, Han Chang was very satisfied. Simply the nearly free room, board, and tuition meant he didn't need to busy himself with food and drink every day, nor worry about being unable to cultivate for weeks due to rain or snow. Inside John Nan Academy, all he needed to do was diligently study the knowledge taught by the teachers in class. Whenever an alchemist came to lecture, he would carefully record all the key points throughout the entire session. When he was hungry, he would go to the cafeteria to eat heartily until he was full, and the rest of his time was spent cultivating in the state of quadruple time. In such an atmosphere, Han Chang's once buried talent emitted an exceptionally brilliant radiance. Having stayed in John Nan Academy for less than 2 months, and cultivating for a little over half a year under quadruple time, he went from a 1-star Do practitioner to a 9-star Do practitioner. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Am I going to become the monster that the protagonist slays across levels? Han Chang twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling that he should pause his fighting chi cultivation for now, as Do techniques and alchemy should also be put on the agenda. The cultivation method he was currently practicing was the Zon class intermediate Crimson Flame formula, and his Do technique was its matching Zon class intermediate Do technique, Crimson Flame Force, which was comparable to a Zon class advanced one. In Yafei's words, if you aren't going to invest, don't. If you do invest, you must place the largest bet within your capability. A lone genius like him was someone she might not encounter a second time in her life. Crimson Flame Force, rather than being called a Do technique, was more like a method for refining and utilizing fighting chi. Because his cultivation method was the Crimson Flame formula, practicing the Do technique Crimson Flame Force was not difficult for him. After trying for 10 minutes, Han Chang felt a blazing force flow into his palm according to his will. It seems my talent is not bad after all. Han Chang raised an eyebrow, in a great mood. Next, what he needed to do was continuously familiarize himself with this process, preferably being able to attach Crimson Flame Force to every single attacking strike. Moreover, as long as he didn't speak, his basic attacks would be ultimate moves. Suddenly, Han Chang had a flash of inspiration and tried practicing the Do technique at quadruple speed. 10 minutes had passed in normal time, but for Han Chang, 40 minutes had already elapsed. He could now execute the Do technique Crimson Flame Force without needing several minutes of charging up. Han Chang came to the bank of a small river near the academy. Quadruple speed, activate. Charging up for less than a minute, Han Chang threw a punch toward the river water. With a bang, the river water exploded, sending a 2-meter-high column of water flying up. Seeing it was about to splash on his face, he quickly took 2 steps back. Exiting quadruple speed, Han Chang shook his head helplessly. He still needed to practice more. With a charging time as long as a minute, in a real fight, his opponent would probably already be looting his corpse. Han Chang adjusted his mindset and prepared to continue cultivating when, suddenly looking down inadvertently, his eyes widened. Squatting down, Han Chang touched the stones on the riverbank ahead. There wasn't a single drop of water. Han Chang pondered for a moment, a terrifying light flashing within his dark eyes. Forcing himself to suppress the excitement in his heart, he once again entered quadruple speed. Charging up for over 50 seconds, he threw another punch toward the river water. Once again, a water column over 2 meters high flew up and splashed in all directions, and he saw with his own eyes that the stones were splashed wet. Exiting quadruple speed, seeing that there wasn't a single drop of water on the stones, Han Chang closed his eyes. After a long while, he punched the river water several times in succession. Seeing that the area within a few meters was splashed wet by the river water, he breathed a sigh of relief. A burning pain came from the meridians within his body, his face was flushed red, and sweat appeared on his forehead, but Han Chang's heart was already plunged into wild joy. It turned out that under the time acceleration state, he was equivalent to entering a special simulated space. This space not only acted on him, but currently it also acted on the surrounding environment. Furthermore, within this space, some negative effects on his own body would not take effect, but the impact caused to the environment could be perfectly simulated. The reason Han Chang had just punched the river water was, aside from verifying his guess, also to hide this secret. Because Han Chang had discovered a shortcut that suited him very well and had extremely low costs to improve his alchemy. As everyone knew, the early stage of an alchemist required continuously burning medicinal ingredients to gain experience, which could also be called burning money. If there was no proper teacher to guide them, and they relied solely on the apprentice's own judgment, then wanting to cultivate a first-rank alchemist could not be done without 100,000 gold coins. However, Han Chang might be able to gain experience through idling. The alchemist department had cauldron rooms and pill refining rooms specially prepared for junior alchemists. After all, alchemists held a very high status on the fighting chi continent, and John Nan Academy had poured a massive amount of money into this. For the academy, as long as they could cultivate a 5th rank or 4th rank alchemist in the future, that would be a huge profit. After all, some good 4th rank medicinal pills started at 3 to 400,000 gold coins. If it was something like the 3 Patternage or Spirit pill, which, although 4th rank, actually surpassed many 5th rank medicinal pills, a single pill would start at 500,000 gold coins. If one of these students from the alchemist department could become a 6th rank alchemist in the future, then the favor of a 6th rank alchemist could not be measured by money alone. A single Doling pill could not be acquired for less than 3 million gold coins, and a single Wangji pill was worth 6 to 7 million. Not to mention the Break Sec pill, if you could buy one for 10 million gold coins, you'd be extremely lucky. It could be said that the favor of a 6th rank alchemist was worth 1,000 pieces of gold. This was also the reason why John Nan Academy hardened its heart and poured a huge amount of money into investing in the alchemist department. Gold coins could be earned back once gone. To provide the students with a good learning environment, what did mere gold coins matter? Besides, the headmaster of John Nan Academy was definitely a wealthy tycoon. Han Chang shook his head. In his excitement for a moment, he actually fantasized about having a single medicinal pill make the headmaster pour him tea. Taking out the medicinal ingredients for 10 portions of first-rank medicinal pills, the hemostatic powder, which he had bought for 2,000 gold coins, he placed them aside. Then, taking out a small notebook, he began to follow the steps, placing his hand over the fire port of the medicine cauldron and inputting fighting chi. A pale yellow flame appeared. Han Chang, who had been fully prepared, closed his eyes and began to manipulate the wood chi within his body. In less than 10 minutes, the flame in Han Chang's palm was already under his control. Next step, quadruple speed, activate. Failure the first time, failure the second time, failing over a dozen times in a row before successfully refining the first batch of medicinal ingredients. However, Han Chang was not discouraged. A smile could no longer be contained on his originally solemn face. Chapter 5, Millionaire. Chapter 5, Millionaire. After discovering another use for his cheat, Han Chang found that spending 100,000 gold coins to buy 1 year of quadruple speed was simply too worth it. In 3 days, with 10 portions of medicinal materials and only 2 mistakes, he refined 160 portions of hemostatic powder. Their quality was upper medium, and they were only slightly inferior to the finished product demonstrated by the 3rd-tier alchemist who taught their class back then. Han Cheng sold them to the shops near the academy for 20 gold coins a portion, and after going back and forth, he earned over 1,000 gold coins. However, this hemostatic powder was merely of the lowest grade, not even counting as a first-tier medicinal pill, so it was normal that it could not make too much money. Yet even so, Han Cheng fell silent after returning. On one side was the 700 gold coins he had painstakingly accumulated over 5 years, and on the other was the gold coin card containing the 1,200 gold coins earned from working for 3 days, actually 10 days. Damn it, no wonder an alchemist's status is so high. It turns out they're all rich guys. Han Cheng quickly adjusted his mindset, because over the past few months, he had also memorized several kinds of first-tier medicinal pills, such as injury recovery pills, condensed fire pills, and force-accumulating pills. He believed that he would soon become a rich guy himself. Han Cheng decided to start with the simplest injury recovery pill. He had already simulated refining the previous hemostatic powder several thousand times, so there was no need to continue familiarizing himself with it. 20 portions of medicinal materials cost him 10,000 gold coins, but the price of a single injury recovery pill was at least 2,000 gold coins. A success rate of at least 50% was required to avoid losing money. For ordinary primary alchemists, the beginning was perhaps just a matter of losing more or less. However, for Han Cheng, this was actually a matter of earning more or earning less. 5 days later, after Han Cheng sold 20 injury recovery pills across several shops, his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment as he looked at the 15,000 gold coins he had earned. High-quality injury recovery pills naturally deserved a higher price, but Han Cheng did not relax and instead continued to refine several other types of first-tier medicinal pills. Thus, a month passed. After becoming proficient with those first-tier medicinal pills on hand and going through continuous simulations, Han Cheng finally replicated a second-tier medicinal pill, the Foundation Establishment Elixir. I didn't expect that my photographic memory would really be of such great help to me. Thanks to Dedu for writing the process of refining the Foundation Establishment Elixir in such detail, Han Cheng succeeded after failing less than 10,000 times. Second-tier medicinal pill, Foundation Establishment Elixir. Its medicinal properties are extremely mild, and it can assist in accelerating the cultivation of Doji Chi. Han Cheng spent 10,000 gold coins purchasing medicinal materials. Now, holding these 10 bottles of Foundation Establishment Elixir in his hands, he was confident that they could be sold for at least 200,000 gold coins. Simply because medicinal pills capable of accelerating Doji Chi cultivation were far too scarce, and Han Cheng had not discovered any of the same type within Jiangnan Academy. Although the students of Jiangnan Academy were at least at the 8th stage of Doji Chi and the target audience seemed small, this batch of students including Han Cheng had only just enrolled for a little over 3 months, not even half a year, and quite a few people were still at the lowest 8th stage of Doji Chi. Seeing so many peers around them already being Do practitioners, many people would surely not be able to resist buying them, right? Indeed, as expected, after the very first person tried them, these 10 bottles of Foundation Establishment Elixir were bought out entirely in one go. Han Cheng specially gave this rich guy a discount price of 188,000, netting a clean profit of 178,000. Learning of such good stuff, many new students frantically inquired about which alchemist adult it came from. Seeing this situation, Han Cheng refined another 100 bottles, and in less than 2 days, they were snapped up completely. Han Cheng had to admit that he had underestimated the number of rich guys and rich girls in Jiangnan Academy. Several tens of thousands of gold coins were an astronomical figure to an ordinary person from his small empire, but in reality, for these students hailing from all over the continent, tens of thousands of gold coins were truly no big deal. Even if they could not use it themselves, they could send it back later for people within their clan to use, and might even be rewarded with hundreds of thousands in pocket money by their family because of it. Having earned over 2 million gold coins, Han Cheng did not continue refining the Foundation Establishment Elixir, even though quite a few people were still begging to buy it. On one hand, he found that refining other second-tier medicinal pills was already effortless for him, and he could completely sprint towards becoming a third-tier alchemist. On the other hand, he felt somewhat embarrassed to keep having his classmates send money over like this. Although the classmates were more than willing, Han Cheng was afraid of getting ambushed and beaten up in a sack. Because this Foundation Establishment Elixir was simply too damn exorbitant in its profitability, a 20-fold profit, who wouldn't be green-eyed with envy? Although he had broken through to a 1-star Do master not long ago, this bit of strength still failed to give him sufficient sense of security. Han Cheng prepared to give the medicinal formula of the Foundation Establishment Elixir to the Academy, intending to exchange this extremely profitable formula for viewing rights to higher-grade formulas. What did a mere second-tier Foundation Establishment Elixir amount to? Compared to the 30 to 50-fold profits of third-tier and fourth-tier medicinal pills, it still fell somewhat short, even though the refinement difficulty of the Foundation Establishment Elixir was slightly lower. Alright, he had to admit that within Jiangnan Academy, the Foundation Establishment Elixir could completely be considered a money printer for second-tier alchemists. If Han Cheng hadn't lived 2 lives, no matter what he said, he would have had to refine tens of thousands of bottles of it and earn hundreds of millions of gold coins. However, Han Cheng was clear that on the Fighting Chi continent, without strength, no matter how much wealth one possessed, it would only end up working for someone else's benefit. Having over 2 million gold coins on him was already more than enough. Han Cheng had to keep looking forward. Vice Dean's office. When stating that he wanted to give the Academy's current hottest Foundation Establishment Elixir formula to the Academy, Han Cheng, who had been brought here, understood one thing: with sufficient benefits, even a Do Huang expert could become an affable old grandfather. Student Han Cheng, are you sure you want to give this medicinal formula to the Academy? Vice Dean Hu Jian pointed at the formula filled densely with words on the table. Although he was a peak Do Huang expert, he still felt a wave of dryness in his mouth. Let alone him, the Vice Dean of the Outer Academy, even the elders of the Inner Academy had heard about this Foundation Establishment Elixir and were still regretting that they hadn't caught it in time. Otherwise, no matter what, they would have had to buy 8 or 10 bottles to send back to the younger generation and their families. Under such circumstances, almost anyone with a bit of brainpower understood one thing: this medicinal formula for the Foundation Establishment Elixir was a continuous stream of gold coins. Although Jiangnan Academy was not short of money, meaning it didn't lack hundreds of thousands or millions, if you were talking about a long-term source of gold coins, a cash cow that was practically never outdated, no one would fail to be tempted. Therefore, Vice Dean Hu Jian had confirmed it repeatedly. Yes, Vice Dean, Han Cheng had confirmed it for the 3rd time, but this was also normal. No one understood better than him how huge the market for tutoring materials was. What's more, this was the Fighting Chi continent. Medicinal pills that could accelerate cultivation didn't need to worry about the market at all. Alright, I understand. Student Han Cheng, you are very good. If you encounter any trouble in this Outer Academy, feel free to come find this old man. Vice Dean Hu Jian carefully put away the medicinal formula, and took out a jade box that looked at a glance to be of top-tier white jade, used to store the formula that Han Cheng had previously wrapped in the pelt of a first-rank magical beast. If the owner of this animal pelt knew that its fur could receive such treatment, it would surely feel very gratified as well. Chapter 6, Taking the Master. Chapter 6, Taking the Master. Vice Dean, to be honest, I indeed have some issues that I need your help with. Han Chang did not stand on ceremony and voiced his desire to read Tier 3 pill recipes to make a push for becoming a Tier 3 alchemist. Haha, student Han Chang, even if you hadn't mentioned this, the academy would have agreed to it. Vice Dean Hu Jian shook his head slightly. This kind of request to make progress was exactly the sort of convenience the academy should provide. As he spoke, an old man who looked serious and rigid walked in. Old man Huo, Han Chang has only been enrolled for a little over 3 months, yet he went from a complete novice apprentice to a Tier 2 alchemist. You must teach him well. Han Chang, this is the Fire Elder who is in charge of the alchemist department. He is a peak Tier 5 alchemist, just one step away from Tier 6. As he said this, he winked at Han Chang. Student Han Chang greets the Fire Elder. Han Chang hurriedly stood up and saluted. The Fire Elder squeezed out a bit of a smile on his serious face and nodded. Student Han Chang, first refine a Tier 2 pill to let me see your level. Yes, Elder. Vice Dean Hu Jian also followed the two to join in the excitement. He also wanted to watch the refining process of the student with the best alchemy talent in the history of Jiangnan Academy. Arriving at the place where the alchemist department usually held classes, it just so happened that today, a Tier 3 alchemist was lecturing on the key refining points of the Tier 2 pill, the pulse-protecting pill. Just as he was preparing to open the cauldron, he suddenly saw the Fire Elder and the Vice Dean coming over, and quickly stood up to salute. Is that Master Han Chang, the genius who created the Foundation Establishment Elixir? That's right, it is indeed Master Han Chang. I wonder if Master Han is free. I would love to request Master to refine dozens of bottles of Foundation Establishment Elixir for me. Holy crap, that would cost hundreds of thousands of gold coins. You're so damn rich, yet you still fought me for that chicken leg. Cough, cough, that was given to me by my family elders. Besides, food you snatch always tastes much better than your own. Damn, you dog. Wait, what's going on? Why did the teacher step aside? Is Master Han Chang going to refine? I heard from those in front that the Fire Elder wants to test Junior Han Chang's refining level. Oh, so that's how it is. Wait, did you say Master Han Chang is a junior? Yeah, didn't you know? Junior Han Chang is a freshman, having enrolled less than half a year ago. So that means he started from scratch and became a Tier 2 alchemist in just a few months. Ah, I'd rather he was already a Tier 2 alchemist before enrolling. Hearing this news now is more painful than killing me. Quiet, the Fire Elder's stern gaze swept over, and the originally chattering students all shut their mouths. This was because Han Chang had already sat down cross-legged, summoned his flame, and begun refining the pulse-protecting pill. As a highly popular Tier 2 pill, Han Chang had naturally refined the pulse-protecting pill before. As if he had refined it thousands of times, Han Chang's smooth and flowing movements made the nearby Tier 3 alchemist widen his eyes, wishing to learn something from it. Watching Han Chang's highly proficient refining process, the Fire Elder was also somewhat surprised for a moment. Actually, before this, regardless of Han Chang's performance, the Fire Elder would have given Han Chang the pill recipes he wanted once he reached the corresponding tier, just like the other students in the alchemist department, and perhaps even with some preferential treatment, since the boy was a good kid. However, the fact that Han Chang had gone from an apprentice to a Tier 2 alchemist in just a few months had sparked a slight desire in him to take him as a disciple, which was why he wanted to see Han Chang's level. In the end, he really hadn't expected Han Chang's refining skill to be so superb. Is this what a true genius is? Despite having studied for only a few months, some veterans who had been stuck as Tier 2 alchemists for decades might not necessarily perform better than him. At this moment, the Fire Elder was deeply moved. Han Chang, are you willing to take me as your master? Han Chang bottled up the pulse-protecting pill, which had clear pill veins, and handed it to the Tier 3 alchemist nearby. As he turned around, he heard these words. A look of pleasant surprise washed over his face, and Han Chang performed the disciple master salutation without the slightest hesitation. Disciple Han Chang greets master. Good, 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 good boy, truly excellent. A smile appeared on the Fire Elder's serious face once again. Only those familiar with Old Man Huo knew that he was truly delighted. For a long time, despite possessing the vast heritage of the alchemist department, which included more than a handful of Tier 7 pill recipes, Old Man Huo himself had remained stuck at peak Tier 5. This made him feel he had disgraced his predecessors, leaving him with a sour expression most of the time. As time passed, Vice Dean Hu Jian and several elders of the Outer Academy noticed that Old Man Huo had been smiling more and more lately, as if the previous stern and unsmiling version of him had been a completely different Old Man Huo. Over the course of a month, the Fire Elder came to clearly realize the terrifying talent of his disciple. It could be summarized in 2 words, ridiculous. Whether it was Tier 3 or Tier 4 pills, teaching him twice and explaining the key refining points was enough. After going back to comprehend it on his own for 3 to 5 days, he would be able to refine them proficiently. The Fire Elder had no doubt that even if he taught Han Chang Tier 5 pills, Han Chang would be able to learn them in less than half a month. However, this year's Inner Academy selection tournament was less than 2 months away. Since his genius disciple wanted to enter the Inner Academy this year, he had agreed. After all, the Inner Academy possessed the sky-burning chi refining tower, and the earlier one began cultivating inside, the better. As for being bullied, ho-ho, even if it were the devil incarnate who ranked first on the strong ranking. Well, it was better not to use the devil incarnate as an example. That girl was a bit of a wild one. However, given Han Chang's status, there was absolutely no need to worry about him being bullied like others upon entering the Inner Academy. Phew, a 4-star dough master, huh, let's begin then, I'm not short on money. 200,000 gold coins for another year of 8 times speed. Ever since Han Chang broke through to become a dough master, the speed multiplier of his chi had also increased from the original 2 times and 4 times speed to include an 8 times speed. The prices remained unchanged. 2 times speed was still 50,000 gold coins, 4 times speed was 100,000 gold coins, and 8 times speed was 200,000 gold coins. This was also the reason why he was able to make the Fire Elder marvel at his talent. On the surface, only a single month had passed, but in reality, he had worked hard for 8 months. Although Han Chang's innate talent was already decent, how could it compare to the shocking display brought about by this multiplied effort? In less than 2 months, Han Chang had actually cultivated diligently for nearly 2 years. A few days before the start of the Inner Academy selection tournament, he ended his secluded cultivation. With a thought, the crimson flame force condensed at his fingertips, then returned to the dough crystal representing the great dough master realm in accordance with his will. I've already practiced my dough techniques to a high degree of proficiency. The only thing I'm lacking is actual combat experience. After all, I've only been enrolled for 8 months, yet I've already become a 7-star great dough master. However, Han Chang's dough chi was not unstable, since he had cultivated it through hard work. Moreover, as an alchemist, his perception was powerful. Although he had almost no actual combat experience, having what was essentially an extra pair of eyes during battle compared to his opponents could make up for a lot of the gap. Besides, didn't he still have a few days left? Chapter 7, Inner Academy Selection Competition. Chapter 7, Inner Academy Selection Competition. Instructor Ruo Lin, I've really troubled you these past few days. This is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. As the sun set, on the martial grounds, Han Chang brought out 2 purple heart barrier breaking pills to give to Instructor Ruo Lin as a thank you gift for sparring with him from morning till night over these past few days. In less than a week, Ruo Lin was exhausted from acting as a sparring partner. Unfortunately, he was the only great Do master in her class, so she had to be his partner herself. Student Han Chang, I am your instructor, so this is just my duty. Besides, this is far too valuable. Looking at the 2 purple heart barrier breaking pills Han Chang pulled out, Ruo Lin swallowed nervously without realizing it. Those were top grade tier 4 medicinal pills, capable of increasing the great Do master's cultivation by 1 star without side effects. Taking 2 consecutively meant gaining 2 full stars of cultivation. For an instructor with average talent like her, these 2 purple heart barrier breaking pills could save her 3 years of effort. Instructor, that was your duty, but these pills are my gesture of gratitude. There's no need to conflate the two, Han Chang said sincerely. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Student Han Chang tilde. Ruo Lin accepted the pills with a smile and gave him a gentle hug. Amidst the nervous excitement of the outer academy students, the inner academy selection competition officially began. The instructor of each class submitted a list of students they believed had a chance of passing the inner academy selection competition, and the academy then created the groupings based on these lists. Han Chang had good luck. The opponents he faced in the first few rounds were all Do masters. Relying on his overwhelming cultivation, he swept right through them. The spots for the inner academy selection had been decided, and next up was the ranking battles. Those capable of competing in the ranking battles for the top 5 were essentially all great Do master level students. Han Chang's opponent for this round was a 3-star great Do master, Bai Chang. Junior Han Chang, I really didn't expect your talent to be so formidable that you could reach this point in your very first year. However, I won't just hand over a spot in the top 5. Bai Chang didn't dare offend this genius alchemist who had advanced from a complete novice to a tier 4 alchemist in under a year. However, this was a competition after all, and with so many people watching, he could only take it seriously. Senior Bai Chang, I also want to see my limits. Please guide me, Han Chang replied. Han Chang didn't treat Bai Chang as a villain just because he had opposed the protagonist in the original story. The man was being polite to him and clearly had no intention of making an enemy of him, so why bother? Bai Chang held a refined steel spear, while Han Chang was barehanded. It looked like Han Chang was at a disadvantage. However, as soon as they clashed, Bai Chang realized Han Chang was no ordinary alchemist. Although his combat experience wasn't particularly rich, Han Chang's reaction speed and his perception covering the entire arena made Bai Chang feel like all his moves were seen through. Under these circumstances, he would definitely lose a battle of attrition. He could only seek a swift conclusion, deciding the outcome with a single strike. However, almost every strike from Han Chang carried immense power. Given the gap in their strength, if Bai Chang didn't respond with all his might, he wouldn't even have the chance to gather power for a Do technique. In the end, under Han Chang's tactic of overwhelming strength where basic attacks felt like ultimate moves, Bai Chang surrendered in extreme frustration. After defeating Bai Chang, Han Chang secured a spot in the top 5. The weakest among the other 4 were 5-star great Do masters. Han Chang no longer had a significant cultivation advantage, but he still wanted to test his limits. While practical combat experience was important, it didn't completely dictate victory or defeat. Besides, Han Chang possessed a unique advantage. Perhaps because he had been in a state of time acceleration for so long, Han Chang was extremely sensitive to time, and his reaction speed far exceeded those of the same realm. To give an example, if a normal Great Do Master's reaction speed was 0.3 seconds, and a Genius Great Do Master's was 0.15 seconds, then Han Chang's reaction speed reached a terrifying 0.05 seconds. What was even more impressive was that his body could actually keep up with such a reaction speed. In addition, Han Chang had another trump card, the Feng Chuan Flame, which originated from the Wind Fire Profound Tiger, a peak rank 6 magic beast. Unfortunately, Han Chang ran into 6-star Great Do Master Lu Qing. That guy was Earth attributed and had practiced body refinement for years. Han Chang really couldn't beat him. To be precise, he couldn't break through his defense. The cultivation gap between the two wasn't large. Han Chang's method and Do techniques formed a set comparable to high tiers on class. However, Lu Qing's methods and Do techniques were premium among high tiers on class, and they appeared to be a complete set as well. Although Han Chang could take medicinal pills to wage a battle of attrition, defeating Lu Qing like that would be meaningless, so Han Chang ultimately chose to concede. However, anyone discerning knew that the two were evenly matched, and many even felt that Han Chang was the true victor. After all, how could a tier 4 alchemist lack pills to restore Do Qi? In the referee tribunal, several peak Do Huang powerhouses communicated via telepathy. Good grief, such a young 7-star Great Do Master with no instability in his Do Qi, able to fight that kid Lu Qing to a draw, and he's also a tier 4 alchemist. Old man Huo, you've hit the jackpot. Sigh, it's all thanks to Han Chang's own hard work. As his teacher, I've already gotten used to it. Fire Elder said with a face full of smiles. Having found such a genius disciple who could bring glory to his lineage, how could he not be thrilled? Hey, you old bastard, just keep gloating in secret. Hee, envy won't do you any good. He's my disciple. Though speaking of which, old man Huo, this kid Han Chang is still too honest. You need to teach him more in that regard. Without taking a single pill to replenish Do Qi, he surrendered on the grounds of exhausting his Do Qi. Vice Dean Hu Qian felt that Han Chang was simply too honest. Anyone else would have pulled out a handful of pills to fight a war of attrition with Lu Qing. True, but the kid has been in the academy for less than a year, and I haven't had time to teach him about the dark side of human nature. Fire Elder nodded helplessly. A disciple growing too fast had its downsides as well. The final battle of the inner academy selection competition began, Lu Qing versus Lin Shuya. The result was interesting. Lin Shuya won easily due to elemental counter, leaving Lu Qing to take second place. A few days later, Han Chang's group arrived at the Vice Dean's office. On the way, Lu Qing curiously asked about the sparring match between Han Chang and Lin Shuya. Lin Shuya said with a relieved look, if you and I had settled our match first and then I faced student Han Chang, the champion wouldn't be me. Indeed, Lin Shuya was hard countered by Han Chang and suffered a crushing defeat. The speed he took pride in couldn't escape Han Chang's perception at all, and the astonishing reaction speed led to him being thoroughly beaten into the ground by Han Chang. This triangle of mutual countering among the three was quite amusing. In fact, such occurrences were not uncommon on the Fighting Qi continent. When cultivation and Do techniques were roughly equal, elemental countering was truly fatal. Finally, following Vice Dean Hu Qian's footsteps, the five walked out of the secret passage and arrived in the valley where the scripture pavilion was located. Chapter 8 Entering the Inner Academy. Chapter 8 Entering the Inner Academy. Respectfully waiting for the two elders Qian Bai to open the spatial lock and keeping the Vice Dean's instructions in mind, the five of them walked into the scripture pavilion. After waiting for a while, streams of light of various colors flew towards the five of them. The other four kept jumping up and down, trying to grab something suitable for themselves, while only Han Chang stood in place without moving. With his soul power radiating and spreading throughout the entire room, Han Chang patiently waited for a treasure that could make his heart flutter. Half an hour passed, and the other four had all obtained their desired treasures, while only Han Chang was still standing in the same spot. Just as they were about to suggest that Han Chang might as well just take one to make do if nothing else worked, so as not to have made the trip for nothing, a crimson golden stream of light suddenly rushed out of the light barrier. Han Chang moved in that very instant, his hands wrapped in crimson flame force as he firmly grabbed it and crushed it in one go, leaving a crimson golden scroll in his hand. Mystic Class Advanced Body Tempering Technique, Nirvana Golden Body. The five of them tacitly refrained from asking what the others had obtained, and walked out of the scripture pavilion when the time was up. Returning to Vice Dean Hu Qian's office, Vice Dean Hu Qian looked at these five young men and knew that making them unite was a bit difficult, as they all had stubborn personalities that refused to admit defeat. So he didn't waste any breath. Once they got beaten up later, they would understand that unity is strength. Returning to his own room, Han Chang thought about it and did not rush to cultivate this technique, but instead began to write a letter. After deleting and editing, thinking that there was nothing missed, Han Chang copied it out again, took out 2 bottles of the Foundation Establishment elixir remaining from refining them for the Vice Dean's granddaughter, and sought out Instructor Ruo Lin. Instructor, when you go to Wudin City to recruit students next time, could you please give this letter and these 2 bottles of Foundation Establishment elixir to my sister? She is Yafei of the Miter Auction House. Ruo Lin asked with some confusion. Sister. MN, an adoptive sister. Although she is only an adoptive sister, in my heart, Sister Yafei is like my real sister. The techniques and dough techniques I currently use for cultivation were all given to me by Sister Yafei, and I will never forget this kindness. Alright, I certainly won't forget either. A trace of gratification flashed in Ruo Lin's eyes. This was her student. Not only was his alchemist talent and cultivation talent astonishing, but in terms of character, he was also a good person that people naturally wanted to get close to. Then I'll have to trouble Instructor. This is a Tier 3 Chi recovery pill. Please accept it, Instructor. You child, what do you take your instructor for? Do I need your medicinal pill for such a small matter? Ruo Lin feigned anger and scolded coquettishly. Hee, Instructor, just accept it. As an alchemist, I'm not short of this bottle of medicinal pill. Having a bottle of medicinal pill on you is always better than not having one, right? Han Chang smiled, stuffed the medicinal pill into Instructor Ruo Lin's hand, and turned to leave. Looking at Han Chang's retreating figure, a hint of regret appeared on Ruo Lin's face. Instructor, with that expression of yours, have you taken a fancy to some handsome guy? I don't know when, but Xiao Yu giggled as she came up from behind and hugged Ruo Lin's waist, making a racket together with several other female classmates. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The top 50 students of the Inner Academy selection match boarded the Griffin Beasts and flew towards the Inner Academy under the escort of several Dohuang experts. Unlike the Outer Academy, the Inner Academy hidden within the Magical Beast Mountain range was the true core of Jianan Academy. Furthermore, outside the Inner Academy, there was also a layer of spatial barrier that hid the existence of the Inner Academy to the maximum extent. The Fire Energy Hunting Match, a traditional event for new students entering the Inner Academy every year, was likewise unavoidable this year. After a brief introduction, the Fire Energy Hunting Match began. Although Han Chang knew the 2 elders, having been present when he became Fire Elder's disciple, Han Chang had no intention of taking the back door. According to normal circumstances, the strongest person guarding the final checkpoint should be a 1-star Doling. Isn't it just a 1-star Doling? Take him down. Not a single one of the top 5 people talked about cooperation. They had just checked. Those older students were actually lower in realm than them, with most being below 4-star Great Dough Master and only a few being 5-star Great Dough Masters. Facing this group of older students, although they couldn't necessarily beat all of them, they still had the confidence to escape. Watching the 4 people leave, Han Chang thought of the secret method his teacher had passed to him a few days ago, and he had an idea, perhaps he could counter-rob these older students. Thinking this, Han Chang's figure disappeared into the entrance of the woods. Forgive me, Senior, please hand over your fire energy. Thank you, Senior, you're welcome to come find me for pill refining in the future, oh. Senior has so much fire energy, thank you so much, hee. Relying on his excellent soul power perception, Han Chang transformed into an old fox specializing in backstabbing sneak attacks. Furthermore, after knocking down the older students, he would still say thank you to mess with their mentality, making quite a few older students grind their teeth in anger. However, this was a match, and a match had its rules. Those of them who were eliminated were not qualified to continue staying in this forest. It's getting tricky. With just me ambushing alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle these black teams. Han Chang did not lose his mindset because of the fire energy. The standard for them as new students to successfully pass this match was to walk out of this forest, not to eliminate these older students. If there was only the final black team blocking the way, Han Chang would naturally go all out and give it a try. But that wasn't the case. There was also a white team guarding the final checkpoint. If he exhausted himself fighting now, when he encountered the white team later, he wouldn't have much strength left. All the fire energy in his hands right now would be wasted for nothing, which wasn't worth it. With this thought, Han Chang silently turned and left, walking towards the checkpoint. Barely 200 days of fire energy, it seems these older students are really poor. Han Chang stroked the crystal card in his hand, looked at the white team standing outside the forest, and narrowed his eyes as he considered something. Looking at the white team, all 5 of whom also possess the ice attribute, Han Chang's expression looked somewhat unpleasant. In that case, I'll just have to rely on a burst of power. Originally, I wanted to have a real, head-on fight, but I don't want to end up like those few, getting beaten up and still having to hand over my fire energy. Secret method, burst. Han Chang formed a hand seal, and the light cyan flames within his body instantly burst open, elevating his aura from a 7-star Great Dough Master to the peak of a 9-star Great Dough Master. Feeling the burning pain of his body being scorched by the feng flame, Han Chang began his experiment. Following the circulation route of the Nirvana Golden Body tempering technique, he controlled these berserk flames just like he controlled the Crimson Flame Force. As expected, my conjecture is correct. After running through it once, a look of excitement flashed in Han Chang's eyes. However, he did not forget his current situation. He shoved a medicinal pill exuding a thick medicinal fragrance into his mouth and rushed out like a shooting star. The white team, who were waiting for a hair by the stump, were somewhat stunned at first when they saw this surging momentum. They hadn't expected someone to make an entrance in such a manner. With flames burning all over his body, is he really okay? As a true dueling expert, the leader of the white team quickly reacted. Leave him to me, step back. With the aura at the peak of a 9-star Great Dough Master, it was impossible for the other 4 besides him to stop it. Chapter 9, The Deterrence of a 5th Rank Alchemist. Chapter 9, The Deterrence of a 5th Rank Alchemist. The white team leader's body erupted with the powerful doji of a one-star Doling, and Han Chang did not hesitate to swallow the medicinal pill he had been holding under his tongue. The next second, the aura around Han Chang surged violently once more. In particular, his somewhat slender physical body abruptly grew taller by a few inches, giving off a ferocious feeling akin to a magical beast. Dragon Strength Pill. The two elders watching the battle from the peak of the mountain exclaimed in unison. They truly could not have imagined that Han Chang would be so willing to part with things. For just that bit of fire energy, he actually used a 5th rank pill, the Dragon Strength Pill. When he was slapped flying by a single palm strike from Han Chang, the white team leader already regretted stepping up. This brat's strikes were truly vicious. Are the effects of the Dragon Strength Pill I refined really this good? Han Chang noticed that the most formidable one-star Doling had been sent flying by a slap just like that, vomiting blood as he collapsed onto the ground, and he felt somewhat tempted. 2 minutes later, Han Chang gave the white team leader a depressed stare. You bastard, why didn't you say earlier that your doji hadn't recovered yet? But forget it, the Dragon Strength Pill was refined by Han Chang himself anyway, so using it was fine, he could just treat it as experiencing the medicinal effects. Moreover, Han Chang had gained more than 100 days of fire energy, so his mood was still quite good. After receiving the clearance reward, the Cyan Fire Crystal card, Han Chang looked at the dirt-smudged appearances of Lu Qing and Lin Shuya, feeling that consuming this Dragon Strength Pill wasn't a loss after all. Han Chang, that's a Dragon Strength Pill. Don't you feel any heartache at all? After arriving at their group of five's room, Lin Shuya, who was still only a great Dough Master at the moment, truly couldn't help asking regarding Han Chang's almost wasteful way of consumption. Lu Qing, Yan Hao, and the others also nodded. They were extremely envious of this way of consumption. Haha, it's alright, selling 1 pill is enough for me to eat 3, Han Chang laughed heartily. Question mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Damn, you've reached the 5th rank, the several of them exclaimed in unison, looking at Han Chang with irrepressible shock. To dare speak like that, only a 5th rank alchemist could give Han Chang such confidence. More or less, I only know how to make this one for now, I haven't learned other 5th rank pills yet. Han Chang swallowed an ice purity pill to alleviate the scorching heat left behind by the secret technique. To be able to refine a 5th rank pill, how can you still not be considered a 5th rank alchemist? However, seeing Han Chang gritting his teeth while healing his injuries, the others did not continue speaking and all prepared to go cultivate and enhance their strength. Han Chang woke up in a daze, discovering that it was already past 9 o'clock the next day. It was a commotion outside that had woken him up. Walking over to the second floor balcony, Han Chang realized it was just the old students bullying the new students' routine. All of you, shut up. Who told you to come collect protection fees? State your boss's name. I'd like to see whether a 5th rank alchemist isn't even regarded seriously by your boss. Han Chang flicked his finger, and a surge of force carrying the functuant flame flew past the ear of that 7-star Great Dough Master old student, causing his face to burn red. The old student raised his head, and upon seeing the functuant flame burning on Han Chang's hand, he hurriedly lowered his head. Apologies, I didn't know you were here. I'll leave right now. The old student did not hesitate, hurriedly turning around to leave. Are you kidding? Their own boss was only a 3-star Doling, otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to collecting protection fees from new students. If this were to anger this 5th rank alchemist, none of the powerhouses on the Inner Academy's strong ranking would be able to refuse such a young 5th rank alchemist. By then, if his own boss got beaten up, he probably wouldn't have an easy time either. Do not think that everyone in this world except the protagonist is a brainless NPC. Once you display a power that makes them feel awe, they will be very willing to show a friendly side. Alright, nothing's the matter anymore. Everyone disperse. Han Chang waved his hand, telling everyone to go back to their respective homes and find their respective mothers. The big shot had spoken, so everyone naturally dispersed. At this moment, the new students of the same cohort also realized just how high an alchemist's status truly was. Thanks, Han Chang, we really owe it to you this time, otherwise, we probably would have been in a lot of trouble. No need to be polite. At a glance, one can tell that the boss of that group of protection fee collecting old students isn't any formidable character. Even if you guys confronted him directly, you'd still be able to take him down. Han Chang was clear on these few people's strength. When facing low-star Dolings, they all possess the ability to fight. When facing the white team, if it weren't for them sending themselves over one by one in the same attribute amplification, it wouldn't have ended up like that. The few of them weren't pretentious people either. Saying more pretty words would be a waste of effort anyway. In the future if Han Chang had any matters, they would just step up and handle it. After Han Chang healed his injuries, he began his own research. This body refining technique, the Nirvana Golden Body, was only of the Zon class high tier, which wasn't very high. Moreover, its cultivation difficulty was somewhat high, requiring flames to continuously temper the physical body. The higher the grade of the flame, the better the effect. If it were a heavenly flame, it would be even better. However, the problem with this body refining technique lay right here. Anyone who understood the power of a heavenly flame knew just how terrifying it was. Using this technique for body refining was purely a 9 deaths in 1 life scenario. However, the benefits after success were naturally also immense, capable of not only enhancing one's physical body strength but also increasing one's flame affinity and raising cultivation speed. This was the origin of the name Nirvana Golden Body. It sounded very good, but there was a line of notes at the back. This technique has a low upper limit, at most comparable to the physical body of a tier 6 magical beast. It is advised to use beast fire for cultivation above all else, remember this. If there were only the single technique, Han Chang might have accepted this suggestion, but who told him to also possess the Crimson Flame formula? This gave him a bold idea. Using the Crimson Flame formula and the Nirvana Golden Body to complement each other, and given Han Chang's degree of mastery over the Crimson Flame force, he might be able to use flames to temper himself even more thoroughly, transforming into a special physique similar to a fire spirit body or the like. Of course, Han Chang certainly wouldn't start experimenting with such a hazardous sounding matter right now. After breaking through to Great Dough Master, he had unlocked 400,000 gold coins per year at a 16-fold speed, less than a month passing in reality equated to a year. Yet Han Chang still felt it wasn't enough. He planned to wait until he broke through to Do Wong before giving it a try. By then, it would be 1,600,000 gold coins per year at a 64-fold speed. 6 days would be a year. Coupled with his cheat allowing negative effects not to synchronize, Han Chang could boldly experiment at that time. As for right now, he should first compare whether it was more suitable to cultivate at 8-fold speed or 16-fold speed. Also, the 5th rank alchemist classes couldn't be left behind. 2 days later, Han Chang still decided to cultivate in the sky-burning chi refining tower at the more economical and affordable speed of 8-fold speed. Swallowing 400,000 gold coins in just over 20 days made Han Chang feel that he wasn't particularly rushed for the time being. More importantly, the consumption of that fire energy turned out to be the same as real time, making Han Chang somewhat embarrassed to fleece the academy's wool too harshly. However, regarding the 5th rank alchemist classes, Han Chang still gritted his teeth and smashed down 400,000 gold coins. He needed to learn more 5th rank pills and sell them to get more gold coins. After all, that 64-fold speed later on was a massive money eater. Fortunately, every single alchemist on the Fighting Chi continent was wealthy, especially starting from the 6th rank alchemist. Money was there and however much one wanted, preventing Han Chang from having to sponge off his elders. The life of studying and cultivation was dull, but for Han Chang, who had previously struggled and crawled just to make ends meet and preserve his little life, such a stable and fulfilling life made him incomparably satisfied. Chapter 10, 6-Star Do Wong. Chapter 10, 6-Star Do Wong. Enrollment for the new year at Jiannan Academy had begun, and at the same time, it was also the academy's vacation, or to be precise, the vacation for the students of the outer academy. The students of the inner academy wished they could live inside the sky-burning chi refining tower every day, provided they had enough fire energy. Especially half a month ago, when that 5th rank alchemist brought out more than 10 5th rank pills to hold a simple option inside the inner academy. Even the big shots in the top 10 of the strong ranking had very little fire energy left in their hands now, as they had been completely hollowed out by Master Han. There was even a big shot who almost sold themselves out for that dragon strength pill, showing just how fierce the competition was at that time. After all, that was a dragon strength pill, a 5th rank pill useful even to Do Wangs. Having one on your person was equivalent to having a trump card, the kind that could save your life at a critical moment. There was also the 5th rank chi repair pill for recovering Do Chi, which would still be useful even after becoming a Do Huang in the future. For a time, the wealthy fellows of the inner academy actively exchanged their wealth for 5th rank pills. After all, such a grand auction of 5th rank pills was the first of its kind in Jiannan Academy, who could resist it? Especially those senior students graduating this year, once they went out into the world, it would be difficult for them to even see a 5th rank alchemist, let alone speak to one and ask them to refine pills. Han Chang must have made a fortune from that auction, because he also started another auction among the elders. With another 12 5th rank pills, a total of 24 5th rank pills were all sold out on that day. No one would ever complain about having too many pills that provided rapid recovery and explosive power to turn the tables in adverse situations. Barring any accidents, the fire energy would be enough for Han Chang to cultivate until graduation. What made him even happier was the more than 7 million gold coins. This was the true foundation of his competence for preparing to go into seclusion this time. Seclusion. He must go into seclusion. Over the past few months, Han Chang had always been cultivating using his remaining time without spending too much gold, all for the sake of the upcoming seclusion. Regarding the seclusion, Han Chang had already told his teacher and acquaintances so that they wouldn't panic anxiously if they couldn't find him later. Peak 9-star Doling was Han Chang's current cultivation level. A peak Doling at just 16 years old, even among those ancient clans, he would be considered a top-tier genius. Breaking through to Do Wong was not a problem for Han Chang, especially after breaking through to Doling and unlocking the 32 times speed option. 12 days equaled 1 year, though the price wasn't very pretty, 80,000 gold coins for 12 days. With Han Chang's net worth, he could only support it a little over 9 times, amounting to less than 4 months. You get what you pay for. The green lotus core flame is currently the only heavenly flame I can obtain the moment I break through to Do Wong, so I must secure it. Money is time, let's do it. Han Chang couldn't easily touch a fallen heart flame inside the academy. Even knowing there was a smaller one, what if there wasn't? What if, due to some accident, the original descriptions were inaccurate? Was he supposed to uproot the academy's foundation? There was clearly a better choice like the green lotus core flame. With a newly formed green lotus core flame, wouldn't a Do Wang's cultivation be able to secure it with a 100% success rate? As for seizing it, hey, the green lotus core flame was a heavenly flame of heaven and earth, whoever obtained it first was its master. How could that be called seizing? Before breaking through to Do Wong, let's first fuse the crimson flame formula and the nirvana golden body together. I have a hunch that these two can complement each other and bring a qualitative leap to my strength. There might be some danger, but don't forget that under time acceleration, Han Chang could exempt all negative states while retaining beneficial ones. This was the foundation of his confidence to fight hard. Anyway, since he couldn't die, just get it done. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, damn it, although negative states aren't retained, constantly experiencing the feeling of self-detonation and death firsthand is not comfortable at all. Han Chang paused for a moment, but thinking of Hun Tiandi, that unstable time bomb 20 or 30 years later, he didn't dare to gamble. Power is always more reassuring when it's in one's own hands. With this thought in mind, Han Chang continued the fusion of the two cultivation methods. Anyway, it's not real death. Continue. For the students of the inner academy, 4 months was just a snap of the fingers. If only the fire energy on their cards had been a little, no, a lot more. On this day, a young student wearing the uniform walked out of the sky-burning chi refining tower. Taking a breath of fresh air that he hadn't breathed in for nearly 10 years, Han Chang instantly felt refreshed. Spreading pale cyan flame wings, the aura of a 6-star Do Wong was revealed without reservation. Flying freely in the sky and enjoying unprecedented freedom while letting the breeze caress his cheeks, Han Chang's original trace of depression was also swept away by the wind. Although he hadn't achieved his previous goal of raising the upper limit of the nirvana golden body, the two cultivation methods had successfully merged, and he cultivated both Do Chi and his physical body simultaneously. It was a profound class high-tier cultivation method. After Han Chang captured the green lotus core flame, under the amplification of the heavenly flame, it would not be inferior to some earth-class cultivation methods. Han Chang accelerated his flight and arrived at his teacher's residence. Without hiding his aura, Fire Elder naturally noticed the arrival of his disciple long ago. Good lad, if this old man hadn't sensed that your aura was formidable, I would have thought you used some means of forcing growth by pulling up the shoots. Looking at his disciple, Fire Elder felt it was utterly mind-boggling that in less than 4 months, he had broken through from peak 9-star Do Ling to a 6-star Do Wong. I don't know what happened either. Anyway, I just felt that cultivation became smoother and smoother, as if there were no bottlenecks at all. Han Chang glanced at the newly unlocked 64 times speed, feeling a pang of heartache, though he still wore a smile on his face. Teacher, I would like to ask for leave for a period of time. Very well. With your current cultivation, it is more than enough to go back and repay your kindness. Fire Elder was clear about Han Chang's matters and supported his disciple's idea. As the saying goes, no one wanted their family members or those close to them to be ungrateful ingrates. Alright, teacher, please take care. I should be able to return in half a year. Watching Han Chang's figure flying further and further away, Great Elder Su Jian's figure appeared beside Fire Elder. Sigh, if there weren't people from those factions in the outer academy, this old man would almost have thought this kid belonged to those factions. Is my disciple's talent inferior to those people you mentioned? Fire Elder expressed his dissatisfaction. His own disciple was the best, whether it was talent in being an alchemist or cultivation talent, he was the most perfect. Su Jian shook his head and said with some amazement, no, those people cannot compare to this disciple of yours. He is simply too talented. I really envy you. This disciple of yours is bound to achieve extraordinary things in the future. A 6-star Do Wong at 16 years old, do you understand what kind of significance that holds? Right, Great Elder, help me reserve a few sets of medicinal ingredients for the Doling pill and the Wangji pill. My disciple shouldn't be far from becoming a 6th-rank alchemist. Fire Elder suddenly remembered something and quickly looked at Su Jian. Su Jian also realized something, nodded, and quickly set off. Sigh, I just hope that little ancestor shows mercy with his words. Chapter 11, Misfortune Follows Extreme Joy. Chapter 11, Misfortune Follows Extreme Joy. Han Cheng set off alone, so he did not take a flying magical beast. A Do Huang expert in this northwest continent did not need to worry about being robbed. Unless a Do Huang expert waylaid and robbed him, but just how shameless would a Do Huang expert have to be to turn to banditry? Even a Do Huang expert is nothing to fear, based solely on this physical body's strength, going head-to-head with a tier 6 magical beast wouldn't put me at a disadvantage. Han Cheng's mood was somewhat excited, and his flying speed grew faster and faster. He was returning home in glory as well, although in the eyes of others, he had only been gone for less than a year and a half. For Han Cheng, more than a decade had already passed. The speed of a Do Huang expert was still very fast. Flying day and night for less than 10 days, he had returned within the borders of the Jama Empire. Stone Desert City, a small city on the border, where the strongest individual was no more than a great Do master. Although there were many such cities, with the speed of a Do Huang expert, finding it was merely a matter of spending a little effort. His powerful soul strength spread out overwhelmingly. He didn't know if it was because he had died so many times, but Han Cheng's soul strength had undergone a certain qualitative change. He felt that his soul strength should have reached the extreme of the mortal realm, touching upon a bit of the profound mystery of the spirit realm. Resting in Stone Desert City for 2 days, Han Cheng had already pinpointed the location of that intensely scorching aura. Now that his condition was pristine, it was time to collect the Green Lotus Core Flame. Crimson Flame Force had now almost become Han Cheng's bodily instinct, mastered to perfection. With a gentle stamp of his foot, this force, obeying Han Cheng's will, forcefully opened a passage leading underground. Although it was less than 3 meters wide, it was already enough. Hiss, hiss, hiss tilde. The two-headed fire spirit snake leapt out from the magma and launched an attack on Han Cheng. Unfortunately, Han Cheng's current memory was surprisingly good. Many things he couldn't recall before had been remembered, and he naturally wouldn't forget this tier 4 magical beast. An ordinary Do Huang in this environment might not necessarily be a match for this magical beast, but Han Cheng was no ordinary Do Huang. Relying on the advantages brought by his soul strength, Han Cheng locked onto it directly. With a flash of his figure, his physical body, comparable to a tier 6 magical beast, withstood the magma with ease, though he still couldn't hold out against it for long periods. But for Han Cheng, a short period of time was enough. 2 seconds later, Han Cheng cleaned the tier 4 fire attribute magical core in his hand and put it into his storage ring. Adjusting his state slightly, Han Cheng wrapped himself in the Fengchuan flame and dove headfirst into the magma. Fortunately, Buddy myself is an alchemist with powerful soul strength, a physical body comparable to a tier 6 magical beast, and I am also a Do Huang. If any of these were lacking, it would be much more troublesome. Han Cheng carefully dodged these magma undercurrents, feeling a wave of relief in his heart. This was essentially cheating. If he hadn't cheated and were just an ordinary Do Huang, he would likely have been exhausted significantly by the undercurrents before even seeing the cyan magma. It's almost time to rely on medicinal pills, come on. Han Cheng glanced at the 30 to 40 bottles of medicinal pills inside his storage ring, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. After more than half an hour, when Han Cheng saw that exquisitely beautiful cyan lotus, a surge of wild joy rose deep within his heart. Feeling the more than 30% Do Chi remaining in his body, Han Cheng wondered to himself, am I really this awesome? I found the target without eating a single medicinal pill. But upon second thought, it made sense. In the original work, Yao Lao purely relied on his own soul strength, although the bone-chilling flame ranked 11th on the strange fire ranking list, one still needed a physical body and Do Chi to unleash its true power. Furthermore, he still had to protect Xiaoyan. How could it be as simple as Han Cheng's situation? Although the Fengchuan flame was merely a beast fire from a tier 6 magical beast, with Han Cheng's Do Chi cultivation reinforcing it, the effect it displayed in this magma was completely no worse than the bone-chilling flame. After all, the temperature of the magma was right there. At the same time, Han Cheng had the advantage of information, knowing for sure that the Green Lotus Core Flame was down below. With a firm target, naturally his speed was faster and his consumption was less. More importantly, Han Cheng had Do Chi recovering medicinal pills as his backing, alongside a powerful physique, making it naturally much easier than being a soul body. Recalling the original text, Han Cheng followed the manual and successfully removed the cyan lotus platform. Looking at the cyan flame inside that had yet to give birth to spiritual intelligence, he breathed a sigh of relief. Eating 2 Chi cultivation pills, the Do Chi in his body recovered to a little over 90%. Holding the lotus platform, Han Cheng flew out of the magma. After flying out of the magma, Han Cheng ate another 2 medicinal pills. Only when the Do Chi in his body was about to fully recover did he leave this passage. Little darling, you are mine. While flying toward a desolate, uninhabited place, Han Cheng admired the Green Lotus Core Flame in his hand. Xiaoyan, oh Xiaoyan, don't blame me. I've left Queen Medusa for you, on the premise that you must help her evolve. Han Cheng felt he was truly too kind. If it were any other transmigrator, leaving behind a single female confidant for Xiaoyan would already be considered quite good. Unlike Han Cheng, up until now, he had never harbored lustful thoughts toward any woman. The Naoling technique, almost any ambitious alchemist will find a way to get some. The ancestors of my lineage passed down quite a bit. Just as Han Cheng was rejoicing that his lineage had a long-standing heritage, a sudden surge of alertness gripped his heart, and he hurriedly used his soul strength to scan his surroundings. 100 miles away behind him, a tyrannical aura was rapidly approaching Han Cheng. *T. Han Cheng's expression turned ashen. Is this what they call misfortune following extreme joy? With that kind of momentum, it was likely a 9-star Do Huang peak expert. And within this desert, apart from that Queen Medusa, who else would pursue him so relentlessly? A 6-star Do Huang could run themselves to death and still not outrun a peak Do Huang, unless they cultivated an earth-tier movement Do technique, but I haven't managed to get my hands on that kind of thing yet. Han Cheng felt bitter in his heart. This damn thing, going from a 1-star Do practitioner to his current 6-star Do Huang took only a little over a year, leaving his foundation far too shallow. Thus, Han Cheng decided not to run anymore. This is a desert, and the fire attribute energy is rich. This is a geographical advantage. I possess a physical body comparable to a tier 6 magical beast, and Medusa is a snake people, belonging to half human and half beast. In this aspect, I should have a 0.5 advantage. My soul strength far surpasses Medusa's. What she excels in is merely her Do Chi cultivation. Viewed this way, I win 2 to 1, the advantage is mine. Giving himself enough confidence in his heart, Han Cheng swallowed a Do Chi recovering pill, controlled the lotus platform with his soul strength, yet changed into the uniform of John Nan Academy. One's own family knows one's own affairs. Sometimes using mental victory methods on oneself is fine, but one cannot be too arrogant, otherwise disaster is certain. As Queen Medusa, wearing a veil, flew closer and saw Han Chang leisurely flapping his doji wings to hover in the air, with one hand behind his back and the other supporting the cyan lotus platform, while the green lotus core flame burned steadily within the platform. He possessed the demeanor of a grandmaster, if one ignored his overly youthful appearance. You're very afraid of me? Not afraid. Then why run? Quote. The faint smile on Han Chang's face stiffened for a moment, but fortunately, it was currently night. I subconsciously mistook Her Majesty for a female student chasing me inside Jianan Academy. As the personal disciple of Fire Elder from the Alchemist Department and the most outstanding student of Jianan Academy, I am frequently pursued by female students of the Academy, and it has already become a habit. His background had been reported. He hoped this Queen Medusa wasn't a blockhead who would directly attack and snatch it, otherwise, he would really have to fight for his life today. Chapter 12. Accepting the Invitation. Chapter 12. Accepting the Invitation. At this moment, facing Medusa head-on, who exuded a fierce aura and possessed a human upper body with a snake tail, Han Chang did not feel attracted by her exotic charm at all. His mind was entirely filled with thoughts of feigning composure and trying to save his own little life in the heavenly flame. In fact, Han Chang was already pondering in his heart whether he should temporarily put down the heavenly flame and return to Jianan Academy to fetch reinforcements. With his teacher's connections and Han Chang's potential, he was confident that he could invite at least 4 peak Do Huang experts and more than a dozen Do Wangs. He was not familiar with First Elder Su Qian. Ever since Han Chang entered the inner academy, he had been cultivating continuously and had not yet had the time to interact with the First Elder. Although a myriad of thoughts swirled within Han Chang's heart, on the surface, he remained neither humble nor pushy, brimming with confidence, which caused Medusa, the peak expert who shook the Jama Empire, to weigh the pros and cons for a moment. Jianan Academy was a true behemoth surrounding the Jama Empire, and being able to stand tall for many years in a place as chaotic as the Black Corner region, it was definitely not something to be trifled with. If it were just an ordinary student, that would be one thing, as Jianan Academy might not pursue the matter to the end for an ordinary student. However, this was the disciple of an alchemist elder, which was no different than poking a hornet's nest for Medusa. As a Do Huang expert, if Medusa had been alone, she could have simply killed Han Chang and left with the heavenly flame directly. However, she had the snake people tribe behind her, and the monk could run, but the temple couldn't run away. Such a young Do Huang must be highly valued. If I make a move and he somehow escapes, the snake people tribe might not be able to withstand the ensuing retaliation. Thinking up to this point, the aura around Medusa slowly calmed down, and her enchanting voice sounded, I wonder what this young alchemist lord is called. This voice made one's body go limp all over. If it were anyone else, hearing this voice would have caused them to lose their wits, but unfortunately, Han Chang was no ordinary person. Han Chang, the Chang of honesty, a tier 5 alchemist. Han Chang understood Medusa's intention. She did not want to resort to violence with him. Medusa's beautiful eyes widened by an imperceptible margin as she looked at Han Chang, the human youth, and her heart skipped a beat once again. So it is Master Han. I wonder if the heavenly flame in Master Han's hand can be lent to me for use. Lend it. Queen Medusa, are you sure that your snake people tribe wants to borrow a heavenly flame? Han Chang feigned ignorance. He wanted to see if Medusa had any sincerity. Not to mention laying everything out on the table, at the very least, she had to come up with a decent reason before there could be anything to talk about. Hearing Han Chang ask this, Medusa felt a wave of internal conflict. However, seeing the youth's tender and youthful face, she clenched her teeth and made up her mind. Master Han, my snake people tribe possesses a secret technique that allows us to undergo an evolution when reaching the peak of Do Huang. If the evolution is successful, I will be able to break through the Do Huang and become a Do Zong, and this heavenly flame is an indispensable item. I invite Master Han to be a guest of my snake people tribe for a month. If I succeed, I can unconditionally help you do one thing. If I fail, I can also guarantee that you can leave safely with the heavenly flame. During this period, the medicinal recipes and medicinal materials of the snake people tribe were at Master Han's disposal. Quote. Han Chang had not expected that the dignified queen of the snake people tribe and peak Do Huang expert would be so candid with him. Such conditions were already quite good, and Han Chang felt that if he still failed to know what's good for him under these circumstances, he was afraid he would truly face narrow escapes today. Since the other party had the strength to finish you off and was still giving you face, you better just accept it graciously. Very well, since Her Majesty the Queen is so candid, then I shall follow your lead as a guest. A smile appeared on Han Chang's face as he nodded and accepted Queen Medusa's invitation. The two of them flew one after the other towards the depths of the desert. Along the way, looking at the boundless yellow sand that stretched as far as the eye could see, Han Chang gained a bit of approval for this Medusa. She was a clan leader with a sense of responsibility and the courage to strive. Her Majesty the Queen, I also understand some information regarding your evolution using the heavenly flame. It is said that the success rate is very low. If you trust me, why not wait 2 years, and how about I refine a break sect pill for you? Facing Han Chang's suggestion, Medusa merely gave a deep look at this tender youth, shook her head, and said, I have stayed at the peak of Do Huang for too long. A Do Zong advanced through ordinary methods cannot give me the power I want. Is that so? I have learned much. Han Chang glanced at the tail with colorful scales behind Medusa, recalling the frantic pursuit of the transformation pill by magical beasts. Clearly, starting from the Do Zong, the cultivation speed of humans had far surpassed that of magical beasts. The snake people tribe was the same. If Medusa wanted to continue possessing powerful strength after reaching the Do Zong, she had to undergo evolution, break the shackles of her bloodline, and be able to transform into a human form. If she still maintained a half-human, half-snake appearance, her future cultivation speed would be very slow, and it was not impossible for young human experts to surpass her from behind. Given Medusa's competitive and strong personality, if she were to become mediocre, it would be better to just let her die outright. Sigh, every family has scriptures that are difficult to chant. Han Chang sighed inwardly, perhaps only those mindless beasts and plants could truly be carefree. The strong also have the troubles of the strong, and the rich have the troubles of the rich. However, compared to the troubles of ordinary people striving for food and warmth, the troubles of the first two could be said to be caused by their own greed. With the speed of Han Chang's 6-star Do Huang, covering 1,000 miles a day was nothing more than easy. There were also times for rest along the way. During that period, the conversation between the two was just some ordinary chatting and not too much was said. Han Chang did not ask how Medusa discovered him. Without needing to think, he knew that his actions were too conspicuous without any concealment at all. After all, the other party was already searching for the heavenly flame and was certainly quite sensitive to it. During these few days, the interactions between the two were considered rather pleasant, mainly because the academy life spoken of by Han Chang made Medusa yearn for it. Under Queen Medusa's invitation, after, voluntarily, coming to the holy city of the Snake People tribe, Han Chang received the highest standard of hospitality. The Queen's Imperial Guard became Han Chang's personal bodyguards, and Hua Xier, a Do Huang expert, became Han Chang's personal housekeeper. Seeing how obedient Hua Xier was to Medusa's commands, Han Chang also let out a sigh of relief in his heart. A Do Zong, perhaps I can add a bit more bargaining chips for her. Remembering those fellows in the Black Corner region, Han Cheng felt that he needed an assistant who could help deal with that trash. His teacher and the others represented the academy and could not take the initiative to attack, but Han Cheng was different, he was still a child. Han Cheng headed straight for the treasury where the Snake People tribe stored medicinal materials, and apart from the low-tier medicinal materials, he did not let a single other thing go. Seeing Han Cheng's actions, Hua Shier's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. However, thinking that this was an honored guest invited by Her Majesty the Queen, she still said nothing. Taking away another 1 million gold coins, Han Cheng asked for a place where he could quietly refine medicine. For 3 consecutive days, the medicinal fragrance permeated the entire holy city of the Snake People tribe, not only making the bodyguards convinced from the bottom of their hearts, but also making Queen Medusa somewhat glad about her previous decision. 2 days later, Queen Medusa looked at the medicinal pills in front of her and asked doubtfully, "What are these?" "For feeding pigs." Chapter 13. Going back on one's word. Chapter 13. Going back on one's word. Feed them to pigs. Medusa could hardly believe what Han Cheng had just said. These were top-tier 5th-grade pills, and if won by sheer quantity, even a Do Huang expert would be willing to make a move once, yet he actually wanted to feed them to pigs. Alchemists are truly extravagantly wealthy bastards. Union Omega Union. Jealousy flared fiercely inside Medusa's heart. Han Cheng acutely sensed Medusa's thoughts and couldn't help but be amused yet exasperated. This one restores Do Qi, this one treats internal and external injuries, this one recovers soul power, and those over there are pills I researched specifically to provide energy. After listening to Han Cheng's introduction, Medusa slowly realized and looked at Han Cheng in disbelief. These are for me. Oh my god, since when did an alchemist turn into a philanthropist? This couldn't be blamed on Medusa for not thinking of it, because alchemists on the Fighting Chi continent basically use pills as bargaining chips for trade. How could they ever give them away for free? Feeding them to pigs sounded much more believable. I just want to make myself a bit safer. A living Queen Medusa who has become a Dozong is much more beneficial to me. Many thanks, Master Han. I will remember this favor. Medusa accepted Han Cheng's explanation. Regardless of anything else, this was indeed a huge favor, especially for the Snake People tribe, which lacked an alchemist. Just lending a hand, no need to thank me too much. Just don't decline when you help out a few years later. Han Cheng turned and left, preparing to break through to become a 6th-rank alchemist. Logically speaking, with his current soul power, he had a fairly high success rate for anything below an 8th-grade pill. Only, after all, this was a 6th-grade pill. Unlike before where he had a teacher to guide him through the basics, this 6th-grade pill relied entirely on his own exploration. Hopefully, that 1 million gold coins would be enough. More than half a month later, looking at the terrifying purple light barrier and Queen Medusa's painful roars, Han Cheng, like half the city's snake people, walked out the door and looked in that direction. Quite a few powerful experts of the Snake People tribe wanted to approach, but they were blocked outside by the purple light barrier. Han Cheng helplessly shook his head. Outsiders couldn't help with this kind of matter. Master Han, Her Majesty the Queen will definitely succeed, right? Hua Shier, who was tasked with guarding Han Cheng's safety, stared fixedly in the direction where Queen Medusa was evolving, while asking this human, Han Cheng. Han Cheng naturally understood this kind of plot. TV dramas had already taught him. Right now, he didn't need to sweet-talk Hua Shier. As long as he gave her a solid shoulder and a definite answer, she would be completely won over. Unfortunately, Han Cheng didn't want to use methods that abandoned his own bottom line when unnecessary. I think the best thing you should do right now is drive those people away and go personally welcome Medusa. That's what will set people's minds at ease the most. Master, the Queen personally gave instructions regarding your safety. Rest assured, these fellows also know that I am a genuine alchemist, and protecting my safety with them is enough. Han Cheng pointed at the Imperial guards nearby. He was also a 6-star Do Huang. If it weren't for the invitation from Queen Medusa, a peak Do Huang expert, if it were any lower tier Do Huang, he would have run away long ago. A thunderclap suddenly erupted, and lightning struck accurately toward Queen Medusa. Fortunately, it was only once. A few minutes later, an ancient, mighty aura quickly swept across the entire city, then retracted like lightning. Feeling the aura that uniquely belonged to Queen Medusa, the snake people throughout the entire city let out joyful cheers. A flash of 7-colored light streaked across the sky, and Queen Medusa's figure stepping upon empty air flashed across the palace sky and vanished. Han Cheng followed Hua Shier to the palace. He was very curious about what Queen Medusa looked like now that she had legs. As soon as they arrived in the palace, Medusa had Hua Shier dismiss everyone else while Han Cheng stayed behind. Queen, since your evolution has succeeded, can I take the green lotus core flame away now? Han Cheng looked at the cyan flame upon the lotus dais beside Queen Medusa. My little darling must be exhausted, right? It was all because he was too weak to protect his little darling well. Seeing that Han Cheng was still obsessing over his heavenly flame, Medusa made her decision. After all, her time was running out. Master Han, I have one more matter to trouble you with. Please be sure to agree. What is it? Han Cheng made up his mind inside. If this Queen Medusa dared to go back on her word, he would definitely wipe out this snake people tribe, leaving not a single chicken or dog alive. He just didn't like breaking his own baseline rules, but for those vile fellows, his baseline wasn't entirely unbreakable. Although my evolution was successful, there's still a slight problem. There is a newborn soul inside this body of mine, and I need Master to help me. Medusa pointed to her head and pleaded somewhat helplessly. Oh, so it's about this matter. I thought it was. The murderous intent in Han Cheng's heart dissipated into nothingness as he began to weigh the pros and cons. While thinking, Han Cheng also said helplessly, how am I supposed to help you? I don't carry a pill formula that can solve your soul problem right now. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook a meal without rice. I believe that with Master's ability, you will definitely find a way. Medusa felt that a genius as young as him must have access to far more than a queen of the snake people tribe from a remote place like hers. You certainly recognize a hero when you see one. No problem, I agree. Then the green lotus core flame. Alright, then for this period of time, I will act as Master's personal bodyguard. Han Cheng couldn't understand. The secret on him was much bigger than the soul body of a grade 8 alchemist. He really didn't want an extra person sticking to him. Is Her Majesty the Queen certain? Aren't you afraid that I'll be struck by lust upon seeing beauty and do something bad to you? Saying this, Han Cheng crooked his mouth and stuck out his tongue to lick his lips. Medusa shook her head. I believe Master is not that kind of person. Saying this, Medusa sent the green lotus core flame along with the lotus dais in front of Han Cheng. Watching Han Cheng hug the lotus dais, looking like he was about to use his mouth to kiss the green lotus core flame, Medusa thought to herself, up until now, you haven't looked at me for more than 10 seconds, keeping your eyes glued to that lousy fire the whole time. You and your lust at the sight of beauty. Alright, but if you're going to follow me, you must remember not to look at what shouldn't be looked at. I hope the two of us can mutually respect each other. It's a deal. After speaking, Medusa summoned Hua Shier inside. Hua Shier, this king previously made a promise regarding borrowing Master Han's green lotus core flame. Over the next few years, I will follow Master Han. As for the matters within the tribe, let the 8 great commanders handle them as they see fit. Hua Shi'er glanced at Han Chang, who was holding the green lotus core flame beside them, and respectfully nodded. Yes, Your Majesty the Queen. A few minutes later, led by Medusa, Han Chang arrived at the secret ground where she had just evolved. With the help of this massive ice spirit cold spring, he prepared to devour the green lotus core flame. My little darling, you surely want to merge into one with me as well, right? Chapter 14, Green Lotus, Asking the Heart. Chapter 14, Green Lotus, Asking the Heart. The green lotus core flame could not speak because it possessed no intelligence at all. Having been born only recently, the green lotus core flame treated Han Chang the same as anyone else and did not coddle him in the slightest. Even though Han Chang held it in his arms and affectionately called it his little darling one breath after another. What a pity, if I waited until breaking through to the Do Huang realm and took a Wang Ji pill to temper my body, my chances would be even greater. But by that time, it's hard to say whose this heavenly flame would even be. Without hesitation, Han Chang directly began the simulation. Nonsense, having a cheat and not using it meant there was something wrong with your brain. Come on, this is an experiment I've long wanted to try. Han Chang turned on 16 times speed and simulated devouring the green lotus core flame. The first time, failure. It was definitely a failure because Han Chang was not busy devouring the green lotus core flame yet. Instead, he prepared to use the traits of his golden finger to let the green lotus core flame burn him completely, inside and out. In fact, from the moment he obtained the Nirvana golden body, a crazy idea had popped into Han Chang's mind. If he was burned by the heavenly flame many times, could he transform into an acquired special fire constitution? Even if he reached a certain limit, could he transform into an alternative type of heavenly flame? Even if he failed, his physical cultivation would still increase by a huge margin, so he completely wouldn't lose out, right? With the golden finger present, directly exempting negative effects and stacking positive ones, Han Chang naturally would not let go of this rare opportunity. After sitting quietly for 2 days, being burned for a month, and repeatedly burning hundreds to thousands of times, Han Chang finally began simulating the devouring of the heavenly flame. Is this what it feels like to be completely burned by a heavenly flame? It is truly a wonderful feeling. It seems like the green lotus core flame and I, my little darling, we seem to have melted into one, ha ha ha. A few minutes later, Han Chang ended the simulation, grabbed the origin flame seed of the green lotus core flame, and swallowed it. Feeling the scorching heat of the concentrated volcanic magma flowing inside his body, Han Chang's body was trembling with excitement. Fear. No, it was desire. Ah, what a wonderful taste, ha 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 ha. Without using a spirit accumulation box, he simply let the green lotus core flame fill his body. How could the ultimate pain not also be a kind of exhilaration? Feeling the green lotus core flame perfectly merge into one with him, Han Chang unreservedly let out an almost crazy laughter. His robust body was exposed to the air, with cyan energy spiderwebs resembling magma spreading all over his upper and lower body. Between his eyebrows was a green lotus mark, and within his black eyes, green lotuses faintly emerged. Between breaths, the air was scorched and distorted, his breathing sounded like a volcanic eruption, and his long hair, dyed cyan, shot straight up into the clouds. With every gesture, he tore through the void. Dozong, as expected of my little darling Tilda. With a movement of Han Chang's mind, his fingers formed a seal, and the green lotus core flame became as controllable as his own fingers and arms, just like a part of his body. The cyan line slowly hid within his body, scorching every cell inside and continuously strengthening them. Withdraw. A classical cyan long robe covered Han Chang's still somewhat frail body, and his long hair once again fell down under the effect of gravity. Han Chang felt the condition of his body and nodded with satisfaction, but when he saw his fleshless body, he imperceptibly frowned. I need to eat more meat. This time when I go back, I'll let Sister Yafei make me a few more delicious things. Putting away the lotus dais, Han Chang left this secret place. Only 2 days later, when seeing Han Chang again, Medusa actually felt a sense of profundity and weight from him. Congratulations, Master. It seems Master's gains are not small. It's alright, my luck is pretty good. Are we leaving now? Han Chang had enhanced his soul power just a tiny bit more, and he sensed that Medusa's soul power was about to reach its limit. As her voice fell, Medusa grabbed Han Chang's shoulders and took him away from the city. As soon as they left the city, Han Chang understood why Medusa was in such a hurry to leave with him. Feeding the little white snake a medicinal pill, Han Chang approached the direction of the Jama Empire. In the desert, Han Chang was walking step by step through the desert without flying. Because he discovered that he seemed to be getting carried away. Having merely attained the power of the Dozong level, he actually thought he was the ruler of the Jama Empire. How laughable. The geniuses on the fighting Qi continent were as numerous as crucian carp crossing a river, and he, Han Chang, had only reached his current level because he had a golden finger. What was there to be proud of? Han Chang, are you really this arrogant and conceited? What kind of thing were you? Besides being a Dowang, having a physical body comparable to a tier 7 magical beast, soul power at the half-step spirit realm, and holding the green lotus core flame, what else were you? Youthful temperament, ridiculous, do you want to let yourself enjoy life for a few more centuries? How great would that be? Getting slapped to death by Hun Tiandi right in the middle of a dazed, drunken dream, would that feel good or not? Constantly admonishing himself and reflecting 30 times a day, walking down to earth step by step in the desert for 7 days and 7 nights, those proud and indulgent thoughts in Han Chang's heart were left behind in that endless desert the moment he spread his fighting Qi wings. Within his black eyes, calmness and rationality returned once more, and cyan wings belonging solely to the green lotus core flame streaked across the sky. Hi Bodong, I believe Xiao Yan will not disappoint you. With Medusa by my side right now, excessively prophetic actions should be avoided unless necessary. Do Huang level power is not a necessity for me. Once I use the reserve medicinal herbs of these major forces in the Jama Empire to improve my alchemy skills, I should be able to refine break sect pills after returning to the academy. By then, I won't lack Dozong level power either. After pondering for a moment, Han Chang decided to fly directly across the magical beast mountain range and return to Wudin City to see Sister Yafei. After resupplying some materials in the city along the way, Han Chang fed the little white snake in his sleeve an energy medicinal pill, allowing it to continue sleeping. Magical beast mountain range. The female Do Huang who was confronting the amethyst winged lion king saw a young human Do Huang expert fly past. Her figure flickered, and she blocked that person's path. This little brother, could you do me a favor? I can use a volume of movement Do technique in the fire attribute cultivation method as remuneration. Suddenly being stopped, Han Chang's black eyes looked up and down at the woman blocking his way, and he shook his head. Not interested, I still have things to do. While speaking, his gaze looked down toward the magical beast mountain range below, and with a flash of his figure, he put some distance between himself and this woman who should be Yun Yun. Watching the retreating back of that young Do Huang, Yun Yun felt a bit strange. Which faction's genius is this again? He is truly young, but it's a pity he is not very easy to talk to. A helpless Yunyun could only turn around and deal with the amethyst-winged Lion King alone. After all, this concerned her disciple's cultivation, so she could not easily give up. Deep within the magical beast forest below, Xiaoyan, who was watching all this from the darkness, felt a surge of envy. A true man should be like this. What a terrifying little fellow. Being so young, even those people probably couldn't compare, right? Today's youngsters are truly more terrifying than the last. Yao Lao sighed inwardly. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now and increased the power hiding his aura, he probably would have been discovered. Chapter 15 Return of the King. Chapter 15 Return of the King. Outside the Mitre auction house in Wudin City. Upon learning that elder sister Yafei had returned to the capital's headquarters to serve as the acting supervisory elder due to her good performance over the past period, Han Cheng did not linger and flew straight toward the capital. Although Han Cheng considered himself not to feel ashamed of his past humility, he did not feel there was anything worth missing in this place. When it rained or snowed, damn it, he couldn't sleep all day and night, and at his most difficult times, he went hungry 8 meals in 3 days. What the hell was there to reminisce about? Anyway, Han Cheng at this moment had no mood to reminisce about those days of starvation in the past, perhaps his state of mind was not yet there. He. Seeing the Dowang expert stay in Wudin City for a period of time, the Xiao family, as the uncrowned kings of Wudin City, naturally had to come and inquire. Unfortunately, the newly arrived deacon had no idea of the reason, only knowing that this young Dowang expert was looking for Yafei, and inwardly marveling that Yafei's beauty could actually charm a Dowang expert. The capital. With a firm goal, Han Cheng did not delay time. For a Dowang expert, a distance of over 1,000 miles was merely a little over an hour of full-speed flight. However, as he got closer and closer to the capital and could already vaguely see the shadow of the Jama Empire's capital, Han Cheng unconsciously slowed down. Is this the capital of the Jama Empire? The place that my parents, who were killed by magical beasts, always yearned for. Although the capital was important, flying was not prohibited. After all, the weakest person capable of flying was at least a Doling expert. When would experts ever be bound by rules? Using a gold coin to inquire about the location of the Mitre auction house headquarters, Han Cheng flew over amidst the awe-filled gazes of the soldiers at the city gate. As the largest commercial giant in the entire Jama Empire, the headquarters of the Mitre auction house was even more bustling, and the flow of people could completely be described as an endless stream. Ordinary people would have to spend a lot of effort just to squeeze in, and among them, there were quite a few pickpockets fishing in troubled waters. However, Han Cheng was not an ordinary person, nor did he need to hide his strength, and his return this time was to back up elder sister Yafei. Therefore, he simply flew over with doji wings, his powerful aura causing these people to, voluntarily, make a wide path. Have Yafei from your place come out. The aura of the Dowang expert made the entire Mitre auction house fall into a dead silence. No one dared to speak loudly, fearing that they would anger this young Dowang expert. Many people thought that this expert had come to snatch someone away. After all, Yafei's beauty was also renowned throughout the capital, and many people wanted to pluck this exquisitely beautiful rose. Only, judging from the present situation, they had no hope. Fighting over a woman with a Dowang expert, well, forget it. When life encountered danger, desires and whatnot appeared to be not so important anymore. Amidst the gazes of men bidding farewell to their love, women wishing they could replace her, and rejoicing that vixen had finally been claimed by someone, Yafei's heart-stirring figure finally appeared. Respected Dowang expert, I wonder what you were looking for Yafei for. Yafei first bowed, and just as she was about to continue speaking, she suddenly discovered that the person had actually arrived right in front of her, and seemed somewhat familiar. You are, little brother Han Cheng. Elder sister Yafei, it's me, Han Cheng. I thought you had forgotten about me. Han Cheng laughed and pulled Yafei into a hug. Yafei raised her head in disbelief, looking at this younger brother who was taller than her, her eyes widening, appearing somewhat cute for a moment. It's only been a year and a half, right, and you've gone from a one-star Do practitioner to a Dowang. Little brother Han Cheng, you didn't take some crooked path, did you? Of course not. Elder sister Yafei has a discerning eye for talent. My talent was completely unleashed at Jianan Academy. I accidentally broke through to Dowang. Seeing Han Cheng say this, Yafei also breathed a sigh of relief, pleasantly looking over this confident big boy. Let's go, come inside the room with sister to talk. Yafei also noticed that this was not a place to talk, with thousands of eyes watching. Seeing Han Cheng being pulled away just like that by Yafei, the originally silent hall instantly exploded into an uproar. Everyone ran to spread the word, and for a time, people coming to buy things didn't even need to squeeze anymore. Arriving at Yafei's own room, which looked quite spacious, Han Cheng couldn't help smiling and saying, Elder sister Yafei, you're living quite a good life, aren't you? You must be among the upper echelon in the middle family by now. What upper echelon? Little brother is just teasing sister. In this world, without strength, no matter how great the power is, it's illusory. Yafei gently tapped Han Cheng's head with her slender, jade-like finger, feeling somewhat helpless. Then congratulations, sister. Starting today, sister's power will turn from illusory into reality. Han Cheng smiled, and then said with a serious expression, starting today, I am sister's own younger brother. With me, a Dowang expert, as well as a 6th-rank alchemist backing sister up, I suppose no one in this Jama Empire should be able to bully sister anymore. Yafei's head was somewhat dazed for a moment, and she couldn't even stand steadily. Fortunately, Han Cheng was quick-eyed and nimble-handed, pulling her into an embrace. Elder sister Yafei, what's wrong with you? Am I not dreaming? Pinching her own arm fiercely, Yafei widened her eyes in pain. Little brother, you just said you were a 6th-rank alchemist. To be precise, I should be a 5th-rank alchemist. However, after advancing to Dowang, I have the confidence to refine some of the lower difficulty 6th-rank pills. With the help of the Heavenly Flame, I also have the confidence to try the Wangji pill. Han Cheng actually wanted to mention the Break-Sec pill, because with his current soul power, even refining 7th-rank advanced pills had a high degree of certainty. But to be safe, it was better to take it step by step. However, even so, it was more than enough in the Jama Empire. One must know that even Pilking Ji who was renowned throughout the Jama Empire, was now only a low-level 6th-rank alchemist, and his success rate in refining the Doling pill was not high. The evaluation given by Yao Lao in the original work clearly showed great contempt for this behavior of piling up medicinal ingredients in terms of quantity. Little brother, Yafei felt very strange at this moment. Clearly this was the younger brother she had invested in, but now the achievements he had attained were so great that for a moment she actually didn't dare to accept Han Cheng's repayment. Sister, no matter how your younger brother turns out, you are always my sister. Han Cheng administered a Qingqing pill to Yafei to calm her mind. Fortunately, Yafei's profession made her tolerance relatively strong, and after a quarter of an hour, she recovered. A knock on the door sounded, and Han Cheng's soul power had already perceived who the visitor was. Patriarch of the middle family, Mitre Tengchen. Han Cheng, elder sister Yafei's own younger brother. Han Cheng emphatically introduced his identity, and Yafei walked over at the appropriate time. Oh, so it's a family. That's great, that's great. Why don't we eat and chat at the same time? This old man has already had people prepare a table of fine food and wine. Miter Tengchen was also a wonderful person, narrowing his eyes as he spoke big truths. At the dining table, after Miter Tengchen learned of the relationship between the brother and sister Yafei and Han Chang, he was so happy that the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed down. Whether you are real siblings or lovers, as long as it is the strength of our middle family, it doesn't matter anymore. Chapter 16, 6th rank. Chapter 16, 6th rank. In the clear pool measuring 100 meters across, dozens of koi fish were swimming joyfully. A breeze rustled the serene bamboo forest, and Han Chang, who had been sitting quietly inside for several hours, finally made a move. The green lotus core flame had already fused with Han Chang, and controlling it could be said to hold no difficulty at all. Having easily completed the refinement of the medicinal herbs, Han Chang once again sighed in his heart at the prowess of his little darling. No wonder heavenly flames became the dream flame of countless alchemists. Looking at the colorful medicinal liquid essence churning within the green lotus core flame, Han Chang smiled slightly. Very good, just like the simulation, everything was going smoothly. Half a day passed. Within Han Chang's perception, the bumpy prototype of the medicinal pill inside the medicine cauldron had already begun to emit a rich medicinal fragrance. As it was continuously roasted by the green lotus core flame, the originally bumpy pill began to become rounded. Light cyan light condensed. At the final moment when the pill was refined, a powerful energy fluctuation erupted, continuously striking the medicine cauldron and producing a crisp, bell-like sound. Grabbing the medicinal pill that wanted to escape in one go, Han Chang glanced at the medicine cauldron and nodded. Not bad, the middle family's collection is indeed not something ordinary people can compare to. As long as it is not refining a 7th rank high-grade medicinal pill, it should be enough to use for a long time. Han Feng's myriad beast cauldron is not bad. After I graduate, when I purge the Black Corner region, I will conveniently take him along, and by then it will be mine. Feeling that his soul power was still abundant, Han Chang did not hesitate and continued to refine the Doling pill. 5 days later, Han Chang, who had put away the 3rd Wangji pill, rubbed his slightly dizzy head and packed away the medicine cauldron. Looking at his harvests over these 5 days, 3 Wangji pills and 8 Doling pills, Han Chang was fairly satisfied with his performance. 2 portions of medicinal herbs had been burned during this period, but this was also a completely normal matter. Even though Han Chang could simulate it, it was impossible to ensure success every single time. After all, he was a human, not a machine. Like right now, out of 13 portions of medicinal herbs, 2 being ruined was completely within an acceptable range. With the moon high in the center of the sky, Han Chang turned and walked into the bamboo building. Just as he wanted to lie down, he suddenly remembered something and hurried over to the bamboo building 100 meters away. Just as he walked through the door, what Han Chang saw was not that little white snake, but a pair of long, white, jade-like legs. Queen Medusa, I am truly sorry, the feeling suddenly came to me for a moment, and I forgot to feed it. Worried that the little white snake would cause trouble, Han Chang had placed it inside the small bamboo building. It's fine, it's not hungry yet. You fed it too many energy medicinal pills earlier, and now it's full and sleeping. Medusa shook her head and explained, I just wanted to come out to get some fresh air, don't mind me. Very well, Queen, make yourself at home, just don't hurt my sister. Han Chang turned and left the bamboo building, returning to his own bed to fall into a deep sleep. Medusa walked up to Han Chang's window and looked at the fellow on the bed without the slightest defense. Then, she turned and walked over to the edge of the pond, brought over a fishing rod from somewhere, and began to fish. Early the next morning, at the time of sunrise, Han Chang was suddenly struck by a whim and appeared on the roof. A pair of eyes flickering with cyan flames carefully watched the rising of that great sun. Medusa curiously watched Han Chang's strange action and also tried watching the sunrise for a while, but ended up feeling that it had no use. She felt somewhat awkward in her heart, thinking that a proud son of heaven like this would have some unique aspect to his cultivation method. The sun completely rose, and Han Chang hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Although with his current strength, he wouldn't go blind, for now, he still did not have the ability to pierce through that dazzling light and gaze directly at the sun's core. It is known that the sun in my past life was just an ordinary star, and its principle is continuous nuclear fusion. Then what about the sun in this fantasy world? Can it also be explained by the same theory? If I watch the sunrise like this every day, is it possible to comprehend something from it? Let's give it a try, anyway there's no loss. At worst, I'll just take more afternoon naps to make up for it. Han Chang moved his body, refreshed himself with clear water, and then looked at Queen Medusa and asked. Today I plan to go to the Alchemist Guild to see if there's any pill formula suitable for your situation. Are you going like this or how? You go ahead, anyway I don't understand those things. Medusa shook her head, not knowing whether she wanted to ease the awkwardness from just now. Alright, Han Chang spread his wings and landed directly on the top floor of the Miter auction house. Yafei looked at Han Chang entering through the window and said with amused laughter, little brother, if you come in like this, anyone who doesn't know would think your elder sister is colluding with a lover. Oh, then I'll pay attention next time. Han Chang took out 2 small jade bottles and said, one of these 2 Doling pills is for Patriarch Tengchen, and the other is for elder sister Yafei to auction. Consider it as solidifying elder sister's position here. Little brother, did you really succeed? That's wonderful. Yeah, elder sister, arrange these matters, and then come with me to the Alchemist Guild to be certified as a 6th rank alchemist. Han Chang had calculated that he could not stay in the Jama Empire for long. After graduating from the academy, he would go to the Central Plains. Before leaving the Jama Empire, he wanted to keep a high profile as much as possible, letting everyone realize that elder sister Yafei had an extremely young 6th rank alchemist backing her up. Whoever wanted to touch this woman would have to consider whether it was worth offending a 6th rank alchemist for her sake. As for acting cool, showing off in front of the protagonist, Han Chang did not have that frame of mind at the moment. Raising his own strength as soon as possible and gathering more gold coins for cultivation was the real business. If only Hun Tiandi's methods were a bit more normal and not so bloody, Han Chang wouldn't have been so anxious otherwise. Damn it, Hun Tiandi. Han Chang cursed Hun Tiandi to high heaven in his heart. You deserve to be a villain, what kind of indiscriminate slaughter are you pulling? Half an hour later, Han Chang, hand in hand with Yafei, arrived at the Alchemist Guild. Seeing the 5th rank alchemist badge worn on Han Chang's chest, his arrival naturally drew the Alchemist Guild's attention. In the Jama Empire, 4th rank alchemists could be counted on one's fingers, let alone such a young 5th rank alchemist. Soon, Alchemist Guild President Fama came over. Old man Fama, I wonder what your little friend's honored name is. Han Chang, here to be certified as a 6th rank alchemist. Han Chang stated his purpose. Along the way, I would like to trade for some pill formulas that I do not have. Would the president be willing? 6th rank alchemist. Fama widened his eyes, looking in disbelief at the young boy, Han Chang. Until he personally saw the Wangji pill taken out by Han Chang, as well as the aura on the medicinal pill that was identical to the green lotus core flame in Han Chang's hand, Fama had to recognize reality. Is this what a genius is? Little friend, please wait a moment. Your identity as a 6th rank alchemist is definitely true. Fama looked at Han Chang, still in a daze. A few minutes later, amidst a commotion among the attendants, the guild spill formula catalog and the badge symbolizing the identity of a 6th rank alchemist were brought before Han Chang. I wonder if the little friend would be willing to hold the position of honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild. Chapter 17, Spiritual Realm. Chapter 17, Spiritual Realm. Watching Han Chang checking off the medicinal formulas, Fama asked tentatively. An honorary elder, a nominal title is fine, but as for managing things, let Sister Yafei take my place. After graduating from Jianan Academy, I am going to the Pill Tower in Zhongzhou, and I won't be in the Jiama Empire for a long time. Han Chang quickly finished reading through the catalog of medicinal formulas, weighed his words, and stated his future plans. It had to be said that as the Alchemist Guild of a country, it still had quite a few good things. Aside from the wrongling pill that appeared in the original work, there were also a few quite interesting medicinal formulas, and Han Chang prepared to exchange for all of them. The Alchemist Guild should have backups of the 5 volumes of medicinal formulas, and Han Chang pondered what price to use for the exchange. No problem, as long as little friend is willing to hold a nominal title, that's enough. From now on, Miss Yafei will be the most distinguished person in our Alchemist Guild. If anyone is unfavorable to Miss Yafei, it will be making an enemy of the entire Alchemist Guild. It had to be said that when Fama saw sufficient benefits, he still had quite a bit of courage to make a decision. Then thank you, Senior. Thank you for your trust, President. Yafei is deeply honored. Half an hour later, at the cost of 2 doling pills, Han Chang exchanged for 5 6th rank medicinal formulas and all the medicinal ingredients for the wrongling pill within the Alchemist Guild. He had already gathered 1/3 of them. If he collected medicinal ingredients again in the identity of a 6th rank alchemist, Han Chang believed that no matter how hard it was to find the ingredients needed for the wrongling pill, gathering a set of 6th rank medicinal ingredients by combining the collections of various major forces in an empire would not be a problem. If Han Chang was willing to spend a bit more time, medicinal ingredients from the surrounding few empires could also be sent over. This was the powerful influence of a 6th rank alchemist in this northwest continent. A 6th rank alchemist, even within the major forces of Zhongzhou, was considered middle to upper class. Han Chang was pondering, when he went to Zhongzhou, if he gave Medusa enough cultivation resources, what realm could she reach? Could she reach Dozun? If she could break through to Dozun, then Han Chang would have confidence when going to Zhongzhou. Judging from the original work, Medusa, who possessed the bloodline of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, had an astonishing cultivation speed. Even Xiaoyan, who devoured heavenly flames, wouldn't be able to match Medusa if he didn't enter the heavenly tomb to cultivate. This was still on the premise that Medusa hadn't cultivated much ever since her evolution. Han Chang felt that he could give it a try. A Dozun expert could ensure that he could walk upright and have sufficient confidence when traveling in Zhongzhou. Otherwise, in case some conflict occurred and he was hunted down in a disheveled state, Han Chang definitely didn't want that. Thinking of this, Han Chang recalled Yao Tianmo, who was sending out distress signals in the magma, as well as Demon Flame Valley, which was already in his purge plan, and the heavenly demon puppet collected by Earth Demon Old Ghost. Especially the heavenly demon puppet, although I have the confidence to withstand the lightning tribulation, taking off clothes in public is always not good. Han Chang bantered with himself in his heart. Where was this going anyway, to suddenly think of plans so far in the future? Good brother, how long can you stay? Yafei looked at Han Chang, who was, pondering, aside. Because of this younger brother, she had so easily obtained the power she had always wanted to master her own destiny. I can't say for sure either, but at least we have to wait until the medicinal ingredients for the wrongling pill are collected. Moreover, there are still a few forces I haven't visited yet. I must arrange a few more layers of security for sister's safety, Han Chang said with a smile, wondering in his heart whether Yan had eaten the Wangji pill by now. Also, during that time in the magical beast mountain range, he had ignored her. If nothing unexpected happened, she should have a romantic encounter. When they met again, how would she treat him? Looking at Han Chang's somewhat serious young face, Yafei felt somewhat complicated in her heart. Are we just sister and brother? Before leaving, he would go to visit the Cloud Mist sect and the Imperial family. Now, taking advantage of the time waiting for the wrongling pill's medicinal ingredients, Han Chang prepared to try using his own wisdom to see if he could deduce the medicinal pill he wanted. Han Chang sat by the window, enjoying the warmth of the warm sunshine spilling over his body. Every day after eating, he would either lie down to sunbathe or lie prone to sunbathe. More than a month of leisurely days passed just like this, and the last medicinal ingredient needed for the wrongling pill was also being sent over. At the same time, Han Chang had gained a bit of flesh during this period, and his mood was naturally good. After getting up and washing up in the morning, he ate an exquisite breakfast and spent the morning simulating the medicinal formulas he was trying. At noon, after eating a delicious lunch, Han Chang took a fishing rod, lay on a reclining chair, and took a nap. There was no bait on the fishing rod. Clearly, Han Chang had no intention of fishing at all. He just wanted to properly experience the wonderful life he yearned for in his past life. As the sun set and a cool breeze blew over, Han Chang yawned, stood up, stretched, and left the pond with the empty fishing rod. He made meatballs, kuebeoru, yushang shredded pork, and stir-fried green vegetables with his own hands. Although the taste of these dishes wasn't completely identical to those on Earth, there were substitutes that could be eaten. With a glass of refreshing little fruit juice and a large, full basin of rice, Han Chang nodded in satisfaction, very pleased with his own culinary skills. Queen, do you have a poor appetite today? Han Chang looked at Medusa opposite him holding only a small basin of rice, and couldn't help feeling a bit strange. Judging by her appetite these past few days, a large basin of rice should at least be the baseline. I'm not very hungry today, Medusa stammered, saying that she herself wasn't hungry. Fine then I won't be polite. Han Chang picked up his rice basin and dug in. 10 minutes later, the ravenous Han Chang put down his rice basin and chopsticks, and looking at Medusa who was still eating in small bites, he comforted her with a sentence. Rest assured, the medicinal ingredients for the wrongling pill will arrive tomorrow. The difficulty of the wrongling pill is not considered high among 6th rank medicinal formulas, just a bit unorthodox. In 3 days, you will be able to get the medicinal pill. Then many thanks, Han Chang. Just cultivate well. In the future when I go to Zhongzhou, I hope you have enough powerful strength to protect this weak alchemist of mine. As night fell, Han Chang manipulated the green lotus core flame to turn into the size of a firefly, flying about among the bamboo forest. This was to exercise his own controllability. The temperature of a heavenly flame was terrifying and its temperament was violent. The larger the range of temperature control and the lower the temperature of the heavenly flame, the more it could reflect the strength of his controllability. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, Han Chang, who had taken a cold shower, lay on the bed and peacefully entered dreamland. A peaceful day passed just like this. Until before sunrise the next day, Han Chang came to the roof to finish watching the sunrise. After washing up and putting away his previous lazy mindset, Han Chang was dressed neatly and came to the doorway. The moment he stepped out of the room, an unprecedented clarity suddenly surged into his mind, his thoughts were constantly rising, and his soul seemed to be separating from his body. For a time, all the movements within a radius of 100 miles around the imperial capital of the Jama Empire were completely taken in by Han Chang. The next second, Han Chang chuckled softly and walked out of the room. It was as if nothing had happened, except that Han Chang's pair of black pupils were exceptionally bright. Chapter 18 5-star Dozong. You seem a bit different today. Right after stepping out, Medusa sensed the difference about Han Chang. She couldn't quite put her finger on what was different, but it was that feeling of profound authenticity that made one subconsciously want to draw closer. Maybe my mood is quite good today, plus I had a small breakthrough. Han Chang smiled and went to receive the last medicinal ingredient. Another breakthrough. Medusa looked at Han Chang's retreating figure and dazed for a moment. She didn't quite understand this world of monsters. Arriving at the auction house, when Yafei handed the medicinal ingredients to Han Chang, she said, President Fama wants to invite you to serve as a judge for the Alchemist Convention a year from now. What do you think, little brother? A year from now, I'll see how things go, but I estimate I probably won't make it back in time. At most, in another 2 months, I will be returning to the academy to cultivate. Han Chang shook his head. The time was too long. It was impossible for him to stay in the Jama Empire for over a year. However, considering how straightforward President Fama had been before, and during the Alchemist Convention, I should be able to ask for leave and come back once. Elder sister Yafei, just say I've agreed. Hearing Han Chang's affirmative reply, a smile also blossomed on Yafei's face. Thank you, little brother. We're siblings after all, haha. Han Chang smiled and then took out a list of medicinal ingredients. A quarter of an hour later, Han Chang held a pile of medicinal ingredients, preparing to verify his self-created medicinal formula. If he could succeed, then for a long time to come, Han Chang would not need to worry about money. Within the bamboo forest, Han Chang finished his meditation and started the cauldron to refine pills. Medusa swept away her previous lazy demeanor, her entire body resembling a poised beauty snake ready to strike at any moment. Should any danger arise, she would deliver a head-on blow to the intruders at the very first instance. 4 hours later, the rich medicinal fragrance was sealed within this small courtyard. After a series of clattering sounds, Han Chang walked out holding a small jade bottle containing the rumbling pill. Queen, try it and see if it works. If it's useless, I'll go back to the school and search through my teacher's collection, or use a Wangji pill in the black corner region as a bounty for a soul-related medicinal formula. Thank you, Han Chang. Queen, there's no need to be polite. Watching Medusa return to the bamboo building to enter seclusion, Han Chang also began to take out the medicinal formulas he had prepared during these days, beginning simulation and verification. Just after taking a glance, Han Chang suddenly thought of a much more interesting operation. Perhaps, this medicinal formula of mine can be split into 2 portions. The advancement of soul power made Han Chang's mind much more flexible, and the matters he had been struggling with previously now had a better solution. One portion is a 5th rank medicinal pill, and the other is a 6th rank medicinal pill. Hee, can't this take down the gold coins in your hands? Han Chang rubbed his smooth chin, only to realize that he hadn't even started growing a beard yet. Perhaps it was because breaking through to Do Wong and the profound cultivation increased his vitality, keeping his body in a youthful state. Disregarding these thoughts, Han Chang started the cauldron to refine pills. This precious medicinal pill was viewed by him as a money trap. 3 days later, Han Chang moved his body slightly. Feeling his newly broken through 7-star Do Wong cultivation base, he sighed. I really want to cultivate inside the sky-burning chi refining tower. The cultivation speed is fast, and the doji is extremely dense. More importantly, I only need to spend 1 day's worth of fire energy to use the heart flames for over 10 or even dozens of days. Looking at these 9 5th rank medicinal pills inside his storage ring, Han Chang had the confidence to earn 10 million gold coins. He should be able to. Within this Jama Empire, the factions capable of affording 5th rank medicinal pills should not be few in number. But it doesn't matter, I'll take out one first to test the waters and see how the response is. Han Chang pondered that, judging by purchasing power in the market, women should be the strongest. And since this medicinal pill was specifically targeted at women, especially those who love beauty, there shouldn't be any need to worry about the market. Returning from the auction house, Han Chang remembered elder sister Yafei's fervent gaze when she saw that medicinal pill, and he knew his design should be a success. Just as he walked into the courtyard, Han Chang noticed that red figure by the pond. Judging by the queen's appearance, was the soul fusion successful? Sensing Medusa's deep and heavy aura, Han Chang knew she had gained quite a few benefits after this soul fusion. Thanks to your medicinal pill, I've also had some breakthroughs. Medusa looked at Han Chang with a smile, seeming to be waiting for something. Han Chang naturally knew what she was waiting for, so he asked, oh, I wonder how strong the queen is now. About a 5-star Dozong, I suppose. Do you want me to help you kill anyone? She couldn't go 3 sentences without bringing up her old trade. Medusa had rested enough. 5-star Dozong, I still have over 4 years, almost 5 years. By that time, you should be able to reach around the 7th or 8th star of Dozong. However, considering the powerful bloodline of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python that leads straight to Doshang, if resources are sufficient, breaking through to Dozong is not without hope. Thinking of this, the smile on Han Chang's face became much more enthusiastic. Hey, what are you planning to do? Your expression looks very strange. Medusa became somewhat vigilant, suddenly recalling Han Chang saying earlier that he wanted to do bad things to her. But she quickly let down her guard again. Back when her condition was bad, Han Chang had been so polite to her. Now that her condition was good and her strength had greatly increased, it was probably impossible for him to do something foolish, right? Killing people is not needed for now. I just wanted to ask the queen if you need cultivation resources. Cultivation resources. At the realm of a 5-star Dozong, 6th rank medicinal pills can no longer help much, unless they are 7th rank medicinal pills. Sensing Medusa's look as if she doubted his capabilities, Han Chang felt as though he had been insulted. Just say whether you want them or not. If there are any, of course I want them, but you mustn't make any excessive demands, oh tilde. Quote. Han Chang sighed helplessly. Medusa's strength had improved, and now she was starting to tease him. It's still the same as before, protect my personal safety, except the time will be a bit longer. Alright, then I'll be waiting for you, little brother tilde. A pair of burning red lips left a mark on Han Chang's forehead. Watching the youth who hadn't reacted yet, Medusa left with a smug smile. It seemed a long time passed before Han Chang shook his head with a somewhat complicated expression and sat by the pond to begin cultivating doji. Swallowing an earth-fire lotus seed, Han Chang rapidly devoured the energy of heaven and earth under the shining sunlight. Early the next morning, Han Chang arrived at the imperial palace. The Peak Huang expert Jia Xingtian personally came out to welcome him, granting the greatest respect to a 6th-rank alchemist. All along, Jia Xingtian had wanted to get in touch with Han Chang, this 6th-rank alchemist, but it was a pity that he always kept to himself and rarely went out. Previously, when collecting medicinal ingredients for the Rumbling Pill, the Imperial family certainly didn't spare any effort. Now seeing Han Chang visit, Josh Xingtian felt that the Imperial family's efforts beforehand had not been wasted in vain. Master Han Chang is actually so youthful, this old man found it hard to believe at first. Truly a dragon and phoenix among men, I admire you greatly, I truly do. After taking his seat, Josh Xingtian looked at Han Chang's face, which was even younger than his great-great-granddaughter's, and let out a sigh of emotion. The very first moment, a thought popped into his mind, a marriage alliance. Even if it meant giving him all the women of the Imperial family, he had to win him over. Old Jia, you flatter me. This junior just had a bit of luck. Although I possess a little talent, I wouldn't have reached where I am today without the help of benefactors. Han Chang smiled modestly. For the longest time, he had always felt very fortunate about his circumstances. Old Jia, you flatter me. This junior just had a bit of luck. Although I possess a little talent, I wouldn't have reached where I am today without the help of benefactors. Han Chang smiled modestly. For the longest time, he had always felt very fortunate about his circumstances. When he was lacking cultivation methods and dough technique, he received an investment from Sister Yafei. When he was worried about his cultivation speed, his cheat code arrived. When he was troubled by money, he discovered another usage for his cheat code and became the alchemist with the highest success rate on the fighting Qi continent, making money easily attainable. When he lacked high-grade medicinal formulas, his teacher appeared and took him in as a disciple. Just how fortunate was all this for Han Chang? Naturally, Han Chang would be full of goodwill toward the people around him, on the premise that they were worth befriending and similarly harbored goodwill. Although part of this was because Han Chang displayed his talent, causing those around him to be full of goodwill toward him, isn't that also completely normal? No one would love you for no reason. Therefore, Han Chang had always been very grateful to Yafei. If not for the cultivation methods and dough technique she gave him, Han Chang didn't know what kind of things he would do after abandoning his bottom line and principles. Especially a transmigrator with a cheat code who had abandoned his bottom line. Compared to such a person, those guys in the Black Corner region probably wouldn't even be considered bad guys anymore. I don't eat beef. Every time Han Chang thought of this assumption, he would feel fortunate for his circumstances, and he was terrified of the dark side of himself deep in his heart. Master Han is truly modest. To achieve the status of a 6th-rank alchemist at such a young age, your future achievements will definitely be boundless. Regarding the benefactor's help mentioned by Han Chang, Josh Xingtian could only respond with a hee-hee. His own great-granddaughter was already 20 years old this year, and she had only just been certified as a 3rd-rank alchemist not long ago. This was an achievement she obtained by relying on the Imperial family as a huge tree and burning millions of gold coins. Yet even so, she was already considered a genius alchemist in everyone's eyes. Han Chang's help from a benefactor was probably just like that, but for someone to become a 6th-rank alchemist at such a young age, the gap between them couldn't be explained in just a word or two. Old Jia flatters me. When I am not around in the future, I must ask Old Jia to take good care of my sister Yafei. Han Chang will definitely reward you generously. Easily said, easily said. Master Han's sister is naturally a distinguished guest of the Imperial family. With Old Jia's words, I can rest easy. The guests and host enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Han Chang walked out of the palace gates and waved goodbye to Josh Xingtian at the city gates. The next day, Han Chang came to the Cloud Mist sect. Because he had sent a visiting card long ago, the lineup welcoming Han Chang at the Cloud Mist sect today was even more grand than that of the Imperial family. Sect leader Yun Yun, First Elder Yun Ling, guest 6th-rank alchemist Pilking Ji Yuhi, young sect leader Nalan Yanran, as well as Ji Yuhi's disciple and Nalan Yanran's suitor, the 3rd-rank alchemist Lu Ling. However, it could also be seen from this that the inheritance on the Cloud Mist sect side was very stable and thriving, much stronger than the Imperial family's side with just a single Josh Xingtian. To have everyone from the Cloud Mist sect be so grand, Han Chang is truly honored. Master Han is too polite. A distinguished guest like you is naturally worthy of the Cloud Mist sect's respect. You have to admit, that old fellow Yun Ling really knew how to talk. Although the original work portrayed him as despicable and filthy toward Xiao Yan, under normal circumstances, his position as the first elder of the Cloud Mist sect was truly solid without any exaggeration. With a single sentence, he praised 2 people. Pilking Ji Yuhi, who was also a 6th-rank alchemist, smiled and nodded. After some polite pleasantries, Han Chang got straight to the point. Coming to visit today, I, Han Chang, have a favor to ask. For a long time in the future, I might not be within the Jiama Empire, so I ask everyone to help look after my sister Yafei. As compensation, I can help refine a Wangji pill right now, or wait until I return in the future to refine a break sect pill. Wangji pill, you can refine a Wangji pill right now. Ji Yuhi stood up in surprise, staring wide-eyed at this young man who was several years younger than his own disciple. Everyone else present also looked at Han Chang in shock. They all knew that even now, Ji Yuhi could only refine a Doling pill, and his success rate wasn't very high. Originally, they thought that Han Chang, a 6th-rank alchemist, might be on the same level as Ji Yuhi, or even inferior to Ji Yuhi, only able to refine some entry-level 6th-rank medicinal pills. They never expected that this young man could actually refine high-grade goods among 6th-rank medicinal pills like the Wangji pill. My master's lineage has produced a 7th-rank alchemist. Standing on the shoulders of giants, my journey on the path of an alchemist has been quite smooth so far. Senior Ji Yuhi exploring everything on his own is true boundless talent. On the path of the alchemist, those who achieve mastery first are superior. Master Han is still being modest. Only Ji Yuhi knew that even with a legacy, it still depended on the person. If you are no good, no matter how powerful the legacy is, it will be wasted. After exchanging experiences with Ji Yuhi for a long time, Han Chang walked out of the Cloud Mist sect with satisfaction. Regarding the choice between the 2 medicinal pills, they unanimously chose the break sect pill. Ji Yuhi would be able to refine the Wangji pill in a few years, but as the peak masterpiece among 6th-rank medicinal pills, not even a 7th-rank alchemist dared to say they had it in the bag. After all, that was a medicinal pill concerning a dozong, who wouldn't want it? 2 days later, a 5th-rank medicinal pill named Eternal Youth Pill, with its effect of fixing one's current appearance, was deeply loved by women and auctioned off for a high price of 2.8 million gold coins. After sunrise the next day, Han Chang bid farewell to Yafei and left the imperial capital. Desert border. The 2 gazed at each other for a long time before Medusa suddenly broke into a smile. My great alchemist genius, our next meeting will be several years from now. If you forget this king, then this king's previous promise will be voided. Oh. I am a petty person, I will definitely not forget what the queen gave me. Han Chang smiled and tapped his own forehead, turning around to bid farewell to Medusa. On the golden desert, Medusa looked at the heart-shaped mark left by the cyan flame and smiled. ... Teacher, I am back. Good, it seems your harvest from this holiday is not small either. Seeing his disciple's body, which was a circle bulkier than before, Fire Elder nodded in satisfaction. Teacher, look at what this is. Han Chang waved his finger, and a cyan flame burned at his fingertip. Heavenly flame. Almost instantly, Fire Elder recognized the origin of this flame. It's a heavenly flame. Han Cheng nodded with a smile. On the way back, I sensed its existence, and with some luck, I took it down. Han Cheng understatement described his process of devouring the green lotus core flame, yet it made Fire Elder listen with a pounding heart. It was easy to say, but if it were really as simple as Han Cheng described, the alchemists on the Fighting Chi continent would have already had a heavenly flame in every hand. However, Fire Elder also knew that Han Cheng was only reporting the good news and not the bad, and there was no need to pierce through it. Teacher, I feel that I can refine a break sec pill now. Do you want to try charging towards the Dozong? After finishing talking about what happened on his trip back, Han Cheng looked at his teacher, who was at the peak of the Do Huang, and asked with a smile. Fire Elder asked with some pleasantly surprised and astonished tone, the break sec pill is a top tier 6th rank medicinal pill among them. Are you sure you have confidence? Hee, with the heavenly flame helping, this disciple has a 70% chance of success. Chapter 20 Break sec pill. Chapter 20 Break sec pill. Although he said 70%, in reality, Han Cheng had 100% confidence in refining the break sec pill. After all, Spirit Realm soul power corresponded to the realm of a grade 8 alchemist grandmaster. Refining a break sec pill was practically effortless, wasn't it? Fire Elder had already collected 2 sets of medicinal ingredients for the break sec pill. After all, compared to ordinary peak Do Huangs, being a tier 5 alchemist made collecting medicinal ingredients much more convenient. To ensure a high success rate, Han Cheng specially simulated the process once. Teacher, I'm going to start. Alright, I've also called the Great Elder over, so you can rest assured. Inside the spacious alchemy room, which was almost larger than a football field, Han Cheng sat in the center, while Fire Elder and Su Jian sat to the side, watching quietly. Fire Elder was there to learn his disciples' alchemy techniques, while Great Elder Su Jian was there just in case, ensuring a Dozong could suppress any unexpected accidents. Following Han Cheng's finger, the green lotus core flame entered the medicinal cauldron like an elf. The cold pith branch, a pure ice energy crystal condensed in an extremely cold place, was one of the essential medicinal ingredients for refining the break sec pill. If it were an ordinary alchemist, it would take a great deal of effort to refine its essence. However, since Han Cheng possessed a heavenly flame, it was quite easy for him to extract ingredients with such extreme cold attributes. The green lotus core flame had merged into one with Han Cheng, making alchemy much smoother. Describing it as being as obedient as one's own fingers and arms was no longer just an exaggeration. Under Han Cheng's control, the essences of several medicinal ingredients cleverly fused together. Under the calcination of the green lotus core flame, the uneven prototype of the medicinal pill became increasingly rounded. After about 7 or 8 hours, a heaven-shaking roar suddenly erupted, and a half-foot-long pillar of light shot straight into the sky. The alchemy room could not block the commotion of such a pill taking form, and even the ceiling was blasted open. The rich medicinal fragrance quickly spread within a radius of several thousand meters, and the pure energy pillar of light allowed anyone within 100 miles who wasn't blind to see it. Fortunately, it was at Jiannan Academy, where Great Elder Su Jian stepped forward to suppress the commotion caused by this stir. If it were anywhere else, it wouldn't be impossible for a few Dowangs to be beaten to death over competing for the medicinal pill. The black gold patterned break sec pill was drawn into Han Cheng's palm and placed into a jade bottle. Teacher, take a look. Han Cheng stood up and handed the jade bottle in front of Fire Elder. Fire Elder picked up the jade bottle and scrutinized it carefully. Good. He praised repeatedly, obviously extremely satisfied with the performance of his disciple, Han Cheng. After dispersing the onlookers within the academy, Great Elder Su Jian walked over to Fire Elder's side and carefully examined the break sec pill that could make countless peak Do Huang powerhouses' hearts flutter. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed past the ceiling and disappeared. Han Cheng raised his head, looked at the little fellow lying on the ceiling, and waved. Upon seeing Ziyan's figure, the Great Elder hurriedly signaled Fire Elder to put away the break sec pill. This is a tier 6 high-grade medicinal pill. If you eat it, you'll burst to death from the excess energy. Looking at the drool on Ziyan's mouth, the Great Elder said exasperatedly. Oh, all right then. Ziyan felt a bit disappointed, though she knew she truly couldn't stomach the energy within that pill right now. Suddenly, a pill exuding rich energy appeared before Ziyan's eyes. Without hesitation, she swallowed it in one gulp. Then she looked defiantly at Han Cheng and said with a weak breath, I've already eaten it. Han Cheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment. This Ziyan was truly quite wild now. Aren't you afraid that this pill is poisonous? The old man is right here. Ziyan blinked her large eyes and pointed at the Great Elder. You still know I'm here, you mad girl. The Great Elder was so angry that his teeth itched, but since she was a child he brought back, he had to endure it even if he had to break his teeth and swallow them. This is Ziyan. Her true form is a magical beast, and she accidentally ate a human transformation grass, turning into this appearance. I want to grow up. I want to see what race I am, and why they abandoned me. Ziyan looked pitifully at Han Cheng, momentarily giving Han Cheng a sense of guilt for bullying a child. Take them and eat them. I never said you couldn't eat them. Han Cheng waved his hand and sent all the pills in the jade bottle in front of Ziyan. This is an energy pill I specifically refined. It discards the various effects of normal pills and fuses several related pills together, sealing the massive energy generated within the pill. It contains a lot of energy, and its only drawback is that it requires a relatively strong physical body, at least the physical strength of a tier 5 magical beast, otherwise it's easy to eat oneself to death. Originally, this was just a little gadget I refined to simultaneously cultivate my physical body and do chi, but I didn't expect it to be quite popular. Han Cheng smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, he thought that this energy pill he researched might be used to trade with magical beasts for their treasured medicinal ingredients. Seeing that Han Cheng had managed to quiet this little demon king with just a pill, the Great Elder also breathed a sigh of relief. Having eaten 3 energy pills, Ziyan felt as if she was full, and her large eyes instantly lit up. Alchemist big brother, do you need a bodyguard? You girl. The Great Elder didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Ziyan sure had her abacus clicking loudly. Fire Elder also found it amusing. He knew this little demon king as well. She was a quite pitiful child, except her appetite was too huge, unless the entire alchemist department refined pills for her alone. Alright, but you have to listen to me, otherwise I will change someone else. Big brother, I will definitely be obedient. Whoever you tell me to hit, I'll hit. Quote. After a moment of speechlessness, everyone dispersed. Fire Elder had to arrange the affairs of the alchemist department and prepare for closed-door cultivation to take the break sec pill and break through to Dozong. With her belly sticking out from eating 3 energy pills, Ziyan hiccuped while following by Han Cheng's side, clearly having already settled into her new role. After returning to the inner academy, Han Cheng naturally had to gather with Lin Shui and the others. However, they didn't gather for too long, because upon learning that Han Cheng had already broken through to Do Wang, none of them had any mind to relax anymore. Logically speaking, it was already extremely fast for them to break through to Doling in half a year, but they didn't expect this fellow Han Cheng to be even faster. Lu Qing could already imagine the scene half a year later at the strong ranking tournament, where Han Cheng would rub him against the ground. Regarding the efforts of several people to forge ahead, Han Cheng even friendly gifted them a bottle of calming pills. Sigh, you're all in closed-door cultivation, and I have to break through too. With a tier 7 magical beast's physical body and a grade 8 alchemist's soul, my Dowang cultivation seems to be lagging behind somewhat. Academy life was like this, especially for students with exceptional talent. They were either cultivating or on the way to cultivate. After leaving behind enough energy pills for Ziyan and assigning her the task of trading with magical beasts for medicinal ingredients, Han Cheng also began his own closed-door cultivation. Over 20 million gold coins were enough for Han Cheng to squander. However, to verify his thoughts from a while ago, Han Cheng only turned on 16-fold speed. Because he had merged into one with the Green Lotus Core Flame, Han Cheng's absorption speed for fire attribute energy had more than 10 doubled, so 16-fold speed was already enough for him. Chapter 21, a protagonist who can only crush with strength. Chapter 21, a protagonist who can only crush with strength. More than 3 months passed quickly. Although the cultivation level of a 4-star Do Huang was not very high, Han Cheng did not want to miss a strong ranking tournament. All along, Han Cheng was well aware that he lacked practical combat experience, but previously, for the sake of the Green Lotus Core Flame, he had no choice but to seize the time to improve his cultivation. Actually, the so-called practical combat experience was important if you said it was, but unimportant if you said it was not. When both parties had similar Do techniques, cultivation methods, medicinal pill reserves, and cultivation realms, practical combat experience could indeed greatly affect the outcome of a battle. However, once a gap opened up in those few factors, practical combat experience was no longer that important. Moreover, practical combat experience was not impossible to increase. To put it bluntly, it just meant fighting more often, preferably battles between evenly matched opponents. Coincidentally, the strong ranking tournament counted as an opportunity. However, the battles Han Cheng had truly prepared for himself had already been arranged by Ziyan. 2 days later, Han Cheng and Ziyan were flying through the magical beast forest. Big brother, that is it. Relying on being a tier 6 magical beast, not only does it not want to trade, but it also wants to snatch my medicinal pills. It is simply the most detestable. Ziyan pointed at the black-armored flood dragon beast by the pool 100 meters away, her little face puffed up with anger. Han Cheng patted the head of Ziyan, narrowed his eyes as he looked at the black-armored flood dragon, and said softly, "Is that so? Then it seems it is time to let these idiots know who the true master of this region is." Before his voice fell, the figure of Han Cheng had already flown out. The black-armored flood dragon beast discovered Han Cheng flying towards it at the very first moment. It had already noticed the arrival of the two of them earlier. It just did not expect that this human would actually dare to make a move against it. Such incredible audacity. As a top-tier tier 6 magical beast possessing flood dragon bloodline, it had always been the overlord of this region. Except for that old man, it had never lowered its head to anyone. With a pitch-black body 100 meters long and scales as hard as obsidian, capable of flying in the sky and diving into rivers and seas, it was practically a perfect creature. Yet, in the eyes of Han Cheng, its movements seemed like slow motion, and its huge, bloodthirsty sharp claws could not touch him at all. The Green Lotus Core Flame condensed between the hands of Han Cheng, and with every swing, it left deep marks on the scales of the black-armored flood dragon beast. Its proud scales simply could not block a divine object of heaven and earth like a heavenly flame, yet its attacks could not hit him at all. This was completely a game of slaughtering a newbie. In all martial arts under heaven, nothing is unbreakable, only speed is unbeatable. This logic held true everywhere. The reaction speed of Han Cheng was fast, and his soul perception was powerful. The underpants of the black-armored flood dragon beast had basically been seen through. What did it have to fight with? Its proud scales did not have much use in front of the heavenly flame. If it were not for the fact that Han Cheng did not have a D-rank Do technique at that level yet, he could have resolved it long ago. However, Han Cheng was not in a hurry to deal with this black flood dragon. After all, such a durable punching bag was rare to find. Thus, averaging 2 battles a day, Han Cheng used 2 months to become the overlord within this nearby area of the magical beast forest. Starting from tier 5 magical beasts all the way to tier 6 magical beasts, every single one of them was beaten into submission by Han Cheng. They had no choice but to submit. Their lives were in the hands of the other party, and those who did not want to die could only lower their heads and acknowledge him as big brother. Accepting a large jar of century-old queen bee royal jelly, Han Cheng dipped his finger in it, put it in his mouth, and then nodded affirmatively. Not bad, you guys can continue to exist. Big brother is right. It is so delicious. Ziyan said with a grin, narrowing her eyes as she hugged a jar of honey. Seeing off the 2 overlords, the black-striped beast swarm breathed a sigh of relief. Although they lost a portion of their accumulation, being able to continue existing was a good thing. It was much better than those red ants whose entire clan was burned to ashes, right? Drinking honey water while eating honeyed sugar, the 2 people sitting in the spectator stands had perfectly synchronized movements, attracting many people to look at these 2 minors. That little girl is not bad. Big brother, do you want her? How about I knock her unconscious and carry her to your bed? Watching the silver-haired girl fighting below, Ziyan finished eating the honeyed sugar, rolled her eyes, and offered Han Cheng a suggestion. Ziyan, if you dare spout nonsense again, I will beat you up. Do you want to try? Han Cheng found that the daily behavior of Ziyan was very erratic. He needed to play the role of a strict older brother, otherwise this girl would probably go wild. Oh, the fists of Big Brother still hurt a lot, so Ziyan immediately shut her mouth. 1 hour later, it was finally the turn of Han Cheng. Next match, Han Cheng versus Lu Qing. With a single move, stuffing Lu Qing into the wall, Han Cheng let out a helpless sigh. Perhaps I just do not have the fate of those passionate protagonists. In this lifetime, I can only get by crushing others with my abilities. The current strength of Han Cheng had already surpassed the current version. Even if it was just his normal state without activating the God of Fire state, he was already invincible beneath the Dozong. If he were to acquire another 2D rank Do techniques, low-tier Dozongs would not even be his opponents in his normal state. There was no need to suppress cultivation for the sake of pursuing so-called ultimate power, let alone restrict various abilities. That would be a sheer big idiot. When reaching the Dosheng realm, a small realm separated an entire heaven and earth. Realm suppression was the truth. Otherwise, everyone might as well just suppress their realms. Using Doji Chi to fight a Dosheng would be insanely awesome. Are you alright? Han Cheng pulled Lu Qing out of the wall and asked with a smile. I am alright. Lu Qing gritted his teeth and limped back to his position. After swallowing a healing pill, he looked at Han Cheng with a speechless expression. Why is your strength so huge? Lu Qing had always thought that his strength was among the strongest within the same realm. After all, Earth attribute Doji held an advantage in terms of physical strength. I am a Do Huang now. Is it not normal for my strength to be a bit greater? Han Chang said with a smile, except looking at his appearance, there was not a trace of the majesty of a Dohuang expert. But the surrounding crowd did not doubt it at all when they heard Han Chang say this. They were all classmates who had entered the inner academy in the same batch, and they had already gotten used to moving forward while looking at the back of Han Chang. Next match, Ziyan versus Lin Shuya. I concede, Lin Shuya did not hesitate, making a choice that came entirely from his true heart. He was only a 5-star Doling right now, there was no need to hard clash with a Dohuang expert. The agility of the wind attribute was completely useless in front of a flying Dohuang expert. Ziyan at the side let out a cold snort and looked at Lin Shuya with disdain. Coward. Lin Shuya directly played dead. Just kidding, he was not a big hunk like Lu Qing. With his small physique, if he took a punch from Ziyan, he would not be able to get up for a month. Han Chang patted the head of Ziyan, letting her sit down quietly. If you want to practice your skills, go into the forest and find that big gorilla. They are still Dolings right now and cannot withstand a single punch from you. The strong ranking tournament quickly came to a close. Han Chang, at the Dohuang realm, and Ziyan, at the Dohuang realm, monopolized the top 2 places without any suspense. Lin Shuya and Lu Jing were still lacking a bit, but after another year, they should be able to reach the top 10 and undergo body tempering with the origin of the heart flame. The strong ranking tournament does not match the original work here. Mine is once every 2 years, whereas the original is once every 5 years. Everyone, please just overlook it. It is mainly a teaser for the protagonist enhancement in the next version. Body tempering with the origin of the heart flame was extremely useful for students who had not broken through to Dohuang, practically paving the way for their advancement to Dohuang. Body tempering with the origin of the heart flame was extremely useful for students who had not broken through to Dohuang, practically paving the way for their advancement to Dohuang. But for Han Chang and Ziyan, it was somewhat of little value. However, since they were also students, they just had to follow the rules. As the formless origin of the heart flame entered his body, with Han Chang's physical body comparable to a tier 7 magical beast, he wouldn't feel much pain. However, when coming into close contact with this origin of the heart flame, Han Chang felt the formless flame inside his body, and the thoughts that had lacked any clues before received some inspiration. Fire was formless and shapeless, neither solid, liquid, nor gaseous, but a very special plasma state. Han Chang had always been wondering whether he could create a movement technique that perfectly displayed the characteristics of flames. Gathering and dispersing at will like flames, just like that divine technique, divine fire clone, from the memories of his past life. Wherever the mind reached, the body would be. In an instant, it could reach 1,000 miles away, and the clone could also possess a portion of the original body's strength. Even if it couldn't be perfectly replicated, as long as it suited Han Chang's own conditions and provided him with enough help, that would be wonderful. Before obtaining the Green Lotus Core Flame, Han Chang had no mind to mess with these things, as he was striving to obtain the Green Lotus Core Flame. After obtaining the Green Lotus Core Flame, he found that its fundamental attributes leaned more towards a volcanic eruption, and its flame characteristics were slightly heavy, failing to make much progress. Until coming into close contact with this origin of the heart flame did Han Chang feel a bit of the artistic conception of flames gathering and dispersing formlessly. After carefully comprehending it for a good while, until the origin of the heart flame was consumed, Han Chang kept these insights in his mind and opened his eyes somewhat unfulfilled. At this time, only Han Chang was left as a student here, the others had either left by themselves or been carried out. Great Elder. How does it feel? Su Jian asked with a smile, although he knew that this origin of the heart flame was almost useless to Han Chang, who was already a Dohuang. Very good, not bad. Han Chang thought about it and still didn't mention the request to get close to the fallen heart flame. He hadn't had time to digest the insights he had just gained yet. Biting off more than one could chew was a major taboo in cultivation. Furthermore, he had promised before that he would show up to act as a judge for the alchemist convention of the Jama Empire, and one must not go back on their word. 10 days closer, the Outer Academy's Inner Academy selection tournament was also about to begin. His teacher was in seclusion breaking through to Dozong, and as a 6th-rank alchemist and his teacher's direct disciple, Han Chang had to go make an appearance on behalf of his teacher. More importantly, his divine fire clone was currently only in the conceptualization stage, having just gained some inspiration and still required constant experimentation. To truly perfect this secret technique, he feared it would take 20 to 30 years. This was still under the condition that everything went smoothly. If there were any difficult problems in the middle, it might even stagnate. Therefore, Han Chang decided to wait until he came back from the Jama Empire before talking about it. Over the next few days, Han Chang brought Ziyan to act as mountain lords in the magical beast forest, and those magical beasts really suffered terribly. But instead of resenting Han Chang, they were utterly grateful to him. Because Han Chang was clearly able to kill them, yet he only bullied them every few days and just took some medicinal herbs. Being alive was better than being dead. Whether it was magical beasts or humans, everyone had a unified understanding of this point. Big brother, I want to go too. Take me with you, Tilda. What are you going with me for? I'm just going to sit there at the Outer Academy, it's very boring. Upon learning that Han Chang was going to the Outer Academy, Ziyan hugged Han Chang's thigh, wanting to follow along to play. Han Chang was caught between laughter and tears, and had no choice but to explain clearly to her what he was going to do this time. Really, I don't believe it. Ziyan tilted her head and then increased the strength of holding onto Han Chang's thigh. It's not like you can't go in and out. Won't you know by looking for yourself then? Han Chang smiled and stroked Ziyan's head, finally managing to make her let go of her hand. All right then, Ziyan opened her big eyes wide, looking pitiful. Don't pull this act on me. These are the last energy medicinal pills, eat them as you see fit. When I come back from the Outer Academy, I'll refine more for you, you know. Hee hee, thank you big brother. I'm leaving now, go play, goodbye. Ziyan chuckled, turned around, and ran into the magical beast forest. Without any accidents, she was probably going to practice boxing with that white ape. This last, Han Chang smiled and shook his head, the cyan flame wings behind him flapping as he flew out of the Inner Academy. Outer Academy. The annual Inner Academy selection tournament had started again, except that unlike the past, those 4 elders were suddenly replaced this year. In the seat of Fire Elder, who originally managed the alchemist department, there sat a youth younger than the vast majority of students. Yet those 3 elders didn't have the slightest complaint, instead looking quite happy. Until that youth pinned a badge onto his chest, 6th rank alchemist. In an instant, the sound of people gasping in cold air echoed one after another throughout the entire Outer Academy. At this time, silence surpassed sound. On the huge Outer Academy martial arts training ground, tens of thousands of scorching gazes simultaneously looked at Han Chang, as if looking at a humanoid gold mine. In fact, the value of a 6th rank alchemist was countless times greater than a gold mine. Perhaps, describing him as a humanoid printing press was more appropriate. Hee hee, brat Han Chang, it seems everyone is very enthusiastic toward you, ha ha ha. Weisstein chuckled and teased, I wonder how many young girls treat you as their dream lover. Vice Dean, please stop joking, old sir. With so many people looking at me, I'm a bit nervous. Han Cheng wasn't very fond of this feeling of being the center of attention. It would be fine if some female students had longing eyes, but you male classmates looking at me like that, what are you trying to do? Ha ha ha, you can't compare to your teacher in this regard, but you'll get used to it slowly. Anyway, old man Huo is going to be in seclusion for 2 or 3 years. Han Cheng smiled and shook his head. If the Vice Dean has prepared the medicinal materials for the break sec pill, then in the few days after the selection tournament ends, I can make a move to refine it. And the 2 elders, if you trust this junior, we can do it together in a few days. To Han Cheng, the break sec pill had no challenge at all, and he could refine it casually. Hee, good boy, this is what you said. Then I'll have to trouble Master Han. The 2 elders are being too polite. It's just a mere effort. Consider it a small token of appreciation from a student. Good boy, as long as you give the word, how about we snatch the great elder's position and let you sit in it? Vice Dean Hu Jian smiled and proposed. You truly have admirable courage, Vice Dean, old sir. Great elder Su Jian is a 3-star dozong. Han Cheng's mouth twitched. Although he knew this was a joke, he was still surprised by the Vice Dean's ambition. Hey, so what if he's a dozong? That old fellow is just the one to beat. Vice Dean Hu Jian looked at the various classes signaling they were ready and stopped joking around. I announce that the annual Inter-Academy Selection Tournament is now officially started. The first match. Chapter 23 Emperor Seal Skill. Chapter 23 Emperor Seal Skill. Quote. Versus, Mystic Class 4, Xiaoyan. Student Xiaoyan from Mystic Class 4, please take the stage as soon as possible. Time is up. Student Xiaoyan has failed to take the stage and is deemed to have automatically forfeited. As the first round of matches concluded, Han Cheng took the initiative to take on the investigation into Xiaoyan's absence. Of course, he definitely didn't want to say to Zuner, Junior Zuner, you wouldn't want Xiaoyan to be expelled, would you? Han Cheng actually wanted to come see the instructor. After all, he didn't have many acquaintances, and Instructor Ruo Lin was one of them. Because of the achievements Han Cheng had attained, Instructor Ruo Lin's class had already been promoted to Mystic Class 4. Instructor Ruo Lin, wait for me. On the way back to the class, a voice from behind made Ruo Lin stop in her tracks. Turning her head to look, a pair of autumn water-like eyes instantly lit up. As soon as Han Cheng approached, Ruo Lin reached out her hands and gave him a hug. Student Han Cheng, you really make me prouder and prouder. You've become a 6th-rank alchemist so quickly, Tilda. After parting, Ruo Lin looked at the figure before her, who was sturdier and taller than the frail youth in her memory, and fell into a momentary trance. Instructor, even if I were a 9th-grade alchemist, I am still your student, aren't I? Squinting his eyes, Han Cheng said with a smile. You really make one's heart warm. Ruo Lin gently touched Han Cheng's face and smiled, saying, so this is what it feels like to touch the face of a 6th-rank alchemist. Not bad, Tilda. Instructor, please be serious. I came here this time to investigate Junior Xiaoyan's absence. Han Cheng was all smiles, and his serious tone appeared even more endearing in Ruo Lin's eyes. Xiaoyan, you'll have to ask Xiao Zuner. The 2 of them grew up as childhood sweethearts. You should ask her for the specific details. As she spoke, Ruo Lin blinked at Han Cheng. Receiving Ruo Lin's look, Han Cheng was left speechless in between laughter and tears. He had no intentions of trying to steal someone else's girlfriend. Alright, Junior Xiao Zuner, please briefly explain the reason for Junior Xiaoyan's absence. Han Cheng glanced at Xiao Zuner. She was indeed a budding beauty, but alas, she was still too young and hadn't fully blossomed yet, falling far short of the queen. Brother Xiaoyan did it to fulfill the 3-year agreement. Towards Xiaoyan, Xiao Zuner had always shown limitless adoration. Everything was justifiable. Of course, these were actually just minor matters. To the academy, with a total of 5 academic years, whether you like to come or not, whatever was wasted was simply your own time. Han Cheng was also clear about this, casually noting it down without continuing to ask further. After all, taking on this task was primarily to see his instructor. Secondly, he wanted to see just how beautiful this Xiao Zuner was to make countless people fight over her. Turns out she was just so-so. Pretty she was, but not to the extent of being breathtakingly stunning. Han Cheng estimated that most of Xiaoyan's romantic rivals probably just saw Xiao Zuner's powerful background and wanted to latch onto a wealthy woman. It was only normal for those people to lose to Xiaoyan. You damn well went after her for her money and power. How could you ever compare to childhood sweethearts who grew up together? From this perspective, this could also be considered a victory for true love. Before submitting the investigation record, Han Cheng added a sentence, recorded by Han Cheng, student of Instructor Ruo Lin. Unless you bastards didn't want to stay in the academy anymore, don't even think about giving Instructor Ruo Lin any trouble. Nodding with satisfaction, Han Cheng came to the Vice Dean's room to freeload a meal. Although there were big pills to provide the energy needed for 3 meals a day, and even after breaking through to the Great Dough Master, not eating for 3 to 5 days wouldn't affect him, Han Cheng simply liked to eat, probably because he was once scared of being hungry. A few days later, the Inter-Academy Selection Tournament came to an end. Actually, the level of the top 5 in this batch wasn't really that mediocre. They should be considered to possess average aptitude. In the future, they would at least be Dowang powerhouses. It was just that their performance wasn't overly dazzling, which made them seem rather ordinary. After it concluded, the Vice Dean took the top 5 to the Scripture Pavilion, while Han Cheng, under the protection of 2 other peak Dowang elders, began refining the break sec pill. Within 2 days, rich pillars of energy erupted consecutively 3 times within the outer academy, alarming even the powerhouses within the Black Corner region. If they weren't wary of Jiangnan Academy's formidable strength, those desperate outlaws would have insisted on paying a visit to this esteemed 6th-rank alchemist. Medicine Emperor, Han Feng was the only high-tier 6th-rank alchemist in the Black Corner region, and he could be said to be in existence who could summon the wind and rain there. But wherever there are people, there's Zhonggu. While some people were willing to gravitate towards Han Feng, naturally there were also those who held grudges against Han Feng. If there were a new high-tier 6th-rank alchemist, it would be a great thing for the Black Corner region, breaking Han Feng's monopoly and benefiting everyone. It was a pity that that person was in Jiangnan Academy, a behemoth that had stood here for hundreds of years, which was simply not something these Douhuangs could afford to provoke. Such astonishing energy pillars. Considering those peak Douhuang elders, barring any accidents, what Senior Han Cheng is refining must be the break sec pill. Hailed as the pinnacle work among 6th-rank pills, the difficulty of the break sec pill goes without saying. Even some 7th-rank alchemists wouldn't be able to achieve such a high pill formation rate. Xiao Zuner looked up at the pillar of light that had appeared for the 3rd time in these short 2 days, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. With such powerful alchemy techniques, among the 8 clans, aside from the medicine clan's racial talent bonuses, I'm afraid only those old monsters who had immersed themselves in alchemy for thousands of years could compare with it. Tomorrow morning, invite Senior Han Cheng over. I have something to discuss with him. Yes, miss. Under the willow tree beside them, a green figure flickered, and joy welled up in her heart. Fantastic. Miss finally stopped thinking about that Xiao Yan and finally started having feelings for other men. The next day, Han Cheng looked at the scroll in his hand and let out a bitter smile. Junior Zuner has truly offered a price I cannot refuse. Do you want a 6th rank pill or a 7th rank pill? An 8th grade pill will take some time. I don't have much confidence in it right now. Xiao Zuner said with a smile. No, Senior Han Cheng, Zuner just wants to invest in you in advance. Of course, if it's convenient, I also ask Senior to help take care of brother Xiao Yan for Zuner. The figure under the willow tree beside them. What a coincidence. Half a year later, I will return to the Jama Empire once. If I catch up in time, I'll protect him for a segment of the journey. Han Cheng sighed with emotion. Junior Xiao Yan really has good luck to actually be fancied by a generous beauty like Junior Zuner. I'm even a bit envious. With Senior Han Cheng's talent, women across the fighting Qi continent would all be moved. One more or less like Zuner doesn't matter. Xiao Zuner smiled. Fortunately, I already have someone in my heart, otherwise, I'm afraid I'd also fall for Junior Zuner, hee. Han Cheng smiled and bade farewell to Xiao Zuner, preparing to escort this batch of students into the inner academy. On the way, Han Cheng sighed with emotion. Sigh, reincarnation really is an important field of study. High-tier Earth Dough technique, Emperor Seal skill. Although it was only the first 2 seals, it was already enough to move Han Cheng's heart. Casually pulling out a high-tier Earth Dough technique, you bastard Xiao Yan truly live up to being an early web novel protagonist. The price offered by your little girlfriend is something I really can't refuse. Chapter 24 Comprehending the Green Lotus Core Flame. Chapter 24 Comprehending the Green Lotus Core Flame. D-tier cultivation methods and dough techniques were extremely rare in the Black Corner region, and most of them were only low D-tier. Not to mention advanced D-tier dough techniques like the Emperor Seal skill, one had not appeared in the Black Corner region for a century. Even for an 8th grade advanced alchemist like Venerable Yao Chen, who had countless collections in Xiao Yan's eyes, pulling out 3 advanced D-tier dough techniques would already be considered impressive. Peak 9 Turn Dough Zun mostly used advanced D-tier dough techniques, and even some low-star Dough Sheng used advanced D-tier dough techniques. Since Xiao Zuner brought out such high-end goods, how could Han Cheng refuse? Wasn't it just protecting Xiao Yan? It was a small matter. If she could pull out TN-tier cultivation methods and dough techniques, even helping to push things along wasn't out of consideration. Sigh, it's a pity that Ziyan's father is no different from being dead right now, otherwise I would also be the type to rely on a wealthy woman. Han Cheng smacked his lips, quickly discarding these boring emotions, filled in the 4 corners, and protected these students as they set off toward the inner academy. Everyone had their own opportunities, so there was no need to force it. The power of a heavenly flame controlled by a Douhuang expert was naturally extremely formidable, and the stubborn magical beasts that rushed up were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Enjoying another wave of worshipful gazes, Han Cheng's mission this time could be considered completed. Not only did he harvest an advanced D-tier dough technique, but he also gained quite a few high-grade medicinal ingredients. Several of them were even the main ingredients for 7th-grade medicinal pills, all given as remuneration by the Vice Dean and the 2 elders. After all, since Han Cheng was so straightforward, they couldn't be stingy either and directly gave all their collected high-grade medicinal ingredients to Han Cheng. After refining a few bottles of energy medicinal pills for Ziyan, Han Cheng found a quiet valley to cultivate the Emperor Seal skill. Han Cheng glanced at his savings. During this period, he had sold all the Eternal Youth pills in his hands in the Black Corner region, earning around 20 million gold coins. Coupled with his previous accumulations, he was almost at 40 million gold coins. Han Cheng glanced at the money corresponding to the different time acceleration ratios and silently chose 16-fold speed. It was just cultivating a dough technique, so there was no need to be too anxious. The money in his hands right now wasn't worth squandering just yet. At the Douhuang realm, he could choose up to 128-fold speed, which cost 3.2 million gold coins a year, averaging out to consuming 1 million gold coins a day. With such consumption, given Han Cheng's net worth, it could support him for at most 2 months. There was no need to rush a breakthrough in this northwest continent. Han Cheng's idea was to accumulate as many gold coins as possible, and when he reached the Dousheng realm, he would go all in one breath and reach the 9-star Dousheng in the shortest possible time. Before reaching the Dousheng realm, there was no need to be too anxious, lest he be targeted by others. He had already been too conspicuous before, but now his safety was guaranteed within Jiannan Academy, coupled with his plotting for the Green Lotus Core Flame, so being fast before was fine. Next, Han Cheng would not use too high a time acceleration ratio for cultivation. It was best to give others the illusion that, like most people, his cultivation speed was slowly declining. The Douhuang realm would be like this, take it slow after reaching the Douzong realm, and be even slower at the Douzun realm, keeping a speed similar to the geniuses of those ancient clans would do. Then, under the unhurried and relaxed mindset of certain people, he would break through to the Dousheng realm in one breath, going straight to the 9-star Dousheng and becoming a top expert on the fighting Qi continent. When those unknown enemies tried to make a move against him, he would directly counter-kill. However, even with low multiplier time acceleration, Han Cheng's cultivation speed was still very fast. At least for now, he hadn't felt the limit of his talent. With the Emperor Seal skill, under the blessing of the Spirit Realm Soul Power, after 2 consecutive months of cultivation, Han Cheng had already mastered the Kaishan seal and the Sea Turning seal to the point where he could use them effortlessly and form seals with one hand. With the dough technique cultivation completed, what Han Cheng needed to do next was to translate the insights he had previously gained from the origin of the core flame into action. Bang! Turning off the time acceleration, Han Cheng recalled the process of his self-detonation just now and shook his head. It definitely wasn't gathered and scattered like that. Bang bang bang. After I don't know how many explosions, Han Cheng, perhaps having his wits blown open by the blasts, suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. It is true that the Green Lotus Core Flame leans towards the heaviness of a volcano, but when all is said and done, isn't it still a flame? As long as it is a flame, it is in a plasma state. Why didn't I deepen my comprehension of the Green Lotus Core Flame and instead kept continuously self-detonating? What a big brain. Han Cheng slapped his head, realizing that he had been too impatient and had actually overlooked his own situation. The Green Lotus Core Flame had merged into one with him. The Green Lotus Core Flame was a part of him. Han Cheng calmed his mind, turned on the 16-fold speed, and began to sense the Green Lotus Core Flame within his body. The two mutually incompatible states of calmness and fury merged together perfectly. This was the Green Lotus Core Flame. Usually incomparably quiet, it wouldn't display its earth-shattering, terrifying destructive power until the moment the volcano erupted. The deep Cyan Lotus seemed to contain the supreme principles of heaven and earth. Han Cheng's mind and soul immersed themselves in it, slowly recognizing, studying, understanding, and grasping these essential rules engraved on the Green Lotus Core Flame. Breathing, inhaling, exhaling, aren't these just the calm period and violent period of a volcano? It's just that the time intervals are different. Every time I launch an attack, it's a volcanic eruption. The interval between attacks is the calm period. The green lotus core flame is rooted deep within volcanic magma, absorbing endless earth fire energy. Why can't I do the same? The sucking palm is a low-grade Zontier technique, but I can also learn a thing or two from the principles within it. Based between heaven and earth, fire attribute energy is everywhere between heaven and earth. Even in extremely cold places, fire attribute energy is just very scarce, not completely non-existent. After all, wind, fire, water, and earth are the 4 basic elements that make up the world. Therefore, I can imitate the roots under the green lotus seed when the green lotus core flame was born, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Han Cheng didn't know how much time had passed. He only knew that during this period, sparks of thought continuously collided in his mind, giving birth to all sorts of whimsical ideas that made his comprehension of the green lotus core flame deeper and deeper. At the same time, the green lotus core flame within Han Cheng's body followed his will, intertwining and rooting itself into heaven and earth like the root system of a giant tree. The heaven and earth energy within a radius of 100 miles was continuously refined by the green fire's root system, finally entering Han Cheng's body. A small portion turned into pure cultivation base, while the majority merged into the green lotus core flame, causing Han Cheng's physical aura to climb step by step, resembling an ancient fierce beast. Finally, until he sensed the barrier between the Do Huang and Dozong realms, Han Cheng opened his eyes and put away the root system. His entire body turned into a ball of deep cyan flame, rushing toward the giant boulder sealing the cave entrance in front of him. His figure condensed once again, and when he saw the bright sunlight outside, Han Cheng laughed in surprise. It worked. It seems like it only worked halfway. With his lower body stuck in the giant boulder, Han Cheng helplessly supported his face, silently turned off the time acceleration, and returned to his previous cross-legged posture. He still had to slowly get used to it, but the most difficult first step had already been completed, spending a bit more time later on would do. Chapter 25. Prototype completed. Half a year passed quickly. Under Han Cheng's 16 times time acceleration, 8 full years had passed for him, and he finally completed the prototype of his ultimate move, Divine Fire Clone. He had spent 7 years comprehending it. If Han Cheng hadn't deliberately checked the time, he wouldn't have believed it. It felt like just a split second, yet 7 years had passed. No wonder those big shots started their secluded cultivation at a century or so. It's just, my style seems to have veered off course. Isn't this a fighting chi continent? Han Cheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but as long as he achieved his goal, it didn't matter. After a year of practicing it, although he could only coalesce and disperse it at will within a range of 1,000 meters for now, that was already enough. To reach his target goal, it was nothing more than increasing the distance and honing his control over soul power and the energy of the world. Condensing clones would be no problem at all. Everything looks promising for the future. After all, going from 0 to 1 is the hardest part. Although going from 1 to 100 isn't easy, at least there's a foundation now, and he just needs to move forward in the said direction. The goal of this secluded cultivation session, successfully achieved. Returning to the academy, Han Cheng learned that his teacher was still in secluded cultivation and hadn't come out yet, which relieved him. Not coming out for so long meant he was likely succeeding. Basically, this was how most Do Huangs broke through to Dozong, taking at least 2 years of continuously absorbing energy from the heavens and earth to complete the leap in their life hierarchy. On the Fighting Chi continent, the reason factions with Dozong experts were called first-rate factions was precisely because of Dozong's essential life structure underwent a leap. Ordinary Do Huang experts could only live for 200 or 300 years. But once one reached Dozong, living for 800 to 1,000 years was not a problem. In a fantasy world, living longer meant a deeper foundation and stronger power. Of course, exceptions applied to certain proud darlings of heaven. Tell me, who would dare carelessly provoke a Dozong expert who had lived for 500 or 600 years? Who knew what trump cards they had? Perhaps they possessed the power to cross realms and rival low-star Dozuns. That was not even mentioning that after advancing to Dozong, every single move could easily suppress a Do Huang expert. If a high-tier Dozong was determined to flee, even a Dozun expert might not be able to stop them. Looking at it this way, spending 2 years to advance to Dozong was as normal as it could be. Of course, if one was in a rush, they could come out in half a month. It's just that the breakthrough would have failed, and they'd still be a Do Huang. Since his teacher's secluded cultivation was going smoothly, Han Cheng felt at ease. Inside Jiannan Academy, there was no need for a guardian protector anyway, it was extremely safe. After resting in the academy for a few days, Han Cheng came to the first elder's residence. Just as he stepped through the door, a white shadow charged toward him. Thump. Ziyan, doing this with me is fine, I can take it. But don't do this with others, especially the first elder. He's old and can't handle your roughhousing. Han Cheng patted Ziyan's head and warned her earnestly. Ziyan nodded obediently. After all, he was her big brother. Holding his teacup, the first elder's eyelids twitched. The collision Ziyan just made into Han Cheng would have slammed a normal great Do master half to death. This girl, only you can manage her, Han Cheng. No way, I've been super good recently. Ziyan looked at the first elder indignantly. Besides bullying those students and magical beasts, she hadn't done anything bad lately. Quote. The first elder drank his tea in silence. He felt this girl didn't quite understand the definition of being good. Alright, Ziyan, how about I take you out to play? Han Cheng pulled out a bottle of energy medicinal pills and handed it to Ziyan. Go out and play, yay. You're asking for leave again. The first elder looked at Han Cheng, but seeing that even he couldn't see through the kid's aura, he felt relieved. Yeah, the Jama Empire's Octennial Alchemist Convention is about to start, and they invited me to be a judge. That senior from the Alchemist Guild traded several TIER 6 pill formulas to me, so I gained quite a lot. I need to return the favor. Han Cheng briefly explained the reason, and the first elder nodded in understanding. Then you should go. It's best to repay a debt of gratitude as soon as possible. Ah, Alchemist Convention. Watching a bunch of alchemists refine pills, and ones who aren't even worth a strand of Big Brother's hair at that, wouldn't that be super boring? Hearing this, Ziyan couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. But considering this was the first time her big brother was taking her out to play, she decided in her heart to go along. Haha, if you're bored, I'll find an older sister to play with you. Your personalities are pretty similar, so I'm sure you'll get along. Remembering that red-clad figure, Han Cheng actually felt a hint of eagerness in his heart. The brother and sister walked out hand in hand. They didn't need to pack anything, as important items were carried on their persons, and flew directly out of the inner academy. Arriving at the outer academy, Han Cheng returned the Emperor Seal skill scroll to Xiao Zuner. Senior brother Han Cheng could have kept it a bit longer. Zuner doesn't need it right now. It's already enough. Does junior sister Zuner have any love letters she needs me to deliver? Han Cheng teased with a smile. Senior brother Han Cheng is really fond of joking. Looking into Han Cheng's clear, innocent eyes, Xiao Zuner truly acknowledged the senior brother in her heart. Alright then, I'm off. Han Cheng unfurled his wings, carrying Ziyan as he flew out of Jiannan Academy and headed toward the Jama Empire. Along the way, Han Cheng chatted casually with Ziyan, but inwardly, he was very curious. Without the green lotus core flame, Xiaoyan's flame mantra couldn't evolve, his cultivation speed would drop significantly, his alchemy skills without heavenly flame support would be inferior, and the power of his trump card, the fire lotus, would be drastically reduced. And these were only the effects visible within the Jiama Empire. Once he reached Jianan Academy, held back by his cultivation method and gradually falling behind his peers, would Xiaoyan and Xiao Zuner, these childhood sweethearts, still make it to the end together? Especially when relying on Xiao Zuner's favors to escape his predicaments, as a normal man, wouldn't Xiaoyan feel any sting to his pride? Perhaps this is why the hot-blooded genre slowly declined, many details inside can't withstand scrutiny. Once a hot-blooded protagonist misses even a single opportunity during his rise, it interrupts the benefits of the positive feedback loop, forcing his progress and becoming stronger to grind to a halt. If the gains from those positive feedback loops don't come in time, will the chosen one gradually fade into obscurity? Han Cheng pondered silently in his mind. For a moment, he recalled the crush before it started crush of his adolescence in his past life. You were an ordinary village kid with above-average grades. After getting into high school, you saw a girl classmate who made your heart flutter. Saying even a single sentence to her every day would keep you happy for a long time. If your homework notebooks were placed together, you'd be over the moon, even starting to think about what to name your future children. Until one day, you learned that a tall, rich, and handsome deskmate also liked her and had confessed his feelings. Although she didn't say yes, you knew the gap between you and that tall, rich, and handsome deskmate. You couldn't give her a bright future, whereas your deskmate was not only tall, rich, and handsome, but also had a good personality and could definitely give her a wonderful future. Tell me, would you silently back out? Well, Han Cheng's crush had ended at that exact moment. Note, the alchemist convention occurs once every 8 years, fixed. Chapter 26, A Wolf Talent and a Tiger Beast, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Chapter 26, A Wolf Talent and a Tiger Beast, a talented man and a beautiful woman. The Snake People Tribe. 2 distinguished guests arrived at the sacred city of the Snake People today. As soon as that 6th-rank alchemist and his younger sister arrived, Queen Medusa of the Snake People Tribe appeared and invited the 2 guests into the royal palace. Oh, I thought my dear alchemist had forgotten all about me Tilda. Medusa gave Han Cheng a faux reproachful look. They hadn't contacted each other once since parting ways a year ago, which was truly infuriating. Haha, I was busy creating a very important life-saving dough technique over the past year and accidentally neglected your majesty for a time. My apologies. Han Cheng laughed, then turned Ziyan's head back as she was looking around curiously. This is my sworn younger sister, Ziyan. This is Queen Medusa, you can just call her sister. Medusa looked closely at the little girl and realized she seemed to originate from a magical beast, which made her believe Han Cheng's words. Sister Ziyan, I'll just call you Ziyan from now on. Sister Medusa, you're so pretty. You and my big brother are truly a match made in heaven, a wolf talent and a tiger beast. Han Cheng's fists clenched tight. Ziyan, I've told you several times, don't use idioms if you don't know what they mean. Han Cheng's lips twitched, completely speechless. Honestly, why are you being so serious with a child? Just to show off how educated you are. Medusa rolled her eyes, making Han Cheng feel as if he shouldn't have introduced Ziyan to her. Forget it, I won't lower myself to argue with you two. Let's get down to business. Han Cheng waved his hand and wrote down a dense list of medicinal ingredient names on a sheet of paper. This is a 7th-ranked tier medial medicinal pill, the heavenly nourishing profound spirit pill. It can help those Zong powerhouses with special bloodlines consolidate their foundation, accelerate their cultivation speed, and bring their bloodline power closer to perfection. You can refine 7th-rank medicinal pills now. Medusa was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected this guy to progress so quickly. Actually, I could refine them as early as a year ago, but I didn't have pill formulas back then. Having returned to the academy this time, Han Cheng had memorized all the heritage of his lineage, and the 5 7th-rank pill formulas gave him plenty of confidence. HMPH, no wonder you dared to entertain designs on this queen. Medusa was about to continue when she suddenly realized there was a child beside them and stopped, but Han Cheng still understood her meaning. Hey, without a bit of ability, how could I dare get close to your majesty? Han Cheng raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, what does your majesty think of me? HMPH, barely acceptable to the eyes Tilda. Medusa raised her chin, her duplicitous expression causing Ziyan to cover her mouth in amusement. Alright, then I'll keep working hard to make my queen satisfied. Han Cheng suppressed his laughter and spoke earnestly. PFF ha ha ha, Ziyan covered her mouth, giggling continuously. Han Cheng and Medusa looked at each other and burst into laughter as well. Most of these ingredients are in the Snake People Tribe's collection, but these few main ingredients. Medusa picked up the ingredient list written by Han Cheng with a look of helplessness. I have those main ingredients. How about refining it in 2 days? Han Cheng naturally knew how precious the main ingredients for a 7th-rank pill were. Had it not been for those elders in the academy, he would have had to go to great trouble to collect them. Alright, I'll have the 8 leaders send the ingredients over right away. Medusa was not an indecisive person, at least without being influenced by the soul of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, she was very decisive. Meeting Hua Xier, the captain of the Queen's Guard, once again, Han Cheng returned to his residence from a year ago. Master Han, if you have any needs, you can instruct them. Hua Xier, who had been guarding the entrance previously, naturally knew the relationship between Master Han and the Queen, so she did not dare be remiss. I know, it's just like being at my own home, right? Han Cheng's relaxed demeanor relieved Hua Xier. Master, the relationship between you and the Queen. Hua Xier dismissed the other snake people and asked out of curiosity. That's not something you should know. Han Cheng looked solemn, but in the next second, he tossed a medicinal pill to Hua Xier, a smile spreading across his face. A Doling pill. Speak well of me to your queen when I'm not around. If the queen and I get married, there will be more rewards. Watching Han Cheng's expression change so quickly, Hua Xier felt a sudden sense of admiration in her heart. No wonder Master Han could make the queen's heart flutter. Master, no, young master-in-law. Don't worry, Hua Xier, am not the type to take benefits without delivering results. Stowing away the Doling pill, Hua Xier walked out cheerfully. This was a pill dreamt of by countless Dowang powerhouses. Such a small pill could save a Dowang powerhouse several years of painstaking cultivation. Within a few days of taking it, one's cultivation would increase by 1 star, and their dochi wouldn't become unstable, being no different from what was gained through self-cultivation. No wonder Her Majesty moved her heart. Who could resist this? Hua Xier sighed emotionally in her heart. There was good reason for alchemists to hold such high status. Returning to the palace entrance, Medusa happened to walk out with Ziyan, only to see Hua Xier staring spellbound at a medicinal pill. Hua Xier. Her Majesty the Queen. Hua Xier panicked slightly. Being caught slacking off by her boss meant she was in for a rough time. Looking at the familiar pattern on the jade bottle, Medusa glared at Hua Xier and said, go enter secluded cultivation right now. He will refine pills in 2 days, so it's good for you to raise your cultivation by 1 star. Yes, Her Majesty. Hua Xier breathed a sigh of relief, feeling overjoyed inside. It seemed that the position of young master-in-law was solidly established in the queen's heart. After taking Ziyan for a stroll around the city, Medusa kept her by her side to sleep in the same bed that night. Just as the two beauties, one big and one small, were about to fall asleep, Ziyan, snuggled against Medusa's chest, suddenly said, "Actually, my idioms are really good. You and Big Brother are a match made in heaven, a talented man and a beautiful woman, right?" "Oh, then why did you intentionally say it wrong?" Medusa asked, amused. "Hee, wasn't I just worried you two newlyweds would feel awkward, MMPH. Ziyan wanted to continue, but Medusa pulled her tight against her chest to stifle her. Through the moonlight streaming through the window, a blush could be seen emerging on her extraordinarily beautiful face. A 7th-rank alchemist. HMPH, what's so great about a 7th-rank alchemist? He's just a 7th-rank alchemist. He's 7th rank. Wait, I don't mean to doubt, but is that person really a 7th-rank alchemist?" Mobasi, the most hot-tempered among the 8 leaders, gradually lowered his voice and looked at Washir with a hint of fear. In this remote northwest continent, a 6th-rank alchemist was a personage of supreme status. Even someone like Ji Yuhi, who had just entered the 6th rank, was someone no one dared to look down upon. Now, suddenly hearing that a 7th-rank alchemist was getting married to Queen Medusa and becoming the young master-in-law of their snake people tribe, the leaders were unable to react for a moment. It was simply unbelievable, that was a 7th-rank alchemist. Even in the prosperous Central Plains, a 7th-rank alchemist was in existence that countless factions fought to revere as a guest elder, let alone in their tiny snake people tribe. Even Mobasi, who had wanted to win Queen Medusa's favor, chickened out in the face of a 7th-rank alchemist's terrifying reputation. Chapter 27, 7th rank, Heaven Moistened Mystical Spirit, Medicinal Pill Formed. Chapter 27, 7th rank, Heaven Moistened Mystical Spirit, Medicinal Pill Formed. A 6th-rank alchemist can command numerous dohuangs and dowangs, so wouldn't a 7th-rank alchemist easily gather dozongs? A dozong, their snake people tribe only possessed a single Queen Medusa. You'll see in 2 days when the young master refines the pills. What, is our leader Mobasi scared? As a female snake person, you may naturally believe Washir's words. Seeing Mobasi, who usually loved to fight, so calm, she teased him with a smile. What do you mean scared? I just hold respect for the profession of alchemist, what do you women know? For a time, the atmosphere in front of the palace gates was filled with joy. After obtaining them, Han Cheng sat quietly for a day first simulating. After all, he had only managed to gather a single set of ingredients in a short time, so he couldn't afford to waste it. The experts of the snake people tribe waited outside like this for 7 days, but none of them showed the slightest impatience. Queen Medusa's figure had already risen into the sky, even the foolish knew that the critical moment had arrived. Rumble. Dull thunderclaps resounded. Looking up, nobody knew when dark clouds had gathered over the sky for dozens of miles around. The snake people of the snake people holy city were so terrified by this might of heaven and earth that they prostrated themselves on the ground, with quite a few fainting from fright. Even as a dozon expert, Queen Medusa felt a wave of anxiety. Just as she was preparing to act, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Kaishin seal, sea overturning seal, double seal stacked, green lotus core flame, blasted apart. Before Medusa's eyes flashed the phantom image of a 100 tall green volcano. 2 crystal clear hand seals were stacked together, burning with green flames, and with a momentum capable of destroying heaven and earth, shot out from the volcanic crater straight into the clouds. Boom. Space shook violently. A few breaths later, before the lightning tribulation could descend, it was blasted apart along with the dark clouds by that terrifying power. Taking this move wouldn't feel good even for a high-tier dozong. As expected of you, Medusa watched the green volcanic phantom disperse like foam, her eyes filled with pride as she looked at the green-robed figure. This was her man, dazzling as the sun. A few days later, flying toward the Jama Empire's capital, Han Cheng looked at Ziyan holding his arm and asked, puzzled, didn't you say the alchemist convention was boring and you didn't want to go? HMPH, I'm keeping an eye on you for Sister Medusa so those little vixens can't get close to you, Ziyan snorted righteously. Haha, you greedy girl, isn't it because the queen gave you a lot of medicinal ingredients? After the 7th rank pill was refined, Medusa had given all the surplus ingredients to Ziyan, otherwise, Han Cheng wouldn't believe this girl could stay patient. Oh, right, it might also be related to Medusa going into secluded cultivation. With no one to play with her, the other snake people were suppressed by Ziyan's bloodline and didn't dare approach her. Hee, big brother, don't try to drive a wedge between Sister Medusa and me, or else what, tattle on me. Han Cheng tapped Ziyan's head twice. Hee, how could I? Ziyan rubbed her head and laughed sheepishly. I can see right through your little thoughts. Isn't it just medicinal ingredients? After the alchemist convention ends, on our way back we'll take a trip to the magical beast mountain range. I'll bring you to talk with those magical beasts. I'm sure they'll be more than willing to help you grow up. Yay, don't worry, big brother, if you look for little vixens, I definitely won't tell Sister Medusa. Get lost. Han Cheng chuckled exasperatedly. This girl certainly knew how to adapt to circumstances. In a small place like the Jama Empire, aside from the queen, there are no women who catch my eye. Oh, so big brother doesn't even fancy me? Ziyan asked curiously. You're my sister, that's different. Han Cheng glanced at Ziyan. This little girl sure had strange thoughts every day. Hearing Han Cheng say this, Ziyan chuckled happily. The speed of a peak 9-star dohuang traveling at full power was naturally exceedingly fast. Leaving the snake people tribe in the morning, the outline of Jama Holy City could already be seen before nightfall. Looking at the familiar green bamboo courtyard, Han Cheng recalled that 1 year ago, this was where his feelings with the queen truly began. During those peaceful and leisure days, 2 souls burdened by various reasons slowly grew accustomed to the warmth and reliance they brought each other. Big brother, why did you stop moving? Which room do you want to stay in? Ziyan yelled, interrupting Han Cheng's memories. She felt this big brother of hers seemed a bit silly. Could it be that big brother is going to turn into an idiot? Ha ha ha, awesome, from now on, I'm big brother's older sister. Wait, no, if big brother turns into an idiot, what will happen to my medicinal pills? Big brother, please don't turn into a fool, okay. Ziyan prayed silently in her heart, only letting out a breath of relief when the familiar rap came upon her head. You stay in that bamboo building, and I'll stay in this one. Han Cheng chose the building the queen had lived in and walked inside with a smile. Ziyan wrinkled her nose. She didn't even need to guess to know the shameless thoughts in her big brother's mind. However, she was still satisfied with his arrangement. Hee. Lights soon lit up inside the green bamboo courtyard, and the fragrance of roasted meat quickly filled the entire yard. Ziyan, who was just preparing to eat an energy pill and go to sleep, jumped out of the window following the scent. Big brother, really, how could you not call me when you have delicious food? Han Cheng slapped away Ziyan's impatient little paw, rolled his eyes at her, and said, it's not even cooked yet. Otherwise, why wouldn't I call you? Do you think I'm like you, a greedy girl who likes to eat alone? Hee hee, big brother, I knew you wouldn't forget me. Ziyan giggled, automatically ignoring the latter half of Han Chang's sentence. Here, eat, these are done, while those still need a bit more time. So delicious, big brother, you eat too. I'm not hungry, I was just remembering back then when I roasted meat like this at night, and the queen was drawn by the scent. Han Chang was recalling the start of his romance with the queen, but seeing Ziyan's eating manner, he subconsciously shook his head. The queen's manner when eating roasted meat was far more elegant. Suddenly, the gate of the green bamboo courtyard opened from the outside. Han Chang turned his head and saw a familiar figure. Little brother Han Chang, when did you return? Why didn't you let me know? Sister Yafei, I just got back as well and didn't want to disturb your rest. I was planning to visit you tomorrow. After exchanging pleasantries, Yafei breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that the little girl was not Han Chang's daughter. After all, the fighting Qi continent was vast, some children could run as soon as they were born, so she couldn't be blamed for overthinking. By the way, sister, how long until the alchemist convention starts? I didn't arrive too late, did I? Han Chang wasn't quite sure either, as he hadn't had the time to inquire about the alchemist convention along the way. However, he had noticed quite a few alchemists rushing toward the capital, so he estimated it wouldn't be long. In less than half a month. Tomorrow, little brother, you should drop by the alchemist guild to show your face and put Association President Fama's mind at ease. Got it, don't worry, sister. Chapter 28, 7-Colored Cyan Spirit Saliva. Chapter 28, 7-Colored Cyan Spirit Saliva. By the way, the old master of the Nolan family is bedridden with a severe illness. Word has it that he's infected with searing poison and is offering a massive reward for alchemists to help. But even Pilking Jiyu he was helpless. Unless someone possesses a heavenly flame, any number of alchemists would be useless. A massive reward, what treasure can the Nolan family possibly offer? 7-Colored Cyan Spirit Saliva. It's said to be a rare treasure capable of restoring soul power. Haha, nice, it seems I'll have to make a trip there. Han Chang laughed, this was precisely the importance of personal connections. If you act like you're omniscient and rush right in without asking anyone questions, you deserve to be suspected. Little brother, you have a heavenly flame, Yafei asked in surprise. Of course, after all, aren't I sister Yafei's little brother? I heard Grandmaster Ji Yu he say that heavenly flames are extremely dangerous. Even a Do Huang expert might not be able to subdue one. Are you alright, little brother? Thanks to Han Chang, Yafei's current status was akin to a strictly protected animal among the major factions of the Jama Empire, granting her access to a wealth of information. Even Do Huang experts, who were normally impossibly high and mighty, would set aside their pride in front of her. I was quite lucky. When I subdued it, this little cutie was very obedient, Han Chang said with a smile, controlling the green lotus core flame in his hand to form a lotus that floated into the sky. In his heart, however, he silently added, indeed very obedient, I was only burned to death 1,000 or 800 times. The simple reunion barbecue party soon came to an end. After all, Yafei's cultivation was only that of a Do practitioner. Han Chang and Ziyan could go without sleep for 3 days and 3 nights without it affecting them in the slightest. But if Yafei went without sleep for a day, she would feel sleepy the next. There was no helping it, this was the most daunting reality. It was as if everyone's talent was already fixed the moment they were born. Can it really not be changed? A thought flashed through Han Chang's mind, but now was not the time. In this northwest continent, high-tier medicinal ingredients capable of serving as the primary ingredient for tier 7 medicinal pills or above were either hoarded by individuals or had flowed into the Central Plains. To truly test certain ideas, one still had to go to the Central Plains. That was where medicinal herbs from almost every corner of the fighting Qi continent gathered, providing high-tier alchemists with plenty of materials to test their theories. Very good, that's another reason to purge the Black Corner region. Silently validating his own foresight in his mind, Han Chang quietly lay on the bed, feeling as though he were being held by a queen. As cultivation increased, especially after becoming a Do Wang, the life state of humans would begin a slow evolution. It was not until reaching Dozong, when the life state underwent a qualitative leap, that this evolution became even more pronounced. However, even without reaching Dozong, a Do Huang expert meditating for 2 or 3 hours a day was equivalent to an ordinary person sleeping for 8 hours. For a Do Huang expert like Han Chang who slept for 4 or 5 hours, he would surely be brimming with energy. As the sun fully rose, Han Chang closed his eyes. Having persisted for over a year, his eyesight had improved significantly, and his soul power had increased by a tiny sliver, though it was nowhere near as much as his overall progress. But, this was spiritual realm soul power. Even a tiny sliver was a massive gain. By emulating heaven and earth through the origin of the green lotus core flame, dying under accelerated time allows my soul power to grow steadily even in the spiritual realm. Compared to those two methods, watching the sunrise day after day doesn't boost my soul power by much, but at least it provides an extra channel beyond relying solely on realm breakthroughs like other alchemists. Besides, 90% of those grade 8 alchemists are Dozuns, and most of them have reached the end of their path. If I publicize this method that anyone can use, I bet future grade 8 alchemists will venerate me like an ancestor, wouldn't they? Han Chang pondered the feasibility of using this information to harvest prestige, but he quickly suppressed the thought. If this were not an extraordinary world, he might not have had so many misgivings. But this was an extraordinary world. If some greedy fellows assumed he possessed other secrets, wouldn't Han Chang be shoving himself right into trouble? Han Chang always did his best to avoid any potential trouble like that. Getting up and vaulting down from the roof, Han Chang returned to his room to prepare breakfast when a crazy idea suddenly popped into his mind. If I use the green lotus core flame to absorb the energy within the sun into my body, then even without origin Qi, wouldn't I be able to forcibly step into the Dodi realm? Han Chang startled himself with this sudden thought. Leaving aside the question of whether he could directly absorb the power of the sun, the speculation behind this idea was indeed very feasible. But the question was, could even a Dodi, or even a sovereign realm cultivator of the great thousand world, do anything to the sun star? Han Chang didn't know the answer, so he suppressed the tempting, crazy thought. For now, he had better focus on cooking a pot of his favorite meat porridge. Half an hour later, Ziyan rubbed her little belly and nodded in satisfaction. Big brother, where are we going? First, we'll head to the Alchemist Guild to visit President Fama and set the old man's mind at ease. Then we'll go to the Nolan family. I'm quite interested in that 7-colored cyan spirit saliva. Should I come along too? Either way is fine. If you feel bored, go accompany Sister Yafei. She has lots of delicious food over there. Great, then I'll go and be Sister Yafei's personal bodyguard for you. Ziyan quickly made her choice. Then I'll take you over first. But remember, Sister Yafei isn't like me. You have to be careful with your strength. Aiya, big brother, don't you trust me? Quote. If those students in the inner academy hadn't suffered broken bones from Ziyan's accidental punch, Han Chang might have actually believed her. However, Ziyan wasn't really a small child either. After warning her once, Han Chang comfortably sent her over to Sister Yafei's side. The Alchemist Guild. As soon as he stepped inside, Han Cheng saw President Fama walking toward him. It seemed the old man had been looking forward to his arrival for quite some time. Little friend Han, seeing you here sets this old man's mind at ease. Senior, since I gave my word, I naturally won't break my promise. After a brief chat, Han Cheng didn't linger. After all, there was still half a month before the Alchemist Convention officially began. He only needed to show up when it actually started. Although Han Cheng respected the elderly and cherished the young, if given the choice, he really didn't want to chat endlessly with a century-old man. Humans, after all, were visual creatures. Between an old, ugly man and a group of pretty young girls, under normal circumstances, anyone would choose to chat with a group of pretty young girls. Of course, if Han Cheng were facing his own teacher, that would be a different story. The Nolan family. Compared to their former glory, the members of the Nolan family were currently as anxious as ants on a hot pan. All because the pillar of the Nolan family, the Do Wong expert Nolan Jia, suffered an outbreak of searing poison that had penetrated into his bones, leaving him with one foot in the grave. How could the members of the Nolan family not be anxious? Chapter 29, The Prelude about to unfold. Chapter 29, The Prelude about to unfold. However, without a heavenly flame, Pil King Ji Yu he was helpless. The Nolan family could only desperately seek any help they could get, casting a wide net in the hopes of finding a way to cure Nolan Jia on the eve of the Alchemist Convention. The several fourth-rank alchemists who came today were similarly helpless, but Nolan Yanran and her father still politely saw them off out the door. After all, fourth-rank alchemists were respectable figures in the Jama Empire and could not be offended carelessly. Having just stepped out, Nolan Yanran suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her eyes flashed with pleasant surprise, shining as if she had seen a savior. Taking quick strides, she left the people beside her behind and ran rapidly toward the green-clad figure not far away. Master Han, it's wonderful that you're back, Nolan Yanran said excitedly, immediately reaching out to pull Han Cheng inside. Han Cheng subtly flicked his sleeve, smiling as he said, young sect leader, please don't be too excited. I came this time for old Master Nolan, but whether I can cure him depends on me taking a look first. Oh, Master Han, please follow me. A touch of disappointment flashed through Nolan Yanran's heart, but she quickly snapped out of it and led Han Cheng into her home. When they reached the crowd standing at the door looking at Han Cheng with curiosity, Nolan Yanran said with a bright smile, Father, Masters, this is Master Han Cheng, a 6th-rank alchemist whose alchemy skills are even superior to Senior Ji Yu. So it is Master Han. Please, come inside. Yanran, make sure to entertain Master Han well, do not neglect him. Nolan Yanran's father, Nolan Su, also wore a smile. Although he had never met this Master Han before, he had frequently heard the legends left by Master Han recently. Even Ji Yu he had previously held him in extremely high esteem. However, he hadn't expected this Master Han to be so young, he looked like he had barely reached adulthood. Mitchell pays respects to Master Han. Otto pays respects to Master Han. Quote. The Jama Empire was only so big, so these fourth-rank alchemists were naturally well aware of the legends surrounding Han Cheng. Now seeing him with their own eyes, though they marveled in their hearts at how young talent emerges from youth, their bodies respectfully bowed all the same. You seniors are too polite. I need to check old Master Nolan's condition first, so please feel free to do as you wish. Han Cheng greeted them with a smile and didn't chat much further with them. He didn't know them, a group of men several cycles older than him, what was there to talk about? Getting his hands on the 7-colored cyan spirit saliva sooner and enjoying a few days of leisure was better than anything else. After cultivating for 8 years straight in one breath, was there any problem with relaxing a bit? Not at all. On the large bed, looking at the old man whose face was grayish-black and clearly didn't have much time left, Han Cheng secretly took it as a cautionary lesson. If one's strength wasn't enough, one shouldn't take overly precious treasures. After all, one wouldn't be able to keep them in the end and would suffer because of it instead. However, he, who possessed a golden finger, was an exception. Master Han, do you have a solution? Nolan Yanran looked at her grandfather on the sickbed, her heart filled with anxiety. Since it has reached this point, we'll just do as Senior Ji Yu he suggested and use heavenly flame directly to resolve the searing poison. Han Cheng did have other methods, but he was too lazy to use them, and the patient likely couldn't wait that long anyway. High-tier pills were precious precisely because merely collecting the medicinal ingredients was a time-consuming and labor-intensive task. A cluster of cyan flame emerged from the tip of Han Cheng's finger, but strangely, even at a distance of just a few meters, Nolan Yanran couldn't feel any sign of a temperature rise. Expose the old master's back. I have some confidence when it comes to fire control. He wasn't sure about other heavenly flames, but in terms of mastery over the green lotus core flame, Han Cheng was likely in a league unprecedented before. Seeing Han Cheng say this, Nolan Yanran didn't waste any time. After all, this was a 6th-rank alchemist. Following Han Cheng's instructions, Nolan Yanran had a maid turn Nolan Jia over. Han Cheng placed his finger, burning with the green lotus core flame, onto his back. Seeing that the searing poison had already penetrated into the bone marrow, he directly transformed the green lotus core flame into cyan roots to absorb the searing poison. At the same time, a cyan lotus flower bloomed upward along Han Cheng's finger. A few breaths later, the pitch-black searing poison flowed along the green lotus core flame to the lotus petals, but the terrifyingly high temperature concealed beneath normal warmth burned it to ashes in an instant. As time passed, Nolan Jia's face, which had occasionally shown expressions of pain, actually displayed a bit of relief and ease. The grayish-black color on his face continuously dissipated, though after being tormented for so long, his complexion remained somewhat pale. However, Nolan Yanran was already wearing a smile by now, her eyes looking at Han Cheng with deep gratitude. Anyone with eyes could see that the searing poison in Nolan Jia's body was being continuously extracted and burned away. Furthermore, Han Cheng's miraculous fire control technique could actually make the sufferer feel relaxed and pain-free, which was simply incredible. A quarter of an hour later, Han Cheng raised his palm, burned away the last bit of searing poison, clapped his hands, and stood up, saying, "All right, young sect leader, you can have someone check old master's condition. Once you confirm there are no problems, hand over that stock of 7-colored cyan spirit saliva to me. Please move to the front hall and wait a moment, Master Han. Yanran will go inform my father right away." Nolan Yanran's tone carried a hint of relief, her speech brimming with smiles. Before a cup of tea was finished, Nolan Yanran and her father arrived, bringing a plant with flowers blooming in 7 colors. Master Han, this is the 7-colored cyan spirit saliva. It has the effect of restoring soul power. However, if you don't use it immediately, it needs to be exposed to sunlight for an hour every day. Understood. Thank you, young sect leader. Han Cheng held up this 7-colored flower and examined it closely, finding that this thing seemed useless to him. A spiritual realm soul power was not something a single stock of 7-colored cyan spirit saliva could elevate, and his soul power was completely intact. Sigh, Xiaoyan, oh Xiaoyan, if you didn't have a wealthy woman backing you, I would be tempted by your wealth. Walking out of the Nolan family residence, Han Cheng calculated in his heart, what price would be appropriate. The secret technique for resurrection was definitely required. At that time, regardless of whether the queen could break through to Dozun, having one more venerable skyfire was very necessary. And grade 8 pill recipes. Han Cheng had a slight headache. A grade 8 alchemist without grade 8 pill recipes was still lacking something after all. However, it didn't matter. The cart would find its way around the mountain when it got there. Han Cheng still had plenty of time and was in no rush. He had strength, talent, and a chief. There was no need to worry excessively about trivial matters. Han Cheng regained his composure, bought 5 sticks of candied haws, and walked toward the miter auction house. Just as he arrived at Sister Yafei's room, he saw a white-haired middle-aged man who looked quite powerful, likely a Do Huang, along with a young man. Yafei came over to Han Cheng and introduced the identities of these two people to him. Little brother, this is Xiao Yan, the third young master of the Xiao family in Wudin City. He's also a student at Jianan Academy, making him your junior schoolmate. This is the supreme elder of the middle family, one of the top 10 experts of the Jama Empire, Ice Emperor Hai Bodong. I'm feeling a bit dizzy today, so only 2 chapters for now. Sorry, less than __ greater than. Chapter 30, Meeting. Chapter 30, Meeting. This is my younger brother, Han Cheng. Although he is 1 year younger than little brother Xiao Yan, he is already a 6th rank alchemist. Yafei hugged Han Cheng's arm, her tone tinged with a hint of pride. After all, this was her younger brother Tilda. Senior Hai Bodong, this junior has long admired your great name. And junior Xiao Yan, traveling the world completely alone, truly commands my admiration. Master Han is too polite. Senior, you are the truly amazing one. Xiao Yan is merely a bit bolder, that's all. Han Cheng's identity as a 6th rank alchemist naturally prevented the two of them from daring to look down on him. Not to mention Hai Bodong, who had a profound appreciation for the methods of a 6th rank alchemist. As for Xiao Yan, his mood at this moment was extremely complicated. In Hai Bodong's eyes, he was a 6th rank alchemist. However, he himself knew that under the condition where his teacher's soul power was too exhausted to make a move, he was merely a 4-star Do master combined with a 3rd rank alchemist. In front of a genuine 6th rank alchemist like Han Cheng, he wasn't even worth a damn. Senior Han Cheng, I wonder how the old master of the Nolan family is doing. Xiao Yan had just learned from Yafei's lips that the Nolan family possessed a stock of 7-colored cyan spirit saliva, which could recover soul power. He had originally planned to have his teacher make a move to treat the lingering poison and then obtain the 7-colored cyan spirit saliva. It was just that Han Cheng had already beaten him to it a step earlier, leaving Xiao Yan somewhat apprehensive and wanting to know how things truly stood, and whether he still had any hope of obtaining the 7-colored cyan spirit saliva. Junior Xiao Yan is quite concerned about the affairs of the Nolan family, but well. Han Cheng smiled and said casually, the lingering poison had penetrated deep into his bone marrow, but I have already resolved it. That old master of the Nolan family will be more or less recovered after recuperating for a few months. Is that 7-colored cyan spirit saliva currently in Senior's hands? Xiao Yan asked with some urgency. The youth who had always been sheltered by his teacher, how could he not be anxious after suddenly losing that protection? Does Junior want it? Han Cheng smiled as he looked at the youth who was 1 year older than him, thinking silently in his heart that a person's own strength was indeed their greatest source of confidence. I wonder if Senior would be willing to part with it. Xiao Yan also knew in his heart that spiritual items capable of recovering soul power, like the 7-colored cyan spirit saliva, were things that the vast majority of alchemists would not easily give up. Yet he had no choice but to do so. Without his teacher, Xiao Yan had lost his pillar of support. Let me think about it. Junior, you also know that even if this kind of thing cannot be used in the short term, one cannot deny its rarity. Han Cheng shook his head. If you say you want it and I just hand it over, wouldn't I lose too much face? Things are valued for their rarity, and transactions depend on mutual willingness. When the time comes, don't blame me for making a ruthless asking price. How about this, Junior? If you can advance to the top 3 in this alchemist convention, I will trade with you. How does that sound? Then Xiao Yan thanked Senior greatly. Xiao Yan was overjoyed. No matter what, this was an exceptional opportunity. Xiao Yan reckoned that having studied under his teacher for so long, fulfilling the prerequisite for Han Cheng's trade was not too difficult. Junior must not celebrate too early. Even with the relationship of Junior sister Zuner, the price I want will still be very high. Oh. Xiao Yan will definitely not let Senior suffer loss. It's just, Senior, how is Zuner doing in the academy right now? Can you tell me about it? Xiao Yan thought that with his teacher's net worth, it could definitely satisfy Han Cheng's appetite. Junior sister Zuner, I can only tell you that she is very popular, and you better prepare yourself to protect the flower. Han Cheng chuckled softly. Xiao Zuner, who appealed to both men and women, certainly possessed quite a bit of physical attractiveness. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly. He knew full well that that girl would definitely have no shortage of pursuers. However, he would never easily let Zuner be taken away. If none of those people are like Senior, then I still have some confidence. Haha, then I'll just wait to watch a good show. Han Cheng smiled, feeling very curious about what kind of performance Xiao Yan would put on during the 3-year agreement half a month later. A 4-star Do Master cultivation base could be considered a genius, but it was still a bit lacking. Even without Hai Bodong's face, Xiao Yan's talent alone would earn him the hospitality of the middle family. Many factions did not mind paying a small price to befriend some young talents. Han Cheng sat down, slowly sipping his tea, smiled, and then shook his head. I really am foolish, actually thinking I was the protagonist. With the resurrection steps written out so clearly, why bother putting on such a serious act? After meeting with Xiao Yan, Han Cheng discovered that he wasn't all that special either. He didn't stand out abruptly, nor did he have a protagonist halo hovering above his head. This was a real world. No one cared how your methods came about, as long as they worked well. Who has the sickness to stare at those trivial matters and do research? Big brother, there's still one skewer left. If you're not going to eat it, it's mine. Ziyan muttered softly. Seeing Han Cheng dazed, she cheerfully grabbed the last candied hawthorn skewer and turned to leave. Han Cheng yawned, checked the time, and contemplated going back to take a midday nap. Watching Ziyan and Yafei, one big and one small woman, grinning as they secretly ate the candied hawthorns, Han Cheng purposely made some noise. Sister Yafei, Ziyan, I'm heading back first to take a nap. The two of them had their mouths stuffed full, and only after Han Cheng left did they let out a breath of relief. The fervent sunlight was so dazzling that it made one drowsy. Han Cheng felt that he had already fallen in love with the sun. Taking a nap under the sunlight was simply a top-tier enjoyment in life. What a pity. The next day, Nalan Jia, who had just recovered from a major illness, decided to hold a banquet, first, to thank Han Cheng, and second, to deter certain petty villains. Frankly speaking, if Nalan Yanran were merely the eldest daughter of the Nalan family, he wouldn't even bother sparing her a glance. But she was also the young sect leader of the Cloud Mist sect, so Han Cheng still had to give face to this overlord within the Jama Empire. Evening. This kind of banquet is the most boring. You can't even eat your fill, and you still have to wear a smile on your face. But fortunately my younger brother is here this time, otherwise sister wouldn't go at all. Yafei was dressed in full formal attire, linking her arm with Han Chang's as she complained about this boring banquet. Hearing this, Ziyan, who was holding Han Chang's other hand, paused in a daze. It's fine, with me here, whatever you want to eat, you eat. No one dares to say anything to you. Big brother, I feel like my appetite has been getting smaller and smaller these past few days. Do you think I'm going to die? Ziyan wore a frightened expression on her face, looking pitifully at Han Chang. Stop putting on an act with me. You're about to break through, don't you have any idea in your own heart? Han Chang sneered. Over the past year, she had eaten over 1,000 energy medicinal pills, it would be strange if she didn't break through. Big brother, I knew I couldn't hide it from you, hee hee. Ziyan's mood was very happy, she was finally going to break through, and she was going to grow up. Hee 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 tilde. How much longer do you think you have? If it really won't do, I'll send you back to the academy in a bit. This was not a good place for a breakthrough, at the very least, there was no place as reassuring as the academy. If I stop continuing to eat, I can still hold out for over a month. Alright, then stop eating those energy medicinal pills for now. Wait until we return to the academy to break through, it's not safe for me alone on this side. Chapter 31, Deterrence. Chapter 31, Deterrence. Han Chang and his family of 3 arrival instantly made the banquet lively. Seeing Han Chang arrive, Nalanjia finally breathed a sigh of relief and walked up with a smile. Many thanks, Master Han, for your miraculous skills in saving this old man's life. I'm merely doing a paid job, senior is too polite. Han Chang wore a smile on his face, as for the reward, he didn't take it to heart at all. Yanran, escort Master Han to his seat. Nalanjia smiled as he let his granddaughter go over. As Han Chang walked, he listened to Yafei talk about these so-called big figures in the Jama Empire. After casting a glance around, Han Chang wasn't too disappointed. There were actually forces backed by a handful of Dowang experts, so it seemed the strength of the Jama Empire wasn't bad after all. Especially that behemoth, the Cloud Mist sect, which had been passed down for thousands of years. No wonder it could make the surrounding empires wary. Unfortunately, strong fortresses are always broken from within. Han Chang felt a myriad of emotions in his heart, but he had no intention of changing the development of the story. It was true that he had a bottom line and principles, but that only applied to the people around him, especially those who were good to him. As for some strangers with whom his relationship wasn't very close, Han Chang couldn't be bothered to think that much. Live or die, it was none of his concern tilde. In fact, the greater the conflict between Xiao Yan and the Cloud Mist sect, the better, because that would make it convenient for Han Chang to repay Xiao Zunar's favor. After all, taking Xiao Yan away from the Cloud Mist sect with a Dozong compared to taking Xiao Yan away from the Cloud Mist sect without a Dozong were completely two different prices. That Yan Xiao must have used some powerful flame, otherwise it would be impossible to refine the iron leaves so many times. Although I also feel what you said is right, what if he actually has the capability? Hee hee. Hey, stop joking, how old is he? Things we can't even do, how could he possibly do them? Quote. Han Chang inadvertently overheard this conversation, and for a moment he didn't know whether to laugh or feel sad. This was the genius born from a remote corner, how ridiculous. Would it be convenient for the young sect leader to tell us about the history of the Cloud Mist sect? Han Chang looked at Nalan Yanran, suddenly very much wanting to understand this behemoth that had been passed down for thousands of years, the Cloud Mist sect. This was a real world, and the history of such a massive force passed down for over a millennium like the Cloud Mist sect must be very interesting. Of course you can, this actually isn't any secret, except that many ancient historical records are somewhat vague, and we later generations find it hard to tell the true from the false. As the young sect leader, Nalan Yanran was still quite familiar with her sect's history. Over 1,000 years ago, the founding ancestor of the Cloud Mist sect, the Dozun expert Yunpodian, founded the Cloud Mist sect during the final period of his life. Nalan Yanran's storytelling ability wasn't very good, but fortunately the history of the Cloud Mist sect itself was long enough, and much of its history had been recorded. Although there were a few generational gaps in between, it ultimately managed to continue down. The Cloud Mist sect truly lives up to being the overlord-level faction of the Jama Empire. Hearing Nalan Yanran roughly recount the recorded history of the Cloud Mist sect, Han Chang suddenly understood why she went to break off the engagement. Change it to any person who became the young sect leader of an overlord-level faction with a long heritage, how could they possibly care about the face of a family that only had a great Do Master-level expert? If they were to dispatch an elder of the Dowang level to make a move, allowing your family to leave behind a fraction of your bloodline would already mean you ran fast enough. In such a transcendent world, for the strong not to directly destroy the weak who violated their will was already the greatest mercy. If this were replaced by some more overbearing faction, where would there be any 3-year agreement? Unfortunately, Nalan Yanran's luck wasn't good. She never expected that the good-for-nothing from such a small family actually had the soul of a grade 8 alchemist as his teacher, and even the biological daughter of a 9-star Dosheng was infatuated with that good-for-nothing. Under normal development, backed by the Cloud Mist sect, Nalan Yanran's future at worst would still be a peak Dohuang expert. Her teacher, Yun Yun, had the best talent among these 3 generations of ancestors, and becoming a Dozong was an absolute certainty. Yun Shan defecting to the Hall of Souls, although a bit humiliating, had to be said, his choice to Hugathai had no flaws. After all, with a force like the Hall of Souls, it wasn't shameful. Even if the Dozun expert Yunpodian were still alive, he wouldn't be able to say much. Even if Xiao Yan's talent wasn't affected by Yao Lao, the strongest he could become in the future would at most be a Dohuang. Nalan Yanran had a teacher at the Dozong realm as her backing. Was there anything wrong with looking down on a mere Dohuang? There was nothing wrong with it. It's just too bad Xiao Yan had a heaven-defying booster carrying him, directly going on a massacre and getting the Cloud Mist sect's account banned entirely. Who could have thought of that? Alas, worldly affairs are hard to predict. Although Han Chang felt somewhat sorry for this unlucky child Nalan Yanran, he still wasn't prepared to help the Cloud Mist sect. Most of the time, everyone is clear on right and wrong, but due to their own positions and interest relations, they all have to make choices that align with their own interests. Was his relationship with the Cloud Mist sect deep? No, not deep at all. It was just that because of Yafei, they belonged to being business partners. He was equally unfamiliar with Xiao Yan, but Yao Lao behind Xiao Yan and the benefits Xiao Zuner could bring him were certainly not comparable to what the Cloud Mist sect could offer. Although it sounded a bit harsh, the value of the Cloud Mist sect really wasn't that high. At worst, in the future he would just give Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran, master and disciple, 1 break sect pill each as compensation. At this time, Han Chang didn't have absolute power. If he did as he pleased in everything, he would simply be courting death. 2 beauties with master-disciple bond bonuses still couldn't compare at all to the enhancement of his own strength. Suddenly, a red steed stopped at the entrance, and a figure full of ferocity caught Han Chang's attention. At a banquet like this, everyone had a harmonious and cheerful appearance, yet this guy had an aura as if someone had died. How could he not attract attention? That's Muzan, right? That's right, it's this madman. Wait, if I remember correctly, that 6th rank alchemist is right beside Yafei, right? Before the little princess and Ji Yui's disciple finished speaking, they were swept by a terrifying aura. In that instant, they seemed to see death. Fortunately, this terrifying aura flashed past and quickly disappeared. But the next second, a figure was thrown to the ground, and everyone looked over simultaneously. Before noon tomorrow, if this seat doesn't see 20 high-grade medicinal ingredients and 30 million gold coins, then the Mu family won't need to continue existing. The young family of 3 walked out from the room and left amidst the awe-filled gazes of the crowd. In the massive Nolan family, for a moment not a single person dared to make a sound. Simply because they realized that the power of that aura belonged exclusively to the Dohuang level. In other words, that 6th rank alchemist was also a Dohuang expert. Good heavens, how old was he? Not only was he a noble 6th rank alchemist, but he was also a powerful Dohuang expert. This was simply a heavenly big figure, yet he was offended by the Mu family first. For a moment, looking at that charred corpse, the crowd's eyes simultaneously revealed a trace of gratitude. What a good person, teaching us a lesson with his life. Chapter 32, the convention begins. Chapter 32, the convention begins. The next day, around noon. Xiaoyan and Haibodong stood side by side, watching the head of the Mu family, a dignified Dohuang powerhouse, smiling with an extremely humble attitude as he handed over 90% of his family's liquidated assets to Yafei. When he finally left with a look of relief, they gained a brand new understanding of the power of a 6th rank alchemist. Who, is this the power of Senior Han Cheng? For a moment, Xiaoyan felt a hint of secret joy in his heart. As a mere dough master, he could chat cheerfully and freely with a noble existence that made dough kings grovel. He was truly fucking awesome. At the same time, his heart grew even more determined to win the championship of this alchemist convention. Not only because of the 7-colored cyan spirit saliva, but Xiaoyan also wanted to win the recognition of this formidable senior. If you disregard that power and your true strength can reach the level of Dohuang, you should also be able to do this. A hint of burning intensity appeared in Haibodong's gaze as he looked at Xiaoyan. Only after seeing it with one's own eyes could one truly understand why a 6th rank alchemist was such a noble existence on the fighting Qi continent. If they were willing, they could find 8 or 10 Dohuangs to beat you up in a group. Who could possibly withstand that? As for those advanced 6th rank alchemists, the kind who could refine the break sec pill, they would be treated like their own biological fathers by Dozong powerhouses. Is that exaggerated? No, not exaggerated at all. Unless it was a sterile Dozong, as long as you had descendants, the 6th rank alchemist would be on the same level as your family's ancestors. After all, your family's ancestor couldn't directly raise your cultivation level, but an alchemist could. This storm rapidly spread beyond the Jama Empire, and many people who had never seen an alchemist gained a clear understanding of a 6th rank alchemist's power. At this time, the upcoming alchemist convention within the Jama Empire naturally caught the attention of quite a few people. At the same time, rumors spread from the Alchemist Guild that that lord would make an appearance at the Alchemist Convention, which once again stirred up quite a storm. If not for the hostile relations among these few empires, I'm afraid this Alchemist Convention would have been even livelier. Amethyst Snow Lotus, Black Tobacco, Thunder Gathering Fruit. Han Cheng nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the relationship between the royal family and the Mu family was not shallow. Of course, he didn't believe these all belonged to the Mu family. Barring any accidents, a good portion of them were sent over as support from the royal family. After all, the Mu family was a staunch follower of the royal family, and a Dohuang powerhouse could not be easily abandoned. Damn it, even though these 20 medicinal ingredients are all different, they still aren't enough to gather the materials for a second 7th rank medicinal pill. Han Cheng was left speechless for a moment. Fortunately, there were still those forces in the Black Corner region. Han Cheng calculated the time, planning to directly keep all those fellows behind when the Fallen Heart Flame erupted, saving him the trouble of tracking them down one by one. Fallen Heart Flame, hee. Cyan flames flashed within Han Cheng's pair of dark eyes. He really wanted to know if the rankings on the Strange Fire ranking list were truly fixed. Matters of the future could be discussed later. Right now, Han Cheng was holding a massive fortune of 70 million, giving him full confidence. Being in a good mood, Han Cheng felt that time passed quite quickly, and in a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Although some other things happened during this period, they had nothing to do with him, and Han Cheng couldn't be bothered to care. Amidst Han Cheng's leisurely vacation, the day the Alchemist Convention was set to begin quickly arrived. The Alchemist Convention, held once every 8 years, was a major grand event for the nearby empires. Almost everyone wanted to crowd over and watch the excitement. Sister Yafei, you don't need to be in such a rush. No matter how late you go, there will still be a seat. As soon as Han Cheng arrived at the Miter auction house and prepared to wait a moment, Yafei pulled Han Cheng and walked out. Aiya, little brother, this is the Alchemist Convention that happens once every 8 years. It's my first time going to watch it live, so of course I have to go earlier. 8 years ago, Yafei was merely a junior of the middle family with low talent. How could she possibly have the qualifications to watch such a bustling event? Since sister has spoken, let's go. Han Cheng thought to himself that 8 years later, at the All-Continent Alchemist Convention of the Pill Tower, he must take Sister Yafei to see it live. That scene would truly be lively. The VIP section. As soon as the three of them arrived, Han Cheng saw Ji Yui's disciples confronting Xiaoyan, who was using the pseudonym Yan Xiao. Aiya, it really is lively. Everyone is truly full of fighting spirit. Master Han. Master Han, you've arrived. Master Han, please take your seat quickly. Haha, you fellow Han Cheng, I thought you weren't coming. Fa Ma watched Han Cheng arrive and joked with a smile. I didn't expect everyone to be so excited and arrive so early. Han Cheng greeted these people with a smile. It was a pity his level had risen too fast, otherwise, he definitely could have put on a show and acted cool. Those who aren't contestants can't understand that kind of excited mood. Fortunately, Master Han isn't a contestant, otherwise, they wouldn't even need to compete, ha ha ha. Jia Xingtian, the royal family's patriarch, looked at the youthful Han Cheng and felt a great wave of emotion in his heart. How wonderful it would be if this person belonged to their royal family. Hard to say, with so many people watching, improvised performance is very important. Han Cheng looked around at these contestants, there really were a lot of them. Over 3,000 alchemists, tisk tisk tisk. Hee, we really owe it all to you this time. The scale of this alchemist convention is the largest in history. Fa Ma said with a face full of emotion. To be able to make these proud alchemists gather here with a pilgrimage-like mindset, it truly took a 6th rank alchemist. I didn't want to either. Perhaps I was too gentle. If I hadn't established my prestige, I'm afraid there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Han Cheng's tone was somewhat helpless. There were many things here that weren't convenient to say directly. Those who understood would understand, and for those who didn't, explaining was useless. Hee, the Jama Empire has been peaceful for too long, and some people have forgotten the power of advanced alchemists. This old man truly has to thank you for showing mercy, otherwise I'm afraid quite a bit of chaos would have broken out again. Fa Ma smiled, casting a barely perceptible glance at Jia Xingtian. If not for Sister Yafei, I would have directly uprooted all of them. If you want to thank someone, go thank Sister Yafei. Han Cheng said with a smile on his face, maintaining his composure. Being fellow Picto Huangs, if Han Cheng wanted to kill Zha Xingtian, 10 moves would be enough. Short-sighted fools, did they really think anyone coveted this tiny little place? Hee, rest assured, with this old man here, Miss Yafei will not be in danger. Fa Ma understood Han Cheng's meaning. If they wanted to maintain the relationship between them, Yafei was the most crucial link. Let's not talk about that anymore. I see everyone has arrived, isn't it starting yet? The bell rang, representing that the time for the Alchemist convention to begin had arrived. Standing at the front of the VIP seating area, Fa Ma looked at the seating plaza, and after a moment, chuckled lightly. Now, will all contestants please enter your respective seats? For a moment, numerous alchemists rose from the VIP seats and rushed toward their designated positions on the plaza. However, when they saw the medicinal formula on that thin sheet of paper, along with medicinal ingredients that were only enough for 2 refinement attempts, quite a few alchemists who were previously full of confidence fell into deep thought. Chapter 33, the third round. Chapter 33, the third round. Orthodox medicinal formulas required the use of soul power to read, allowing the reader to grasp any details and precautions needed during the refinement of that medicinal pill in the shortest possible time. As for what was recorded on this thin piece of paper, it only told you the general refining method. All other details and so on completely required one to grasp them on their own, which undoubtedly raised the failure rate of refining the medicinal pill to a terrifying degree. Han Cheng looked at these contestants with great interest, developing a completely new understanding of this so-called alchemist convention in his heart. It was indeed quite difficult. If experience was lacking, some newcomers basically had no possibility of passing the first round. The timing hourglass for the first round began, and colorful medicine cauldrons fell. Although the flames of these 3,000 plus alchemists were mostly yellow, having so many flames rise together was also very spectacular. Hey, I didn't expect that this alchemist convention would attract so many experts. Tisk tisk tisk. Han Cheng swept his soul power across and discovered that quite a few 4th rank alchemists in their 30s were participating, and their skill levels were all very high, belonging at least to the upper middle standard among 4th rank alchemists. Logically speaking, such 4th rank alchemists would not come to participate. It was simply because of Han Cheng that these people came with an attitude akin to a pilgrimage, wanting to catch a glimpse of the master walking ahead of them. It was just that because of this, those few young people were going to have a hard time. Sigh, those little fellows have no hope this time. I think they might as well wait for the next session. Who was to say otherwise? After all, for an alchemist, age and experience are extremely important. If someone else had said these words, I might have believed them, but you brat had better forget it, it's too demoralizing. Han Cheng and Fa Ma were chatting idly, while Hai Bodong at the side looked completely unconcerned. Little did they know, Xiaoyan was also under a lot of pressure right now. Fortunately, the first 2 rounds of this convention were simply elimination matches. As long as one refined a qualified medicinal pill within the specified time, it counted as advancing. With the guidance of Yao Lao, an 8th rank grandmaster, Xiaoyan passing the first 2 rounds was naturally not a problem. The Imperial Princess and Ji Yuhi's disciple also passed the assessment, but aside from Xiaoyan doing somewhat better, the other 2 performed a bit worse. Because of those veteran 4th rank alchemists who possessed over a decade more experience, those few young people were suppressed and had almost no opportunities to stand out. Even a certain 5th rank alchemist who came back to stomp noobs was pinned to the ground and rubbed by these seasoned 4th rank alchemists. Apparently, sometimes when a high rank alchemist refines some low-grade medicinal pills, they might not necessarily surpass a low-rank alchemist. Their areas of immersion were different. Many high-rank alchemists were dedicated to studying advanced medicinal pills they didn't know yet, so how could they continue to consolidate and practice the medicinal pills they had already learned? Moreover, not everyone had the simulation ability like Han Cheng, otherwise, there was always a probability of overturning. The first day of the competition passed just like that. Outsiders watched as over 2,000 people were eliminated all at once and felt it was quite intense. In reality, however, anyone who understood even a little bit knew that the truly exciting part would be tomorrow's final round. In the first 2 rounds, quite a few people were concealing their strength, and their true signature skills had yet to be revealed. On the way back, Han Cheng patiently listened to Yafei and Ziyan discussing today's alchemists. Sitting like that took up most of the day. If there hadn't been so many alchemists and the refining process hadn't been colorful and dazzling, ordinary people truly wouldn't have had the patience to watch it through. Little brother, why were so many people eliminated in the second round? Yafei couldn't figure out why the second round could eliminate over 1,000 people all at once. There was a problem with that medicinal formula. It had 1 extra medicinal ingredient. It looked fine, but unless an alchemist had sufficient experience, they would have to fail once to see where the problem lay. If Big Brother participated, you would definitely win first place. Ziyan was full of confidence in Han Cheng, but do you think I have nothing better to do and am stuffed to the point of boredom? Competing with a bunch of 4th and 5th rank alchemists. Han Cheng irritably knocked Ziyan on the head. He also had his dignity. As a dignified 7th rank alchemist who only lacked medicinal ingredients to advance to the 8th rank, he could secure a top spot even if he participated in the All-Continent Alchemist Convention. Was he crazy to go and compete with this group of mid to low grade alchemists? 5th rank. Senior Han Cheng, what did you just say? There is a 5th rank alchemist participating. Xiaoyan and Hai Bodong, who weren't far from Han Cheng's group, suddenly widened their eyes. Xiaoyan walked up to Han Cheng in some shock to ask about the situation. That's right, there's one 5th rank alchemist. However, you don't need to worry, that 5th rank alchemist's potential has reached its limit. To win the match, he can only refine high-grade 4th rank medicinal pills. Junior Xiaoyan, you might not necessarily lack a chance of winning. Han Cheng suddenly remembered that this was Xiaoyan's first time participating in a competition, and he seemed not very clear about the matter of bringing one's own medicinal ingredients. Right, Junior Xiaoyan, you had better prepare a few portions of medicinal ingredients for 4th rank medicinal pills yourself, otherwise. Xiaoyan suddenly thought of something, and he revealed a grateful smile toward Han Cheng. Thank you for the reminder, senior. I'll go prepare right now. It was just a momentary oversight. What Xiaoyan didn't notice was that Hai Bodong's gaze toward him was very complicated. A dignified 6th rank alchemist actually wouldn't pay attention to this kind of matter. At the very least, carrying 3 to 5 portions of medicinal ingredients for 4th or 5th rank medicinal pills on oneself shouldn't be difficult, right? However, no one answered the doubt in Hai Bodong's heart. Han Cheng only smiled at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, you'd better be able to secure the top 3, otherwise, how can I obtain the medicinal formulas for 7th or 8th rank medicinal pills? It was a pity that the value of the 7-colored cyan spirit saliva was too high for an alchemist, otherwise Han Cheng could barely trade it using Xiao Zun'er's favor. The next day, Han Cheng went a little earlier than yesterday. He was very curious, what kind of performance would Xiaoyan have this time? Was it the 3-pattern azure spirit pill, or something else? Upon the high platform, Fa Ma gave a light cough, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the entire audience. After a long while, the noisy sounds in the venue slowly quieted down, and his aged yet calm tone resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone, today's assessment will be the most crucial round of the convention. The final winner will be the champion of this convention. Therefore, for the sake of your efforts, go all out today. Roar, roar, roar. Just as F.A. Ma's voice fell, among the spectator stands, the countless crowds who had been waiting for a long time immediately shouted in unison with excitement, their deafening roars piercing straight into the clouds. In this third round of assessment, the guild will no longer provide any assistance to any contestants. Everything must rely entirely on oneself, including medicinal formulas, medicinal ingredients, and so on. In other words, within the specified time, you must successfully refine a medicinal pill within the scope of your capabilities, and the final winner will naturally depend on the grade and practical value of the medicinal pill they refine. Hearing the clear voice resounding in their ears, most of the contestants in the square were stunned by this sudden assessment topic. After a long while, some contestants' faces first turned pale. Obviously, these people had not prepared suitable medicinal formulas or sufficient medicinal ingredients. Under this kind of test question, without these two conditions, the outcome was obvious, the probability of defeat would become extremely high. I plan to write the protagonist as someone who, although he preemptively took some of Xiao Yan's fortuitous encounters, the two of them are not mortal enemies. Even in Xiao Yan's eyes, the protagonist is still his good senior, an existence he always looks up to. Even if Xiao Zuner eventually marries the protagonist, Xiao Yan would still feel it's only right and proper. Can everyone accept this? Chapter 34, Final Results. Chapter 34, Final Results. Mentally thanking Senior Han Chang for his reminder once again, Xiao Yan swept his gaze over the remaining hundreds of contestants. Quite a few people looked completely composed, they were clearly experienced alchemists who had made preparations. Today, I must successfully squeeze into the top 3. I'll fight with everything I've got. Afterwards, Xiao Yan took out his battered medicine cauldron, forming a sharp contrast with the gorgeous medicine cauldrons of the little princess and Ji Yui's disciple next to him. However, as a personal disciple of an 8th rank grandmaster, Xiao Yan did not feel there was anything wrong with it. It was just a medicine cauldron, merely an external object. A true master only needed bare hands. To ensure the success rate, Xiao Yan took out the bone-chilling flame to refine the medicinal pill he had prepared for today. Although the number of contestants today was dozens of times fewer, these colorful flames looked much prettier. If it weren't for that pale white flame forcing their own flames to submit, their moods might have been even better. This is strange fire, F.A. Ma whispered in surprise, and the gazes of several people around him involuntarily turned towards Han Chang. Han Chang did not hide the news that he possessed the green lotus core flame. This couldn't be hidden anyway, unless he never used it. Therefore, F.A. Ma, Jia Xingtian, and the others all wanted to verify with Han Chang, who also possessed a strange fire, whether this was truly a strange fire. MN, it should be the bone-chilling flame ranked 11th on the strange fire ranking list. My green lotus core flame is only ranked 19th. Junior Xiao Yan truly has great fortune. Han Chang smiled and sighed with emotion, not feeling envious at all in his heart. The green lotus core flame within his body did not fluctuate due to the appearance of the bone-chilling flame, which actually made Han Chang quite satisfied. It seemed the path he took was correct. Only, looking at these medicine cauldrons currently refining medicine, Han Chang suddenly remembered a matter. His medicine cauldron had already developed cracks when he refined the Tianren Xuanling pill. Good fellow, the 11th rank bone-chilling flame, truly. F.A. Ma didn't even know what to say, this was truly enviable. However, looking at the pale white flame in Xiao Yan's hand, F.A. Ma actually felt a bit of familiarity. What a remarkable little fellow. I wonder what kind of existence his teacher behind him is. If I had known earlier that he also had a strange fire, I could have recruited him a bit. For a time, several people harbored their own thoughts. Soon, these alchemists all reached the final pill-forming stage. Of course, there were also quite a few people who had failed once and were therefore starting their second refinement. What was even more, due to being overly excited, they actually failed at the final moment. Such mistakes were not few. Many alchemists made them, which showed that even for alchemists, refining medicinal pills was not a simple matter. It was just that those who successfully formed pills first were basically third-rank medicinal pills. In this session, third-rank medicinal pills would find it somewhat difficult to obtain a better ranking. Even some high-grade third-rank medicinal pills had no advantage when pitted against some fourth-rank medicinal pills. The little princess of the royal family and Ji Yui's disciple refined high-grade goods among third-rank medicinal pills, but after they stopped and looked around, they lost the joy of successfully refining pills. Because, judging from the fluctuations of the medicine cauldrons in front of those alchemists who still hadn't stopped, they should all be fourth-rank medicinal pills. Furthermore, among them, 3 people seemed to have coincidentally chosen the exact same medicinal pill. The purple heart barrier breaking pill. A peak 4th rank medicinal pill, its value comparable to a 5th rank medicinal pill. It could allow a great dough master to increase their cultivation by 1 star without side effects, and a single person could consume it twice consecutively. Almost without distinction in order, 2 of these 3 people successfully refined the purple heart barrier breaking pill on their first attempt. After failing twice, Xiao Yan successfully refined it on his 3rd attempt right before the final ending time stopped. For a time, the atmosphere at the scene became anxious and tense. After all, 3 identical peak 4th rank medicinal pills were truly too dramatic. Everyone was very curious, exactly whose refined medicinal pill had better quality. Colliding pills was not scary, whoever had the worst quality would feel awkward. At this time, not only were the spectators very concerned about the result, but the 3 alchemists themselves were also very curious about who among them was superior. As time passed, F.A. Ma and the most famous alchemists of the Jia Ma Empire ranked the remaining medicinal pills, leaving only the final top 3. Alright, I believe everyone is very eager to know the result. Finally, let us invite the pride of our Jia Ma Empire, the 6th rank alchemist, Master Han, to give the answer. This was the biggest gimmick of this alchemist convention. F.A. Ma certainly wouldn't let Han Chang slack off and meddle through just like that. When the name Han Chang was heard, the entire alchemist plaza instantly quieted down, but everyone could feel that the atmosphere at the scene had become scorching hot. A single word could determine the existence or non-existence of a faction backed by a Dowang powerhouse. Such a noble existence, yet so young, who knows how many men and women cast burning gazes towards that youth in the VIP seats. Han Chang stood up, his soul power reaching out to perceive the energy contained within these 3 medicinal pills, and he immediately knew which was superior and which was inferior. Since Senior F.A. Ma has said so, then I shall play the villain. Han Chang first smiled, then evaluated with a serious expression, ranking first is the purple heart barrier breaking pill refined by contestant Carter. It is extremely outstanding, and even a veteran 4th rank alchemist is no better than this. Even if I were to make a move, the purple heart barrier breaking pill I refine might not necessarily be better than the one refined by contestant Carter. Announcing first place right off the bat, Han Chang's style of not following convention made many spectators who were anticipating the champion's allegiance quite satisfied, feeling that this Master Han was truly considerate. Only F.A. Ma and the others could only wryly smile. Didn't this brat know how to create suspense? Second place is the purple heart barrier breaking pill refined by contestant Yan Xiao. Although there's the factor of a strange fire in this is also his ability. Moreover, contestant Yan Xiao is very young, his future is boundless. Unfortunately, when Han Cheng said these words, they didn't cause any major reaction because his own face already looked young enough. Third place is a barely successful purple heart barrier breaking pill refined by this alchemist from the Azumo Empire. Do the three of you have any objections? Finishing his words, Han Cheng looked toward these three people. Xiao Yan and Carter both shook their heads. They were very satisfied with their results. How could they possibly have any opinions? Yan Li wanted to say something, but how could he have the qualification to question an existence like Han Cheng? Especially with someone like Carter, who had almost half a foot stepped into a fifth-rank alchemist. Present, Yan Li actually knew the result from the very beginning when he came. Now that he hadn't gotten first place, he'd better quickly pack up his things and run away. Although Carter was not an alchemist of the Jama Empire either, he didn't conceal it and belonged to the category of legitimate contestants. He couldn't do it. If he didn't run, it was easy to die. Ultimately, this alchemist convention came to a close, ending successfully. Although the champion was not an alchemist of the Jama Empire, those with discerning eyes could all see that Carter was entirely due to his age advantage. Meanwhile, Yan Xiao was now almost 20 years younger than Carter yet could achieve such a performance. His future was boundless, and it wasn't considered disgraceful either. More importantly, this alchemist convention had Han Cheng presiding over it, so it didn't matter who won the championship. With a big shot whose strength, talent, and potential were all maxed out presiding over it, as long as the ownership of victory or defeat in this match wasn't particularly outrageous, everyone wouldn't care too much. Chapter 35 Seeing Through. Of course, the alchemist himself cared quite a bit. After claiming the 6th rank medicinal formula rewarded to him, Carter consulted with Guild President Fa Ma for a long time before reluctantly leaving. It was a pity he couldn't ask his idol for advice. Han Cheng naturally knew nothing of that. He had never imagined that there would be fanboys on the Fighting Chi continent. On the way back, Xiao Yan grinningly followed him. Congratulations, Junior Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Han Cheng found it somewhat amusing and purposely avoided mentioning the transaction, wanting to see his reaction. Senior, I still have to thank you for your reminder this time, hee. Xiao Yan rubbed his hands together, dry laughing as he probed, Senior, regarding that 7-colored cyan spirit saliva. Haha, I thought Junior wouldn't need it anymore. Han Cheng laughed, patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, and said, rest assured, I am not someone who easily breaks promises. Let's find a quieter place to talk. Xiao Yan thought about it and realized it was true. The streets were full of people and hardly a suitable place for a transaction. Ziyan, standing to the side, curiously looked at the two of them. She still didn't know what secret Big Brother was discussing with this frail alchemist. However, her attention was quickly diverted by the candied haws handed over by Yafei. Because she was about to advance, Ziyan hadn't eaten many energy medicinal pills during this period, so she developed quite an interest in these delicious candied haws. Hai Bodong hadn't followed Xiao Yan. He had probably gone to hunt down that unlucky fellow from the Azumo Empire. It was purely serving him right, having nothing better to do than get mixed up in such life-risking business. Could he really disguise himself for a lifetime? Inside a quiet room, Han Cheng said earnestly to Xiao Yan, Junior Xiao Yan, I think you should be clear on one thing. If you hire a Do Huang expert to kill a Do Ling, the price you have to pay definitely cannot be a 4th-rank medicinal pill. At the very least, it should be a high-tier 5th-rank medicinal pill, right? MN, Senior, Xiao Yan understands this logic. Xiao Yan naturally understood Han Cheng's meaning. Trading with a 6th-rank alchemist was an astronomical price. If not for, Xiao Yan glanced imperceptibly at the black ring on his finger, he wouldn't dare guarantee he could satisfy Han Cheng. A fire attribute D-rank low-tier cultivation method. What does Senior think? Xiao Yan thought of the cultivation method that Yao Lao had brought out alongside the flame mantra for him to choose from back then. This was definitely available. Who would have thought that Han Cheng shook his head instead? My situation is somewhat special. Cultivation methods aren't very important to me. Han Cheng had the green lotus core flame rooted in heaven and earth to absorb energy, and his cultivation speed was related to his soul power. At least with his current soul power, his cultivation speed was not much inferior to some D-rank high-tier cultivation methods. Cyan flames flashed in Han Cheng's eyes as he looked at the deep in thought Xiao Yan and suddenly said, Junior Xiao Yan, there are some things you don't understand. Why don't you let your teacher come out and talk with me? Ah, Senior, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all, ha ha ha. Xiao Yan froze for a moment, looking at Han Cheng with a dumbfounded expression, as if he truly didn't understand what Han Cheng was talking about. Han Cheng didn't say anything, only shaking his head. The next moment, Han Cheng took out the 7-colored cyan spirit saliva completely and roasted it with the green lotus core flame. Within the span of a few breaths, as the heavenly flame dissipated, only a large colorful dewdrop floated on the palm of Han Cheng's hand. Extend your hand. Xiao Yan subconsciously stretched out his hand, and just as he wanted to pull it back, his arm was grabbed by Han Cheng. The moment the colorful dewdrop pressed against that black storage ring, the pitch black storage ring actually lit up with a faint glow. After the span of a few breaths, the pitch black storage ring automatically detached from Xiao Yan's finger and floated in midair. The colorful dewdrop seemed to stick onto the pitch black storage ring, and for a moment, a colorful, brilliant blackness was presented. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan gave a sheepish smile and looked at Han Cheng somewhat awkwardly. When I first saw Junior Xiao Yan and Senior Ice Emperor Hai Bodong before, I had a guess in my heart. To be able to make a Do Huang expert willingly follow, it must be at least a 6th-rank alchemist. Previously, I thought Junior Xiao Yan possessed talent on par with mine, and I was quite happy, thinking a fellow traveler had finally caught up to my footsteps. It would be one thing if you needed to temporarily prepare medicinal materials for 4th-rank medicinal pills when returning yesterday, but the moment you used that bone-chilling flame today, I sense a soul aura completely different from yours, Junior. Coupled with your performance in refining the purple heart barrier-breaking pill, I had some guesses about you. Considering how urgent Junior Xiao Yan was for this 7-colored cyan spirit saliva, as well as the faint soul power I perceived just now, it can be deduced that inside the storage ring on your hand, Junior Xiao Yan, an extraordinary alchemist's soul body must be slumbering. Am I right, Senior? A trace of respect surfaced on Han Cheng's face, and he bowed to that pitch black storage ring. After a few breaths, Xiao Yan looked at the pitch black storage ring that still showed no movement, a hint of worry flashing across his face. Why hasn't teacher woken up yet? Senior, is this 7-colored cyan spirit saliva really useful? Don't be anxious, Junior Xiao Yan. Look, Senior isn't this awake right now, hee. Han Cheng chuckled softly, watching as he gave a slap downward toward the soul body behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, whose face was filled with confusion, received a heavy blow to his head. Holding his head, he turned back to look, and discovered that it was none other than his teacher who had been fast asleep all this time. You idiot, you let someone worm the words out of you in just 2 sentences. This old man just took a nap, you brat wouldn't think this old man was dead, would you? Hee, teacher, that's great, you've finally woken up. Seeing Yao Lao's soul body, which was much more solid than before, Xiaoyan directly ignored the pain on his head and danced with joy with an ecstatic face. Hey, what a good-for-nothing little idiot, this time this old man is going to bleed heavily. Yao Lao helplessly rolled his eyes. This disciple was still young and needed seasoning. He looked at the smiling Han Chang, and his expression also became serious. To be honest, this old man really didn't expect that such a person like you, little friend, could appear in this small place. Hee, senior can save the pleasantries for later. Let's discuss the price first, otherwise I'm afraid I won't have the face to open my mouth later. Han Chang's expression turned serious instantly. Looking Yao Lao up and down, he stated, 3 8th rank medicinal formulas, 10 7th rank medicinal formulas. Little friend, I don't have that many. This old man isn't a medicinal formula printing machine, how could I have so many? Yao Lao shook his head, he could not accept such a crazy price. 2 7th rank medicinal formulas, plus 1 D rank Dou technique. Senior, you are, MNMN, the price for me saving you cannot be too low. Han Chang gestured, indicating that this was a transaction between 8th rank beings, so the senior veteran had to be kind. How about this, senior? I'll just take a look at them once, and you can leave the medicinal formulas for junior Xiaoyan. How's that? Who? 1 8th rank medicinal formula, 3 7th rank medicinal formulas. In the end, Yao Lao compromised. Who told him to let Han Chang make a move directly? Watching Xiaoyan's shocked expression, Yao Lao was also so angry that his beard and hair fluttered. This foolish brat. Chapter 36, A Battle of Pride. Chapter 36, A Battle of Pride. Then many thanks, senior. A quarter of an hour later, Han Chang left the room with a smile, leaving the master and disciple, Yao Lao and Xiaoyan, to bicker and fool around. Starting today, Han Chang finally had the confidence to call himself a grade 8 alchemist. Although he hadn't refined any yet, having the medicinal formula was undoubtedly a huge step forward. Exchanging a 7-colored cyan spirit saliva that he couldn't use yet for the chance to view 1 grade 8 medicinal formula and 3 grade 7 medicinal formulas was a huge bargain for Han Chang. Next, after tomorrow's 3-year agreement, I'll take Ziyan to loot the magical beast mountain range, and on the way back to the academy, I'll check if the queen has emerged from her seclusion. Han Chang thought over his plan, and after confirming there were no issues, he turned around and walked to elder sister Yafei's room to tell her he would be leaving tomorrow. Leaving tomorrow? Well, you're still young, and now is the time to work hard and strive. Although deep down Yafei was very reluctant to part with the only person who genuinely treated her well and asked for nothing in return. She still understood the gravity of the situation and knew she mustn't hold Han Chang back. Hee, during the 2.5 years before my graduation, I'll occasionally come back to see you, elder sister, so you don't need to worry, Han Chang comforted her. Han Chang thought to himself that as long as his divine fire clone was perfected, traveling from Jiangnan Academy to here would be just a matter of a single thought, and distance would no longer be an issue. It was just that this method was a bit too outrageous, even a Dou Saint expert couldn't span tens of thousands of miles in an instant. To perfect it, Han Chang would still need to spend a considerable amount of time. The next day. Having received the invitation, Han Chang flew to the Cloud Mist sect with Ziyan, not letting Yafei come. The situation they were facing this time was very complicated, and the original plot didn't hold much reference value. Yafei wasn't even a Dou master, so it was better not to come and join the commotion. Ziyan was different, she was a Dou Wang expert, an existence nearly invincible among her peers. To Han Chang, she wasn't a burden, but rather a great help. However, this Dou Wang expert always liked making him carry her while flying. Is sect leader Yun Yun not present? This is her disciple's battle, after all. Finding his seat, Han Chang looked around and discovered that great elder Yun Ling was presiding over the event this time, with no sign of sect leader Yun Yun. Sect leader Yun Yun seems to be busy with important matters, but with me here, I doubt brother Han will find it boring. Ji Yu He walked out with his disciple, smiling as he came over to sit next to Han Chang. Haha, you're too polite, old brother Ji Yu He. I'm just here to watch the commotion, and yet I'm troubling you to host me. It's quite embarrassing. Han Chang quite admired Ji Yu He as a person, whether it was him figuring out how to reach a 6th rank alchemist all on his own, or his steadfast character. Old brother Ji Yu He, is it convenient to reveal the young sect leader's cultivation level? As for that, little brother, you should just see for yourself. It wouldn't be fun if I spoiled it in advance. Ji Yu He smiled and shook his head, sighing inwardly when he saw his disciple's defeated look. What are you trying to compare with him for no reason? Even I can't compare to him, and besides, people like him wouldn't even deign to look at these two from the Cloud Mist sect. Soon, all the guests who received invitation cards had arrived. After a brief exchange of greetings and chatting idly back and forth, they simply waited for the male lead of this play to make his entrance. I heard that the Central Plains is the most exciting place in the Fighting Chi continent, where countless talented experts gather. It really makes one yearn for it. Ji Yu He sighed with emotion. As a 50-something 6th rank alchemist, he could be considered a talent and had once thought of venturing into the Central Plains. It was just that the Cloud Mist sect had invested a lot in him, burning through countless medicinal materials to help him advance to a 6th rank alchemist and saving him over a decade of time. He could not repay this debt of gratitude. The Central Plains, I heard that Dou Huang experts can be seen everywhere walking the streets there. How could it be that exaggerated? There are just more of them, not to the point of walking everywhere, unless people born in the Central Plains are born Dou Huang experts. Actually, if you're just simply traveling the continent and not stirring up trouble, power at the Dou Huang level is already enough to make your way across the continent. Quote. Han Chang had only casually mentioned the Central Plains, which sparked a fierce discussion among several people. It was evident that almost everyone held a strong yearning for the Central Plains. To make a simple analogy, it was probably like rural people's yearning for the city in the last century. Not long after, the male lead made his appearance. Xiao family, Xiao Yan. Nolan family, Nolan Yanren. After a brief confirmation of identities, the battle was about to begin. As for harsh words and the like, they were just to be heard, neither party was an ordinary person. His palm slowly gripped the hilt, and with a sudden pull, the Zon heavy ruler whipped up an oppressive gust of wind, slanting toward the ground. The fierce wind from the ruler blew up the dust on the ground, and a faint cyan doji lingered around his body surface as Xiao Yan stared at Nolan Yanren. The 3-year agreement, I have arrived as promised. Today, let's resolve past grudges. The humiliation you brought to my Xiao family back then, please return it today. Nolan Yanren's beautiful eyes met that pair of pitch black eyes, and with a slightly regretful sigh, she said indifferently. I will make my own decisions regarding my marriage. Even though 3 years have passed, I still don't think I was wrong back then. I have the right to choose my own destiny. Perhaps at the time of my choice, some of my actions were inappropriate, but if time could be turned back, I think I would still do the same. From Han Chang's perspective, after exchanging 2 sentences, the two of them quickly fast-forwarded to the combat phase. Anyway, the fight was quite intense. Han Chang felt that when he was at this realm, his combat power probably wasn't as good as these two. Because when he was at this realm, he had never fought anyone. The situation on the field was still fairly evenly matched, until Xiaoyan relied on close quarters burst to blow Nalan Yanran away. However, Nalan Yanran possessed a movement do technique and didn't suffer much injury at all. Instead, she revealed her true cultivation level, a 1-star Great Do Master. Xiaoyan had only just broken through to a 6-star Do Master, so for a moment he fell into a disadvantage. Yet seeing that he didn't panic at all, it was very obvious he had the means to settle the outcome in one stroke and turn defeat into victory. In the spectator stands, Han Cheng probed with his soul power, unable to stop shaking his head as he looked at that scattered wind attribute Dochi. I say, old brother Ji Yu He, isn't this young sect leader a bit too impatient? Being so anxious when building the foundation early on, aren't you afraid it will affect future achievements? There's no help for it. The young sect leader carries the reputation of the Cloud Mist sect on her shoulders, she cannot afford to lose. Ji Yu He gave a wry smile. How could he not know this logic? It's just that he wasn't Nalan Yanran herself. No one was willing to meddle in her own affairs. Sigh, these young people are truly hot-headed. For a momentary burst of pride, why bother? From the perspective of his 2 lifetimes, Han Cheng felt that these elders and the sect leader of the Cloud Mist sect were truly short-sighted. Recalling his previous worries, Han Cheng found them somewhat laughable. Why the hell should he worry about the power he gained from his own cultivation? This Nalan Yanran was what you called having an unstable foundation, unable to even perfectly control her own power. Chapter 37, Do Me a Favor. Chapter 37, Do Me a Favor. With Xiaoyan's move of the flame-splitting tsunami ruler colliding with Nalan Yanran's ultimate technique, this battle finally came to an end. After all, his cultivation method's rank was still lacking, and in the end, Xiaoyan could not even use Do Chi for his flight Do technique, and he was heavily injured by the chaotic energy. The scene seen by the spectators was like this. Xiaoyan, whom they had never favored, actually used a D-rank Do technique, instantly blowing their minds. If not for the slight gap in cultivation, there wouldn't have been such an evenly matched collision, but rather a one-sided suppression. Good fellow, to actually possess a D-rank Do technique, the teacher behind this Xiaoyan must be an extraordinary expert. Fa Ma exclaimed aloud, and this could not be blamed on him, for who in the entire Jama Empire, aside from the behemoth Cloud Mist sect, possessed even a single D-rank Do technique? Even the Cloud Mist sect did not possess a true D-rank Do technique in the literal sense, they merely had a sect secret method capable of bursting forth with power comparable to a D-rank Do technique. But, this did not affect everyone present feeling curious, and even wary, about the background behind Xiaoyan. Until the energy slowly dissipated, a cyan green figure fell to the ground like a bird that had lost its wings, and the victory and defeat of this battle were finally decided. First a D-rank Do technique, and now a flight Do technique. What kind of person is the teacher behind this Xiaoyan? As a dignified 6th rank alchemist, Ji Yu He was also surprised by Xiaoyan's assets. These 2 things, even a 6th rank alchemist might not necessarily be able to pull out. Han Cheng smiled from the side, expressing agreement. The teacher behind this kid Xiaoyan was indeed extraordinary. A single sentence could wipe out the entire Jama Empire. The development of this matter is getting more and more interesting. As Great Elder Yunling spoke out to halt Xiaoyan's departure, coupled with the accounts of eyewitnesses to the Mo clan's destruction, Xiaoyan instantly became an enemy of the Cloud Mist sect. After listening to these events, quite a few people turned to look at Han Cheng. Speaking of a Do Huang expert possessing terrifying flames, it seemed this person was much more convincing than Xiaoyan, a mere Do master, right? It was just that the flame color was wrong, otherwise, ahem. The atmosphere at the scene was somewhat strange. Everyone did not think Xiaoyan possessed such ability, and instead unanimously suspected Han Cheng who was sitting right there. Compared to the Do Master Xiaoyan who had fought so hard just moments ago, they were more inclined to believe that Han Cheng, an existence they could only look up to, possessed a secret method to disguise flames. At this moment, Xiaoyan's figure flashed abruptly, taking advantage of a moment of negligence from the Cloud Mist sect's people to begin his escape. Although he had his teacher, Xiaoyan certainly did not want to rely on his teacher for everything. Furthermore, facing a behemoth like the Cloud Mist sect, he did not want to truly clash with them. It was better to get away as soon as possible to avoid exhausting his teacher's soul power once more. Law enforcement team, leave him for me. Clearly, Yunling had already made up his mind and wanted to keep Xiaoyan behind. It was just that Xiaoyan had a flight Do technique, whereas most of the disciples in the law enforcement team were Do masters who could only move on the ground and could not reach him at all. Then 3 Do Wang experts made their move, surrounding and trapping Xiaoyan. Just when Yunling thought he was about to successfully keep Xiaoyan, Hai Bodong suddenly made his move. The 2 sides initially communicated nicely, but unfortunately, relying on his sect having a Dozong, Yunling refused to give any face and directly started fighting. Relying on the blessing of the sect's grand array, Yunling could contend against a Do Huang expert in a short period. Hai Bodong had to respond with all his might, but facing that barrier of ability sealing off the descent down the mountain, Xiaoyan had no way out at all. Just as he was thinking of letting his teacher make a move, a cluster of black shadows appeared and shattered this barrier. The supervisors maintaining the barrier were heavily injured by the backlash, and this twist and turns dramatic change caused everyone to drop their jaws in shock. Matters having reached this point, with 2 Do Huang experts standing on Xiaoyan's side, logically speaking, Yunling should have given up, especially since the Cloud Mist sect master Yunyun had not yet returned. It was just that Yunling was not the type of personality who could endure after suffering a loss. Upon realizing he was no match, he directly summoned Yunshan. There are still experts. An aura unique to a Dozong descended, causing Ziyan beside Han Cheng to cry out in surprise. That kid was quite good at causing trouble, even more formidable than her. She had an elder brother as backing, with a Dozong as backing, while Xiaoyan had 2 Do Huang experts as backing. For a moment, Ziyan felt that her status as the #1 troublemaker of Jianan Academy was facing a challenge. It had to be said that Yunshan upon his first appearance had a very grandmasterly bearing. I am clear on Yunling's personality, I only believe half of his words. However, you have caused my Cloud Mist sect to become like this, and I cannot let you leave so easily. Just as Yunshan was preparing to defeat the 2 Do Huang experts to redeem the Cloud Mist sect's reputation, suddenly an extremely scorching soul power erupted, forcing him to cast a sidelong glance. A young figure in a green robe, with a pair of green flame wings on his back, flew over leisurely. Senior Yunshan, can you grant this junior some face and let me take away this junior schoolmate of mine? Master Han, how come you 2 want to go against the Cloud Mist sect? Yunling truly did not expect that a prestigious figure like Han Cheng would also stand on the opposite side because of Xiaoyan. Oh, I wonder who this is. Feeling the formidable aura on Han Cheng's body, Yunshan felt a bit wary in his heart. This was no ordinary Do Huang expert. Old sect master, he is. Yunling was extremely wary of Han Cheng, this young 6th rank alchemist, and was already weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Such a young 6th rank alchemist, and also a Do Huang expert. Yunshan felt it somewhat absurd. How could a 16-year-old youth be capable of this? Someone gave me something I could not refuse, with the condition that I protect him for a bit. I kindly ask Senior Yunshan to give this junior some face. As an exchange, this Wang Ji pill will be considered this junior's token of gratitude. Han Cheng said with a smile, extending a jade bottle containing the Wang Ji pill toward Yunshan. Yunshan narrowed his eyes, deliberated for a moment, and accepted the medicinal pill. Very well, since little friend Han Cheng is so polite, this old man will not make things difficult for a junior like you. Hee, Senior Yunshan truly lives up to being the Grand Master of a generation. Your bearing is indeed extraordinary and admirable. After flattering Yunshan for a while, Han Cheng turned around and left with the people. Watching the backs of Han Cheng's group, after Yunling sent off outsiders like Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma, he followed Yunshan back into the sect master's grand hall. Old sect master, do you think we should go to Wudin City and have Xiao Yan's father? Yunling, who always felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart, thought of a retaliatory idea. Fool, think back carefully on what Han Cheng just said. Behind Xiao Yan, there might be an extremely powerful force. Even though I have now become a Dozong, to be able to make a future limitless 6th rank alchemist step forward, do you think that kind of faction? Yunshan shook his head. Yunling's personality was simply too hot-tempered, doing things without using his brain. It was just that Yunshan was also clear that if Han Cheng, who possessed astonishing energy, hadn't stepped forward, he probably wouldn't have considered so much either. After all, even he had to face such a figure squarely. Following Yunshan's line of thought, Yunling thought about it and realized he indeed seemed a bit impulsive. I feel that if I write about the protagonist clashing hands with Yunshan, it would be a bit outrageous. Many other fanfictions write it that way, but I just want to write something a bit different. I wonder if everyone can accept it. There will be another chapter before 12 midnight tonight, which will be a bit late, so everyone can read it tomorrow. Chapter 38, Returning to the Academy. Chapter 38, Returning to the Academy. After descending the mountain, Han Cheng and Ziyan left first. Goodbye, Junior Xiao Yan. After speaking, he turned and left immediately, leaving Xiao Yan with a flood of questions he wanted answered. Unfortunately, Han Cheng couldn't be bothered to talk to him. It was better to let Xiao Zuner explain such matters. Ling Ying was much the same as Han Cheng, except he simply dropped the line, "Don't ask, and I won't say," before walking away. That was practically no different from saying nothing at all. In the end, only Xiao Yan and Hai Bodong were left staring at each other in blank dismay, feeling completely kept in the dark. Now I'm finally free of all my debts, woohoo. Han Cheng brought Ziyan and flew out of the capital, plunging straight into the magical beast mountain range. Big brother, over there, and over there. Oh woo, rower, woo 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 underscore. The medicinal herbs they had guarded with bitter toil vanished in the blink of an eye. Enraged magical beasts discovered 2 sneaky humans, but the moment they crossed hands, they were pinned down and ruthlessly thrashed, having no choice but to retreat aggrievely. If not for the final 4 or 5 tier 6 magical beasts casting aside their dignity to join forces and hunt them down, Han Cheng and the others might have been able to scavenge even more. Alright, stop seeing us off, go back. Ziyan was stuck against Han Cheng's waist and held tightly by him. Turning her head back, she waved goodbye to the group of magical beasts pursuing them. Watching the two of them fly out of the boundaries of the magical beast mountain range like this, no matter how unwilling these magical beasts were, there was nothing they could do unless they had a death wish. On the Fighting Chi continent, humans were the masters. Although magical beast factions were not weak, when all was said and done, magical beasts were different from humans, they were not the same race. Beasts below tier 7 had an agreement with humans. Inside the magical beast mountain range, magical beasts ruled, outside the mountains, humans ruled, and they would not interfere with each other. The Tagore Desert. The queen had yet to emerge from secluded cultivation, so Han Cheng didn't linger. Looking out at this endless desert, he couldn't help but ponder the plight of the Snake People tribe. The reason the Snake People tribe currently survived in the desert was primarily due to the slave trade. Otherwise, given Medusa's previous strength, finding a territory near the magical beast mountain range would have been a breeze. However, because of the slave trade, once the Snake People tribe approached human territories, driven by profits, there would definitely be people willing to take risks. Following that would be endless conflicts until the Snake People tribe was consumed down to their very bones. Unless someone with absolute strength banned the slave trade and sheltered the Snake People tribe, only then would they be able to have a peaceful living space. Naturally, there was no danger for a Do Huang expert traveling normally, and soon Han Cheng brought Ziyan back to Jianan Academy. After finishing a bottle of energy medicinal pills, Ziyan collapsed onto her bed and fell right asleep. The next day, when Han Cheng brought the Great Elder to find a quiet place for her, they saw that she had already turned into a purple cocoon of light. Great Elder, is Ziyan going to be alright like this? Han Cheng was a bit unsure. Her advancement seemed to require quite a bit of heaven and earth chi, right? I'm not entirely sure either, but she won't be in danger inside the academy. I'll set up a spatial barrier for her. The Great Elder wasn't clear about it either. When it came to magical beasts advancing, he was completely in the dark. Han Cheng thought about it and poured out the remaining 10 bottles of energy medicinal pills from his storage ring around Ziyan. During a breakthrough, the more of this pure energy, the better. Quick, Great Elder, seal off this area, otherwise the energy will be wasted. Alright, spatial lock. Without hesitation, the Great Elder used the methods of a Dozong to seal off the heaven and earth chi in this region. Having settled all of this, the two of them finally had time to chat. You brat have stirred up quite a commotion in the Jama Empire during this period. Deeds about you being a 6th rank alchemist have already spread all across the Black Corner region. Great Elder, please don't make fun of me. If Senior Yunshan hadn't given me face, I would have become a laughingstock. Hee, if he dares not give you face, this old man will help you beat him up. Great Elder, you aren't joking, are you? Han Cheng was somewhat surprised. Could these words really have been spoken by Great Elder Su Qian? Was he perhaps infected by Ziyan? The nature of Jianan Academy right there dictated that elders like them could not take the initiative to bully others. Han Cheng, you're different. You're considered one of our academy's people, so naturally I can't sit by and watch you get bullied. Of course, it's a bit too late to say this now. The Great Elder smiled and slightly shook his head. Han Cheng didn't take it seriously either. After all, with his current strength, if he really encountered an enemy he couldn't afford to provoke, returning to Jianan Academy to find help would be completely in vain. Unless, he found the dean, a thigh at the demi-saint realm was still worth hugging. But the problem was that old bastard Meng Tianqi had no fixed residence and was always wandering around, making him completely unreliable. Therefore, Han Cheng still had to rely on himself, or rely on the queen. When they last met, the queen was already approaching a 7-star Dozong. Returning to the academy, naturally it was time to begin cultivation. Carrying 70 million gold coins, Han Cheng was full of confidence that he would definitely be able to perfect the divine fire clone. Sitting quietly for a few days, Han Cheng did not immediately activate time acceleration. Instead, he pondered a question. Given that within a short period, even if he broke through to a Dozong and drove his spiritual power to improve, it would be impossible to reach the point of arriving 1,000 li away in an instant. At most, it was a distance of 100 kilometers. Although this distance was already extreme speed for a dozong, it might not be so for a dozun expert. Though he thought about relying on the queen or whoever else, in reality, given Han Chang's personality, if possible, he still had to elevate the divine fire clone to the level of traveling 1,000 li in an instant, and it had to be usable more than 3 times consecutively in a short period. Only with this kind of continuous large-scale teleportation would Han Chang have some confidence to gallivant around freely. After all, having a golden finger, although Han Chang always behaved very cordially as if he didn't have an ounce of arrogance, deep down, Han Chang still possessed a bit of chauvinism. When fighting, he would just let the queen handle it, but if she somehow couldn't win, he would take the queen and run away to protect the safety of both their lives. But the biggest problem lay right here. According to Han Chang's requirements, even if his spiritual realm reached the heavenly realm, it might not be enough. Unfortunately, the original work didn't clearly describe the movement speeds of dozuns and do-saints, otherwise, I'd have a clear goal. Sighing regretfully, Han Chang suddenly paused as he looked at the sunlight before him. Raising his head to look at the bright and dazzling sun, Han Chang fell into deep thought for a moment. Speaking of which, what form does the day and night transition take on the fighting Qi continent? Damn it, I'm getting off track. Han Chang slapped his head. He really was being wildly imaginative. With just this little bit of strength, he dared to target the sun. He truly had no fear of death. Since Han Chang at the peak of the Do-Huang realm had no way, he would let Han Chang at the Dozong realm figure it out. Han Chang pondered going to the underground world of the sky-burning Qi refining tower for secluded cultivation. The fire attribute Qi there was extremely dense, so breaking through to a Dozong should pose no problem for him. Although the fallen heart flame would cause trouble, as long as he stayed far away, it would be fine. Wait. Speaking of which, that underground magma seems to exist all over the continent, and my green lotus core flame just happens to have a bit of a connection with volcanic magma. Core flame, Earth's core, hee, maybe I can give it a try. Speaking of which, the movement Do techniques in the original work were only short-distance shifts, suitable for combat aspects. There was no specific description of long-distance travel speed. How much distance took how long was never stated, which annoyed him to no end. What do you guys think? I feel that a Dozong should be able to fly continuously at Mach 1. After all, it's a completely different level of life. Then what about Dozuns and Do-Saints? Everyone, share your thoughts, and let's pick a relatively reliable one. Chapter 39, Movement and Commotion. Chapter 39, Movement and Commotion. With a feasible idea in mind, Han Chang directly activated time acceleration and began making continuous attempts. After a month passed like this under a 16-fold time acceleration, Han Chang had tried for over a year without making much significant progress. He had made some progress in communicating with the subterranean magma layer, but it was too deep beneath the ground. With Han Chang's current strength, he could only barely perceive it. Wanting to use this subterranean magma layer for instantaneous long-distance teleportation, Han Chang was still falling a bit short. Stepping into the void, Han Chang pondered for a long time. Now that he was already a half-step Dozong, breaking through to Dozong would be very simple. However, he had already resolved to control his breakthrough speed so it wouldn't be too outrageous. At the very least, before accumulating enough gold coins to break through to 9-star Dosheng in one go, he still had to control his breakthrough speed as much as possible. Just being a bit faster than the geniuses of those ancient clans would suffice. If Han Chang were to let loose his cultivation now, within a year, he could achieve the rank of 9-turn Dozun. But with such a fast speed, if he were noticed by those forces with Dozong powerhouses existing among them, his situation would become very precarious. Sigh, no rush, how many years has it been? Han Chang counted on his fingers. From a 1-star Do practitioner to his current half-step Dozong state, it had only taken a mere 2.5 years, which was already very fast. However, his means of dealing with enemies were not very numerous. Han Chang needed to consolidate his foundation and practice a few more protective techniques. My currently best reference direction is the Green Lotus Core Flame and the Emperor Seal skill on me. Relying on my understanding of the Green Lotus Core Flame and blending it with the principles of utilizing the world's energy from the Emperor Seal skill, I might just be able to create a Do technique suitable for myself. Because this time could be considered a relatively brief sorting out of himself, and Han Chang also wanted to test how fast his cultivation speed would be without time acceleration, relying solely on the Green Lotus Core Flame to absorb the world's energy, he did not turn on time acceleration. Returning to the same cave where he had previously comprehended the Green Lotus Core Flame, Han Chang took out the Cyan Platform Lotus Seed and looked inward at the Green Lotus Core Flame within his body that had completely merged with him. Fortunately, this is a Green Lotus Core Flame that was born not long ago, otherwise, if it had developed its own intelligence, even if I died a million times, I might not have been able to fuse it into my body like this. Han Chang also discovered that along with the elevation of his cultivation, this Green Lotus Core Flame was also continuously growing, which was truly interesting. With a thought in his mind, the Green Lotus Core Flame spread out from Han Chang's body, transforming into countless fine roots that rooted themselves between heaven and earth, absorbing the world's energy. As the Green Lotus Core Flame operated, it became easier for Han Chang to comprehend the essence of the Green Lotus Core Flame. Who would have thought that this tiny bit of the Green Lotus Core Flame was once half of a huge volcano? After thousands of years of compression and polishing, such a wondrous item of heaven and earth was finally formed. It can be said that this heavenly flame was nurtured by heaven and earth, considered to be naturally born and nourished by nature. However, now that it had entered Han Chang's body, due to Han Chang's peculiar thought process and fearlessness of death, it was equivalent to changing an environment for nurturing and growth. In reality, it was still continuously growing. Furthermore, because of the intimate relationship between him and Han Chang where each was part of the other, the growth rate of the Green Lotus Core Flame was actually even faster. And I do not know if it was because of Han Chang's spirit realm soul, but the Green Lotus Core Flame already possessed a bit of spiritual intelligence. At this exact moment, Han Chang was the most perfect growth environment for the Green Lotus Core Flame. A dawning thought within its dim awareness made it frantically absorb the world's energy, as if doing so could bring it immense benefits. For a time, centered around Han Chang, the world's energy within a radius of 1,000 miles was absorbed by the Green Lotus Core Flame, and such terrifying energy fluctuations attracted the attention of countless people. Not only humans, but also magical beasts. However, because those magical beasts feared the formidable strength of that worldly demon king, instead of coveting it, they spontaneously took on the responsibility of guarding. This brings to mind the benefits given to them by that lord. Every few days, he would give them a medicinal pill containing pure energy, a single one of which was worth half a year of their bitter cultivation, so naturally they could clearly distinguish what was important. Being close to Jianan Academy, Great Elder Su Qian was naturally the first to rush over. Seeing so many magical beasts surrounding the place, he also felt somewhat strange. Your people are currently in secluded cultivation, you had better not go and disturb them, and guard with us instead, said the tier 6 peak magical beast, the black-armored flood dragon beast, stopping Su Qian in a muffled voice. The Great Elder was somewhat surprised. Were these really magical beasts? A group of you magical beasts guarding a human really makes this old man curious. Humph, we magical beasts are not as despicable as you humans. He is our king, so of course we must guard our king. King. Before he had time to think further, the Great Elder noticed desperate criminals from the Black Corner region coming over. Clearly, such a huge commotion would definitely attract reckless criminals over. If he didn't know clearly that someone from the academy was in secluded cultivation here, the Great Elder would also have thought that some sort of treasure was being born. You'd better not play any little tricks, otherwise this old man isn't someone to be trifled with either. Deterring these magical beasts, the Great Elder greeted the figures coming from the direction of the Black Corner region. When the first arriving powerhouses of the Black Corner region saw the Great Elder, a Dozong powerhouse, they subconsciously stopped in their tracks, without saying much, neither advancing nor retreating. They merely distanced themselves a bit and patiently waited for others to arrive. Sure enough, not long after, several figures with Dochi wings flew over. Blood Sect leader Fan Lao, 8 Gates Master Yuan Yi, City Lord, and so on, as well as numerous famous powerhouses on the Black ranking. Among them, the most eye-catching one was undoubtedly the Medicine Emperor, Han Feng. Not only was he at the peak of Huang cultivation, but he also possessed the Sea Heart Flame, and was furthermore a Tier 6 high-level alchemist. It could be said that the energy Han Feng possessed was not much inferior to an ordinary Dozong powerhouse. Coupled with Venerable Yao behind him, even the Great Elder, who had Jiannan Academy as his backing, had to be 3 parts wary. Fortunately, this place was ultimately Jiannan Academy's territory, and many powerhouses from within the academy had also rushed over. Led by the Vice Dean and 2 elder peak Huang powerhouses, in terms of numbers alone, they were actually twice that of Han Feng's side from the Black Corner region. Han Feng, this is the territory of Jiannan Academy. If you withdraw now, this old man will treat it as nothing happened. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Hee, Great Elder Su Jian, what you said isn't quite right. Such heavenly treasures are nurtured by heaven and earth, and everyone is qualified to strive for them. Why must your Jiannan Academy be so overbearing? Although Han Feng knew the gap in strength between the two sides was somewhat large, he still didn't want to simply retreat just like that. At the very least, he had to figure out what this thing was and not let Jiannan Academy take advantage of it for free. Humph, why bother talking more with this bunch of fellows? Better to just kill him directly. A figure stepping into the void arrived beside the Great Elder, and their words were filled with killing intent. The Great Elder turned his head to look closely, and who else could it be if not the Fire Elder? Old man Huo, you've also broken through to Dozong. Han Feng widened his eyes, looking somewhat surprised at the Fire Elder before him who radiated a majestic Dozong aura. Chapter 40, Dozong, taking a servant. Chapter 40, Dozong, taking a servant. HMPH, you scoundrel. Today you dare to covet Jiannan Academy, and tomorrow you will dare to invade. Rather than that, we might as well keep you all here permanently today. Fire Elder was furious. Having just stabilized his realm, after coming out of seclusion he wanted to check on his beloved disciple, only to find out that the commotion caused by his disciple's seclusion had actually attracted the covetous eyes of these bastards. If this had accidentally affected his precious disciple, Fire Elder wouldn't even dare to imagine what terrible consequences there would be, so naturally his expression was not looking good. Han Feng perceived that the killing intent on old man Huo in front of him was unprecedentedly dense, and he was still quite wary of this kind of nearly crazed Dozong. He wasn't afraid of enemies with high cultivation, he was only afraid of enemies with high cultivation who dared to risk their lives with you. This was the most headache-inducing thing. Especially since this was also an alchemist, the aura on quite a few elders over at Jiannan Academy had begun to transform into killing intent. In less than half a breath's time, Han Feng made a decision. Let's go. To forge a mortal feud with a Dozong over an unclear treasure was truly unwise. More importantly, those fellows in the Black Corner region were all money-grubbing goods. Asking them to actually risk their lives, forget it tilde. HMPH, consider themselves lucky to run fast. The killing intent on Fire Elder gradually dissipated, and looking at the backs of those people, he also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. If not necessary, no one wanted to easily start a battle between dozens of Dohuang experts. Being able to subdue the enemy without fighting was also for the best. The atmosphere became relaxed, and everyone's eyes looking at Fire Elder were filled with envy, a Dozong. Without any accidents, living for 1,000 years was not a problem. Congratulations, Fire Elder, for becoming a Dozong. The Great Elder was very happy. After Fire Elder advanced to Dozong, the academy would have 2 resident Dozong, and the pressure on him would be much less. Who told me to take in a good disciple? Otherwise, this old man might still waste another 10+ years. Fire Elder chuckled. If it weren't for having the break sect pill as a guarantee, no matter what he said, he wouldn't dare to try it easily. Ha ha ha, the Han Cheng kid is indeed not bad. In the history of Jiannan Academy, he should be the most outstanding student. The Great Elder stroked his beard and nodded. Seeing that this huge energy vortex had no intention of stopping for a long time, everyone didn't stay behind entirely. After all, everyone had their own tasks to be responsible for and could not leave for a long time. In the end, only the Great Elder and Fire Elder, the 2 Dozong, stayed behind to keep watch. A day and a night passed, and finally the huge energy vortex began to slowly shrink, until finally plunging into the center of the source. However, as this energy fluctuation with an extremely large impact range disappeared, a terrifying aura like a giant dragon awakening once again enshrouded the area of 100 miles in radius, but upon encountering the 2 elders, this aura retracted at lightning speed. The moment they saw Han Cheng's figure, the 2 elders seemed to see a 1,000 tall volcano, extremely dangerous. However, that was only a momentary feeling. When Han Cheng came over, they didn't feel a single bit of aura leaking from Han Cheng's body. What could this explain? It explained that Han Cheng's current Dozong cultivation was not the least bit floating, it was entirely obtained through his own cultivation, and he could perfectly control his own strength. Good lad, you've reached Dozong just like that. It really surprises this old man. A hint of surprise flashed in the Great Elder's eyes. Although he knew this kid's cultivation speed was fast, seeing it with his own eyes now still made him feel surprised. Ha ha ha, as expected of my disciple, truly surpassing the master. Fire Elder didn't think that much, he just felt that his disciple had caught up with him so quickly, and sighed that each generation is stronger than the previous one. Teacher, Great Elder, thank you both for your hard work in guarding the student. Han Cheng felt a bit embarrassed. He really hadn't expected to cause such a huge commotion. Should it be said as expected of the Green Lotus core flame? As a child, nurtured by heaven and earth, its ability to ask parents for milk powder was truly incomparably powerful. You child really makes people like you. You're already a Dozong, you should also show some Dozong majesty. Fire Elder looked at Han Cheng like this and couldn't help feeling a bit worried. With such a gentle disciple going out, just how many bastards would he be bullied by? Teacher, in front of you, I am always a student, how could I be any Dozong? Han Cheng said with a smile. Fire Elder shook his head helplessly. Old man Huo, you don't need to worry, the Han Cheng kid is not stupid either. The great elder told of Han Cheng's experiences in the Jama Empire, but the result made old man Huo so angry that his beard and hair fluttered. HMPH, just a Do Wang family, daring to bully my disciple, annihilating them wouldn't be going too far at all. Hee, teacher, calm your anger. There's completely no need to be angry with those weaklings, right? You kid, you really. Hearing Han Cheng say this, the two elders didn't know what to say. After all, according to their concepts, weaklings provoking strong people and getting slapped to death with a single palm deserved it. But Han Cheng could be so gentle to those weaklings, he truly was a kind and good child. If everyone were like Han Cheng, the fighting Qi continent might just become a beautiful and harmonious world. The next day, Han Cheng came to the magical beast forest and gathered all the magical beasts that had previously voluntarily protected him. Over the past few days, you all have been thoughtful. This is a token of gratitude for everyone. Han Cheng waved his hand, and dozens of white jade bottles flew out. 5th rank magical beasts got 1 bottle of energy pills, and 6th rank magical beasts got 2 bottles of energy pills. King, this is what we should do, the black armored flood dragon beast said in a very respectful tone, but it did not accept the energy pills. Hee, energy pills are indeed useless to you. Tell me, what do you want? As long as it's not too outrageous, I can fulfill your wish. Han Cheng smiled and glanced at this black flood dragon. It had only a small horn on its head and 2 front claws, and its appearance indeed looked somewhat like a dragon. King, I know you are an alchemist. I want to follow you, whether as a servant or a mount is fine, please grant my request. Amidst the incredulous gazes of a host of 5th rank magical beasts and several 6th rank magical beasts, the black armored flood dragon beast completely abandoned its dignity and uttered the request to voluntarily acknowledge a master. A 6th rank magical beast. The emperors among magical beasts. To actually put on such an act, if not seen with one's own eyes, I'm afraid no one would believe such a thing could actually happen, right? Are you sure? Han Cheng was somewhat surprised, not expecting that he would actually encounter this kind of legendary thing. Please accept me, master. The black armored flood dragon beast nodded hurriedly. Alright, I happen to be lacking a convenient servant by my side. A 6th rank peak magical beast with an excellent bloodline came to submit voluntarily. Han Cheng naturally had to accept it, unless his brain wasn't working properly. Yes, Black Flood Dragon pays respects to master. The Black Flood Dragon respectfully extended its head in front of Han Cheng. There's no need for that, just call me sir in the future. Han Cheng patted the Black Flood Dragon's head, and under the witness of all the magical beasts, the two sides established an equal contract. Saying it was an equal contract, in reality Han Cheng was still the party with the advantage, it was just that he couldn't kill it at will. But even so, it had already made the Black Flood Dragon very happy. Chapter 41, Divine Fire Clone, complete. Chapter 41, Divine Fire Clone, complete. Seeing that this fellow, the Black Flood Dragon, had so easily acknowledged a master and was immediately bestowed with several different types of recovery and healing pills on the spot, the group of magical beasts could not help but feel immensely envious. After Han Cheng left, the Black Flood Dragon was still left to roam free, and all the magical beasts were filled with regret in their hearts. Wasn't it just acknowledging a master? Had they known earlier, they would have rushed to do it themselves. After celebrating the joy of both he and his teacher breaking through to the Dozong, Han Cheng returned to the cave once again and began to sense his current power. Needless to say, after breaking through a major realm this time, Han Cheng had gained immense benefits. The first was that his fighting chi cultivation had finally caught up. His original spirit realm soul power and physical body comparable to a tier 7 magical beast, yet having only a Do Huang expert cultivation, was truly a bit lagging behind. The second was that due to the breakthrough in his fighting chi realm, his soul power was driven up to a major new level. If Han Cheng's previous soul power was roughly at the peak of the early spirit realm and about to break through to the middle stage, then his soul power had now reached the late spirit realm, not far from perfection. The third, and most important benefit for Han Cheng, was that the Green Lotus Core Flame had gained sentience. Moreover, because this sentience was nurtured within Han Cheng's body, the currently still weak fire spirit of the Green Lotus Core Flame already regarded Han Cheng as its father, making it extremely obedient. The reason Han Cheng felt this was the most important was because with the fire spirit, perfecting his divine fire clone would become much easier. He could use the fire spirit to turn into his own clone, possessing a portion of his own power. Furthermore, even if the clone were destroyed, Han Cheng would only lose some fighting chi without suffering any severe consequences. Furthermore, with the help of the fire spirit and relying on its innate advantage of being nurtured by heaven and earth, communicating with the energy of heaven and earth became much simpler, granting Han Cheng a qualitative leap in the distance he could travel using the divine fire clone. After the breakthrough, Han Cheng was confident that he could traverse a distance of at least 100 kilometers within a few seconds. With such extreme speed, Han Cheng was confident that even if he faced some low-star Dosheng, he would still be able to retreat unscathed. After breaking through to the Dozong, Han Cheng also had a few guesses regarding the speed of Dozun and Dosheng experts. When flying normally, a Do Huang expert could move about 1,000 kilometers per hour. If they engaged, boost, meaning they wasted more fighting chi, they would reach the speed of sound, with an hourly speed of around 1,500 to 2,000 kilometers. 1 times the speed of sound is 1,200 kilometers per hour. Flying normally, a Dozong could easily reach the limit speed of a Do Huang expert, or even exceed it, with an hourly speed between 2,500 and 3,000 kilometers. If they engaged boost, their hourly speed could even reach 5,000 kilometers, which was faster than 4 times the speed of sound. Even considering that Dozun and Dosheng had a very high mastery of space and their speed would undergo a qualitative leap, they absolutely could not traverse 100 kilometers within a few seconds. At the very least, below the 7-star Dosheng, no one could reach this speed. Moreover, Han Cheng could use the divine fire clone multiple times consecutively within a few seconds to traverse a distance of 1,000 miles. Furthermore, as his strength in various aspects improved in the future, the distance Han Cheng could traverse in a single instance could increase once again. But would a high-order Dosheng personally hunt down a weakling who wasn't even a Dozun? That was obviously impossible. That meant that present-day Han Cheng already possessed a sufficiently strong self-preservation capability. At the very least, if he wholeheartedly wanted to run, no one could keep him. Those who can beat me cannot run as fast as me, and those who cannot beat me, well, I can certainly outrun them. This is just too awesome. Han Cheng laughed for a while, adjusted his mindset, and prepared to officially test it out. Han Cheng thought about it and decided to burn 1/3 of his fighting chi this time to see how far he could go. With 1/3 of his fighting chi, even if he arrived at a dangerous place, the remaining power would still be enough to handle any potential trouble. For his first long-distance movement like this, Han Cheng was still very cautious. He closed his eyes, pressed his finger against the center of his brows, and his entire body had already transformed into cyan flames. Utilizing the special nature of the Green Lotus Core Flame, he communicated with the energy of heaven and earth over an ultra-long distance to pinpoint his location. Divine Fire Clone, activate. ... Whoosh. Oh dear me, where on earth has this brought me? In an unknown small country near the Black Corner region, a ball of deep cyan flame appeared out of thin air. As the flames receded, a handsome youth in long robes stepped on the empty air, looking around. Completely unfamiliar. No, wait, Han Cheng seemed to have some impression of it. After finding someone to ask about his location, Han Cheng confirmed the answer in his heart. This place should be a certain small country between the Black Corner region and the Jama Empire, and the straight line distance to Jiangnan Academy was probably around 700 or 800 miles. About 400 kilometers in a single instance. Han Cheng calculated that if he went all out, he could probably move 1,000 kilometers in a split second. At such a distance, even a Dosheng would probably take a full minute to get there, right? However, although Dosheng experts took a slightly longer time, their way of traveling was not exhausting at all. If Han Cheng traveled like this, less than 10% of the fighting chi in his body would remain. However, if I activate time acceleration along with the green lotus core flame, my recovery speed will be extremely fast, and even Dosheng experts will have to eat my dust. Han Cheng nodded in satisfaction, as expected of him. Furthermore, this was only the first time. After gradually becoming proficient in the future, moving longer distances might consume even less fighting chi. Conclusion: the divine fire clone is great. Han Cheng is awesome. Han Cheng's body began to burn from bottom to top, and the cyan flames instantly engulfed his body, dissipating into nothingness. The next second, 800 miles away, inside the original cave, a ball of cyan flame was born out of nowhere, continuously burning downwards. Han Cheng's body appeared completely from top to bottom as the flames dissipated. Not bad, not bad. Truly a wonderful experience. Han Cheng felt that his body had become much lighter. With a life-saving skill, even if he knew the enemies he would face in the future were very powerful, he wouldn't feel overly worried. What he needed to do next was to continuously master this skill, and ideally integrate it into his own combat style. In this case, Han Cheng would need a sparring partner, one whose strength was not weak, yet one who wouldn't leak his information. It's decided, you're the one. Black Dragon, come over here for a moment. Several tens of seconds later, the huge body of the black-armored flood dragon beast landed in front of the cave. Sir, did you call for me? I just self-created a Do technique, and I want you to accompany me to familiarize myself with it. Yes, sir, please be careful. Rest assured, you should know the sturdiness of my body. Even if you go all out, you won't be able to hurt me. With Han Cheng's current physical body, unless it was some tier 7 magical beast with top-tier bloodline, ordinary tier 7 magical beasts engaging in hand-to-hand combat with him would just be pressed to the ground and rubbed against it by him. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. The black-armored flood dragon beast's sparring task was completed, but its respect for Han Cheng grew even deeper. The gaze it directed at Han Cheng was as if it were looking at a deity or a duty expert. I truly cannot imagine who or what kind of means could possibly do anything to Sir. Thinking this in its heart, the black-armored flood dragon beast felt even more grateful for the decision it had made earlier to follow Han Cheng. According to the mere glimpses found in the original work, it can be deduced that a 7-star Dosheng expert travels 1 million kilometers in half a day. That's roughly 50 kilometers per second, 1,500 times the speed of sound. I think it's pretty awesome. After all, the fighting chi continent leans more towards movement-type Do techniques meant for combat. Can everyone accept this? Chapter 42, Another Year. Chapter 42, Another Year. Another year of the Inner Academy selection tournament had begun, and this time there were only 3 judges. However, despite there being only 3 people, their weight was even heavier than in the past. Vice Dean Wu Qian, Fire Elder who managed the Alchemist Department, and Fire Elder's personal disciple, currently the most outstanding student of Jiangnan Academy, Han Cheng. Aside from the fact that the Vice Dean was a Peak Do Huang expert, both Master and Disciple Fire Elder and Han Cheng were Dozong experts, not to mention their prestigious status as alchemists. Just being Dozong experts alone was enough to explain everything. The other 2 veteran elders felt a bit restless when they saw Fire Elder break through to the Dozong, and since Han Cheng happened to be around right now, they let him take over the shift. Old Man Huo, that Xiaoyan refined a 4th rank medicinal pill not long ago. Although he is a bit inferior to the brat Han Cheng, he is still a good seedling. Is your alchemist department not planning to take him in? Watching Xiaoyan, a 9-star Do Master, and Bai Shan, a 5-star Great Do Master, fighting fiercely on the arena without being able to tell them apart, the Vice Dean couldn't help but joke. Let's see what he thinks. An alchemist who can reach this step in just a few short years most likely has an extraordinary teacher behind him. Fire Elder glanced at Han Cheng beside him, feeling that his standards had been raised so high that he could no longer look down on ordinary people. An 18-year-old 9-star Do Master and a 4th rank alchemist had decent talent, but compared to the dazzling performance of his previous disciple, he was somewhat lacking in comparison. Teacher, if you want to take him in, you can give it a try, Let this old man stabilize the realm of a 6th rank alchemist first. Fire Elder shook his head, he really didn't have the time lately. While they were talking, the outcome of this duel was also decided. Xiaoyan defeated Bai Shan. After all, he had a D-rank Do technique as his trump card, along with the Heavenly Flame 3 mysterious transformations. Although his cultivation and cultivation method were slightly inferior, the D-rank Do technique was enough to bridge the gap in the Great Do Master realm. Xiaoyan's performance in this battle triggered gasps of astonishment, making the students of the Outer Academy look at him in a new light. With such combat power as a 9-star Do Master right now, wouldn't he be even stronger if he broke through to a Great Do Master in a few days? This session of the Inner Academy selection tournament ended very quickly, and the top 5 were still those same 5 people. Senior, is it convenient to reveal some information about the Inner Academy in advance? Xiaoyan, Xiao Zuner, and the others, who had just stepped out of the scripture pavilion, saw Han Cheng reminiscing with Instructor Ruolin and trotted over with smiles. With Han Cheng, an Inner Academy student, present, they naturally wanted to gather some intelligence in advance. Junior brothers and junior sisters, if you want to gather intelligence, you found the wrong person. My lips are very tight. Clearly, Han Cheng was the 2nd youngest among these people, yet he still called them junior brothers and junior sisters. Junior sister Hujia, the Vice Dean is your grandfather. I think if you go pester him a bit more, you should be able to get a lot of news. My grandfather won't say a single word, so we can only look for Senior. Hujia spread her hands helplessly. That's right, Senior, why don't you tell us about it? Bai Shan chimed in with a smile, his gaze toward Han Cheng surprisingly carrying a hint of adoration. The previously unruly and rebellious young man directly transformed into a little fanboy in front of Han Cheng. When Han Cheng saw Bai Shan, he thought of his older brother, Bai Cheng. Then I'll just briefly mention it. You'll find out in a few days anyway. Han Cheng thought for a moment, looked at these young people, and warned them somewhat solemnly, the Inner Academy will not divide you into classes. All there are factional organizations established by the students themselves. As long as people don't die, the Academy's elders won't care about the fights between you. Therefore, you must prepare yourselves to be bullied. Of course, junior brother Xiaoyan, it's best not to hide your identity as a 4th rank alchemist. This identity can bring you a lot of convenience. Senior, I wonder what level of cultivation one must reach in the Inner Academy to have a footing. Xiaoyan was thoughtful, but he wasn't frightened. Instead, he looked somewhat eager to try. Come to think of it, after all, today's Xiaoyan could be said to be completely carefree. The 3-year agreement was successfully fulfilled, and the Cloud Mist sect hadn't made a move against his Xiao family, so he naturally still possessed a youthful spirit. If it were just you alone, then as long as you have the power of a dueling expert, no one will provoke you casually. But junior brother Xiaoyan, your situation is different, so you need at least the strength to contend against a 6-star dueling to secure a foothold. Han Cheng smiled and glanced at Xiao Zuner by Xiaoyan's side, his meaning self-evident. A beauty brings disaster, and a hero is matched with a beauty, that was what it meant. Zuner believes that Xiaoyan Gerger will soon possess that kind of power, hee. Xiao Zuner had great confidence in Xiaoyan, even more so than Xiaoyan believed in himself. The 3 people on the side gritted their teeth in anger upon seeing this scene. Why was this detestable Xiaoyan able to receive such favoritism from the goddess? Han Cheng chuckled inwardly, fighting over pretty girls out of jealousy, this was youth. Junior sister Zuner is right. Each of your futures is boundless, so cultivate hard. If you really get bullied too badly, the 2 junior sisters can just mention my name. Those guys in the inner academy should still give me some face. Han Cheng looked at these 2 junior sisters, one was a super wealthy girl, and the other was the vice dean's granddaughter. He might as well look out for them. As for the other 3 junior brothers, hee, boys will be boys, tumbling and bumping into things is very normal, as long as they don't die tilde. The 3 junior brothers, you guys probably don't need my care, right? Senior, you don't need to worry about us. Isn't it just fighting? I'm not afraid. Wu Hao clearly had a reckless personality, and Xiaoyan and Bai Shan shared the exact same thought. Senior, you must not underestimate me and Zuner. We are not inferior to those boys, Gu Jia said unconvinced. Hee, then I'll wait to watch your wonderful performances. Han Cheng smiled and nodded, hoping that a few days later, the fire energy hunting match would let them have a thoroughly good time. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Amidst the envious gazes of the Outer Academy students, the 50 Outer Academy students who passed the Inner Academy selection tournament boarded the Griffins and flew into the sky under the protection of 2 Dozong experts and 1 Do Huang expert. Flight had always been something out of reach for these Master and Great Master students. Now that they had flown into the sky and overlooked the mountains and river valleys below, they couldn't help but let out bursts of gasps of amazement. However, as they continuously penetrated deeper into the magical beast forest, magical beasts suddenly rushed over, causing them a bout of panic. But as the cluster of cyan flames burned those magical beasts into ashes, they felt much more secure in their hearts. Their gazes turned to the few figures protecting them, and finally, they unanimously looked toward the youngest figure stepping on the void. That is, a Dozong. A trace of doubt flashed through the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart. Clearly, 4 or 5 months ago, Senior Han Cheng was still at peak Do Huang. Did he break through to the Dozong so quickly? That was a Do Huang breaking through to the Dozong, not a Do Master breaking through to a Great Do Master. It was a barrier as vast as the heavens, and countless Do Huang experts had fallen at this very step. Chapter 43 Re-entering the Scripture Pavilion. Chapter 43 Re-entering the Scripture Pavilion. Safely arriving at the Inner Academy, Han Cheng was surrounded by the worshipful gazes of his junior brothers and sisters along the entire journey. Fortunately, Han Cheng had a good mindset, otherwise he really would have felt a bit embarrassed. Returning to the Inner Academy and seeing that Ziyan was still advancing, Han Cheng habitually gathered the heaven and earth energy into the space, then turned and left, preparing to try refining the 6th rank pill he had previously deduced, the Extreme Emperor pill. Previously, because he was busy perfecting his divine fire clone, he had neglected this aspect. Now, Han Cheng was ready to spend more time and effort on alchemy. After all, high-rank alchemists were exceptionally noble existences on the Fighting Chi continent, and Grandmaster alchemists were even giants who would be welcomed as honored guests by any faction. Sometimes force might not make people convinced from the bottom of their hearts, but pills could. Han Cheng prepared to issue news within the academy about acquiring high-rank medicinal ingredients while practicing with the ingredients he had on hand. Inside the cave, after a burst of huge energy fluctuations, Han Cheng put away the freshly concocted pill in his hand. Wrath of the Emperor rank is a 6th rank explosive type pill. It could allow the user to restore themselves to the state of their absolute peak within a short period of time. Although it had no side effects, it could only last for a quarter of an hour and was ineffective against any Dozong and above. I believe there will be many aged and frail Do Huang experts willing to buy this pill, right? No, not just aged and frail Do Huang experts. Any Do Huang expert would want one to keep as a trump card, right? Han Cheng was very satisfied with the effects of this pill he had deduced, believing that he would be able to harvest another batch of gold coins. As for gold coins, Han Cheng never turned them away and always felt they were never enough, the more, the better. After all, goodness knows how long it would take of bitter cultivation to break through to the 1-star Dosheng realm in the future. Moreover, Han Cheng didn't completely avoid using them on ordinary days, so it was better to be prepared just in case. Perhaps I should establish a faction that collects gold coins for me. Han Cheng looked at the dilapidated medicinal cauldron in front of him and twisted his mouth. With his alchemy efficiency, supporting a separate faction that sold high-grade pills would not be a problem at all. That's settled. I've never heard of high-rank pills experiencing poor sales. Moreover, this was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only could it allow him to obtain high-rank medicinal ingredients and gold coins at a faster speed, but it could also suppress Han Feng and shake his appeal in the Black Corner region, laying a solid foundation for Han Cheng to make a move against Han Feng in the future. Han Cheng smiled and shook his head, casting aside these overthinking thoughts. Let's refine some more 6th rank pills first, while this medicinal cauldron is still holding up. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. As soon as Han Cheng finished refining 3 Wrath of the Emperor pills, he received a message from the First Elder. Han Cheng was dumbfounded. It hadn't even been 2 days. What kind of trouble could these new students possibly stir up? Was it enough to alarm the First Elder, a Dozong expert? Han Cheng quickly thought of another possibility and anxiously used his divine fire clone to return directly to the Inner Academy. Seeing that Ziyan was still advancing, Han Cheng was no longer in a hurry. Instead, he became curious about what kind of matter could make the First Elder look for him. Teacher, First Elder, elders, this student is late. After entering the door, Han Cheng was somewhat surprised to see so many elders of the academy present. Come, Han Cheng, sit over here. As a Dozong expert, you will be the main force for the upcoming matter, the First Elder said with a smile, imperceptibly mentioning Han Cheng's strength so that certain stubborn old fellows wouldn't be blind. Han Cheng sat next to his teacher and looked curiously at him, but Fire Elder also shook his head. Fire Elder, who was busy consolidating his status as a 6th rank alchemist, was just as clueless as Han Cheng and didn't know what the First Elder was planning to do. Everyone, that beast has had abnormal movements again recently. The purpose of gathering everyone here this time is to have everyone discuss what should be done. The elders fell silent for a moment. If there was a way, wouldn't they have solved it long ago? Listening to his teacher's voice transmission, Han Cheng understood that it turned out to be the matter of the fallen heart flame. Since everyone has no ideas, this old man will state my thoughts. The first elder looked at the master and disciple pair of Han Cheng and said, "Now, Fire Elder and Han Cheng, this master and disciple pair, have both broken through to become Dozong experts. Adding this old man, that makes 3 Dozong experts. I plan to combine the power of the 3 Dozong experts to deal a heavy blow to that beast and make it quiet down for a few decades. However, Han Cheng is still a student, and for the academy to ask a student to make a move, we cannot give nothing. As compensation, I am prepared to let Han Cheng make another trip to the scripture pavilion to take 3 items from inside. What do all the elders think?" As soon as first elder Su Qian said these words, Han Cheng instantly raised his head in surprise but quickly lowered it again. Inside, however, he was filled with shock. Was this still that amiable first elder from usual, to actually have such decisiveness? That was the scripture pavilion. It was the true foundation of Jianan Academy, containing a plethora of D-rank cultivation methods and dough techniques, countless precious medicinal ingredients, and all sorts of strange treasures. Even a Dozong expert would be moved by them. The accumulations inside were probably incomparable even to a fraction of the level of the 4 pavilions in the Central Plains. Such a treasure trove could only be entered by the top 5 of the Inner Academy selection tournament, and each person could only take 1 item. Yet now the first elder was proposing to let him go in and take 3 items. This old man agrees. Seconded. 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 Quote. What moved Han Cheng even more was that so many elders unexpectedly and unanimously agreed decisively to the first elder's proposal. Everyone revealed kind smiles as they looked at this good child. This was a reward belonging to a good child. That day, the 2 elders Jian Bai were awakened. However, since this was a resolution passed by all the elders of the academy, it was not convenient for them to say anything. Especially the powerful soul power on Han Cheng's body, which made them look sideways in astonishment for a moment. Their mood of being interrupted in cultivation instantly turned good. A future 8th grade Pill Grand Master Alchemist, even that old fogey of a headmaster had to treat him politely, so what if he took a few things from him? Han Cheng took 2 portions of high-grade medicinal ingredients and 1 portion of mid-grade D-rank dough technique from the scripture pavilion. How is it? Seeing Han Cheng walk out smiling broadly, the first elder knew that this kid should be very satisfied with this harvest. Medicinal ingredients needed for 2 kinds of 8th grade pills, and a D-rank dough technique. As he spoke, Han Cheng let the 2 elders Jian Bai take a glance at the things he had taken out. Well, because his soul power was too strong, the 2 elders Jian Bai simply couldn't see through it. This, dare I ask, little friend, can you refine 8th grade pills? Elder Bailey asked curiously. First elder Su Jian was just about to speak when he saw Han Cheng nod. Although I haven't tried it once, as long as I refine 7th grade pills a few more times next and get familiar with it, I still have a bit of certainty in making a sprint towards the 8th grade. Han Cheng smiled and nodded. To say nothing else, at least in terms of alchemy, he was still very confident. For a time, several sounds of drawing in cold breaths rang out successively. Leaving the scripture pavilion, Han Cheng's storage ring had 2 more jade slips containing the soul power of the 2 elders Jian Bai. Chapter 44, Fallen Heart Flame, weakened. Chapter 44, Fallen Heart Flame, weakened. After a week's time, Han Cheng learned that Earth Tier Intermediate Dough Technique, 9 Revolution Fire God Seal. At this time, the students inside the Sky Burning Chi Refining Tower had already been cleared out. Although it could be said that the strength of 3 Dozong dealing with a Fallen Heart Flame was as easy as pie, the Fallen Heart Flame was a strange fire after all and possessed geographical advantages, so they had to guard against it a little. A group of Inner Academy students forced out of the tower were filled with curiosity. What major event was the Academy trying to do, to actually clear everyone out? The students watching the commotion looked from the outer perimeter at the elders with Dochi wings surrounding the Sky Burning Chi Refining Tower in vigilance, and then 3 streams of light entered the Sky Burning Chi Refining Tower. Teacher, among those 3 people, one of them seems to be Senior Han Cheng, right? Xiaoyan was also watching from the side, conversing with Yao Lao in his heart. It's that kid. What are they trying to do? They even need 3 Dozong. Xiaoyan was somewhat surprised. Could it be? That's right, it's just as you thought. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be preparing to join forces to make the restless Fallen Heart Flame honest for a while. Yao Lao was also somewhat helpless, his tone carrying a bit of bitterness. That kid's cultivation breakthrough was too fast. How long had it been, and he was already a Dozong. If he were an elder of Jianan Academy, he would also take advantage of the time when his side strength was at its strongest to deal a heavy blow to the Fallen Heart Flame. Teacher, what should we do then? Xiaoyan felt somewhat anxious in his heart. With the current Huang tier grade of the Flame Mantra, it was already a significant drag on his cultivation. After breaking through to Grade Dough Master, if the Flame Mantra was still Huang tier, he feared he would quickly open up a gap with others. You must know that when he came to the academy and reunited with Zuner, Xiaoyan had repeatedly promised that he would soon switch to another cultivation method, which allowed Zuner to rest assured. But the current situation was that without a strange fire, the Flame Mantra could not possibly upgrade to the Zon tier, and yet the Fallen Heart Flame that he and his master originally intended to fish in troubled waters for was also going to be dealt with. Sigh, at this time we can only wait. Hopefully, relying on its geographical advantages, the Fallen Heart Flame won't be injured too heavily. Yao Lao had no other way either. Although with his current soul power he could erupt with strength at the Dozong level, facing so many Dohuang level elders of Jianan Academy, it was very difficult for him to rush into the Sky Burning Chi Refining Tower. Even if he rushed in, they still had 3 genuine Dozong. No matter how weak they were, beating a soul body like him was still not a problem. Not to mention the Fallen Heart Flame's strength comparable to a Dozong, just facing that kid Han Cheng, Yao Lao and Xiaoyan couldn't possibly deal a fatal blow. This was not only out of emotional aspects, but even more considered from the perspective of interests. A genius with a boundless future, if he were seriously injured by them, could the behemoth Jianan Academy possibly let the master and disciple pair off? If it were Venerable Yao in his prime, he wouldn't fear it, but Venerable Yao in his current state, hey. If Jianan Academy gave him face, he was Venerable Yao. If they didn't give him face and directly finished him off, who could possibly know? If those 2 old monsters guarding the scripture pavilion were to make a move, Yao Lao asked himself, he wouldn't have the slightest bit of confidence to survive. Unless, let Xiaoyan's little girlfriend make a move. But if they did that, not to mention Xiaoyan's pride as a man, the resistance they would face behind their backs when they got together in the future would likely be even greater. Within the underground magma world, the Fallen Heart Flame, which had been entrenched here all along, looked uneasily at those 3 human powerhouses. Looking at that hundreds of Zhong massive formless fire python, Han Cheng clicked his tongue in amazement. Is this the Fallen Heart Flame? What truly powerful strength. I'm afraid even an average 3-star Dozong wouldn't be its match, right? Be careful, the Fallen Heart Flame can summon heart flames. The heart flames summoned by its main body are much more powerful than the ones you use inside the training room. Great Elder Su Qian's expression was solemn as he repeated the precautions for fighting the Fallen Heart Flame once more. Han Cheng nodded, carefully looking at the Fallen Heart Flame, as a bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. He flipped his palm, and a cluster of cyan flames appeared. Instantly, when the fallen heart flame saw this cluster of cyan flames appear, greed surfaced within its agile pupils, and it stared fixedly at Han Chang, especially at that green lotus core flame. This was the instinct between strange fires, the instinct to devour each other and become stronger. The Great Elder and Fire Elder looked at Han Chang in bewilderment, but when they saw the green lotus core flame in Han Chang's hand showing not a shred of fear even when facing a strange fire ranked 5 places higher than it on the strange fire ranking list, they couldn't help being somewhat surprised. Even, this green lotus core flame harbored a bit of desire to devour the fallen heart flame. I think I have a way to weaken the fallen heart flame. Han Chang put away the green lotus core flame and told the two people beside him his method. Originally, the two of them didn't have much of a clue either. Now that Han Chang could come up with a feasible method, it couldn't be better. After the three of them were all prepared, Han Chang made the first move, controlling the green lotus core flame to condense into a cyan lotus flower that charged straight toward the fallen heart flame. The fallen heart flame naturally didn't fear this tiny green lotus core flame ranked 19th. But right before it touched that cyan lotus flower, it suddenly transformed into Han Chang, a living person. With a punch condensed with soul power, Han Chang knocked the fallen heart flame into a daze in one stroke. Right now. Instantly, the Great Elder and Fire Elder also made their moves simultaneously, using the powerful strength of Dozong to tightly bind the fallen heart flame while it hadn't yet reacted. As for Han Chang, he used the green lotus core flame to isolate the magma beneath the fallen heart flame, depriving it of the ability to resist for the period of time to come. The three Dozong joined forces to control the fallen heart flame until it couldn't move an inch. Subsequently, Han Chang, who had previously stopped in place, transformed into a cyan fire lotus, flew above the fallen heart flame, and extended dense rootlets to take root within the origin of the fallen heart flame. Soon, after a few breaths time passed, a pale cyan lotus seed filled with exceptionally pure energy condensed within the cyan lotus flower. As time progressed, the aura of the fallen heart flame dropped at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. In less than a minute's time, the originally majestic fallen heart flame became dejected and listless. During this period, it wasn't as if the fallen heart flame hadn't resisted, but the three Dozong weren't just there for decoration. With the three of them joining forces, suppressing the fallen heart flame for a moment was still not a problem. Soon, 24 lotus seeds condensed and formed, and the aura on the fallen heart flame's body had dropped to the Do Huang level, roughly around the 5-star or 6-star Do Huang. Seeing this, Han Chang had the green lotus core flame stop. A fallen heart flame like this was pretty good. The power of the heart flame wouldn't be affected, but the danger would be greatly reduced. As the master of the green lotus core flame, Han Chang could clearly perceive that the spiritual intelligence of the fallen heart flame had also suffered quite a bit of impact. It seemed that this energy-absorbing ability of his green lotus core flame was somewhat awesome. Although it might be because they were both strange fires, it was still awesome enough. After withdrawing their hands, the three of them put some distance between themselves and the fallen heart flame. Watching this previously crafty beast seem to have turned into a moron, its aura also greatly weakened, they left in satisfaction. Chapter 45, Stability. Chapter 45, Stability. Grand Elder, Teacher, as for these 24 lotus seeds, let's each take 8. Arriving at the bottom of the sky-burning chi refining tower, Han Chang distributed the lotus seeds condensed from the energy extracted from the body of the fallen heart flame. Hearing this, the two elders shook their heads, showing no intention of accepting them. Actually, the green lotus core flame has already intercepted quite a bit of energy, and the benefits I gained are not much worse than these lotus seeds. I also have a little selfish motive. Your student wants to frequently come down here into the magma world to cultivate in the future. Because with the green lotus core flame's ability to absorb energy, my cultivation level will improve very quickly, so I don't need these lotus seeds. Han Chang chuckled with a somewhat embarrassed expression. The two elders opposite him, however, shook their heads helplessly and said with a smile, "Why are you telling us about such things, child? Even if you didn't say anything, we wouldn't know. You can go to that place whenever you want. You aren't an outsider. Now that beast has become obedient, since there's no danger, naturally we won't stop you." That's right, this ability of the green lotus core flame should be something you Brad developed yourself. This is your own capability, so you should just keep these benefits for yourself. This is completely normal. In the eyes of the Great Elder and Fire Elder, if they had asked someone else for help, it would be normal for the other party not to share even a fraction of these benefits with them. For someone like Han Chang to tell the truth like this was instead quite rare. Han Chang wanted to shove the lotus seeds to the two elders, but they said, giving these things to us is completely superfluous. We usually just cultivate within the academy. Since you brat will go out to roam the world after graduation, keeping them for yourself is the most appropriate choice. That's right, if you brat carve out some reputation outside and mention the academy a couple of times, it's better than anything else. Having no other choice, Han Chang could only keep them for himself. In fact, for Han Chang, he truly didn't lack these few energy lotus seeds. Cultivating in the underground magma world, where the fire attribute energy was ridiculously dense, if Han Chang used the green lotus core flame to absorb energy, increasing his cultivation by 1 star in a month would be a breeze. The fallen heart flame, which had kept the many elders of Jiannan Academy restless day and night, had become obedient, which truly allowed all of them to breathe a sigh of relief. At least for several decades, the fallen heart flame would not be able to recover. For the academy, this meant the sky-burning chi refining tower would be extremely peaceful and stable for the next few decades. After the elders tested it and confirmed there were no problems, the sky-burning chi refining tower opened once again. Aside from Xiaoyan and his teacher discovering the difference, everyone else didn't feel anything unusual. Cultivating in the tower was still as exhilarating as ever. Such a powerful method, it forcibly weakened the fallen heart flame, which was comparable to a Dozong, down to around the Do Huang level. I'm afraid it won't be able to recover within the next 30 to 50 years, right? Through Yao Lao's perspective, Xiaoyan looked at the listless and somewhat sluggish fallen heart flame, exclaiming in amazement. Sigh, who was to say otherwise? This Jiannan Academy is truly worthy of being a behemoth renowned throughout the fighting Qi continent, actually able to control such violent things as heavenly flames. With Yao Lao's many years of experience, he hadn't expected that Jiannan Academy could possess such a method. You must know that was the underground magma world. Things like the ice spirit cold spring simply couldn't exert any effect there. The master and apprentice fell silent for a moment. If it were a fair trade, would Jiannan Academy agree? After all, this was the foundation supporting the very existence of Jiannan Academy. Inside the cave, Han Chang touched the 8th rank medicinal cauldron that his teacher had just passed down to him, his eyes growing increasingly bright. Although the most powerful founder of their lineage was only a 7th rank alchemist and had only refined a single 7th rank medicinal pill, the esteemed founder had always harbored expectations for future generations, spending a considerable price to acquire such an exquisite piece among 8th rank medicinal cauldrons. However, later descendants of their lineage failed to live up to the esteemed founder's expectations, merely lingering around the 5th and 6th ranks. Previously, Han Chang had also neglected progress in this aspect. His teacher still thought he was a 6th rank alchemist, and since he also had a slightly inferior 7th rank medicinal cauldron, it hadn't been passed down. Han Chang glanced at the medicinal ingredients in his hands. Although gathering the ingredients for those few 7th rank medicinal pills whose formulas he possessed was still a bit lacking, refining 6th rank medicinal pills was more than plentiful. Over the next few days, Han Chang's energy fluctuations uniquely belonging to 6th rank medicinal pills almost never stopped, with a commotion occurring every 6 or 7 hours. Outside the cave, the black-armored flood dragon beast, which was loyally guarding Han Chang, felt that the medicinal fragrance it had smelled over these past few days exceeded the total of the past several hundred years. Especially the last one, which was absolute perfection among 6th rank medicinal pills, and even no worse than some 7th rank medicinal pills. That rich medicinal fragrance gave it somewhat of a feeling of advancing. Refining 6th rank medicinal pills continuously for 3 or 4 days without sleep was no longer any challenge for Han Chang. To call it a piece of cake would be slightly exaggerating, it could only be considered moderately easy, with his own condition remaining unaffected. Returning to the academy and seeing that Ziyan was still advancing, Han Chang condensed the energy of heaven and earth to infuse it in, then prepared to leave the academy to go see the queen. After speaking with his teacher, Han Chang came to the magical beast forest. Black dragon, let's go. Yes, sir. The black-armored flood dragon beast flew past. Within the magical beast forest along the way, those originally restless magical beasts instantly quieted down. This was the imposing might of a 6th rank top-tier magical beast, the Beast Emperor black-armored flood dragon beast. Along the way, Han Chang, sitting atop the black-armored flood dragon beast, felt his vanity immensely satisfied. In every city they passed through, countless people looked up, casting gazes of envy, adoration, and awe. Being able to use such a tyrannical 6th rank magical beast as a mount, what kind of big shot must that be? With the stamina of a 6th rank magical beast, flying continuously for 10 days or half a month was not a problem at all, let alone for the black-armored flood dragon beast which was inherently adept at flying. Barring those pure rank magical beasts that were naturally born with the ability to fly, it should be among the fastest batch. After flying for just 2.5 days, they arrived at the Snake People tribe. Before they even reached the Snake People holy city, the tyrannical aura of the 6th rank magical beast black-armored flood dragon beast was perceived by the powerhouses of the Snake People tribe. With a powerhouse of this level approaching, apart from Medusa, no one else in the Snake People tribe could deal with it, so she naturally had to come out personally to take a look. But when she saw the familiar figure on the back of this 6th rank magical beast, the terrifying aura on her body instantly vanished into thin air. Queen, long time no see, I've missed you so much. Han Chang arrived before Medusa, pulling this delicate and breathtaking beauty into his embrace. Medusa narrowed her eyes, sensing the aura on Han Chang, and said with a hint of coquettish pride in her tone, HMPH, little man, this queen has only missed you just a tiny bit. Huh, no way, last time when the two of us parted, weren't you still? Just as Han Chang wanted to say something, his mouth was blocked. A few minutes later, Han Chang licked the remaining taste of the queen on his lips, wrapped his arm around the queen's slender waist, stepped onto the black-armored flood dragon beast, and flew forward. Along the flight, the black-armored flood dragon beast also let out a sigh of relief in its heart. Fortunately, this powerhouse seemed to be Sir's confidant, otherwise, it would have been very troublesome. Chapter 46 Jindan Tower. Chapter 46 Jindan Tower. Inside the palace, the two of them, who were just a step away, embraced tightly, feeling each other's aura and easing their yearning for one another. After a long while, when the urge within her subsided, Medusa opened her eyes, her gaze filled with intense affection. As expected of this queen's man, you've broken through to a dozong so quickly, and you even have a powerful rank 6 magical beast following you. Han Chang did not speak, only holding the beauty in his arms tightly, completely unwilling to let go. I've finally come back to life. Queen, if you weren't by my side, how would I live? Pressing close to the queen's neck, Han Chang took a deep breath, looking as if he had been fully revived. Then this queen will stay with you forever. Medusa domineeringly wrapped her arms around Han Chang's neck and gave him a long kiss. Fortunately, the two of them weren't truly lovesick fools. After doting on each other for a long while, they finally got down to business. Why didn't that little girl Ziyan come along? She is currently advancing, and it has been going on for over half a year. It is estimated to take another half year. Han Chang looked earnestly at Medusa, their eyes meeting. Queen, I need you. HMPH, go ahead and speak. What trouble does this queen's man have? Medusa's proud appearance made Han Chang like her even more the more he looked. I want to establish a faction specializing in auctioning high-tier medicinal pills, which will operate at fixed times every year. Collecting valuable items is only one of the purposes for me to establish this faction. More importantly, I want to use this faction to expand my influence, and at the same time, verify the feasibility of this idea of mine. If it works, in the future, we can quickly make a name for ourselves in the Central Plains and accumulate enough connections. By then, all trouble will not be a problem. Even without going to the Central Plains, the predicament faced by the Snake People tribe will be readily resolved. Therefore, I need someone powerful, reliable, and thoughtful to hold down the fort. For this person, I feel that none other than you, my queen, will do. Alright, as soon as Han Chang finished speaking, the queen agreed. For a moment, Han Chang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Stroking the queen's face, Han Chang said helplessly, aren't you afraid that I'm fooling you? You didn't even think about it before answering. Would you deceive this queen? Medusa retorted. Quote. Thank you, I will do everything in my power to live up to your trust in me. Han Chang tightened his arms around the queen again, his tone carrying firmness. Only those who have truly witnessed the sinister nature of people's hearts can understand how precious this kind of unhesitating trust is. After a while, Han Chang's hand lingered on Medusa's leg, beginning to study the relationship between the distances of molecules and atoms on the surface of the skin. He studied very earnestly, having already moved his gaze from her thighs to her jade feet. During this time, has any major event happened in the Jama Empire? Han Chang suddenly remembered. Did the Cloud Mist sect make a move against the Xiao family afterwards? Probably not. The biggest commotion was still the one you made half a year ago when you faced that old fellow Yunshan head on. Medusa's face flushed as she closed her eyes and leaned against Han Chang. Han Chang was somewhat surprised. He had thought that the Cloud Mist sect would make a move against the Xiao family. He hadn't expected Yunshan to give him so much face. But then again, Yunshan wasn't brainless either. Being able to let someone like Han Chang intercede meant that the forces behind Xiaoyan were definitely extraordinary. In fact, if there had been a person of sufficient weight in the original work to state a portion of the power behind Xiaoyan, the 3 ascents to the Cloud Mist sect would most likely not have happened. The entire matter between Xiaoyan and the Cloud Mist sect was actually nothing more than the forces displayed behind Xiaoyan not being strong enough to make the Cloud Mist sect fear them, hence the Cloud Mist sect bullying others by relying on its power. It was a very simple relationship of the weak being prey to the strong. If one side was not strong enough, they naturally couldn't coexist peacefully. As long as the strengths of both sides were about the same, things wouldn't have blown up to such an extent. A few days later, after explaining matters to the leaders of the Snake People tribe, Medusa left the Snake People tribe with Han Chang. Feeling the tyrannical aura emitted by the mount beneath Han Chang's feet, the various leaders looked at each other in dismay. Is this the real world of the strong? A group of Doangs like them weren't even qualified to serve as a mount for the son-in-law. This really made one feel defeated. 7 days later. Holding the map, drawing and sketching on it, and looking at the final draft, Han Chang and Medusa nodded in satisfaction. After their inspection, the two decided to build a 9-story tall building at a location 10 kilometers away from Peacetown of Jiangnan Academy. On the Fighting Chi continent, no matter how tasteless a high-tier medicinal pill was, it would never lack buyers. A tier 6 medicinal pill could steadily serve as the finale auction item for a typical auction house. Han Chang named this building Jindan Tower, an existence like Jindan Tower, which was high-end, atmospheric, and classy, specialized in auctioning high-grade medicinal pills. No matter where it was casually placed, it would be a place of supreme geomantic omen. However, regarding the opening time, Han Chang accepted Medusa's suggestion, changing it from once a year to once every 2 years. Moreover, the types and quantities of medicinal pills auctioned each time were not fixed. In this way, higher profits could be obtained. After all, rarity makes things valuable. The blueprints and the address had both been determined, so next, naturally, preparations for construction had to begin. Construction required manpower, and it was impossible for Han Chang and Medusa to do it themselves. For two dignified Dozong experts to miserably build a house with their own hands would be far too disgraceful, wouldn't it? This kind of matter naturally had to be left to professionals to handle. The Black Corner region, a unique place across the entire Fighting Chi continent, had talents from all walks of life. In a mere half a month, a 40-meter-tall, 9-story building rose straight from the ground. At the same time, news regarding Jindan Tower had already spread throughout the Black Corner region, and even several surrounding empires had learned of it. 1 month later, Jindan Tower would open for business, auctioning high-tier medicinal pills including the Break Sect pill. A faction capable of auctioning high-tier medicinal pills like the Break Sect pill naturally wasn't something just anyone could enter. The threshold to enter Jindan Tower was. Jindan Tower declined entry to any faction or individual involved in the trading of the Snake People tribe, or those with a blood feud against Jiangnan Academy. Even so, this news still attracted the attention of numerous experts, and quite a few factions were already raising funds. When many people saw the rules of Jindan Tower, they even felt that this was the style of faction capable of auctioning high-tier medicinal pills ought to have, radiating an aura of pure confidence. If you felt uncomfortable about it, you didn't have to go, but if your mortal enemy went and bought a high-tier medicinal pill to break through their realm. This was the influence of high-tier medicinal pills, enough to subvert a second-rate faction, and even some lesser first-rate factions could not ignore it. A single Break Sect pill could give rise to a Dozong expert. And on this Fighting Chi continent, a Dozong expert was considered as somebody anywhere. With a Dozong expert holding down the fort, that would be a first-rate faction on the Fighting Chi continent. To become a first-rate faction, for certain factions, it might just be a matter of a single Break Sect pill. It could be foreseen that a month later, the auction of Jindan Tower would inevitably trigger a bloody storm. Inside the inner academy, the first elder, upon hearing this news, felt quite gratified in his heart. It was a pity that Han Chang hadn't returned to the academy yet, otherwise he would surely have to thank this kid properly. Sorry lesson __ greater than I am not feeling well, let us just have 2 updates today. Chapter 47, Start. Chapter 47, Start. Han Chang naturally did not return to the inner academy because he was accompanying the queen in the outer academy, experiencing student life. Compared to the inner academy, the outer academy felt much more like a proper academy. Many people attended classes together in a single classroom, participating in various activities full of the unique aura of youth. This was a peaceful life that Medusa had never experienced before. As the queen of the Snake People tribe, everything she had been exposed to since childhood was bloodshed and slaughter. As a considered partner, Han Chang naturally wanted to take Medusa to experience this life that was completely different from her past experiences. A month passed very quickly. Medusa felt that this was the fastest month she had ever lived, and also the happiest month. Chang, thank you, I have never felt so relaxed. Holding Han Chang's arm, Medusa smiled brightly. Han Chang kissed Medusa's forehead and said earnestly, I am your man, of course I have to make you happy. HMPH, you sweet-talking little Mantilda, but this queen likes it. Then is the queen ready to begin the first step of our entrepreneurial venture as a couple? Of course, anyone who dares to cause trouble will be killed outright. Medusa grabbed Han Chang's warm palm, her domineering aura fully exposed. Walking out of Peacetown, the two quickly arrived at Jindan Tower. Compared to a month ago when only a single Jindan Tower stood lonely and isolated, there was now quite a bit of popularity and activity near Jindan Tower, almost equivalent to a small town. Because it was very close to Jiangnan Academy, even though this place was in the Black Corner region, it instead possessed a bit more stability and prosperity. With just a glance, Han Chang knew what was going on. Just the inn closest to Jindan Tower had no less than 5 auras belonging to Dohuang experts. No wonder it was so peaceful. There were too many powerful experts, and no one dared to provoke public anger. Furthermore, because everyone was waiting for Jindan Tower to open for business, they were all maintaining restraint. The aura of a Dozong enveloped the entire small town, and Han Chang's voice resounded across a radius of 100 miles. The auction will begin promptly at noon today. Han Chang waved his hand, and the gates of Jindan Tower opened. He walked into Jindan Tower, quietly waiting for the buyers to arrive. As Han Chang withdrew his aura, the entire town instantly boiled with excitement, and figures with doji wings arrived one after another in succession. Old ghosty, you bastard, you arrived so early. HMPH, old man Huang, you aren't late either. That is a Break Sect pill after all, who wouldn't want it? I hope there are fewer competitors, otherwise, with this old man's net worth, I really don't have much certainty of snatching it. You ugly old ghost, your looks are foul but you sure daydream nicely. That's a Break Sect pill, do you think it's as simple as a Doling pill? That's right, the people who came this time are extremely numerous. Just at the Peak Dohuang realm alone, there are no less than 10 people. Holy crap, are you kidding me? 10 Peak Dohuang experts, do all the major empires around the Black Corner region combined even have that many people? Hee, you wouldn't think that in just a month, only those few major empires receive these news items, would you? Heavenly Serpent Mansion is so far away from the Black Corner region, yet they've even sent people here. This time, it's not just Dohuang experts who have come, quite a few Dozongs have also appeared, especially those old freaks with established foundations. Regarding the Break Sect pill, Dozongs could perhaps feel its preciousness even more acutely than Peak Dohuang experts. After all, a faction with 1 Dozong versus a faction with 2 Dozongs were completely different levels of power. Many people who entered Jindan Tower whispered softly with people they knew or silently waited for the start. However, watching figures radiating tyrannical auras arrive one after another, many people's hearts sank. Generally speaking, auctioning multiple high-grade medicinal pills together could not maximize profits for an alchemist. But judging by Jinden Tower's style, it obviously didn't care about that small amount of money. Many people originally thought they could take advantage of a bargain this time, but they didn't expect so many people to come. Who could possibly feel at ease now? With so many experts, they won't compete with me for the pill I've set my eyes on, right? Most people had this kind of thought in their hearts, especially in the 7th floor seats exclusive to Dozong's, where several figures had already taken their seats at some unknown time. On the 6th floor, the seats for Do Huang experts were almost full. What gave people the biggest headache, however, were the figures below the 5th floor. Each of them concealed their auras, pretending to be mere Do practitioners, but when it came to actual bidding, even Do Huang experts might not necessarily be able to outbid them. Suddenly, the time arrived, and the previously brightly lit Jinden Tower instantly darkened. At the same time, a cluster of cyan flames illuminated the entire Jinden Tower, and a cyan figure radiating a Dozong aura walked out from within the cyan flames. That is, a heavenly flame. Green Lotus Core Flame, a Dozong expert who is also an alchemist, truly worthy of Jiannan Academy. Good grief, a monster like this would probably exist like the young master of a major faction even in Zhongzhou. The cyan firelight illuminated the appearance of the person holding the Green Lotus Core Flame, and everyone's first reaction was, young, simply too young. This seat is Han Cheng, currently 18 years old, a one-star Dozong, and also an alchemist, as well as a student of Jiannan Academy. Han Cheng nodded at the teachers and the first elder sitting in the Dozong seats, briefly introducing himself. The more understatement there was in Han Cheng's tone, the more everyone present couldn't help but gasp in cold air. An 18-year-old Dozong, are you guys at Jiannan Academy trying to fly up to the heavens? For a moment, whether because of the Green Lotus Core Flame or the burning gazes everyone cast toward Han Cheng, the atmosphere inside the entire Jinden Tower instantly ignited. Han Cheng took out 4 Doling pills from his storage ring, opened the bottle stoppers, and let them make an appearance before everyone's eyes. The auction now officially begins. The first batch of pills to be auctioned next are Tier 6 medicinal pills, Doling pills. There are 4 in total, auction 2 at a time. The starting bid is 3 million gold coins, and everyone can now place your bids. 3,500,000 gold coins. 4 million. 4,500,000. Quote. Should one say it's truly a high-grade medicinal pill? In less than 10 seconds, it had already reached 6 million gold coins, and it was still continuously climbing. The first batch of 2 Doling pills was pocketed by a Do Huang expert at the price of 7,600,000 gold coins. It was not a familiar face, they seemed to originate from some major faction. The second batch of Doling pills was jointly won by 2 Do Huang experts at the price of 8,500,000 gold coins. Money was paid with one hand, and the pills were handed over with the other. The pills to be auctioned next are also Tier 6 medicinal pills, named Huangji pills. There are 3 in total, auctioned across 3 occasions. The starting bid for each pill is 3 million gold coins. Now, everyone may begin bidding. Watching the 3 genuine Huangji pills appear before their eyes, the gazes of quite a few Do Huang experts grew burning hot. 5 million. 5,500,000. 6 million. Quote. Very quickly, the 3 Huangji pills were sold off at prices of 6,300,000, 6,500,000, and 7 million gold coins respectively. With the 3 Huangji pills collected by 3 different Do Huang experts respectively, Han Cheng, who had already raked in over 30 million, was in a rather good mood. Chapter 48, Grade 7. Chapter 48, Grade 7. Next, what I am going to auction are 3 Tier 6 pills that everyone has never heard of and were created by me, the Wrath of the Emperor. Everyone might be very curious, why can this Wrath of the Emperor be ranked behind the Huangji pill? Many people present felt very strange in their hearts. The Tier 6 pill, Huangji pill, could increase the cultivation of a Do Huang expert by 1 to 2 stars without side effects. Aside from the break sect pill and those few top tier Tier 6 pills, what other kind of pill could be ranked above it? However, since it was created by this mister, it should also be extraordinary, right? The effect of this Wrath of the Emperor is very simple, which is to allow a user below the Dozong level to restore themselves to their peak state. Even if they are heavily injured and on the verge of death, the Do Chi in their body will mostly recover, and their injuries will not affect your combat power. Although it can only last for a quarter of an hour, I believe this should already be enough. After all, this is only a Tier 6 pill, isn't it? Hiss. As soon as Han Cheng's voice fell, the sound of people gasping in cold air had already resounded within Jinden Tower. Clearly, this Wrath of the Emperor had moved their hearts. Mr. Han, may I ask if this Wrath of the Emperor of yours is also useful for Do Huang experts whose lifespans are insufficient and whose blood and chi are declining? An elder from Heavenly Serpent Mansion looked at Han Cheng with somewhat fiery eyes, eagerly wanting to know the answer. Of course, as long as they are not dead people who have already swallowed their last breath, the Wrath of the Emperor can make them maintain their own peak state for a quarter of an hour. Han Cheng smiled slightly, and the confidence radiating from his body convinced everyone present. Mr. Han, what is the price of this Wrath of the Emperor? There are a total of 3 Wrath of the Emperors, auctioned in 3 batches, with a starting bid of 5 million. 8 million, the elder of Heavenly Serpent Mansion directly raised it by 3 million without blinking. 9 million, there were still those who refused to give up and wanted to compete, but 10 million. Han Cheng was somewhat surprised, he hadn't expected the people of Heavenly Serpent Mansion to be so generous. But it made sense, if this Wrath of the Emperor was used well, it could create miracles at critical moments. A Do Huang expert restored to their peak state could influence the outcome of a battle. The second Wrath of the Emperor was similarly won by Mo Tianqing of the Black Emperor sect for 10 million gold coins. Having a son who was a Do Huang was the future hope of their sect, if he had a Wrath of the Emperor on him, it would undoubtedly add quite a bit of security. Moreover, leaving this Wrath of the Emperor as the foundation of the sect was also not a problem. Especially during moments of life and death, a Wrath of the Emperor might just save an entire sect. At the very beginning, everyone hadn't had time to think so much, only feeling that this Wrath of the Emperor, serving as a trump card, could provide a bit more security for their little lives. Until these 2 big shots with powerful backers behind them threw out fortunes like water, everyone finally reacted. Turns out that this Wrath of the Emperor had such great attraction for factions that had Do Huang experts guarding them. The final Wrath of the Emperor was won by a peak Do Huang expert from the Tianling Empire, also for 13 million gold coins. Judging by the other party's appearance, barring any unexpected events, the faction he belonged to likely still had another Do Huang expert, which was why they were willing to bid on and keep a Wrath of the Emperor as their foundation. However, this had nothing to do with Han Cheng. He only knew that in just this short while, he had gained another 33 million gold coins. Next is the break sect pill that everyone has been looking forward to. Saying this, Han Cheng took out the break sect pill from his storage ring. Looking at that pill, which was the size of a dragon's eye and covered with black gold markings, many people's eyes turned red. But the very next second, the temperature of the cyan flame became scorching hot, resembling a volcano brimming with readiness. Once anyone among them dared to make a suspicious move, they would inevitably suffer a thunderous blow. Everyone, do not be impatient. It's not like I am only selling the break sect pill once. Han Cheng smiled, seeing that some people's reason had returned. The scorching temperature of the green lotus core flame instantly dropped. I believe everyone is clear on the value of the break sect pill, especially for a peak 9-star Do Huang expert. It is even more precious. Therefore, the starting bid for the break sect pill is 10 million gold coins. Of course, if everyone is willing to trade with high-grade medicinal ingredients, that would be even better. Cultivation methods and dough techniques are also fine, but high-grade medicinal ingredients are more important to me. After all, I am an alchemist. Hee. Han Cheng's words provoked good-natured laughter from the crowd. Having considered earlier that this was a specialized pill auction, quite a few people had prepared some high-grade medicinal ingredients. Now it seemed this hit the right spot. This time, instead of bidding one by one, everyone tacitly took out the high-grade medicinal ingredients they had prepared, letting Han Cheng choose. Water Fire Genesis Fruit, Heavenly Spirit Cyan Vine, Earth Profound Root, Moon Spirit Crystal, 10,000-year Green Spirit Vine. Senior Chen Yuan, are you certain you are willing to exchange this 10,000-year Green Spirit Vine and this cold marrow branch for the break sect pill? A trace of radiance flickered within Han Cheng's eyes as he looked at this Peak Do Huang expert from the Tianling Empire. Naturally, Chen Yuan replied affirmatively. Then I will take advantage of you, Han Cheng said with a smile. Haha, mister, Han is being too polite. No matter how precious these medicinal ingredients are, leaving them in this old man's hands is just letting them gather dust. Only in your hands can they truly play their role. The gaze Chen Yuan cast at Han Cheng grew increasingly respectful. Because this world was simply like this, no matter how many high-grade medicinal ingredients you had, if you couldn't get in touch with a high-level alchemist, they were just a bunch of decorations. What use were they? Like now, wasn't it great to exchange those decorations for pills that could help oneself? Chen Yuan obtained the break sect pill with satisfaction, and Han Cheng satisfyingly harvested the main ingredient capable of refining top-tier grade 7 pills, and even some 8th grade pills, the 10,000-year Green Spirit Vine. Seeing this scene, the rest of the people felt somewhat helpless, but that was Han Cheng's will, who could change it? Not to mention his identity as a high-level tier 6 alchemist, just his strength as a Dozong was enough to make them abide by the rules of Jinden Tower. Everyone, Jinden Tower's first auction concludes here. The next one will be today 2 years from now. I can tell everyone a piece of news here. 2 years from now, there won't just be the break sect pill, there will also be grade 7 pills, and absolutely not low-grade grade 7 pills like the G instant pill. Oh. Finishing his words, Han Cheng turned around and vanished, leaving behind the crowd who had yet to recover from their astonishment. Emerging from Jinden Tower and feeling the sunlight spill upon them, quite a few people felt as though they had just had a dream, still feeling very real after waking up. Grade 7 pills. The last time a grade 7 pill appeared within the Black Corner region was during the last auction of Black Seal City. Furthermore, listening to Han Cheng's implication, the value of that grade 7 pill 2 years from now would definitely be more reliable than that illusory yin-yang mysterious dragon pill. For a time, many people made up their minds in their hearts to collect as many high-grade medicinal ingredients as possible over the next 2 years to satisfy Mr. Han and win that grade 7 pill. Numerous experts left on the spot, not continuing to stay. After all, they all understood the customs here in the Black Corner region. It was not a place to linger for long. As Jinden Tower's first auction ended, the details of this extremely short yet extremely high gold content auction had already begun to spread. Chapter 49 Xinlian Pill. Chapter 49 Xinlian Pill. 4 Doling pills and 3 Wangji pills would be the highlight of any auction. But inside Jinden Tower, those 2 tier 6 medicinal pills were merely the opening act. The unheard of wrath of the Emperor was simply marvelous, causing 3 major factions to spend a fortune without hesitation just to secure it, which showed how exquisite it truly was. The most thrilling part was the tier 6 break sect pill. Needless to say, everyone was well aware of the status held by the break sect pill. Afterwards, Mr. Han even revealed that there would be more break sect pills next time, as well as 7th rank pills. Who could possibly sit still after hearing this? Quite a few fearless people compared Mr. Han with the Medicine Emperor, Han Feng, and then unanimously declared Mr. Han the winner. An 18-year-old student of Jiangnan Academy who had yet to graduate, a Dozong, and a 7th rank alchemist, wasn't this 100 times stronger than a mere Medicine Emperor? Of course, this was just everyone's shared inner thought. It was impossible to voice it out loud. After all, within the Black Corner region, the appeal of Medicine Emperor Han Feng was still stronger than that of Mr. Han. However, backed by Jiangnan Academy, Mr. Han was practically in an invincible position. In another 8 or 10 years, Han Feng would be nothing more than a fart in front of Mr. Han. Teacher, great elder, why are the 2 of you here? Han Cheng said with a wry smile as he looked at the 2 elders who wore gratified expressions. Hee, you brat are an outstanding student of our academy. When you hold an auction, how could the 2 of us not keep an eye on things for you? I just didn't expect you brat to be so capable. Inside the inner academy, Fire Elder nodded repeatedly as he watched his disciple manage to handle such a powerful woman. Teacher, this is Queen Medusa, my fiancée. Han Cheng pulled Medusa over and briefly introduced her. Your Majesty, this is my teacher, and this is Great Elder Su Jian. They are both very good people. Greetings to the 2 seniors. You are too polite. With an expert like you staying by Han Cheng brat's side, this old man can finally rest easy. Rest assured, senior, I won't let him lose even a single hair. Your Majesty, look at this. Han Cheng plucked a hair and waved it in front of Medusa's eyes. Then he waved his hand to say goodbye and began a game of chase and flight with Medusa. Youth is truly great. Great Elder Su Jian sighed with emotion. Now you can rest easy. That Queen Medusa is at least a 7-star Dozong. Indeed, it's a pity that the Academy's rules are right there, otherwise, having those 2 follow along as well. Rest assured, this brat is one of our own people in the Academy. I have already sent a message to that old fellow, the headmaster. Within the magical beast forest, Han Cheng held Medusa as they lay on a tree, looking at the clouds in the sky through the gaps between the leaves. Cheng, you make me like you more and more. You will like me even more in the future. Who made me the queen's man? If his wife and his teacher weren't used to getting along, then so be it, why force the 2 of them together? Han Cheng's brain was still normal, so he helped the queen out of her predicament. As night fell, Han Cheng brought Medusa back to the inner academy, arriving at the headmaster's cultivation stone platform within the inner academy. Being used as a cultivation place by that headmaster, this place naturally wasn't as ordinary as it appeared on the surface. In the space surrounding the stone platform, faint and hard to detect spatial fluctuations slowly permeated. These spatial fluctuations were quite peculiar, acting like a magnet that completely absorbed and gathered the surrounding worldly energy here. Cultivating here yielded quite impressive results. Coupled with the protection of those faint spatial fluctuations around, the safety was also relatively high. Therefore, within the inner academy, those qualified to cultivate here were few and far between. However, ever since Han Cheng broke through to the Dozong, this place had been opened up to him. Down below, Medusa looked lovingly at the figure above. This was her man. A 7th rank pill. Looking at this, what Han Cheng brat is refining shouldn't be an ordinary 7th rank pill, it should at least be at the level that can summon pill lightning. I heard from that brat that he is going to use the energy of the fallen heart flame as the main ingredient. The Great Elder and Fire Elder whispered to each other. A 7th rank pill. This should be Jianan Academy's first time, right? Under the pitch black night, the cyan flame was exceptionally eye-catching. Inside the deep cyan medicinal cauldron, a suitable temperature was quickly reached. Various different medicinal materials were thrown in by Han Cheng at the same time. The soul power at the late-stage peak of the spirit realm, along with the skillfully wielded green lotus core flame, gave him the capital to do so. At the same time, Han Cheng took out 5 energy lotus seeds and 1 earth fire lotus seed, sending them into the green lotus core flame. After dealing with the fallen heart flame, Han Cheng discovered that his soul seemed to have a very high fire resistance. Even a flame like the fallen heart flame, which had a restraining effect on souls, didn't have much effect on him. Han Cheng wasn't sure if it was because of the green lotus core flame or because he watched the sunrise every day. The materialized soul power forcibly crushed those energy lotus seeds into pure energy droplets. Following the process he had simulated, he refined his 7th rank pill, the Xinlian pill. The refinement process went very smoothly, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, although Han Cheng didn't make any big commotion this time, just having these several Dozong experts standing here was enough to show the seriousness of the matter. Under the command of the Great Elder, those students who wanted to watch the commotion were all arranged within a safe range. Probably all the inner academy students were watching the commotion, because no one was willing to miss the birth of a 7th rank pill. To be treated like this by Senior Han Cheng, the medicinal pill he is refining right now should at least be of the 7th rank. Xiaoyan said thoughtfully, a trace of adoration, envy, and a slight complicated expression flashing across his eyes. As expected of Xiaoyan Gerger, you are truly knowledgeable, Xiao Zuner said with a smile on the side, inwardly even more surprised at this senior's talent. It was truly terrifying. It seemed that her bargaining chips to win over this senior would have to be increased further. Having an advanced alchemist friend could significantly increase her right to speak within her clan. When it did not involve Xiaoyan, Xiao Zuner was a very qualified 2nd generation. Rumble. A dark cloud several hundred meters in diameter appeared in the sky above the inner academy. Dull rumbling thunder resounded, and silver lightning shuttled through the clouds. With Senior Han Cheng's strength, resisting this pill lightning should be a sure thing. Xiaoyan Gerger, Zuner believes that in the future, you will be even more formidable than Senior Han Cheng. A trace of bitterness flashed across the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth as he said helplessly, Zuner, don't forget, Senior Han Cheng is even a year younger than me. I certainly don't. Kaishan seal, sea overturning seal, green lotus core flame, go. Han Cheng's deep voice resounded. A gigantic cyan flame crystal seal, with an extremely tyrannical posture, shattered the dark cloud that hadn't yet had time to drop the pill lightning. Inspecting this first Xinlian pill, the perfect quality made Han Cheng nod in satisfaction. Then Han Cheng began the refinement of the 2nd Xinlian pill, appearing as if he didn't know fatigue. If not for the green lotus core flame constantly absorbing energy at all times, allowing Han Cheng to refine medicinal pills with almost no consumption of doji, he truly wouldn't dare to do this. But the others didn't know that. They only knew that Han Cheng was a monster, an alchemist master who could continuously refine 5 7th rank pills with a 100% success rate. Chapter 50, Dual Cultivation, Awakening. Chapter 50, Dual Cultivation, Awakening. With such attainment, Han Cheng, who was able to accomplish this step, was definitely not just a simple 7th rank alchemist. One must know that for an ordinary 7th rank alchemist, being able to successfully refine a single 7th grade pill in one try was already considered having a bit of luck. For someone like Han Cheng to refine 5 7th grade pills in a row and succeed every time, such alchemy attainment required at least a skilled expert among grade 8 alchemists to achieve. Because even a newly ascended grade 8 alchemist would make mistakes if they refined pills continuously for a whole month without sleep or rest. Watching that green-robed figure put away the medicinal cauldron and step off the stone platform, Xiaoyan and Xiao Zuner also returned to their quarters to rest at the first elder's signal. They, as onlookers, couldn't even hold on after watching for a month, yet the one refining pills for over a month was in even better shape than them. This was the gap between them. Returning to her room, Xiao Zuner began to think. The news of Senior Han Cheng successfully refining 5 7th grade pills in a row definitely cannot be hidden this time, and judging by the aura when Senior made his moves, he is comparable to a high-tier Dozong. I should send the news back to the clan. Father has always been distressed that our clan lacks a 9th grade alchemist, so he will surely be very willing to invest in Senior Han Cheng. Given Senior Han Cheng's character, him becoming stronger is also beneficial for Brother Xiaoyan. It's just, what is Brother Xiaoyan thinking? Is Zuner's help really that difficult for him to accept? A yellow tier method is really. Xiao Zuner had a bit of a headache. After writing the letter and having Ling Ying transmitted back, she lay down on her bed. Thinking of the intimate manner between Han Cheng and Queen Medusa just now, a wave of envy welled up inside Xiao Zuner's heart. No one could separate that pair, but what about her and Xiaoyan? What would their future be? Brother Xiaoyan, Zuner believes you will definitely become strong enough to allow Zuner to be with you. At the same time, Han Cheng was distributing the pills. Teachers, the first elders, the queens, and mine. Han Cheng distributed the 4 Xinlian pills with the most abundant energy to his own people. If used well, they could raise a Dozong's cultivation by 2 stars. This last one has slightly less energy, but it's enough to raise a Dozong's cultivation by 1 star. Let's save it for auctioning 2 years later. Han Cheng, you are this old man's pride. To be able to accept a disciple like you in my life is truly my greatest good fortune, ha ha ha. Fire Elder held the Xinlian pill with both hands. This was a 7th grade pill that surpassed their founder. Even among high-grade 7th grade pills, this Xinlian pill could be ranked near the very top. Especially for high-tier Dozong, a single Xinlian pill could save them decades of arduous cultivation, directly allowing them to step into the peak Dozong realm and look forward to the Dozun realm. Teacher, Han Cheng looked at his teacher, who showed no sign of stopping. For a moment he felt a bit alarmed. Could teacher have gone silly from excitement? You two go do your own thing, I'll watch old man Huo. Grand Elder Su Qian understood Fire Elder's current mood very well. It was only natural that he couldn't calm down in a short time. Han Cheng nodded. It just so happened that he had a matter to discuss with the queen. The bright moonlight fell on the stone platform. Han Cheng and the queen sat cross-legged facing each other, their soul forces already linked together. However, whether it was an illusion or not, the moonlight around the two of them was dimming, while their bodies instead emitted a glowing white light, like top-quality white jade. Their bodies seemed to breathe on their own, absorbing the moonlight within 100 meters, causing it to flicker. In fact, what truly absorbed the moonlight essence was the souls of the two. The glowing bodies were merely an accompanying phenomenon. Bathing their souls in the cool moonbeams was an unprecedented experience for both of them. It was an exceedingly wonderful sensation. Their souls were cleansed by the moonbeams, impurities were rapidly expelled, and their soul origins rapidly grew stronger. Unfortunately, it was only for a moment. Before they could fully enjoy it, the moonlight disappeared, replaced by a rising red sun. A subtle trace of purple flashed past Han Cheng's eyes and vanished. After watching the sunrise, Han Cheng looked at the queen. How is it? Cheng, you are a genius. No, you are definitely the greatest genius in the history of this world. Fortunately, you are my husband. Medusa kissed Han Cheng for a full quarter of an hour before the emotions in her heart gradually settled down. As soon as her emotions stabilized, Medusa couldn't wait to say, Cheng, do you know? I can feel that my seven-colored sky-swallowing python bloodline has actually begun to evolve. It turns out that above the seven-colored sky-swallowing python, there's also the nine-colored sky-swallowing python. That's good, as long as it's useful. But, Queen, can you let go now? You're about to strangle me to death, Tilda. Han Cheng pointed with a bitter smile at Medusa's arms wrapped around his neck. I was too excited. Medusa was at a loss for a moment, feeling a bit flustered, self-reproachful, and full of lingering fear. Han Cheng cupped Medusa's face and kissed her. After a long while, their lips parted, and Han Cheng said with a smile, Queen, have you recovered now? Tilda, the queen blushed slightly, her jade hand pinching the soft flesh at Han Cheng's waist. She had actually forgotten that this guy's physical body was no weaker than hers. How could he possibly be strangled to death by her? One must know she hadn't used much force just now. HS's. Han Cheng laughed triumphantly for a few moments before being forced to suck in a breath of cold air. Speaking of which, is this a woman's innate talent? A special attack against men, Tilda. However, after bathing in the moonbeams all night, most of Han Cheng's fatigue from the past month had vanished. After sleeping while holding the queen and bathing in the moonbeams again that night, he had already restored himself to peak condition. Just like that, after dual cultivating continuously with the queen and bathing in the moonbeams for half a month, once he confirmed that the queen had mastered this cultivation method herself, Han Cheng sent the queen back to the snake people tribe. When the two of them were together, it was hard to quiet their minds to cultivate. In order to be together long-term in the future, they could only temporarily part ways and undergo secluded cultivation separately. Riding the black dragon back to the inner academy, a sudden wave of energy fluctuations caught his attention. Activating his divine fire clone, he instantly arrived at the source of the energy wave. With one look, Han Cheng knew what was going on. You little girl sure picked the right time. The queen just left, and you've completed your evolution. As the intense light on the light cocoon grew brighter and brighter, a subtle cracking sound finally rang out. Immediately, the small cracks originally covering the light cocoon quietly split open, and countless rays of dazzling purple light shot wildly into the sky along the cracks. Fortunately, there was a spatial lock blocking it, otherwise, such an anomaly would have surely attracted a lot of attention. The cracks multiplied, until finally a large piece of the cocoon shell suddenly fell off. With the first piece falling off, the light cocoon triggered a chain reaction and rapidly burst apart. A purple pillar of light fiercely blasted into the sky, finally colliding with the spatial lock and triggering waves of lingering ripples. After the light pillar vanished, a figure appeared, a fair, naked body with a faint purple glow swirling around it, making her look quite enchanting. Long, smooth purple hair fell freely down to her perky buttocks. With her curvaceous, mature body, how did she have any of the charm of the little girl from back then? And looking at that cute face that held a familiar resemblance, this woman was surprisingly the grown-up little Zian. Chapter 51 Guessing. Chapter 51 Guessing. A few minutes later, Zian, who had recovered her little lily appearance, clutched her head in a mix of grief and indignation. However, if one looked closely at this little girl's expression, it was obvious she was faking it, as her large eyes clearly held a hint of covert joy. Big brother, stop being angry. I was just joking with you, You, do you even know that I've been raising you like a daughter? And yet you did that kind of thing to me. You really are a rascal, lass. If the queen finds out about this, you're going to be in for it. Big brother, no, don't raise me like a daughter. I often curse my parents in my heart for abandoning me alone in the wilderness. Zian's eyes instantly turned red, causing Han Cheng's heart to soften in an instant. Alright. We'll do whatever you say, okay. Han Cheng pinched Zian's nose. He was most afraid of the women around him crying. If it were an enemy, a single slap would finish it, but since it was one of his own people, he could only coax her. With her nose pinched, Zian snorted a few times, then hung onto Han Cheng and chuckled. She just knew it. Big brother, I smell something good on you. Can you give it to me to eat? That's a tier 7 medicinal pill that can raise a dozong's cultivation by 1 star. I'm afraid it'll burst your stomach. Han Cheng took out the previous energy pill and handed it to Zian, saying, first test how effective the previous energy pill is on you right now, and then I'll modify this energy pill a bit. Nom nom, the familiar taste. Zian closed her eyes, feeling the familiar scent of century-old royal jelly burst in her mouth. Zian described the energy pill's current effect on her using her own unique way of describing things, and Han Cheng understood. It wouldn't be too troublesome, adding a few suitable high-grade medicinal herbs would be almost enough. Han Cheng dropped Zian off to see the first elder, while he himself went off to refine medicinal pills. After upgrading the energy pills and receiving a satisfying response from Zian, Han Cheng did not rush to cultivate but instead began to reflect on himself. When on earth had he become so foolish? He only knew to watch the sunrise, yet completely overlooked moonlight, that gift from heaven and earth that countless mountain spirits and wild monsters and legends used to achieve successful cultivation. Whether sunlight or moonlight, both were the blessings of heaven and earth to their children. It was just that the energy of sunlight was too intense, making it impossible for Han Cheng to utilize it directly. But what about moonlight? Compared to sunlight, moonlight was countless times gentler, and because of its unique attributes, it even had a distinct restorative effect on the soul. And Han Cheng, an old bookworm who had read countless Shanja and Xuanwan novels in his past life, had actually only focused on watching the sunrise while ignoring the moonlight. Wasn't that a bit too foolish? Had it not been for the month-long pill refining session earlier that allowed Han Cheng to feel the restorative benefits of the moonlight essence on himself, wouldn't he have completely wasted this precious gift from heaven and earth? After sitting in meditation for 3 days and 3 nights, Han Cheng came to a conclusion. He was indeed a bit arrogant and cocky, but that wasn't the reason why he had overlooked the moonlight essence. The physiques of humans and magical beasts could not be lumped together. If humans wanted to directly utilize the moonlight essence, it required extremely high standards for soul power, slightly lower, and it would easily get oneself killed. Han Cheng guessed that if he didn't have a heavenly flame and his soul power wasn't infinitely close to the spiritual realm perfection, he probably wouldn't even have the qualification to utilize the moonlight essence. If he had used it forcefully, it would have severely damaged his soul instead. The bloodline evolution Medusa had spoken to him about before was an advantage magical beasts had in utilizing moonlight essence, allowing them to utilize it when they reached tier 7. Of course, it was also possible that only top-tier magical beast bloodlines like the 7-colored sky-swallowing python could devour moonlight essence at tier 7 to evolve their own bloodlines. As for some tier 7 magical beasts with inferior bloodlines, they probably wouldn't even be able to sense the existence of the moonlight essence. After all, Medusa's devouring of the moonlight essence was gradually mastered only under Han Cheng's meticulous one-on-one guidance. Perhaps for magical beasts, if no one guided them, they would never have the thought or ability to utilize moonlight essence in their entire lives. Should I test it with Ziyan? No, she's only tier 6, we'll talk when she reaches tier 7. Besides, Ziyan's bloodline is already at the very top within the Void Ancient Dragon clan, making it hard to have any significant improvement. Han Cheng shook his head. Ziyan's personality was simply not suited for this kind of serious cultivation, it was better for her to focus on eating for now. Suddenly, Han Cheng thought of a suitable candidate. Compared to himself, that person might be even more suited for this kind of cultivation method of devouring moonlight. During this period, the inner academy was exceptionally quiet, as those thorny students had all started closed-door cultivation. Obviously, this was because their fellow student had made them feel pressure not long ago, huge pressure. Especially the top 10 of the strong ranking, everyone holding a breath in their hearts, wanting to be the first to break through to Do Wang. Everyone had tacitly excluded Han Cheng and Ziyan from the list. Compared to these two terrifying fellows, wouldn't that simply be asking for trouble for oneself? However, it couldn't be said that there was no movement at all. After all, there were so many students in the inner academy, over 2,000 people. Look, today there was a lively event that attracted quite a few students to watch. Junior Hujia, what are you guys busy with? Senior Han Cheng. Hujia had been wondering who it was, but when she turned around and saw that it was actually her idol, she couldn't help crying out in surprise. In an instant, the previously noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. Various gazes of admiration, awe, and so on converged on Han Cheng. Hee, you guys go on with your business. I'm just here to watch the commotion. Han Cheng waved his hand, carefully sizing up the two people refining pills on the arena stage. Senior, the medicine gang saw that our Pan-Gate made a fortune selling pills and grew jealous, so they came to cause trouble. Right now, Xiaoyan is competing with Han Xian to see who can refine a dragon strength pill first. Oh, not bad. Your batch is quite united, much better than our batch. We were all just a sheet of loose sand. Hearing that the newcomers of this batch had all united together to establish Pan-Gate, Han Cheng was still somewhat surprised. Although back then, if he had used his own prestige, he could have united everyone as well. Han Cheng was busy preparing for the Green Lotus core flame at that time and had no time to consider these things. Hee, Senior Han Cheng loves to joke. Your batch produced countless experts. 4 out of the top 5 on the current strong ranking are from your batch. Whether you united or not didn't make much difference. Hu Jia's eyes glittered. Now this was a true genius, right? It's different. Sometimes, being united is even more rare and precious than an individual's talent and martial prowess. Han Cheng shook his head. When one is weak, unity is the only winning trump card. Everyone has a time when they are weak. Compared against different standards, no one is necessarily an absolute powerhouse. Right, why are only the two of you watching here? Where are those two junior brothers? Han Cheng noticed that unexpectedly only Hu Jia and Xiao Zuner were here watching Xiaoyan's match. Neither Bai Shan nor Wu Hao was anywhere to be seen. Mentioning this, a hint of anger flashed across Hu Jia's face. That bastard Bai Shan is simply an unreliable scumbag. Hu Jia brought up the process of Bai Shan fleeing from battle during the fire energy hunting match a few months ago. That guy Wu Hao only has fighting on his mind, and he's still lying like a corpse in the dorm right now. Hu Jia spread her hands, feeling that establishing a faction was truly a bit fatal, especially when encountering some unreliable fellows. Hearing this, Han Cheng also smiled slightly. It seemed that the situation of Pan-Gate was not very good right now. The faction leader Xiaoyan was barely a 2-star Great Doe Master, which was completely inadequate in the inner academy. The strongest should be Xiao Zuner, likely around a 9-star Great Doe Master. Han Cheng's perception wasn't too clear either. Xiao Zuner was no ordinary student, and not someone you could just casually scan. Keep it up, everything is difficult at the beginning. Now that you have these experiences, establishing a faction in the future will be much simpler. Han Cheng encouraged these junior students. Young people should still have a bit more hope. Moreover, as you gradually grow stronger in the future, the benefits this organization brings you will become greater and greater. Bang! The sound of a cauldron exploding rang out, and everyone unanimously looked toward the purple flame in Xiaoyan's hand. At the very last moment, Xiaoyan completed the refinement of the 5th rank pill, the Dragon Strength pill, causing a wave of surprise among everyone present. I announce that Xiaoyan has refined the Dragon Strength pill, so he is the winner. Xiaoyan felt as though the dough throughout his body was about to dry up. If he hadn't consumed a few chi recovery pills during the process, he probably wouldn't have been able to sustain the refinement of this Dragon Strength pill. Somewhat exhausted, he returned to the crowd and was swarmed back to his room by everyone. Xiaoyan collapsed and fell asleep immediately. Han Cheng, that Xiaoyan has great talent and will surely achieve considerable accomplishments in the future. Elder is right, in the future he will at least be a 6th rank alchemist. Hey, it's a pity his cultivation method is still too low, I really don't know what he's thinking. Elder might consider gifting him his on-class cultivation method to invest in him a little bit. Sigh, that brat has his own mind made up. I mentioned it to him once, but as a result, this kid only wanted medicinal herbs, truly. Elder Hao is also quite helpless. You still haven't hurriedly swapped out that Huang class cultivation method, what on earth are you waiting for? Perhaps that cultivation method has some special meaning to him. Elder Hao, you go ahead with your busy work, I'll take my leave first. Along the way, Han Cheng sighed inwardly. In the original novel, Xiaoyan always liked to time things right at the critical moment, leaving readers feeling so stifled and frustrated. Now it's fine, let him take his time timing things slowly. As the setting sun went down, the moon slowly climbed up into the night sky. Beneath the central stone platform of the inner academy, Xiaoyan saw the Cyan figure and walked over quickly. Senior Han Cheng, were you looking for me? Strictly speaking, I actually wanted to find your teacher. I have an idea that needs his help to verify. Han Cheng nodded, pointing at the black storage ring on Xiaoyan's finger as he spoke. A few seconds later, Yao Lao's soul body, which looked no different from an ordinary person, appeared. I wonder what kind of idea little friend has that actually requires this old man's help. Yao Lao was very curious. Even the most outstanding genius he had ever seen actually had questions to ask him. For such an interesting matter, he was still quite willing to act as a life mentor for once. Han Cheng first smiled, then with a thought, he watched as the moonlight within a radius of 10 meters slowly gathered at the tip of his finger. He tossed this tiny bit of moonlight to Yao Lao. Yao Lao had just wanted to catch it, but how unfortunate it was instantly absorbed by his soul. In an instant, Yao Lao felt that his soul injuries had improved slightly. Little friend, can you make a bit more? Apologies, senior. With my current ability, condensing moonlight 3 times is my limit. Doing this takes a lot of effort. Han Cheng shook his head. Using it oneself versus condensing it for others to use were two completely different levels of difficulty. Is that so? Sigh, what a pity. Yao Lao didn't dwell on it too much and instead asked, then what is the matter that little friend came to find me for? Senior, I am prepared to teach you this method of cultivating with moonlight. However, at present, I only have a simple prototype of this cultivation method and the process might be quite dangerous. Among those I can currently reach, the one with the strongest soul power is Senior. I think with Senior's soul power, combined with the protection of the heavenly flame, there should be a high chance of success. Han Cheng looked at Yao Lao with sincere eyes, stating all the risks. After pondering for the span of a few breaths, Yao Lao nodded. Let's try it. Little friend is brave in exploration, and this old man will act young along with you for once. Mainly because the refreshing feeling just now was simply too intoxicating for Yao Lao, he couldn't refuse. Alright, Senior, follow what I say to do. Only, they got stuck on the very first step. What energy fluctuation of the moonlight? That thing has fluctuations. How come this old man doesn't feel a thing at all? Hearing the first step spoken by Han Cheng, Yao Lao wore a dumbfounded expression. Senior, do you really not feel anything at all? Han Cheng's heart instantly sank, and his tone carried some nervousness. No good, this old man really doesn't feel anything at all. Yao Lao's expression was very ugly. For a soul body, such a good cultivation method, yet he hadn't even touched the threshold. Han Cheng's expression was equally ugly. Closing his eyes, he thought rapidly, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Senior, you can perceive the energy fluctuations of the moonlight through the heavenly flame. Alright, I'll give it a try. Although Yao Lao wasn't clear why Han Cheng asked him to do this, he still gave it a try. A few minutes passed, and Yao Lao opened his eyes, looking at the full of anticipation Han Cheng, shaking his head helplessly. Still no feeling, the bone-chilling flame didn't give me any help. That shouldn't be the case. Senior, you and the bone-chilling flame have been together for so long, you should be able to sense the profound truths of heaven and earth contained within the bone-chilling flame. Then, using your understanding of these profound truths of heaven and earth, little by little. What Han Cheng explained made a lot of sense, leaving Yao Lao dumbfounded, while Xiao Yan on the side looked at the senior with increasingly admiring eyes. This is practically trying to cultivate immortality. Just like how I am now on your bone-chilling flame, and I can sense the profound truth of heaven and earth where extreme heat and extreme cold fuse together. As he spoke, Han Cheng flipped his palm, and the green lotus core flame appeared. At the same time, Yao Lao and Xiao Yan clearly felt that the surrounding temperature was dropping rapidly, yet Yao Lao hadn't even activated the bone-chilling flame, it had merely been brought out. The master and disciple pair widened their mouths, looking at Han Cheng with shocked expressions, as if they were seeing an immortal. Senior, do you really not feel anything at all? Han Cheng found it hard to believe, or rather, he refused to give up. Yao Lao smiled bitterly and shook his head, then spoke of his many years of experience in controlling the bone-chilling flame, treating it as compensation for Han Cheng's failed lecture. Little friend, you might have embarked on a path that no one in this world has ever walked before. Everything will depend on you to slowly explore on your own. However, looking at it currently, this path is no worse than the existing paths, and it doesn't affect your cultivation of Doqi either. Yao Lao looked at Han Cheng with a complex expression. He felt that he might be witnessing an unprecedented great figure on the Fighting Qi continent. He would bring earth-shaking changes to the Fighting Qi continent. Regardless of failure or success, such a person was worthy of respect from ordinary people like them. Chapter 53, Biding Time and Seizing the Right Moment Again. Chapter 53, Biding Time and Seizing the Right Moment Again. After replenishing a bit of moonlight essence for Yao Lao once more, Han Cheng bid farewell to the master and disciple. Looking back at the cyan figure on the stone platform, moonlight from a radius of 100 meters gathered, making him look like an immortal. On the way back, Xiao Yan was somewhat silent. He began to suspect that he, a transmigrator, was a bit disgraceful. A native of the Fighting Qi continent had already started practicing immortality, yet he, a transmigrator practicing Fighting Qi, hadn't achieved anything remarkable yet. Furthermore, Xiao Yan was the older one, born into the Xiao family with no worries about food or clothing since childhood. In almost every aspect, he was better off than the once unknown Han Cheng in Wudin City, yet the achievements he made couldn't even catch a glimpse of the others back. Even with Xiao Yan's resilient mindset, he felt somewhat defeated for a moment. Cultivating immortality, that was the dream of countless Chinese people. You shouldn't look at that Han Cheng for a short time, Xiao Yan. Don't be impatient, being fast for a moment is useless, only reaching the finish line at the end is victory. ... After watching the sunrise and feeling that his eyesight had improved quite a bit, Han Cheng turned and walked toward the underground magma world. He did not continue to dwell on the issue of absorbing moonlight essence, all problems stemmed from insufficient strength. Han Cheng was confident that with his cultivation speed, these problems would soon cease to be problems. Above the scorching magma, Han Cheng sat cross-legged in midair. Countless cyan roots rooted themselves into this patch of magma, crazily absorbing the fire attribute energy within it. With his current astronomical wealth, Han Cheng was not too stingy either. He simply activated the fourfold speed, exchanging 100,000 gold coins for 1 year. In this way, my breakthrough speed won't be too conspicuous, right? It didn't matter if the cultivation speed before Dozong was a bit fast, but starting from Dozong, even those fellows from ancient clans would see their cultivation speed slow down considerably. If Han Cheng were still breaking through at such a terrifying speed as before at this time, it would be telling those people very directly, I have a secret, come and interrogate me quickly. The talent Han Cheng had displayed was already sufficient. A grade 8 alchemist under 20 years old had already reached a limit. If he were to act all cocky again and rush all the way to the peak of the 9-star Dozun in one breath, then those Dosheng of other families would be more than willing to grab you over and see if you, brat, possess the Dodi bloodline. Which person with a brain wouldn't leave themselves a trump card? Han Cheng's biggest trump card was time acceleration, a method sufficient to turn a genius into a strong individual in an extremely short period of time. He wanted others to think that this was just a genius with decent talent, but without the cultivation of the Dosheng realm, they wouldn't take him too seriously. After all, Dosheng experts wouldn't make a move for a Dozong or Dozun. Yet even though Han Cheng intentionally farmed safely and developed low profile, because the green lotus core flame helped absorb the energy of heaven and earth, his cultivation speed was terrifyingly fast, equivalent to him cultivating with a heaven tier cultivation method. A month passed in the real world, and fourfold speed was roughly 4 months. During this period, Han Cheng also devoured moonlight essence at night and only cultivated in the magma world during the day, yet he still reached the peak of the 3-star Dozong. Sigh, I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. Han Cheng narcissistically indulged himself for a moment, but he wasn't distressed at all, instead, he was very happy. As expected of him, even without using his true trump card, high multiplier time acceleration, his cultivation speed was still this astonishing. Ever since its energy was extracted by Han Cheng, the fallen heart flame had become much more well-behaved. According to Han Cheng's guess, it was probably because when the green lotus core flame was extracting energy, it incidentally extracted a lot of the fallen heart flame's intelligence as well, so that the current fallen heart flame was not much different from the previous green lotus core flame. That morning, after watching the sunrise, Han Cheng used his divine fire clone to come to the magma world, preparing to start today's cultivation. But suddenly, he felt a fluctuation of soul power, as if someone was asking for help. Wait, Han Cheng suddenly thought of it. No wonder he always felt like he forgot something. It turned out he forgot to arrange a companion elder for himself. With a thought, Han Cheng's entire body was swallowed by cyan flames, and he instantly arrived deep within the magma world. However, Han Cheng did not directly reach the elder's side. Instead, he kept a certain distance. After all, one cannot be without defenses against others. There was no need to be too flamboyant with this kind of life-saving trump card. But just as Han Cheng appeared in this magma, he felt that he was targeted by a group of eerie things. Han Cheng's current eyesight and soul power were extremely powerful, and he quickly found those mice in the shadows. Several red figures wandered in the magma. Their bodies were entirely crimson, identical in color to the surrounding magma. If one didn't examine them carefully, it would probably be difficult to discover them. On those crimson bodies, red scales were densely covered. A red scaly tail about half a jong long flicked slightly, and the red figures also stood upright on 2 feet, except that pair of feet was unusually wide, and their heads were round, covered with tiny scales. A pair of pupils that appeared somewhat tiny exuded faintly visible ferocity. A rather large mouth parted slightly, revealing the dense sharp teeth within. The entire appearance of this thing looked just like a lizard capable of walking upright. Anyone else would be wary of your massive numbers, but unfortunately, you ran into me. Watching these lizard men charge over to encircle and kill him, Han Cheng just smiled indifferently. With a flip of his palm, the green lotus core flame surged out. Within the magma, the green lotus core flame could be said to be fighting on its home turf as well, and its might was a few fractions stronger than in the outside world. The deep cyan flames turned into countless roots that grabbed toward these lizard men. These lizard men wanted to resist, but these were merely roots transformed by the green lotus core flame and were actually still flames. How could they possibly block them? What? Energy. Hee, sorry, the flame energy on these lizard men is, for the green lotus core flame, pure flame energy, the kind that can be absorbed without needing conversion. Seeing these flame lizard men struggling with all their might, wanting to break free from these cyan tentacles, it was still of no avail. These tentacles seemed to naturally restrain them. Upon touching them for just an instant, a bit of their energy would be sucked away. Well, it was a root. When those tens of thousands of roots touched them, they turned into nothingness in an instant, their energy swallowed by those terrifying cyan roots. I didn't expect that I would restrain these lizard men so much. Moreover, should I say as expected of the methods left behind by the Tuo ancient emperor who was also a heavenly flame. For the green lotus core flame, these lizard men are simply top-notch tonics, whether in terms of energy or intelligence. Han Cheng licked his lips. Having fused with the green lotus core flame in a unique way, it could be said that he and the green lotus core flame shared honor and disgrace together. Suddenly thinking of something, a strange smile appeared on Han Cheng's face. However, this was not a place to stay for long. He had already sensed that stronger lizard men were rushing over. This time he was here to meet that elder, so he couldn't forget the main business. Han Cheng erupted with the speed of a dozong, approaching the mysterious space not far away. Chapter 54, Transaction. Chapter 54, Transaction. Perhaps because Han Cheng's aura was too powerful, when he approached, he couldn't enter this vast white space immediately. Instead, it took 2 seconds before he was allowed in. The first things that caught his eye were the mysterious skeleton and an immature fallen heart flame. However, Han Cheng did not rush over. His formidable spiritual power allowed him to easily detect the location of a weak soul entity. Senior, since you allowed this junior to enter, let us speak face to face. Where Han Cheng's gaze converged, a patch of white light undulated, and an illusory, aged figure materialized. This was an old man with white hair and beard, clad in white robes. Although his soul entity was very weak now, the power contained within it was something ordinary high-level dozong would not dare to underestimate. Junior Han Cheng greets Senior. Hee, greetings, little friend Han Cheng. This old man is Yao Tianwo, and during my lifetime, I also had a title, Venerable Skyfire. Speaking of his title, Venerable Skyfire still felt a trace of pride. After all, even within the Han clan, currently the most powerful faction on the Fighting Chi continent, which possessed an immense strength of 100 saints and 1,000 venerables, a Dozun expert was still a prominent figure with a very high status. So Senior is actually a Dozun expert. This junior has been disrespectful. Han Cheng feigned surprise, but didn't exaggerate it too much, simply offering a respectful bow. He was merely someone climbing the mountain. He had no right to mock a god coming down. Little friend need not be like this. Now this old man is merely a soul entity on the verge of dissipating. Little friend's talent is peerless. I believe it won't be long before little friend surpasses this old man. The surprise on Venerable Skyfire's face could not be concealed. To have such a young Dozong expert, if this were his disciple, he would die content. Such a genius, who wouldn't want to make friends with? Previously, he had been wary of Han Cheng's strength and hesitated for a moment. Had he known this person was so young, he would definitely not have hesitated. Young people were basically quite easy to get along with, and whatever thoughts they had would be written all over their faces. Unlike those old bastards, who smiled on the outside while plotting who knows what kind of malice on the inside. But right now Junior is still only a Dozong. Han Cheng looked at Venerable Skyfire, his face showing hesitation for a long time, as if there was something pent up in his heart that he couldn't bring himself to say. If little friend has anything to say, you can say it directly. This old man has no taboos. Senior, dare I ask if you still wish to be resurrected? Of course, this old man definitely wants to be resurrected. Venerable Skyfire's excitement quickly subsided, and he asked amiably, does little friend have a way to make this old man resurrect? Han Cheng nodded with some embarrassment. After struggling for a few seconds, he said, Junior can truly resurrect Senior, but after Senior is resurrected, I ask that you protect Junior for a period of time. No problem, let alone protecting you for a period of time, even being your hired thug is no problem. Venerable Skyfire patted his chest and said, if he could truly be resurrected, who would be willing to live on in this ghost-like state? Judging by this kid's astonishing talent, his future achievements would certainly not be small. If he didn't befriend him now while he was weak, even if he delivered himself to their door in the future, people might not necessarily trust him. Moreover, looking at this kid's appearance, at a glance one could tell he was a shy young man. Not bad, not bad. Alright, it's a deal. Han Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. Little friend, from here on out, this old man depends on you. As Venerable Skyfire's hand seals shifted, the white storage ring that housed him slipped onto Han Cheng's finger. Senior, rest assured, Junior will never break this promise. This old man trusts little friend. This little fellow is gifted to little friend, Venerable Skyfire said with a smile, pointing at the fallen heart flame on his skeleton. As for that skeleton, take it along as well. Although somewhat damaged, it is after all the skeleton of a Dozun, so it should be of some use. Soon, Han Chang left that space. As soon as he returned to the magma, he found himself surrounded by a group of lizardmen, who looked as if they had been waiting for him to appear all along. However, judging by their energy fluctuations, they weren't very powerful. The strongest among them were only around the 8th or 9th star Do Huang. For Han Chang, they were simply tonics delivered right to his doorstep. Green Lotus Core Flame, go! Seeing Han Chang flip his palm, those dozen-plus lizardmen turned into nourishment for the Green Lotus Core Flame, and Han Chang's aura improved slightly once more. Without lingering any further, Han Chang flew straight upward. With the speed of a dozong, he quickly returned above the magma layer. Inside the storage ring, Venerable Skyfire witnessed Han Chang's pinnacle control over the Green Lotus Core Flame and felt inwardly inferior. After leaving the magma world, Venerable Skyfire excitedly flew out and handed Han Chang a pale white scroll. Little friend, I see you also possess a heavenly flame. This is this old man's signature ultimate technique, the 5-round fire method, which should be of some help to you. However, calling it a Do technique is not entirely accurate. It should be said to be a method for controlling flames. Little friend, you can study it yourself first, and whenever you have questions, just ask this old man. Many thanks, senior. Han Chang smiled and took the scroll. Although he had plenty of trump cards, no one would ever complain about having too many high-grade Do techniques. 5-round fire method, a fire control mental formula divided into 5 tiers, distinguished by beast forms: wolf, leopard, lion, tiger, and flood dragon. Each tier possesses its respective fire spirit. When the formula reaches mastery and all 5 beasts are gathered together, they can form the 5-round fire array, possessing the immense might to boil seas and incinerate the heavens. Note: if 4 of the 5 beasts are condensed from heavenly flames, the power of this formula rivals a heaven-rank Do skill. Senior, you truly are making a grand gesture. Han Chang looked pleasantly surprised at Venerable Skyfire. This was the first complete Do technique he had obtained that could reach the heaven rank. As long as little friend likes it. Without 4 heavenly flames, this is merely equivalent to an earth rank high tier Do technique. Venerable Skyfire felt somewhat melancholy. Back then, it was precisely to enhance the power of this Do technique that he fearlessly swallowed 2 fallen heart flames, only to end up in this state. Having listened to Venerable Skyfire's confessional, Han Chang pointed toward the fallen heart flame over there that had already been reduced to a simpleton by him. Senior, that heavenly flame can still be subdued after you are resurrected. As for this small one, how about junior leaves it at Jianan Academy? Very well, this can also be considered benefiting the common people. Venerable Skyfire looked at the fallen heart flame in Han Chang's palm and felt this arrangement was quite good. You led this old man to his death, so you brat had better obediently benefit the common people to redeem your sins. Senior, let's head out first. Your soul is too weak, let me patch up your soul a bit first. Little friend, you are truly a man of your word. After exchanging a couple of modest remarks, Han Chang quickly walked out. By this time, the moon was already hanging high in the center of the sky. Han Chang hurried over to the stone platform, refining soul-nurturing saliva while devouring the essence of moonlight. Although soul-nurturing saliva was only tier 5, for pills below tier 8, one only looked at their therapeutic effect, the tier wasn't very important. Little friend, you couldn't possibly be a tier 8 grandmaster, could you? Watching Han Chang multitask while flawlessly refining the soul-nurturing saliva, Venerable Skyfire couldn't help crying out in surprise. Han Chang smiled and shook his head, weighing his words, consider me one. Because of medicinal herbs, I have only ever refined tier 7 medicinal pills, I haven't had the opportunity to refine tier 8 ones yet. There will be another chapter later, those in a rush can read it tomorrow just the same. Omega. Chapter 55, Meeting the Queen Again. Chapter 55, Meeting the Queen Again. My young friend is only around 20 years old, yet you have already become a dragon and phoenix among men. Truly, boundless in potential. Venerable Skyfire felt that his misfortune had finally turned into good fortune. After almost kicking the bucket due to an accident and having his soul on the verge of dissipating, he had run into an extremely young grade 8 grandmaster with infinite potential. He had made up his mind that after he was resurrected, even if Han Chang chased him away, he would shamelessly stick by his side. Back when he was alive, he never had the chance to be acquainted with a grade 8 grandmaster, so he must seize this opportunity. Senior is too polite. This junior merely had good luck to grow to this stage. Han Chang said with a smile, there are countless living beings in the fighting Qi continent, and my talent is definitely not the best. There are likely many who have better talent than me. It is just that I had good luck, whereas those with better talent than me failed to grow due to various reasons. For you to be so acutely aware of this, young friend, you already possess a mindset to become an expert. Venerable Skyfire felt that after living for so many years, his mindset seemed less transparent and profound than this young man, Han Chang. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and the soul-nourishing saliva was finally refined. After bathing in the soul-nourishing saliva, Venerable Skyfire felt that he had recovered quite a bit, and he returned to his storage ring to recuperate on his own. Under the moonlight, Han Chang used the moonlight and spent an entire night comprehending the origin of the fallen heart flame, as well as the supreme principles of heaven and earth within it. Great Elder, take a look at what this is. In the afternoon, the Great Elder, who was leisurely drinking tea, widened his eyes in disbelief when he saw the fallen heart flame in Han Chang's hand. This is also the fallen heart flame. You have turned it into this state, but it is not bad either. It can actually be nurtured anew to protect the academy in the future. Sensing such a weak aura from the fallen heart flame, the Great Elder could not help but let his eyes light up. Great Elder, this is actually another one, and the other one is actually. Han Chang explained the matter regarding Venerable Skyfire, deciding to replace the academy's fallen heart flame with a more obedient one. That is indeed not bad. If you encounter any difficulties, just tell me. The academy will always be your backing. The Great Elder purposely said, our headmaster is also a Duzun expert. If you have a Duzun expert protecting you, we will be much more at ease regarding your safety in the future. Regardless of whether Venerable Skyfire could hear him or not, as an elder figure, there were some things he simply had to say. After handing the heavenly flame to the Great Elder, Han Chang returned underground to continue his cultivation. However, Han Chang's cultivation was not particularly urgent. At night, he would devour the moonlight essence, and after watching the sunrise, he would return to the underground world to use the Green Lotus Core Flame to aid his cultivation. Of course, every now and then, Han Chang would also fetch a few lizardmen for the Green Lotus Core Flame to grow on. This was not set in stone. Han Chang would also alter his cultivation plan according to his mood. For instance, right now, a month of cultivation had allowed Han Chang to break through to the 4-star Dozong. Being in a good mood, he prepared to take Ziyan to go see the queen. Within the magical beast forest, Ziyan had practically become a veritable mountain lord. The strongest black-armored flood dragon beast in this area was a servant of her big brother, not to mention that after this last advance to the Do Huang class, her cultivation base was all the more terrifying. Even tier 6 magical beasts were slightly inferior to her in terms of physical strength. A cyan flame appeared out of thin air, and Han Cheng stepped out from it. Looking at Ziyan, who was lying on top of the black dragon basking in the sun while eating energy medicinal pills, he smiled and nodded. Ziyan, I am going to see the queen. Do you want to come along? I do. Ziyan hurriedly jumped up and hung onto Han Cheng. I have not seen Queen Big Sister in a long time. Let us hurry up and go, big brother. Black Dragon, sorry to trouble you. Han Cheng stroked the black dragon's big head and said with a smile. It is my honor, sir. The black armored flood dragon beast respectfully lowered its head, letting Han Cheng step onto it. Very quickly, that massive body soared straight into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. At night, a stunningly beautiful red figure bathed in the bright moonlight. With each breath she took, the aura emanating from that figure grew stronger. A whole night passed quickly, and Medusa casually struck out with a single blow, actually creating a pitch-black spatial passage. Yet looking at her aura, she was still quite a distance away from super experts like a Duzun. Without having truly stepped into the Duzun realm, she was already capable of opening a spatial passage. This was the might of a 9-star Dozong peak expert, truly terrifying. It could be said that Medusa now had the certainty of retreating unscathed even when facing enemies who had just entered the Duzun realm. After all, even a Duzun needed to slowly explore before they could skillfully control spatial power. This was not playing a video game where you could instantly and perfectly execute skills right after leveling up. Medusa was just about to return to the palace when her eyes suddenly lit up. With a ripple of spatial fluctuation, she had already appeared 1,000 meters away. Queen Big Sister, I have missed you to death. Without giving Big Brother a chance to hug her, Ziyan charged into Medusa's embrace first. Han Cheng twitched the corner of his mouth, making up his mind that the next time he refined energy medicinal pills, he would brew a weird tasting bottle specifically for Ziyan. He felt he had been too doting on this girl Ziyan, so he had to teach her a harsh lesson. Make her understand what it means for an elder brother to act like a father. Cheng, holding Ziyan, Medusa looked at Han Cheng with a smile and said nothing, but her loving gaze was more effective than 1,000 words. Queen, Han Cheng arrived by the queen's side, and the two of them just smiled and looked at each other like that, only entering the palace after a long while. Medusa and Ziyan, the two sisters, stayed together to catch up and talk about some little women's secrets, while Han Cheng went to the place where the Snake People tribe recorded their history. Good son-in-law, the records regarding Tier 7 magical beasts that you requested are all right here. Washir placed the records in front of Han Cheng, her expression extremely respectful, just like when she saw the queen. Thank you. Washir walked out of the room, leaving Han Cheng to read alone without disturbing him. The will of the 7th rank alchemist of Jinden Tower had spread across several large empires surrounding the Black Corner region. As one of the protected high-ranking members of the Snake People tribe, Washir naturally knew very well that 7th rank alchemist was none other than her good son-in-law. No one would openly defy the will of a 7th rank alchemist, because there were plenty of experts willing to curry favor with such a big figure. This was also the main reason why the number of missing population cases in the Snake People tribe had drastically decreased recently. Your Majesty the Queen, you must work harder and bear a child for our good son-in-law. That way, our branch of the Snake People tribe will have a massive backing. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, Han Cheng had not yet refined an 8th grade pill. However, even just as a 7th rank alchemist, he had sufficient clout in this northwest continent. If Washir knew that their good son-in-law was not just a 7th rank alchemist, but a grade 8 alchemist, who knew what kind of emotional state she would be excited into. A day passed quickly, and Han Cheng harvested satisfying information. Dual cultivating with the queen at night made him feel that his soul had finally been completely mended, putting Han Cheng in a wonderful mood. The two of them quietly nestled together, watching the sunrise and welcoming the arrival of a new day. Ziyan was still sleeping. Her racial bloodline determined that at her current Tier 6 realm, she was still far from the age to grow up. Chapter 56, Tyrannical, Sudden Change. Chapter 56, Tyrannical, Sudden Change. As for this cultivation method of swallowing moonlight essence, besides you and me, no one else has been able to learn it. I guess it might be because of the magical beast bloodline. Han Cheng hugged Medusa, turned one of his hands into flames, and explained, as for humans, it might be because my method of devouring the green lotus core flame is unique, so my comprehension of the green lotus core flame is very deep. Coupled with my powerful soul power, that's why I am able to borrow moonlight for cultivation. Ziyan's strength is still a bit lacking. I plan to teach her when she reaches Tier 7, or at least when she is at the peak of Tier 6. As for the black dragon, I plan to let it verify my guess. While listening to Han Cheng talk about his upcoming plans, Medusa looked curiously at Han Cheng's flaming palm. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, leaned into Han Cheng's ear, and whispered for a moment. A few seconds later, the two of them looked at each other with strange expressions. Queen, you. It's not me, I just happened to think of this here. Medusa buried her face in Han Cheng's embrace with a blushing face, acting like a shy young girl. Where was there any majesty of the Snake People tribe queen left? Big brother, what fun game are you guys playing? Count me in, okay. I don't know when Ziyan woke up, seeing Han Cheng and Medusa looking at each other, holding back their smiles with blushing faces. The two slowly burst into laughter, leaving Ziyan completely baffled. 3 days later, the three of them flew toward the northeast on the back of the black dragon. After Han Cheng reviewed the Snake People tribe's records regarding Tier 7 magical beasts over the past few days, he confirmed that outside the Jama Empire, in that stretch of the magical beast mountain range to the northeast, there was a Tier 7 snow bear magical beast. After flying continuously for 10 days, they arrived at this snow-covered magical beast mountain range. Ziyan crinkled her nose, and her eyes lit up. Big brother, queen sister, I can sense it. There must be a lot of good things in here. Your nose is the sharpest among all asses, but since we have the queen here, we can just go and take them directly. Medusa proudly straightened her body and pulled Ziyan's hand to let her lead the way. As a peak 9-star Dozong super expert, she was an absolute king in the northwest continent. Coupled with the powerful bloodline of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, Medusa's current strength was not inferior to the 2 elders Jianbai of Jiannan Academy. In terms of sheer combat power, she was even stronger. Indeed, within this magical beast mountain range, Han Cheng and his group could be said to have committed every conceivable misdeed, slaughtering beasts for their cores, stripping them to the bone, forcefully seizing treasures, and oppressing magical beasts. The list of crimes was endless, making the local magical beast residents furious. In a fit of anger, they got angry for a bit. The survival of the fittest was the main theme of the Fighting Chi continent, and right now this was just the most ordinary thing. All of those Tier 5 and Tier 6 magical beasts combined weren't enough for Medusa to fight alone. Wouldn't it be better to just stay alive? You must know that beside that fierce woman was a man who was an alchemist. If they didn't hurry up and run for their lives, their monster cores would become materials for refining pills without a single bit being wasted. The things they guarded were gone, so be it. Wasn't that better than having that beast song and several beast emperors slaughtered? Awesome, ha ha ha, this is so exhilarating. Flying out of the magical beast mountain range, Ziyan looked at the large hall inside her storage ring and couldn't help shouting out in excitement. Over the past month or so, this entire magical beast mountain range had completely turned into their picking garden. Anything slightly decent had been swept into their pockets, and the storage rings on Ziyan's 10 fingers were almost full. Han Cheng tapped Ziyan on the head and told her to sit down obediently. The three of them sat cross-legged on the back of the black dragon, sorting through the harvest of this trip. The feeling of bullying others is really great, but if you don't want to become the one being bullied, Ziyan, you must practice hard. Having harvested quite a few high-grade medicinal materials, even gathering several portions of materials for refining 7th-rank pills, and even a portion of materials for an 8th-grade pill, Han Cheng was in a great mood. But seeing Ziyan laughing like she had gone crazy, Han Cheng couldn't help poking her. It's fine, I'm not afraid. I have big brother and queen sister. Which blind fool would dare bully me? Ziyan waved her hand indifferently. Just kidding, with two such thick thighs to hug, why would she be afraid of anyone bullying her? Cheng means for you to practice diligently. Forget it, you might as well stay as you were. Grow up quickly, the true form is a magical beast's most powerful weapon. Medusa originally wanted to mention Do technique and such, but thinking of Ziyan's identity, she changed her mind. A magical beast's combat style relied on the powerful physical body of its true form and terrifying energy. Do technique and the like didn't matter. Moreover, the fighting chi continent was just like this. As long as the level was high enough, it didn't matter if other aspects were a bit lacking. Have you not seen how the peak 9-star Do Sheng, the void ancient dragon old dragon emperor Zhu Kun, with just a few simple ordinary attacks, beat Xiao Yan, a 7-star Do Sheng who was almost fully equipped with divine gear and maxed out skills at the time, until he was almost on the verge of kicking the bucket. Hee, queen sister is the best Tilda. Ziyan giggled and hugged Medusa, acting spoiled, leaving Han Cheng speechless for a moment. This girl, she really is mischievous. 5 days later, when the group passed by the capital of the Jama Empire, Han Cheng suddenly had the black dragon stop. In that direction, he sensed a very uncomfortable aura, very cold and eerie. Could it be them? At this time, they shouldn't. Han Cheng's thoughts raced instantly. Perhaps this was the price of changing the plot. Having lost foreknowledge, fortunately Han Cheng's strength was already powerful enough now, giving him the power to face trouble head-on. Queen, let's go over first. Ziyan, you take the black dragon to protect Yafei's sister. Saying that, Han Cheng turned into a ball of cyan flames, bringing the few of them to the imperial capital in an instant. At this time, Jama Holy City had lost its past prosperity and peace. The heavy dark clouds in the sky were exceptionally oppressive, making it a bit difficult for people to breathe. The source of all this came from that patch of dark black clouds on the peak of Yunlan Mountain. At this moment, under the leadership of its former sect master Yunshan, the crowd from the Cloud Mist sect was fighting with all their might against the 3 Dozong powerhouses in the sky. As expected of a behemoth that has been passed down for 1,000 years, the Cloud Mist sect. The 3 of us Dozong powerhouses joining forces can't even take them down for a moment. Looking at the Cloud Mist sect members below who were gritting their teeth and trying their best to hold on, Iron Protector immediately let out a sigh of emotion. Yunshan was currently only a 2-star Dozong. Among the 3 Dozong, the weakest, Xie Baiyan, also had the cultivation of a peak 3-star Dozong, and the 2 protectors were even 4-star Dozong. Yet Yunshan, relying on the foundation of the Cloud Mist sect, was able to reach a stalemate with them to this extent. It was indeed startling. HMPH, who knows what wind that old bastard Yunshan caught, actually falling out with our Hall of Souls for a 7th-rank alchemist he only met once. Otherwise, how could it come to this? Protector Wu's face was ashen. If a behemoth like the Cloud Mist sect could become his assistant, how wonderful would that be? For a disciple's promise, this Yunshan actually dared to fall out with him. He could not be left alive. Chapter 57, Being Targeted. Chapter 57, Being Targeted. Since it was something he, Protector Wu, could not obtain, then he would destroy it all. This time, he had invited Iron Protector and Xie Baiyan for the sole purpose of swallowing the Cloud Mist sect whole. Yunshan, this Protector will give you one last chance. Now, tie up that 7th-rank alchemist woman and bring her over. You half-human, half-ghost thing, who do you think you're going to tie up? A cluster of green flame appeared out of thin air beside Yunshan, and Han Cheng's figure stepped out from within. Senior Yunshan, is it because of me? I'm truly sorry. Little friend Han, about this, you've broken through to Dozong. Yunshan was about to say something when he noticed that the aura on Han Cheng's body was even stronger than his own. Not only had he broken through to Dozong, but he was also a 4-star Dozong. Not just Yunshan, but everyone present noticed Han Cheng. A 4-star Dozong, this was a force capable of deciding the outcome of the battle. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid our chances of winning are slim. Protectors, should we retreat? Xie Baiyan felt that something was amiss. Without a guaranteed victory, there was no need to keep fighting. After all, the other side had the home court advantage. If they fought too hard, they could easily suffer a devastating defeat. Retreat. HMPH, how long has it been? Not even half a year, and he has broken through from the peak of the Do Huang class to a 4-star Dozong. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid even Elder Zun won't be able to handle him. Determination flashed through Protector Wu's mind. Since they had already offended this exceptionally talented fellow, they should eliminate him as soon as possible. No, Xie Baiyan, you hold off Yunshan and the others for us. Iron Protector and I will join forces to take down this genius alchemist. Ah. Just as Protector Wu finished speaking, Xie Baiyan let out a death wail. A cluster of green flame appeared out of nowhere and swallowed Xie Baiyan. In less than a breath's time, Xie Baiyan fell silent, leaving Protector Wu and Iron Protector with no time to even attempt a rescue. Run, where do you think you're going? Han Cheng's figure stepped out from the green flame. He swept Xie Baiyan's corpse into his storage ring, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at the 2 Soul Hall protectors. Without hesitation, the 2 Soul Hall protectors launched a joint attack on Han Cheng. The void shattered. As if Han Cheng had not yet reacted, those 2 terrifying attacks passed right through his body. Just as the 2 protectors were about to breathe a sigh of relief, Han Cheng dissolved into a cluster of green flame and vanished from the spot. Damn it, what kind of technique is this? To think there could be such a realistic clone. Protector Wu and Iron Protector stood back to back, scanning their surroundings and warily guarding against any attack that could come at any moment. In the next second, a powerful, irresistible force enveloped them. However, they only reacted the moment they were hit, but by then, it was already too late. How is this possible? As soul bodies, the perception of the Soul Hall protectors had always been incredibly powerful. Why was their reaction so sluggish this time? Unfortunately, no one answered their question. Having just been hit by that powerful attack, the 2 of them were already on the verge of death. Their 2 transparent soul bodies, which looked as though they could dissipate at any moment, were firmly grabbed by a pair of flawless, jade-white hands. Han Cheng took the 2 soul bodies and threw them into a jade bottle. With a flip of his palm, the green flame turned illusory, sealing the bottle. Tossing it into his storage ring, Han Chang retracted the clone next to Yunshan and exchanged a smile with Medusa. Done. 1 3-star dozong and 2 4-star dozongs had been completely annihilated in less than a minute. The members of the Cloud Mist sect who witnessed this with their own eyes couldn't help but gasp. A dozong is truly terrifying. Medusa, to think you've reached that level so quickly. Yunshan looked at Medusa in disbelief. The spatial fluctuations caused by that attack just now could only be achieved by at least a high-level dozong. Hey, don't worry, I have no interest in acting against you right now. Medusa glanced at Yunshan, and with a flash of her figure, she headed down the mountain. Han Chang smiled as he approached Yunshan, taking out 2 bottles of recovery pills and handing them to him. Senior Yunshan. Little friend Han Chang, thank you so much for this time. Yunshan took the pills and expressed his gratitude. You are too polite, senior. I have already guessed some of this, it should also be partly because of me, right? Han Chang knew the nature of those wild dogs from the Hall of Souls all too well. They most likely wanted to capture Yafei to threaten him. While Yunling and the other elders handled the aftermath, Han Chang, along with the 3 generations of mentor and disciples, Yunshan, Yunyun, and Na Yanran, headed to the Grand Hall of the Cloud Mist sect. After sitting down, Yunshan began to explain the cause and course of the event. The general situation was exactly as Han Chang had guessed. The soul of a 7th rank alchemist had aroused the greed of these wild dogs from the Hall of Souls. Protector Wu had originally wanted to cooperate with the Cloud Mist sect to capture Yafei and threaten Han Chang. Then, by setting a trap, they could harvest the soul of a 7th rank alchemist and claim a great reward. However, perhaps because this matter had nothing to do with Xiao Yan, the minds of Yunshan, Yunling, and the others were exceptionally clear. Especially after learning that Han Chang had already become a 7th rank alchemist, Yunling held firmly to his agreement with Han Chang, standing resolutely in the same direction as sect leader Yunyun. Yunshan had also struggled initially, since his breakthrough to Dozong had been aided by the Hall of Souls. But seeing that his beloved disciple and many elders shared the same opinion, he also broke ties with the Hall of Souls. Having his scheme opposed by his own allies before it could even begin, Protector Wu naturally became fly-blown with rage. Afterward, it led to today's situation, where Protector Wu joined forces with Iron Protector and Shay Baiyan, a Dozong from the myriad Scorpion Gate of the Azumo Empire, to besiege the Cloud Mist sect. Speaking of which, this was quite a gamble for the Cloud Mist sect. Fortunately, little friend Han arrived in time to save us, Yunshan said very frankly. Senior Yunshan, since you could trust me so much, I naturally cannot let you down. Han Chang thought for a moment, then took out the Xinlian pill he had prepared for himself. With the help of the Green Lotus Core Flame, his cultivation speed was not inferior to those with Heaven-class G methods. No matter the reason, now that the Cloud Mist sect had chosen him, he could not be stingy. Otherwise, who would be willing to help him in the future? Not only could he not be stingy, but he also had to show the utmost sincerity, using the Cloud Mist sect as an exemplar. To let everyone know that he, Han Chang, was someone who would repay even a drop of kindness with a surging spring. If you help me, I will absolutely never let you down in the future. It was a classic case of buying the bones of a swift horse for 1,000 gold pieces. Senior, this is a 7th rank pill, the Xinlian pill. Han Chang presented the high-grade cold jade bottle containing the Xinlian pill to Yunshan and introduced its effects to him. This Xinlian pill is the one of the highest quality. The energy contained within it can raise a Dozong's cultivation by 2 stars. I suggest that senior wait until you are a 7-star Dozong before consuming it. At that time, you can reach the peak of the Dozong class in a single step. Little friend Han, this is too precious. Yunshan looked at Han Chang in disbelief, feeling as though he were dreaming. How difficult was cultivation in the Dozong stage? He was currently only a 2-star Dozong, and this was still the easiest initial stage to break through. After reaching 4-star Dozong, breaking through 1 star every 10 years would already be considered a good pace. Chapter 58, Too Brutal. Chapter 58, Too Brutal. High-tier Dozong experts were even worse off. Taking 20 to 30 years to break through a single star of cultivation was already considered the mark of a genius. Now, with a 7th rank pill appearing before Yunshan that could allow a high-tier Dozong to advance by 2 stars and reach the peak of the Dozong realm, how could he not be shocked? The master and disciple, Yunyun and Na Yanran, both widened their beautiful eyes in unison. They had only heard that high-quality Wangji pills had a chance to increase a Dohuang expert's cultivation by 2 stars, but they had never heard of a pill that could boost a Dozong's cultivation by 2 stars. One must know that the higher the realm, the harder cultivation became. At the Dozong realm, a pill that could raise one's cultivation by a single star was enough to drive people crazy, let alone this Xinlian pill that could boost it by 2 stars. Senior Yunshan, please do not decline. As precious as this Xinlian pill is, as long as I have the medicinal ingredients, I can refine it again. But there is only one Cloud Mist sect. Han Chang's meaning was crystal clear. Since Yunshan was willing to risk the entire Cloud Mist sect for him, he, as an alchemist, couldn't be stingy either. A smile crept onto Yunshan's face, which had grown younger due to his breakthrough to Dozong, as he carefully tucked away the Xinlian pill. Then this old man shall respectfully accept. It's only right. Han Chang shook his head. A single Xinlian pill wasn't particularly precious to him. Sect leader Yunyun, this is a Wangji pill. Keep it for now. Once you reach the 9-star Dohuang level, I will refine a break sect pill for you. Yunyun thanks Mr. Han. Yunyun blinked, momentarily dazed as she stared at Han Chang's lavish generosity. As for the young sect leader, your current Dochi cultivation is somewhat unstable, which will be a hurdle when you try to break through to Dozong in the future. Senior Yunshan, please allow me to inspect the Cloud Mist sect's medicinal herbs. Give me some time to think, and I will definitely come up with a solution tomorrow. Han Chang felt a bit troubled. Na Yanran was too impatient due to the 3-year agreement, leaving her Dochi foundation shaky. Without assistance, she would at most become a Dohuang in the future. An even bigger problem was that she was currently only a great Do master, and her physique was quite weak. If Han Chang were to use the Green Lotus Core Flame to simulate the Fallen Heart Flame to forcibly temper her, that wouldn't end well. Mr. Han may use any medicinal herbs in the Cloud Mist sect as he pleases. You are an eternal friend of our Cloud Mist sect, Yunshan said solemnly. Then thank you, Senior Yunshan. I'll head over there first to take a look. The middle family also has a lot of medicinal herbs. Han Chang chuckled, stepped out of the Cloud Mist sect hall, turned into a cluster of green flame, and vanished. Watching Han Chang's departing back, the master and disciple stood there dazed. Yuner, is your heart moved? Yunshan was in high spirits now. The crisis of his sect's destruction was gone, and he had even obtained a 7th rank pill worth more than half of the Cloud Mist sect. More importantly, he had gained the friendship of a 7th rank alchemist. Seeing his disciple staring blankly, Yunshan couldn't help teasing her. No, master, I am merely surprised by Mr. Han's immense generosity, Yunyun said, shaking her head bashfully. Besides, he wouldn't take an interest in me anyway. With a powerhouse like Queen Medusa as his companion, Mr. Han's standards are surely very high. Hearing this, Yunshan fell silent for a moment. That's true, that Medusa fellow allied herself with Mr. Han early on and reached that realm so quickly. Ah well, let nature take its course. The middle family. This unnamed Do Huang expert hailed from the myriad Scorpion Gate. As a 6-star Do Huang, he had never imagined that within a short hour, he would experience so many human tragedies. What's more, he was the victim in every single one of them. At first, he was extremely confident in the task assigned to him by the old sect leader. It was just a weak, defenseless woman from the middle family. Oh, she seemed to be a Do practitioner, but to a Do Huang expert, there was no difference between a Do practitioner and a Do master. The only tricky part was that Hai Bodong, who presided over the middle family, was a veteran Do Huang expert whose Ice Do Chi was extraordinarily proficient. Fortunately, Hai Bodong's strength had dropped rather than increased, leaving him at only a 3-star Do Huang, so he was confident he could defeat him. After all, he was covered in poison, which gave him a huge advantage. Indeed, once they exchanged blows, he quickly suppressed Hai Bodong with his superior cultivation. But before he could even celebrate, that old bastard from the Alchemist Guild stepped in to help. Help whom? Nonsense, of course he helped Hai Bodong beat him up. That old fellow was an alchemist, so poison barely affected him. Fighting 2-on-1, his advantage quickly evaporated. Fortunately, that old geezer from the Alchemist Guild was old and feeble, otherwise he would have suffered even more. But before he could be pleased for long, 2 Do Wangs arrived, one from the middle family and one from the Nolan family. A whole group gang fighting him alone, how completely dishonorable. Struggling to hold on, the nameless Do Huang was already looking for a chance to escape. Once an assassination attempt failed, one had to run immediately, especially since the enemies had the home court advantage. Just as he turned to flee, a 1,000-foot-long black flood dragon suddenly swatted him back with a single claw. However, he noticed that Hai Bodong and the others seemed surprised by the black flood dragon. Seizing the opportunity, he tried to take that woman hostage. The opening he seized was exceedingly subtle. Just as he was about to reach the woman, a little girl dressed in purple suddenly appeared, looking quite adorable. However, he was a cold-blooded powerhouse with a heart as still as calm water. He would never hold back just because of a cute little girl. The more beautiful something was, the greater the pleasure when it was destroyed. The nameless Do Huang reached out his hand, still reflecting philosophically in his mind, when he suddenly noticed a terrifying aura surging from the cute little girl in front of him. His sixth sense went into wild alarm. But it was all too late. The moment the cute little girl swung her soft, pink fist, he felt his body lose all control, his soul seemingly tearing free from the confines of his physical flesh. Severely wounded, it felt as though he had taken a direct hit from a rank 6 magical beast, leaving less than 10% of his strength intact. Great, now there was indeed a big difference between a Do master and a Do practitioner to him, because he really wasn't sure if he could win against a Do master anymore. As the little girl brandished her soft pink fist to hammer him again, just when he thought he was about to die, the black flood dragon suddenly spoke. Miss, we should leave this fellow alive for the master. Regardless, the nameless Do Huang realized with overwhelming emotion that the most humane creature among them was actually a magical beast. Their humanity had deteriorated to such an extent. Was this a distortion of human nature or a decay of morality? Shortly after, right after his 4 limbs were snapped and his Do Chi sealed, another crimson figure appeared. Oh, he recognized this woman. She seemed to be Queen Medusa. After learning what had happened, Queen Medusa didn't kill him either, but merely administered a bit of poison to him. Fuck, death would have been better than this. Recalling every detail of the past few days, he had only 3 words to express his current mood. What? A curse. Chapter 59 Author's Note. Chapter 59 Author's Note. I received the notification this morning that it is going on shelves, and I do not really have anything prepared, nor do I feel like I need to prepare anything. After all, everyone has seen that ever since I signed the contract, I have basically been putting out 6,000 words a day. I am showing a lot of sincerity, right Tilda? It will be the same after it goes on shelves. I will try my best to maintain 6,000 words. Everyone, please support it according to your own financial situation. Love you guys, see. Chapter 60, Afterward. Chapter 60, Afterward. When Han Cheng arrived, what he saw was a prisoner who had already been played with until broken. If it weren't for the tenacious vitality of a Do Huang expert, this person would probably have kicked the bucket long ago. There wasn't a single patch of intact skin on his entire body. The poison Medusa gave him wasn't fatal, rather, it slowly corroded the skin, making the person feel a pain worse than death. You're from the myriad Scorpion Gate, right? Han Cheng looked at this fellow who no longer looked human, first asking a question he already knew the answer to see if this fellow was willing to cooperate. At this moment, how could this nameless Do Huang, tortured to the point of losing human form, have any steadfast and unyielding willpower? Hearing Han Cheng's question, he hurriedly replied, yes, my lord, I am from the myriad Scorpion Gate. I beg you to give me a quick death. It's too painful. Tell me, how many Do Huang experts are there in your myriad Scorpion Gate? 3, aside from me, there are 3 more. The nameless Do Huang gritted his teeth, groaning in his mouth because his body was in too much pain. Alright, then I'll grant you a swift death. Han Cheng flipped his palm, using the green lotus core flame to burn this nameless Do Huang into ashes. Waving his sleeves to blow away the ashes, Han Cheng patted the big head of the black dragon and walked towards the group not far away. This time, because of me, elder sister Yafei was frightened. I must also thank everyone for your assistance. Han Cheng is endlessly grateful. Mr. Han is too polite. Yafei is a member of our family, and the middle family will never abandon any of its family members. That fellow Tang Shan squinted his eyes, quite adept at speaking pleasantries. In contrast, Hai Bodong was the one who was not good with words. Everyone is our own people, how could we let those outsiders bully them at will? President Fa Ma smiled and said, setting aside his previous agreement with Han Cheng, he wouldn't stand idly by just regarding that group of fellows from the Azumo Empire alone. As a highly respected alchemist, Fa Ma could be said to hate that group of poison masters from the Azumo Empire to the core. Mr. Han saved this old man's life, and Miss Yafei is like a sister to the Mr. How could this old man sit by and do nothing? When he saw Nalanjia, Han Cheng was still somewhat surprised, not expecting this old fellow, this elderly gentleman to be so righteous. Have you not seen those from the Imperial family and the Mu family? Without thinking too much, Han Cheng brought everyone back to the main hall of the middle family and presented his tokens of gratitude. Nalanjia and Tang Shan each received 1 Doling pill. At the same time, Han Cheng also promised them that if their cultivation broke through, Wangji pills and break sect pills would also be arranged. For President Fa Ma, Han Cheng prepared to give the old man a copy of a 6th rank alchemist's insights as well as a Kingming longevity pill. President Fa Ma was too old, it was more suitable to give him a pill that prolongs life. These few did not stay long either. This incident was simply too shocking, and they were all very curious about how things were over at the Cloud Mist sect. Senior Hai Bodong, your situation is somewhat complicated. I don't have the formula for the full anxiety, so I can only give you a Wangji pill first. Han Chang felt a bit embarrassed. He was still too young and needed to accumulate a foundation. The pill formulas he knew were definitely much more than those of Ji Yu He, who had no master, but compared to grandmaster level figures like Yao Lao, he was still far behind. He knew most of the widely circulated ones on the market, but for some rather obscure ones, he could be said to be completely clueless. It doesn't matter, one Wangji pill is already enough. Hai Bodong looked at the tiny Wangji pill in front of him and said with pleasant surprise. Senior, rest assured, Junior Xiaoyan should be able to return in a few years. By then, you should be able to go straight to a 9-star Do Huang. I will refine another break sect pill for you, and Senior can also try to break through to Dozong. Han Chang briefly mentioned Xiaoyan's recent situation, reporting only the good news and not the bad. For this kind of matter, there was no need to speak too much of it. Those who didn't know might even think he was some despicable villain. Elder sister Yafei, I'm sorry, I frightened you this time. Han Chang came before Yafei, feeling some lingering fear. Elder sister is fine. With Elder Hai and the others around, elder sister didn't lose a single hair. Yafei smiled and shook her head, a trace of unusual brilliance flashing in her eyes as she looked at Han Chang. Having such an outstanding younger brother like you, elder sister is proud of you. After a brief hug, Yafei released Han Chang. Medusa, who was standing to the side, was staring closely at her. Women understood women best. Medusa was clear about Yafei's mindset, and only this blockhead truly regarded them as an elder sister and younger brother. It's good that elder sister is fine, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. Han Chang pinched his brow, a resolve to annihilate the myriad scorpion gate already rising in his heart. Currently, the strength of the Hall of Souls in the Northwest continent was not very strong, and some arrangements had not yet been completed, so over the next few years, this place would maintain a period of calm. Little brother, don't worry too much. What you should do most right now is to concentrate on your cultivation. You are still young. In the future, once you become strong enough, no one will dare to bully elder sister. Yafei handed Han Chang a cup of tea and said gently. Han Chang nodded, knowing clearly in his heart that he should continue moving forward according to his own plan next. With a golden finger and maxed out talent, what else was there for him to fear? Besides, the current situation wasn't that terrible. Although the Hall of Souls was powerful, that was speaking in terms of the Central Plains. In this area of the Northwest continent, the Hall of Souls currently had no more than 5 branch halls, and there was only one Elder Zune of the Hall of Souls here. After all, it was a remote and impoverished backwater. Furthermore, the Hall of Souls was a behemoth, and the speed at which they transmitted information was not as fast as one imagined. The administrative efficiency of major factions was well known to everyone. What could be done in a day could easily be dragged out to half a month, and that was considered smooth. Merely 2 Soul Hall protectors, to the Hall of Souls, they were just 2 hunting dogs being kept, and the Hall of Souls wouldn't place too much importance on them. What was even more crucial was that Han Chang was not truly an ordinary genius. With Jianan Academy as his backing and intricate ties with the Lei clan behind him, the Hall of Souls wouldn't dare to go too far either. Right now, the style of the Hall of Souls wasn't that arrogant yet. Presumably, it was because Hun Tiandi's injuries hadn't fully recovered yet, and the 8 ancient clans were still around. Han Chang still had a long period of stable development time. This unexpected change was actually just those 2 stray dogs from the Hall of Souls wanting to beat the grass to scare the rabbit, but unexpectedly they capsized. Han Chang steadied his mindset and quickly made the decision for his next step. Queen, let's make our move right now and annihilate the myriad scorpion gate. Elder sister Yafei, don't worry, we will be back soon. Han Chang stood up, and together with Medusa, turned into cyan flames and disappeared on the spot. Yafei stood on the spot watching the 2 who had disappeared, her expression complex for a moment as a helpless bitter smile appeared on her face. Do practitioner, Do Zong. Presently, Han Chang's mastery over the secret technique Divine Fire Clone had reached a completely new level. Whether it was the breakthrough of his own realm or the gains after comprehending the origin of the fallen heart flame at close range, all of it benefited him immensely. In less than a quarter of an hour, Han Chang brought Medusa across tens of thousands of li, arriving above the myriad scorpion gate. With a 9-star Dozong and a 4-star Dozong joining forces, slaying 3 Do Huangs and several Do Wangs was completely effortless, especially since these 2 were among the strongest of the same realm. Chapter 61, Interrogation and Reflection. Chapter 61, Interrogation and Reflection. As countless cyan lotus petals covered the myriad scorpion gate, this century-old force was already reduced to nothingness. An hour later, just as Han Chang and Medusa returned to the backyard of the middle family, they saw Ziyan sitting unhappily beside Yafei, complaining that the 2 of them did not take her along to play. Detestable big brother, why didn't you take me along for such a fun thing? Just think of how many treasures there must be. Big brother, you're back. With a flick to her forehead, Ziyan raised her head and saw Han Chang's amiable smile. Her large eyes rolled, and covering her mouth, she giggled and jumped onto Han Chang. Big brother, where did you go? You didn't get hurt, did you? Hee hee, of course I didn't get hurt. Furthermore, we even got our hands on all the treasures of the myriad scorpion gate. They belong entirely to the queen and me, and there's no share for you. Han Chang viciously pinched Ziyan's small face, thinking that this little girl was truly becoming more and more outrageous. The Azumo Empire is full of poison and extremely dangerous. We didn't take you for your own good. I know. Ziyan crinkled her nose, made a face at Han Chang, and then hurriedly ran behind Yafei. Han Chang shook his head helplessly, began checking the medicinal ingredients currently available at hand, and prepared to refine medicine. But before that, he had to interrogate those 2 stray dogs of the Hall of Souls. Inside the secret room, Han Chang released the 2 nearly dissipating soul bodies at the same time. Before him, these 2 weak soul bodies possessed virtually no power to resist. With a flip of Han Chang's palm, a slightly illusory cyan lotus floated above Protector Wu's head. Although it was somewhat inferior in damaging soul bodies compared to the true fallen heart flame, it was just right for strict torture, bringing continuous pain. Tisk tisk tisk. Ah, let us go right now. Protector Wu let out a painful wail and wanted to say something more, but his mouth was sealed by the green lotus core flame controlled by Han Chang, and the pain reached straight into the depths of his soul. Iron Protector could only watch with wide eyes as Han Chang tortured Protector Wu without a word. To say he wasn't afraid would be absolute bullshit. Half an hour later, Protector Wu's soul body had become much more illusory, almost unable to maintain its form, before Han Chang put him away. Sealing the mouth of the bottle, Han Chang held the cyan lotus in his hand and silently looked at Iron Protector, whose body was trembling and completely out of control. Speak up, tell me everything you know, and then giving you a swift death would also be quite nice, right? Quote ellipsis quote. Iron Protector was silent for a moment, but at the very moment Han Chang was about to lose patience, he finally spoke. It was all Protector Wu, it has nothing to do with me. It was all Protector Wu's idea, all of this is Protector Wu's conspiracy. Then you should carefully explain this matter from the beginning. Han Chang withdrew the cyan lotus, letting it float uncertainly in his palm, his expression devoid of either sorrow or joy. Seeing Han Chang's action, Iron Protector breathed a sigh of relief inside, and then began to recount the beginning and progression of this matter from his own perspective. Roughly half a month ago, Iron Protector had reached a cooperative relationship with the Myriad Scorpion Gate in the Azumo Empire, and just as he was preparing to use the secret arts of the Hall of Souls to elevate the strength of the elders and disciples of the Myriad Scorpion Gate, Protector Wu came knocking on his door. As fellow protectors of the Hall of Souls, the goals of the two of them were actually consistent, to fulfill the KPI given to them by the Hall of Souls and capture more powerful soul bodies. When Protector Wu proposed splitting the souls of everyone in the Cloud Mist sect equally with him, along with the soul of a 7th rank alchemist and the soul of a Dozong expert, his heart was moved. Naturally, there must have been quite a bit of haggling in between. Anyway, it made Iron Protector sound like a white lotus, utterly innocent. The subsequent story turned out as it was now. 3 Dozong experts plus 1 Do Huang expert came to the Jama Empire. The 3 Dozong experts joined forces to destroy the Cloud Mist sect, while 1 Do Huang expert went to capture Yafei and take down Han Chang, this 7th rank alchemist. I already told that grandson Protector Wu that such a noble big figure like you is definitely not something low-grade ants like us can provoke, but that grandson insisted on saying you were merely a Do Huang expert. Iron Protector now utterly hated Protector Wu, this father-screwing piece of work. If you wanted to court death on your own, fine, why did you have to drag him into it? Half a year, from peak Do Huang to a 4-star Dozong, could someone like this be as simple as they appeared on the surface? Elder Zun had already told them not to act recklessly during this period, and it was best not to provoke those people, otherwise, if protectors like them died, it would be in vain. The Hall of Souls could not possibly disrupt its millennium-old grand plan for fellows like them. Han Chang didn't say anything. After putting Iron Protector away, he began to ponder whether what Iron Protector said was a lie. First of all, if we set aside my foreknowledge of the plot, then in the perception of others, I am simply an exceptionally talented alchemist. Although my cultivation level is also very high, the identity of an alchemist causes them to subconsciously assume that my cultivation is superficial. Furthermore, the gap between the cultivation levels of a peak Do Huang and a 4-star Dozong is simply too vast. Even the Xiaoyan of the original work took nearly 2 years, especially the stage of breaking through from a 9-star Do Huang to a Dozong, which would be impossible without a year and a half. Standing from Iron Protector's perspective, he seemingly had no need to lie. After all, the combined strength of 3 Dozong experts to destroy the Cloud Mist sect, which only had a single Dozong holding down the fort, was extremely secure. What is very crucial is that a few months ago I was still a 1-star Dozong, and the weakest of the 3 of them was already at the peak of the 3-star Dozong. How could they possibly place me in their eyes? A 17 or 18-year-old youth, what schemes could he possibly have? Once they grabbed Sister Yafei as a vulnerability, wouldn't he just be at their mercy? As for Elder Zun, are they even worthy of meeting Elder Zun? The Fighting Chi continent has strict hierarchies. For a single operation by a few 4-star Dozongs to require Elder Zun's attention, who do you think you are? Han Chang thought about it from multiple angles and realized that he had likely thought far too much due to his foreknowledge. Instead, the sudden appearance of himself and Medusa was the real accident. That's right, Han Chang had taken himself too seriously. Others didn't know he was a transmigrator who had read the script. Everyone had their own work to busy themselves with. Coupled with what was mentioned earlier, the Hall of Souls was a behemoth, its operational efficiency couldn't possibly be very fast, and outsourcing work was the normal practice. Come to think of it, perhaps by the time Han Chang broke through to become a 9-star Dosheng, the Dosheng experts of the Hall of Souls would only then realize there was a less than 20-year-old 7th rank alchemist. However, to be on the safe side, after returning I should still directly ask the 2 elders Jianbai to make a move and finish off Earth Demon Old Ghost. Although the medicinal ingredients for the bone-fasting blood-melting pill are still insufficient, the Yin Yang Life Soul pill can at least be refined. Added with the Tier 7 Monster Core blood essence obtained previously, and borrowing Yao Lao's bone-chilling flame, I should be able to resurrect Venerable Skyfire. Having a Dozun expert by my side, safety will also be guaranteed. Han Chang narrowed his eyes and slightly changed his plan. Originally, he had intended to personally eliminate Earth Demon Old Ghost, but looking at it now, he might as well forget it. Chapter 62, Leaving. Chapter 62, Leaving. Several days later, inside the main hall of the Cloud Mist sect. This is a 5th grade medicinal pill, the quenching pill. It can burn away floating do chi. This is a 5th grade medicinal pill, the bone refining pill. It can strengthen the physical body. This is a 5th grade medicinal pill, the Xuanyuan Cyan spirit pill. It can help a great Do master increase their cultivation by 2 stars without any side effects. These 3 pills should make Nalan Yaren's do chi more solid without affecting her cultivation. After Han Chang finished introducing the 3 pills, Ji Yu he asked curiously from the side, Brother Han, why have I never heard of these 3 pills? It is normal that you have never heard of them, elder brother Ji Yu. These are my own creations. Han Chang smiled as he took out a notebook and placed it into Ji Yu's hands. Elder brother Ji Yu, this is a bit of my experience from when I was a 6th rank alchemist. Do not refuse it. Ji Yu hurriedly stood up and waved his hands. No, Brother Han, this is far too precious. I am unworthy of such a gift. Elder brother Ji Yu, do you know how far I have walked on the path of an alchemist? Han Chang changed the subject, glanced around, and smiled as he looked at the high-ranking members of the Cloud Mist sect. 8th rank, I now have a 70% confidence level in refining an 8th grade pill. Disregarding the shocked expressions of everyone present, Han Chang continued, however, the further I walk, the more confused I become. There are no like-minded people who can sit down and discuss the Tao with me. Elder brother Ji Yu, do you understand what I mean? You had no master, yet you groped your way up to a 6th rank alchemist by yourself. That alone is enough to show your extraordinary talent. Therefore, I believe you can catch up to my footsteps and progress together with me. Elder brother Ji Yu, by not accepting my help, do you lack confidence in your future self? Brother Han, stop trying to provoke me. I will accept it, but do not have too much confidence in me. I don't even have confidence in myself. It would already be not bad if I could become a 7th rank alchemist. Ji Yu gave a wry smile. One knows one's own family matters best. How could he not be clear about what his own talent was like? Being over 50 years old and backed by a behemoth like the Cloud Mist sect, he had continuously burned through the sect's accumulations just to break through to a 6th rank alchemist. If not for the Cloud Mist sect acting as this sucker, it would have been a miracle if he could break through to a 6th rank alchemist before the age of 80. Although in the eyes of ordinary people, his talent was already dazzling enough, in front of this monster, he felt like he was nothing more than a fart. A young man with such outstanding talent, such high cultivation, and such formidable combat power did not show a shred of arrogance. Furthermore, to save him from losing face, he had even used a reverse psychology tactic to make him accept these notes. Ji Yu he truly did not know what to say anymore. He had been completely subdued by this young man. Elder brother Ji Yu he must not belittle yourself. In this northwest continent, elder brother Ji Yu he is also a figure of some renown. Han Chang handed the notes to Ji Yu he and said with a smile. A 6th rank alchemist was not a nobody that could be ignored anywhere. It was just that someone's radiance was simply too dazzling, causing people to overlook the true status of a 6th rank alchemist. Sigh, Brother Han, please don't make fun of me. He gave a bitter smile. In front of such a freak, what kind of figure could he be considered? Haha, I won't stay much longer. I sneaked out from the academy, so I must head back. Han Cheng chuckled lightly, bid farewell to the few of them, and rode a black dragon as he left Jama Holy City. Yunshan and the others watched as the figure of that black dragon disappeared into the horizon, unable to turn away and leave for a long time. That was practically a godlike figure, yet he was so approachable, making them feel instantly ashamed of their own inferiority. Especially Nalan Yanran, perhaps because he had changed his address from young sect leader to Miss Yanran, it made her feel lightheaded inside, as if she could finally be truly acknowledged. Right at this moment, disciples from the mountain brought news. 10 days ago, the myriad scorpion gate was annihilated, and the few witnesses only saw a massive expanse of cyan petals. Everyone widened their eyes, exchanged glances with one another, and then smiled tacitly. As expected of Mr. Han. Having finished dividing the spoils with Medusa, Han Cheng did not linger any longer and directly headed in the direction of the Black Corner region. With the divine fire clone around, distance was not an issue, there was no need to be overly coy or hesitant. After returning to the Black Corner region, Han Cheng thought about it and decided that it would be safer to return to Jianan Academy first and invite the two elders Jianbai to make a move. After showing his face before the first elder with Ziyan in tow, Han Cheng prepared to head back to rest well, take a bath, sleep, and then begin the matter of resurrecting Venerable Skyfire. Big brother, just share a little bit with me, or let me take a look at least. Ziyan hung on to Han Cheng, stubbornly demanding to take a look at the spoils from annihilating the myriad scorpion gate. You little girl, aren't you going to hand the medicinal ingredients over to me in the end when I refine pills for you? Han Cheng felt that this girl truly lived up to being a dragon, she definitely had that flavor. Big brother, I'm just curious Tilda, Ziyan hummed and hawed, looking like a clingy little kitten. Fine, I'll only allow you to take a look. Returning to his small courtyard, Han Cheng handed his storage ring to Ziyan and instructed her verbally, don't mess around with the things inside. That myriad scorpion gate specializes in poison, I have heavenly flames protecting my body, but you don't. Hee, big brother, you're the best. Ziyan kissed Han Cheng on the cheek, took a grinning glance at the storage ring, and then returned it to Han Cheng. Han Cheng was puzzled, he truly could not understand this girl's thoughts. Filling the wooden bathtub with mountain spring water, he let his palm linger in the water for a moment, causing large billows of steam to emerge. Just as Han Cheng was about to take off his clothes, he suddenly turned his head and looked at a certain someone whistling on the sofa nearby. A few seconds later, Han Cheng picked up Ziyan by the collar and dumped her outside the courtyard gate. Aiya, big brother is so stingy. He has already seen me, but I haven't seen him yet. Muttering softly to herself, Ziyan subconsciously covered her forehead, looked around back and forth, lowered her guard, and flew towards her own room. Glancing downwards casually, Ziyan suddenly spotted the troublemaking brat, and this brat seemed to be walking towards Big Brother's courtyard along with a little girl. A man and a woman, it should be business, then I'll head back to sleep first. Inside the courtyard, just as Han Cheng had finished stripping off his clothes and stepped one leg into the wooden bathtub, he suddenly sensed something, put away the bathtub with his storage ring, and his body transformed into a cyan flame. When he reappeared in the courtyard, he was once again dressed in a cyan robe. Senior Han Cheng, please forgive us for this abrupt visit. Han Cheng opened the courtyard door and saw both Xiao Yan and Xiao Zuner visiting together. Puzzled, Han Cheng still invited the two of them inside. It's fine, Junior Xiao Yan and Junior Zuner are among the few distinguished guests to visit. Senior Han Cheng, this time I came to ask you about some news. As soon as Xiao Yan sat down, he said with a hint of urgency. It looks like this matter must be very important to Junior Xiao Yan. Go ahead, if I know, I will definitely tell you. Han Cheng's expression turned serious, and inwardly he was also curious as to what could make Xiao Yan so anxious. Senior Han Cheng, I heard that you went back to the Jama Empire during this period of time.